Confusion Grill. Have you been to Confusion? They come out here on Thursdays, I think, in front of the...
yeah, they're very good.
I was turned on to them. Like, what was the event? Oh, it was the pre-chefs event. They had the competition at Kendall, and they were out there throughout the night. And just...
Had one of their rice bowls. It's really good. Their food is good. No doubt about it.
Find out what they do with the grilled cheese experience as we hit week number 2. So basically, you've got exactly 1 week. It wraps up on the 15th. So you've got, throughout the week, maybe to hit a couple. And if you get 10 or more, and you can get the, pretty much at any of the locations or here at our front desk, you can get the passport, which if you get 10 or more and they have a little stamp, you're in for a GoPro camera.
Nice. I want one of those. I've been meaning to get one of those for the motorcycle. That's awesome.
GoPros are awesome.
They are really cool.
And to see what they've already done to the documentary world and just, YouTube, they're pretty cool. And if you don't know,
people hitting their head and falling off of stuff, they're awesome.
Anyway, a portion of every creation goes to Food for Lane County. So I think you can eat little cheese today and feel good about it because you're helping out people right here.
I always feel good about eating cheese.
But you've got no... I mean, I'm talking about people that maybe have some kind of guilt or, some kind of
why would
conscience.
you feel guilty about eating cheese? It's like a gift from God, along with bacon.
Well, you talk to some people and there's, ramifications.
They need to lighten up. Well, okay. There are some people that are allergic to it.
I had Gouda this weekend and Swiss cheese.
Did you have the 5-year aged Gouda? Have you ever had that? You need to invest in some 5-year aged Gouda.
Invest means
my gosh,
expensive.
It is kind of spendy, yes, but you need to try.
Worth it.
It's definitely worth it. Love it.
All right. The experimentation for sliders, and you can do like cheese and ham, but you take a whole pan of Hawaiian rolls. You cut the top of it.
Yeah.
You put a little Dijon on both sides, slap it down with some meat and some cheese, and then make this little kind of buttery sauce.
Is that what you made for your Super Bowl soiree yesterday?
Yes, I did.
There at the
delicious.
There at the compound. Nice. I myself did not do the Super Bowl thing. We'll talk as to why that is coming up here in a little bit. We have a guest that we're going to get on here in just a second, which will be Gianno Caldwell joining us on the Wake Up Call. And it has to do with New Hampshire. New Hampshire, because we have, of course, the New Hampshire primary. And Gianno Caldwell is a Republican strategist. He also is with Caldwell Strategic Consulting. He'll be joining us here in a minute. And everyone was talking about how Rubio was basically slapped back on his heels. Well, let's talk during the Republican debate. We'll talk about that. As a matter of fact, right now with Gianno. Gianno, thanks for being with us this morning. We've already done all the introductions while we were getting you hooked up. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Live from Washington, D.C.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That said, so everywhere you look in the press, it was talked about that Rubio was knocked back on his heels and that he was slapped around at the debate with Christie taking it to him. Really, did he sustain any damage to speak of when it's going to come down to the voting, do you think?
No, I don't think that he'll sustain much damage, but we got to keep this in mind. Marco Rubio is the perceived establishment candidate. Governor Christie wants to take that mantle from him, and he did a very good job because this has been all that I've been talking about since 7 a.m., and I know that it's going to be what I'm talking about this evening as well. Christie did a masterful job at saying, hold on, Marco Rubio is just a robotic guy. All he remembers is sound bites and talking points. That's all he can go to. And as he continued to say that throughout the night, you saw Marco Rubio going back to his sound bites and talking points. Why? Because as a kid, and I've been involved in politics for 15 plus years.
You stay on message.
This is exactly. So that's what everyone's going to tell you. Every consultant will tell you, stay on message. Always bring it back to your message. Why? Because your message has been poll tested, focus group tested. We know that you have a winning message, so you have to stick with that. And he did a great job sticking with that, but it made him look bad at the end of the day.
Okay, so what do you expect to the way things are going to roll out in New Hampshire? I mean, was Trump damaged that much by the Iowa caucuses, or does he basically slough that off and go in and win New Hampshire?
You know what? Initially, the day after the Iowa caucus, everyone knew that Donald Trump, the media was going to kind of leave him a little bit. There weren't going to be as much wall-to-wall coverage. There was going to be a lot of media outlets that feared attacking him, that were going to ramp up the attacks. But he had one good thing going for him, and that was when we found out that Ted Cruz had been disseminating the message that Dr. Ben Carson had dropped out. Given the fact that Dr. Ben Carson and Ted Cruz share a similar block of voters within the evangelical community, any votes from Dr. Ben Carson helped Ted Cruz, and it actually helped somewhat Marco Rubio, but it hurt Trump because you got more folks coalescing around Ted Cruz. So long as he can continue to spin the narrative, and it's a winning narrative that Ted Cruz stole the vote from Dr. Ben Carson, and Dr. Ben Carson has been leveling that charge, and folks like Bill O'Reilly, Karl Rove have also talked about it, and any number of folks in the media. He has a winning message. He can say, hey, I was going to be in first place if it wasn't for Ted Cruz lying and being dishonest. So he now is in a position, as he continues to push on that message, and as he does well in terms of having this ground game in New Hampshire, which is what he was missing in Iowa, he will be able to blow everyone out the water and say, look, I would have been number one if it wasn't for Ted Cruz. I'm essentially number one now, and I'm doing a great job here, and you can't take this from me. And I think that's the narrative that he's going to continue to push, and I think is a winning narrative. So the momentum goes with Donald Trump.
All right, I'm gonna throw you a slider here, a little off topic, but you brought up his name. Does anybody really, outside of the Republican establishment, listen to anything that Karl Rove has to say? Is he even relevant to anybody anymore, other than the fact that some people think that he's a talking head and they bring him in and let him spout?
Well, at the end of the day, Karl Rove is a top strategist, and
no doubt about it.
People consider him as responsible for George Bush doing so well in his administration. People do listen to him. He's a guy that's been around for a number of years. I think that he's relevant, and Fox News helps to make him relevant by giving him a presence on the show, because that's the only place he goes, and I believe he's a contributor, so that's the only place he can't be. Karl Rove is definitely someone that people value opinion on many different issues, so I think he's relevant.
All right, so New Hampshire. Once New Hampshire is over with, how much of an effect is it going to have, if any, on the rest of the primaries?
Well, I mean, for Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, it's definitely going to change the narrative, which it already has happened in terms of Iowa. Him being in a virtual tie with Hillary Clinton made many people believe that Hillary Clinton is beatable because they don't trust her. They want somebody that they can throw their vote to, and there's going to be Bernie Sanders. Because he has a double-digit lead in New Hampshire, and considering the fact that in Iowa he had a good ground game, I believe that he's going to blow Hillary Clinton out the water and is going to continue to reinforce the voters who said, hey, I like Bernie Sanders' policies. We're talking Democratic voters here. Mm-hmm. I like his policies. I like what he has to say. I just didn't think he was electable. Now I see that he is. You're going to have more and more Democratic voters coalesce around Bernie Sanders. You're going to have very traditional establishment folks. The NAACP president just endorsed Bernie Sanders, coalesce around Bernie Sanders. In terms of on the Republican side, it definitely continues the narrative that Donald Trump is the likely nominee. When people get poll tested, and they say, who do you believe the Republican nominee is going to be? People say overwhelmingly they believe it's going to be Donald Trump. And considering the fact that now he has his narrative to run about Ted Cruz, people are going to continue to say that they believe that he's going to be the nominee.
All right. You bringing up Sanders just momentarily. it's obvious how well that he has done and how scared Hillary is, because her husband, Bill, launched a series of scathing attacks on him over the weekend. I mean, like, wow, talk about going negative early.
Yeah. Well, the truth of the matter is the Clintons, the DNC, no one really took Bernie Sanders seriously. They didn't believe he was electable. He was just too extreme. So people didn't pay him much attention. The DNC wanted to have a protect Hillary Clinton at all cost campaign, providing limited debates, having a debate schedule on days that no one would really be watching. To give you an example, they may have even tried to have a debate on New Year's Eve, for all we know, because they wanted to make sure that no one would get a voice in this thing. Now they see that not Donald Trump, but Bernie Sanders is a real threat to Hillary Clinton, and she's losing even with the group that she should be winning with, women. She's down 8 points with women. Bernie Sanders is winning with women. He's winning with young people. These are the demographics of folks that Barack Obama won in 2008. And you see that people continue to compare Bernie Sanders to Barack Obama, and you see Bill Clinton saying, hey, Bernie Sanders is no Barack Obama. You know that they're definitely in panic mode over there at the Hillary Clinton camp, because people are beginning to see Bernie Sanders as a real option for the Democratic nomination.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning, Gianno. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'm on Twitter at Gianno Caldwell, too.
All right. Gianno Caldwell Strategic Consulting, joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. We're at 640 News Radio, 1120 KPNW.
Did you know optimistic people are twice as likely to have ideal heart health? Now is a great time to feed your optimism. Reach out to someone who inspires you to stay healthy. Snap a picture together and share it on Facebook with the hashtag HeartHappy. For more tangible help to live heart healthy, let Peace Health be your partner. We offer screenings, expertise on healthy eating and exercise, tobacco cessation, and more. Visit peacehealth.org/heart to learn more.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
Wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, a crashing economy. Are you ready? At best, your local stores have a 3-day supply of food. Will your family have to fight over what's left? Are you willing to gamble your family's safety that it'll never happen to you? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Wise Food Storage provides affordable, ready-made gourmet meals with a super long 25-year shelf life. Meals like pasta Alfredo, cheesy lasagna, breakfast, dessert, drinks, and snacks. Just add water and your family is eating delicious food instead of fighting for scraps in a food riot. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal delivered right to your front door. And for a limited time, get a 10% discount and free shipping on all orders. Once done, you're set for 25 years. Be wise and be ready with Wise Food Storage. Call for your free sample now. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353.
Weather every 10 minutes during the Wake Up Call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Starting off your work week with mostly cloudy skies and areas of fog. Expecting to stay dry through about Thursday, and on Friday, a system moves onshore, bringing light rain to the region. By the weekend, showers taper off, daytime highs in the mid to upper 50s, overnight lows in the low 40s. From the NBC 16 First Alert Weather Center, I'm Angelica Carrillo.
This is your wake-up call.
It's like no cheese I've ever tasted.
News Radio 1120, KPNW.
$1,000 a piece. I'm calling it right here. Denver wins in an upset.
God, you are just so proud of yourself over that.
I didn't hear it anywhere. I did. I'm sure it was there somewhere. Like maybe in the state of Colorado, but like 98% of the the betting going on in Vegas, going on for Carolina. Anyway,
Did you call up, make a bet? Did you do any betting?
I don't like to talk about that.
You didn't.
I don't like to talk about that.
You don't like to talk about that?
I don't want to talk about my my betting.
Your gambling
my gambling habits.
Yeah. All right. Understood.
We didn't, and I felt a little. No, I didn't. I used to, have 10 couple people over, 12, 13, and then what happens is you get people gabbing and talking about the commercials that you don't get to watch the game. So I made a selective list of like 2 people, made some food, and was able to watch the game. I'm sitting there. I don't feel antisocial at all.
So in other words, you sat there in the dark and watched it by yourself.
No, I had a couple people over.
Yeah,
but
right. His
we were
imaginary friends,
able to listen and watch the game.
Becky and Mike.
Yeah.
Well, good. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the game. I did not watch any of it. Nothing. Zero.
Doesn't surprise me.
No, I decided that first off, because it's Super Bowl Sunday, I figured, less people are going to be on the road, and it's not supposed to rain. Time to take Scout out for a little trip.
Scout.
So anyway, I was out there checking the air and the tires and just kind of getting everything prepped, because I haven't ridden it for a while, so I wanted to just kind of check things out. So anyway, I've got the bike out there, and I'm doing my thing. And I knew it was going to be a good ride because there were these children that were out there playing hoops with each other. And one of the kids from a couple of houses down comes out and says, "Can I play?" And one of them said, "No, you can't. You have to go back in the house." And the kid yells at the top of his lung, "No, I've got good news. Mom says I don't have head lice anymore." It was everything I could do to just keep from curling up on the sidewalk and busting a gut. Everyone was like, "Oh, okay, come on." I thought, okay, this is a good sign. This is going to be an awesome ride today because it's already started. I'm just checking the air and the tires, and already I'm getting a good laugh out of it.
You sure that wasn't like a Super Bowl public service announcement?
It was awesome. He's about 6 years old. "I've got good news. Mom says they don't have head lice anymore." "Oh, okay, come on." All right, he was shunned before because they thought that he had parasites.
I'm going to use that when I go down to to the sales department.
Yeah.
As soon as I walk in, everybody just here.
Hey, good news.
Break out. Hey, wait, guys! I don't have headlights anymore.
Mom says I don't have. You have to say Mom says. Your mom checking you out for head lice. That's nice. Anyway, but it was a great ride yesterday. Beautiful day. Man, once you got out of, I don't know what it was like down here, but Albany, Corvallis, Philomath was just hazy and gray most of the day. But once you headed over towards the Cascades, it was blue. It was beautiful. Beautiful day. Just discovered a new road and enjoyed it.
You had blue sky and sunshine and great weather?
Oh, yeah. It was totally, I don't know what it was like down here, but it was totally.
Oh my God, it was dark, dreary, and foggy all day.
Yeah, once I got up to, I think, an area about 500 feet, it was amazing. And just all of a sudden, boom, blue sky.
Okay.
And I'm like, wow, this is nice. So, yeah, once you got kind of out of Crawford or into Crawfordsville, it was really weird. I'm coming along, it's gray, and then I see the Crawfordsville sign, I just go through it, and then it's like the sky's cleared.
They had after the Super Bowl broadcast. They have like the newscast, and the weather guy had whoever took a picture from Pisgah, and it was gorgeous, sunny, and just pristine. It looked like anywhere except for Oregon. And then you see that that cloud cover, and just down on the valley floor, dark, dreary, and a good day to be inside to watch football all day.
It was amazing how many people were out on bikes yesterday. I noted, it's like, a lot of people thinking like me. Okay, Super Bowl, decent weather, not a lot of traffic.
I bet a great day to go
on the road.
If you're a skier and not much of a football fan, or if you don't mind watching it on tape, I bet Bachelor and Willamette Pass, all the Hoodoo, I bet that was a great place to be.
Yeah. I started out late because I thought, oh, man, this just looks so gray and bleak out and kind of foggy, and I don't like riding in the fog. Now I wish I would have, because I would have had more time. I actually would have probably made it all the way over to Sisters, just taken the road over and gone over and had a sandwich.
Did anybody else have this thought when they started hearing about the concept of the Uber all across America, where you got people just kind of looking for a part-time gig, and they're opening up their driving abilities and whoever they are and their car to the public to make some extra bucks? I guarantee you there's going to be more of this kind of stuff happening.
What, people showing up in a clown car?
When Kevin Smith, he's a filmmaker, his 16-year-old daughter Harley was almost kidnapped last week. Two guys pulled up to her and claimed to be her Uber drivers.
Kevin Smith is in Clerks? Kevin Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she was able to, she was able to get out of the car. I guess the clue is to check the car and check some kind of identification. But I'm still thinking, I don't
know that I'd want my 16-year-old daughter going, or my 16-year-old son for that matter, doing that. Unless my 16-year-old son happened to weigh, 300 pounds and was 6'5" and a master of mixed martial arts.
They didn't have the Uber app on their phone, and clearly just two disgusting dudes trying to kidnap a girl standing on her own. She was shaken up. Her dad tried to make things up by giving her a cake that says, "Sorry, men suck" on it. Wow. I don't know that you can... Well, anyway, just be careful out there. If you go to the big city, or your kids go to the big city, or your significant others and loved ones, just let them be careful and double. Across the board, really, anywhere you go, you're not safe. That's to say that things don't happen in traditional cabs.
Need to have a camera.
A GoPro.
Yeah, GoPro.
Which you could win through the grilled cheese experience.
There you go. Full circle here on the conversation.
The whole
morning.
hour to do it, but we did it.
Right, in full circle.
In about, less than an hour, we'll have one of the other fine restaurants from Food for Lane County's grilled cheese experience in to show off what they will be providing for you today and all week as we hit the last week of the grilled cheese radio experience. And nestled in there nicely on a Thursday, we got a Fair of the Heart event, which we'll talk about that. That's going to be happening 4 p.m. Thursday, Lane Event Center. It is free. And each and every day, it seems like we find out about another incredible, from the keynote speakers to the entertainment to the auction. It's going to be a hoot and a holler. And, of course, Bicoastal doing it for the 47th year. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harpel Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harpelhomes.com. Thank you.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
The Eugene area radio stations will be presenting two $3,000 scholarships through Oregon Student Access and Completion. Each scholarship will go to one high school student and one college student who demonstrate a desire and aptitude for radio sales, engineering, news, or programming. Click on the Resources tab at eugeneradio.gov for details. Application deadline is February 15th, with final paperwork due at oregonstudentaid.gov by March 1st. The Eugene area radio stations, EARS, support students and education in our communities.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting, don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting, unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
I'm Gary Connolly with today's Money Minute. Lately, I've been talking about debt and why it matters. As I explained, borrowing falls into two categories, productive and unproductive. Productive borrowing is money used for business purposes to increase production or productivity. In short, used to make a profit and create jobs. Unproductive debt is your credit card balances, money the government borrows to pay welfare and Social Security, and leverage used by speculators. As long as you can pay the interest and principal when due, called servicing your debt, things are fine. But the level and structure of debt loads, personal, business, and government matters because they affect the ability of the borrowers to pay. Here's the nugget. Now, to most of us, it's intuitively obvious that the amount of debt matters, but it's more complicated than that. Debt is best measured not as an absolute number, but relative to some other metric. In the case of a government, by comparing it to GDP expressed as a percentage, or for an individual as a percentage of disposable income. Before the meltdown, U.S. household debt had risen to about 130% of disposable income. Historically, a more normal level is about 70%. So when things started to come unglued, a lot of people found they had more than they could comfortably handle. This happens to businesses and governments, too. I'm Gary Connolly, and that's today's Money Minute.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Starting off your work week with mostly cloudy skies and areas of fog. Expecting to stay dry through about Thursday, and on Friday a system moves onshore bringing light rain to the region. By the weekend, showers taper off, daytime highs in the mid to upper 50s, overnight lows in the low 40s. From the NBC 16 First Alert Weather Center, I'm Angelica Carrillo.
It's the latest Wake Up Call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are picking up this morning where they left off Friday, with losses of about 1.5% to more than 2% right now. The Dow down 235 points, the Nasdaq 95, the S&P 30, as oil futures jump back and forth over the $30 a barrel mark. Right now, they're over $30 a barrel, trading at $30.17. If you're headed to your local Chipotle for lunch today, you better make other plans. The chain is opening all locations late to implement a new food safety program. Chipotle Mexican Grill restaurants will be closed between 11 and 3 local time to let managers train staff in new food safety procedures. The chain has been struggling to recover from E. coli and norovirus outbreaks that raise damaging questions about food safety. And the biggest Super Bowl ads may have come from Peyton Manning himself in post-game interviews. Apex Marketing says his 2 shout-outs to Budweiser were worth more than $3 million in free advertising. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Politico just ran an article arguing that there's a desperate need to reduce regulations that are holding our economy back. Now, their focus was on the number of jobs that now require an occupational license. Most of the impact is at the state level. In some states, there are over 70 professions that require an occupational license, including working as an interior decorator or even a delivery man. And that doesn't include a lot of other jobs that require some sort of licensing by local governments. Now, okay, it might not sound like a big deal, just go get a license, right? But it's not that easy. Let's say you want to cut hair, become a barber. On average, in order to get the government's permission, a person has to spend over a year in training and then pay $130 in fees. In Nevada, the education and training period to cut hair is 2.5 years. In one state, Alabama, it's hassle-free, no license needed. You want to cut hair? Set up shop, grab some scissors, and have at it. To become an interior designer in Nevada, Louisiana, Florida, and D.C., you better be prepared to spend 6 years of your life in training and fork over 400 smackers before you can tell somebody how to rearrange furniture. Those examples are just the tip of the iceberg, folks. Government regulators are just out of control. Big government regulations, the killing opportunities, killing jobs, strangling the economy, and electing Democrats.
Okay, everyone, Valentine's Day is this week. If you're looking for a sure way to win this Valentine's Day, it's really very simple. My wife's favorite Valentine's treat is delicious, chocolatey dipped strawberries. And I got major kudos last year by giving her the most decadent dipped berries she's ever tasted. They're from Sherry's Berries. And let me tell you, these berries are huge, juicy, and delicious. They come freshly dipped in dark, white, and milk chocolatey goodness and sprinkled with awesome gourmet toppings like chocolate chips and chopped nuts. Your sweetheart will love these berries. Plus, listen to this. Right now, you can get these Sherry's Berries starting at $19.99. That's juicy, gourmet, freshly dipped berries for $19.99. If you want hero status, you can double them for only $9.99 more. But don't wait, because Valentine's Day is this week, and this offer expires this Friday. The only way to get this fantastic deal is to go to berries.com, click on the microphone in the upper right corner.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's the day before in New Hampshire.
We feel really good. We're going to win the nomination.
Marco Rubio's confident. Chris Christie doesn't think he should be as the race gets closer and Donald Trump leads the Republican polls. Fox's Gernal Scott is live in Manchester looking at the Democratic race.
Dave, unlike the GOP race, the Democrats have a one-on-one battle going, with polls showing Hillary Clinton fighting uphill. Bernie Sanders has a double-digit lead. This supporter says he's backing the Vermont senator because
it's not so much just what Bernie is saying he'll do. It's the potential for it to actually happen.
On Sunday, Bill Clinton accused the Sanders campaign of sexist attacks on his wife, which Sanders denounced, so the talk is tough a day ahead of voting day.
Gernal, there's snow there today, a lot of it in Boston and southeast Massachusetts. There are blizzard warnings. Some areas could get over a foot of snow. Hundreds of flights are canceled into Boston and out of Boston. Another survivor pulled from the rubble of Taiwan's earthquake that left more than 100 dead or missing. 4 were rescued alive today. One was an 8-year-old girl trapped for 61 hours. Broncos fans are boasting. Cheering a championship, they'll have a parade tomorrow in Denver. It was the D that provided the W in Super Bowl 50. Fox's Chris Honig was there, now joins us live.
Dave, it was a classic defensive battle with the teams combining for a Super Bowl record 12 sacks and forcing 6 total turnovers. Peyton Manning was held to just 141 fumble lost. After the game, he said he was focused on celebrating, not deciding his future.
I think I'll take some time after that, and but like I said, I'm going to kind of enjoy tonight, take it one step at a time.
If this was indeed the end, the final pass in Manning's storied career was a 2-point conversion. He's now the only man to quarterback 2 teams to a Super Bowl title, Dave.
Chris, another sell-off to start the week on Wall Street. The Dow's down 270 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Oregon Electric Station is your place for exceptional food and a welcoming atmosphere. For decades, OES has been an icon of the community. First, a railway station, now a classic and celebrated restaurant. A place for family, friends, colleagues, and dates. There really is no place like Oregon Electric Station in the Northwest. Drop in and enjoy the all-new bar and lounge. Savor a classic Manhattan on the new outdoor patio. Experience the fully remodeled restaurant. The train cars are still here. The food is still incredible. An updated menu features your OES favorites from start to finish. Fillets, ribeyes, king salmon, and the region's best prime rib. And there's a long list of new dishes to explore, from savory to sweet, timeless cocktails, and an exceptional wine list too. If you're a local, you know where to find us. If not, just ask around. The Oregon Electric Station. This is your place.
So what is dragging stocks down again today? Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live on Wall Street.
Stocks are under pressure. Energy, financials, technology weighing on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Right now, we are seeing the Dow down 260 points after a over 200-point loss on Friday at 15,946. The Nasdaq at the lowest level since 2014 is down 80 points right now. Year to date, down almost 15%. We're seeing financials lower. Goldman Sachs, the biggest loser on the Dow, down about 4%. Chipotle down 4%. Hasbro actually pointing a gain after a quarterly revenue gain, and Apollo Education has an offer to be taken private, University of Phoenix, and that's up 25%. Dave.
Thank you, Nicole. Now the price of oil is down this morning to around $30 a barrel. Gas keeps getting cheaper, down 8 cents the past 2 weeks.
It's the lowest price in 7 years. It is only 4 cents above what it was January 9 of 2009.
Analyst Trilby Lundberg's nationwide survey of stations has regular at $1.82 a gallon. AAA's average is $1.74. Worry about the spread of the Zika virus has spread to Washington because while the virus is mild to most of us, it's dangerous to pregnant women. Zika's blamed for birth defects in Brazil, babies born with abnormally small heads.
The Obama administration wants Congress to approve spending $1.8 billion to help health authorities handle the Zika virus, which is spread by mosquitoes. The White House says there is active transmission of the virus in 26 Latin American and Caribbean countries now, and more than 50 cases have been confirmed among Americans who've returned recently from those countries. The money would expand mosquito control, vaccine research, and other public health programs. In Washington, Steve Taylor, Fox News.
A man's died in North Carolina. He dropped dead competing in a Krispy Kreme contest. You run 2.5 miles, then you eat a dozen donuts, and then you run another 2.5 miles. He fell during the first part of the race. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
All right, News Radio 1120 KPNW, hour number 2, not just of the day, but of the week. A little bit of fog out there, some patchy, pesky, otherwise cloudy, and then going the full gamut, we'll hit some afternoon sun. 54 degrees for the temperature high. Fog and cloudy tonight with an overnight low of 39 degrees. Pretty much what you got for the next couple of days. And they're talking about, Chris Nation last week promised some sunshine in 60, so that's hopefully still to come. We'll talk about food for Lane County's grilled cheese experience. It is week number 2, and we've got a special treat that, yes, they're here in the studio, but you'll be able to get exposed to a new restaurant I think that might blow you away. We'll talk to them and get to know them and also get to know a little news of the day with Billy.
Yeah, we'll have these stories coming up in just a matter of moments. A body found floating in the Amazon Creek yesterday. We'll have the details there. Also, Eugene police are going to be out in force today looking to pull you over to raise a little funds for the city. We'll tell you what the cover is. Also, Chipotle closing down for the day, and Lane County commissioners are edging towards a Fern Ridge Community Policing District, or at least backing one. We'll have the details ahead, and we'll also have some folks from that particular proposed taxing district coming in this morning to make their pitch. It is News Radio 1120 KPNW 706. Catering has kind of a bad connotation. Limited menus, black ties, and uptown prices for essentially midtown food. Burrito Amigos offers catering without the pretenses. Let's just call it amigoing. When you want amigoing, you can have anything on the menu from delicious shrimp burritos to yummy tacos, from chili verde enchiladas to spicy tamales, and the whole menu is yours. Plus, they'll do special foods for folks with dietary restrictions. Really, as a matter of fact, it's so low-key, you can call the cashier at Burrito Amigos and order 50 burritos anytime with no advance notice, and it'll be ready in about 10 to 15 minutes. For bigger orders, give Larry a call and get your catering, amigoing, on the fast track. They take care of groups up to 500, and you get the equipment to keep it warm for no extra charge. No ties, no hassle, no big catering bills. That's amigoing. Burrito Amigos. Amigoing for schools, businesses, clubs, offices, weddings, and more. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, and I love making up new words. In Eugene and Springfield, Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
Ramjack has your foundation solution. Ramjack can fix that. CCB 146906.
Now, this morning's wake-up call with the latest news from the Northwest and your neighborhood on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene. A cyclist spotted a body floating in the Amazon stream behind the 76 gas station on West 11th around 9 a.m. EPD patrol officers, the Eugene Springfield Fire Department, and detectives from the Violent Crimes Unit were on the scene investigating and recovering the body. Responders pulled the body out of the stream before noon. They also found a backpack further down the stream. They don't know if it belonged to the deceased yet. Detectives said they also don't know how the man ended up in the stream, nor his identity or the cause of death. The investigation is ongoing. Eugene police say that they're going to begin a special driving enforcement today to look for distracted, unbuckled, or speeding drivers. The 2-week effort is going to look for drivers committing the 3 most common violations contributing to crash-related deaths: speeding, not using seat belts, and talking on the phone while driving. The increased traffic patrols are part of a statewide safety campaign called 3 Flags. Police hope to reduce the number of crash-related injuries by increasing public awareness. The federal government is providing money for overtime pay during the increased traffic patrols. Chipotle is closing across the country today for 4 hours, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year.
In my view, Chipotle had lost control of their food safety, in a way that I've never ever seen before.
Bill Marler is a food safety attorney and is representing some of those customers who were sickened in the E. coli outbreak. The company is going to talk about a new farm-to-fork food safety program. It'll allow sick time so employees can stay home if they're sick. Also, there'll be DNA testing on ingredients and new food preparation protocols. The meeting is set to run from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. today. Lane County commissioners are edging toward favoring a Fern Ridge Community Policing District. They're going to be meeting tomorrow night with residents in Elmira, and they're expected to vote to put a tax measure on the May ballot. The measure would raise about $2.5 million a year and cost about $250 for a home assessed at $150,000. That's per year. That's $1.67 per $1,000 of assessed value. Backers are hoping other residents in the area go along with the plan, saying that slow police response times and a growing drug drug problem in the area requires more patrols and more county police officers in the area. The money would accomplish that. Backers of the proposal will join us on the show this morning right around 7:20. A shooting that left one person dead on Rice Valley Road has been ruled as justified by the Douglas County grand jury. A grand jury unanimously concluded that Frank Hendrickson will not face criminal charges for the death of 24-year-old Ryan Skeevers. The jury heard testimony from numerous witnesses regarding a shooting that took place last Saturday. Investigators said Skeevers entered Hendrickson's property, pulled a rifle from Hendrickson's pickup, and opened fire on Hendrickson and his wife. Hendrickson returned fire, struck and killed Skeevers. An officer-involved shooting in Seaside has left both the suspect and an officer dead. Brad Ford reports.
Two police officers were in downtown Seaside Friday night when they saw 55-year-old Philip Ferry outside of a restaurant, and they knew he had a warrant for his arrest. Clatsop County District Attorney Josh Markey says Ferry refused to remove his hands from his pockets, and an officer used a taser on him.
He went down on the ground. Sergeant Gooding attempted to subdue him, and when that happened, Mr. Ferry produced a weapon and fired once.
39-year-old Officer Jason Gooding was shot by the suspect. The other officer fired 3 times, wounding Ferry. Officer Gooding was taken to a hospital in Seaside where he died. Ferry was taken to a hospital in Astoria where he died. Marquis says the investigation will take several days, but he says the shooting by the officer appears to be justified. Officer Gooding leaves behind a wife and 2 children. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
A makeshift memorial erected in honor of a leader of the Oregon armed standoff in Burns who died in a confrontation with authorities has been torn down. A large wooden cross was destroyed at the memorial site where Lavoy Finicum was shot and killed last month during a confrontation with FBI agents and Oregon State Police troopers. Also, a memorial was held Saturday at the site with at least a dozen cars pulling up to the spot, and about 50 people were on hand. Finicum was buried Friday at his hometown in Kanab, Utah, where there was a memorial ceremony as well, where Cliven Bundy spoke against grazing contracts during a funeral for Finicum. Bundy urged ranchers to disavow their contracts with the government. Bundy said the federal government didn't want Finicum to teach others that ranchers' land stewardship gives them rights. Bundy is a Nevada rancher who was at the center of a 2014 armed standoff with federal authorities over grazing rights on government land. His son, Eamon, was arrested after he and his armed followers occupied the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy said the ranchers who signed grazing contracts are sending the message that the federal government has unlimited power. A statewide tip line would be developed under a bill being considered by Oregon lawmakers. Brad Ford reports it's aimed at school kids who could get help or report a wide variety of concerns.
The concept of the tip line came out of the Oregon Task Force on School Safety. Clackamas County Sheriff Craig Roberts heads the committee.
A statewide tip line that will allow students, families, and others to report potential threats, bullying, self-harm, and other concerns.
Ann Kirkwood, Suicide Prevention Coordinator for the Oregon Health Authority, says studies show these are incidents that can often be stopped.
A high percentage of threats to self or others are known by peers in advance of an event.
The line would be operated by Oregon State Police and cost $1 million a year. Kids could call, text, or use the internet to submit concerns. Their identity would be confidential. Similar hotlines in Michigan and Colorado have been successful. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, if you have Moda Health Insurance, heads up. Scammers are trying to cash in on the company's financial trouble. Scammers have been calling jittery policyholders, offering to help them. They're trying to get your personal information.
That would include social security numbers. There also is a threat in at least one situation, that is that if people don't act quickly, then bad things will happen.
Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Consumer and Business Services says if you get one of these calls, it is a scam. Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made yet about whether Moda customers will need to find new plans.
If you're getting information about this situation, it's either going to come from the state of Oregon or Moda.
In the meantime, Moda customers can continue to access services and get claims paid. The state is closely monitoring the company's financial transactions and operations. Well, the maker of a product that could reduce water demand in farming is establishing its headquarters just up the road in Albany. Tri-Eco is ending 3 years of operations in Portland in favor of a 15,000 square foot space where it should be up and running by summer. President Steve Jennings says the company plans to invest between $1 and $2 million at the leased facility. Tri-Eco's biodegradable product coats seeds, or the seedling roots of trees, to absorb water and then slowly release it for plant use. Absorbent Technologies formerly occupied the building and made a soil additive and fertilizer that absorbed water. The company began bankruptcy proceedings amid debts between $15 and $20 million. Jennings says he expects to start with 6 employees with plans to grow to 20. Well, sky lanterns look pretty, but they can be dangerous. Brad Ford says that's why Oregon lawmakers are considering a ban.
Sky lanterns are similar to paper hot air balloons.
I describe them quite simply as an untethered flying sterno can.
State Representative David Gomberg says they're pretty and pretty dangerous.
They take these flaming devices and they loft them into our trees, onto our shake roofs, into our forests.
They're supposed to burn out, but things can easily go wrong. The paper can burn, the flaming canister can fall off. 29 states have banned their use. Legislators in Oregon have banned their use in state forests. Now they're considering a statewide ban with a maximum fine of $2,000. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, a family of 6 is homeless after a faulty hot tub sparked a fire in Lebanon early Sunday morning. The home was located on the 600 block of Vaughn Avenue in the Foxfield Mobile Home Park. 4 adults and 2 kids are now being assisted by the American Red Cross. The fire started and quickly spread from a shop area into the main house, according to Kyle Robinson with the Lebanon Fire District. Both structures sustained heavy damage and 3 vehicles were also destroyed. The fire was deemed to be accidental but not suspicious in nature, according to Robinson. No damage estimates are available at this time. It's 7:19. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Super Bowl 50 was a way that over 100 million people got to see how good the Denver Bronco defense was and how quarterback Peyton Manning is a shadow of his former self. Broncos held NFL MVP Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers to just 10 points, while Manning threw for just 141 yards, no touchdowns, a fumble, and an INT, while getting sacked 5 times. Denver's 194 yards of total offense, the lowest yardage accumulation by a Super Bowl winner ever. Super Bowl MVP Von Miller and the Denver D frustrated Newton, much like they did in the AFC Championship when Tom Brady was always under duress. Former Duck T.J. Ward, 7 tackles, a fumble recovery, and an INT. But it was Von Miller, the 10th defensive player to grab the MVP award. Broncos upset the Panthers 24-10. At least former Oregon star Jonathan Stewart got a score and a chance for a nifty touchdown celebration, if you want to call it that. In addition to Cam's MVP award, Jameis Winston won the NFL Rookie of the Year award. Before the Super Bowl, there was basketball at Matthew Night with the Oregon Ducks running their win streak to 6, beating Utah by 10. Dylan Brooks scored a career-high 30, 9 assists. Chris Boucher seems to be okay. He dropped 15. Number 9, OSU, the women, drilled down on Wazoo, 54-45. Cindy Weiss had 11 of her 16 in the fourth. And Minnesota's Rachel Bonham tied a women's NC2A record yesterday when she chucked in 60 points in the double OT win over Northwestern, 112-106. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW News Time, 7:20.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania,
where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Starting off your work week with mostly cloudy skies and areas of fog, expecting to stay dry through about Thursday, and on Friday a system moves onshore bringing light rain to the region. By the weekend, showers taper off, daytime highs in the mid to upper 50s, overnight lows in the low 40s. From the NBC 16 First Alert Weather Center, I'm Angelica Carrillo.
Hi everybody, this is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. I always try to remind my audiences when we're working together on goal setting that winning the lottery is not an acceptable goal to write on the list. The reason is pretty simple. When opportunity knocks, some people are in the backyard looking for 4-leaf clovers. So they miss the great opportunity as it flies by while they have their heads down in the grass. If your goal list includes looking for opportunities to help yourself and others, you won't need to be counting on finding any 4-leaf clovers. You'll be busy making your own luck. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings, only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
Last night, Cheryl Loggy made her status. Any moms out there know a good stroller for twins? Help! It got 10 likes and 8 comments. Geico also has a comment, Cheryl. While we don't know which stroller you should go with, we do know that in as little as 15 minutes, you could save hundreds of dollars on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. And with that money, you can buy the swankiest of rides for your tiny duo to cruise around in. Right on down to Potty Training Town. Hashtag twins, hashtag savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
It's about time someone put the beer in root beer. Introducing Best Damn Root Beer. Aged over real vanilla beans, this easy-drinking hard root beer delivers a timeless classic that's been reinvented for the 21 and over crowd. New Best Damn Root Beer from Best Damn Brewing Company. Brews you can swear by. Now that's Best Damn. Enjoy responsibly. Best Damn Root Beer Ale. Best Damn Brewing Company, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Wake Up Call.
To be honest, I've never seen such dysfunction.
With Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Thanks for being with us this morning. It is 7:24. Foggy out there. Make sure that you turn your headlights off when you get to work so you don't deal with a dead battery. Well, one of the things that is going to be coming up tomorrow, and you heard about it on the news, we were talking about it just a little bit ago, and it has to do with the Fern Ridge Safety District that is being proposed. And it looks like, and I would imagine that there is no doubt in anybody's mind that the Lane County Board of Commissioners are going to vote to put this on the ballot. But that said, still, there's going to be a discussion about it tomorrow night in Elmira, and then the board will vote as whether to put it on the ballot or not, to talk about it and what it is specifically for folks living out Fern Ridge, Elmira, etc. Joining us again on the Wake Up Call, it is Rick Dancer and Steve Reister. Both are proponents in favor of this, and they're here to explain it this morning if you're not familiar with it. Rick, Steve, thanks for coming back to the Wake Up Call.
Hey, Bill, thanks for having us in.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so let's just start at the very beginning and do kind of the reset here. For folks that don't know what this is, let's start off with a why. Why are you even proposing adding a little bit to folks' property taxes for this particular idea?
Well, our group believes that we have some serious issues. We do not have 24/7 deputy coverage. We have huge drug problems. We have huge property crime problems as a result of the drug problems. We were underserved with respect to the DA. We're underserved with respect to, we have no school resource officer. And then, of course, we're also underserved because we only have one deputy at a time on duty. That's problematic. And we saw that a few weeks ago. It's problematic because one deputy cannot respond to certain calls.
When you say, as we saw 1 week ago, what?
It was actually a few weeks ago. We had an active shooting in our area, and the response time on that shooting was horrible.
Well, how long was it? I'm just
This
curious.
was a double homicide that happened.
Yeah.
And it was a suicide double homicide. The fire crews were there. The fire responders were there for 40 minutes waiting to go in. Someone was shot, and they had to wait 40 minutes to go in because they needed a second deputy to arrive on the scene to secure the spot. That's the rule to go in.
Yeah, so countywide we have 20 hours of deputy coverage. That's what the budget will allow. This shooting happened during the what we call blackout hours. Nobody on duty. And so dispatch had to call and get folks out of bed to respond to this call. And it took them about 49 minutes to get on scene and to help this person who was shot, who had actually called 911, said she was in her yard and had been shot. It took them 49 minutes to get there. So we have a huge problem countywide.
Right.
In our area, what we looked at was what can we do about it? And so the idea of coming up and developing a special district, a special service district, where we would be willing to pay to have 24/7 coverage. We would be willing to pay for a resource deputy district attorney hours, making sure that property crimes are also being prosecuted. Because, right now, the DA's office doesn't have they don't have the resources to prosecute almost half of the cases they receive on an annual basis.
So, Bill, you got a problem countywide, and I live in Lane County, out by Springfield, out east of Springfield, and we have there's 3 deputies on duty at a time, in a county the size of Connecticut. So that's a problem for those of us who live out there. So my son got his quad ripped off, an $8,000 quad. I called the sheriff's department, and they send me a report to fill out, and that's the end of it.
It's just like being in downtown Eugene.
Well, but in Eugene, you do have a police force. You have a police force in town where you have more coverage than that. And so what always happens is when you have anything that comes up for more money to provide more rural deputies, people in Eugene and Springfield, I'm not dissing them for doing this, but they're not going to vote for that because they already have coverage. Sure. So those of us left in the county have no way of doing this. So what this Fern Ridge Policing District has looked at is you have Veneta, who has a contract right now with the Sheriff's Department, and they're getting still less than 20, they're getting about 20 hours of coverage a day. Yeah. So they look at this and say that's not quite enough because it's not covering anybody, plus the outlying area. So they go out and they put together this area, this district, and say, what if we tax all of us $1.67 a thousand, and we can provide 24/7 coverage and a half-time district attorney to try to prosecute some of these crimes. That's not for a big crime, for a homicide. We're talking about the property crimes that are happening out there, where people are getting their generators ripped off, broken into their house, things happening like that, and nothing happens. And I think, what we're seeing is a frustration level, and people saying, you know what, if I can pay for the service that I get and I want that service, then that's what we're going to ask them. Would you pay $1.67 to have real coverage, 24/7 coverage, where you would get a deputy out there if something happens?
Give us an idea of the size of the area. What townships is that going to include?
Do you know where Globe is?
Actually, I do.
I know you and I are probably the only two people that do.
I know where Globe is.
I did a story on it one time.
I've ridden by Globe.
It's a little town. It doesn't even have a sign anymore, but it's just a little bit east of Walton, or west of Walton. So it incorporates Walton, Crow, Alvador,
Notai, Elmira, and Veneta.
Right.
And the greater Globe area.
And the greater Globe, well, the whole Globe starts right there,
the Globe megapolis.
So it's about 20 to 22,000 people in that district area. And that was formed, Bill. A lot of people have misunderstandings about this. It was formed, they said, let's look at where the schools, all the schools that kind of feed into the area, because that's where we're looking at originally with these resource officers. Then we went to the county, and, you know, you got to work through all their things and loopholes, and I use that term lightly. And
it's been a while since you've been on the air, because I noticed that you really had to keep from saying what you were going to say.
You notice I cut back there a little bit.
Yeah.
But what happened, then we went to elections department. They said, we already have some districts that are already formed out there, so to make it easier for us, we're going to push it this direction and this direction. So that's what they came up with, those lines.
All right, so $167 a thousand for a home of about $150,000 or a homestead. You're looking at $250 a year. What do you say to, you know, folks on a fixed income that are sitting out there going, look, I can't afford what I'm dealing with, or barely can afford what I'm dealing with right now. Didn't get a cost of living increase on Social Security last year. I'm scraping by check to check. What do you say to those people who are looking at this going, I don't know that I can afford this?
I know, Bill, and that's a reality, and we all understand that. But I think for me and a lot of the folks in the group, we're looking at, would you do without fire service? We pay right now in the Fern Ridge area, it's $1.98 per thousand for fire service. No one would even think twice about paying for fire service, because if you don't have it, you don't get fire insurance. Plus, but have I ever had a fire at my house? I haven't. So I've never used it. I haven't had to use it. But as a community, I want to provide that for the area, because that's a basic safety need. Well, good night. To me, providing police services so that if my neighbor gets his generator ripped off, or I get my generator ripped off, that there's something done about it, rather than we just act like it's no big deal and it's just going to, you know, just continue to happen. You know, it's an investment, I think, in the community, and it's an investment in what we do, and it's protection. And I think most people think, Bill, that I'm already paying for that.
Well,
I
was just going to say,
but
people
here's
are
the
already
deal.
paying for it, and they're like, hey, dude, I'm already paying for this.
But here's the deal. In a way, we're kind of not, because you're paying for the sheriff's department, but you know what they're provided? They're supposed to provide, only by law, they have to provide the jail, they have to provide civil paper services, and they have to provide search and rescue. So that's why every time a budget gets voted down, we're going to see another cut coming from the Lane County Commissioners. It's going to come. Yeah. And they cut rural patrols because they don't have to provide that. So in rural Lane County, we really are.
And by the way, just to stop you there, he is right. That's true. They don't constitutionally, according to the state of Oregon, they do not have to provide any of those things but what he enumerated.
I'd like to touch on the cuts, too. And it's important for folks to understand. We've heard from, in the county address from the commissioner, we heard Lane County's facing more budget cuts.
Yeah.
What we know to be true is the sheriff will absorb a percentage of those cuts. It is also true the sheriff can only take cuts in the policing division because of the mandates by the state of Oregon on the jail and search and rescue and other. It's possible, and what we've learned is it's absolutely possible. Countywide, we could be facing a scenario where we have to shrink from 20 hours of coverage to even less.
Okay, so part of this, if I recall correctly, 8 deputies you're looking at hiring potentially?
10.
10. All right, so I mean, I'm sure there's probably going to be somebody out there that is thinking, you know, okay, 10? Do we really need 10? Could we do this with 5? Could we do it for half the price as opposed to $167 a thousand? Could we do it for less? Why? Why 10?
Yeah, great question. So you heard me state that deputy backup is really important.
Sure.
What 10 deputies get you is funding for 2 on duty at any given time. Mm-hmm. 2 on duty means quicker response time. It means more area, more rural patrol, more coverage in Walton and Alvador and Crow and Notai and Elmira that we don't have today. It also means that when a deputy is away for training, or a deputy is out sick, or a deputy is busy at the jail, that it means we're not sitting without anybody. The way it works in our particular contract for Cresswell and Veneta is they have single deputy coverage. If that deputy happens to be away or is out ill, there's zero coverage. We had that 2 nights ago in Veneta in our contract. We had a deputy out. We had zero coverage.
So, Bill, to get 24/7 coverage, you need 2 deputies. And people have said this to us, too. Why don't we just start with 4? Well, then you're just doing it kind of half-baked. You're not really – you watched my word. You watched my lips, didn't you?
Yeah.
You're doing a half-baked solution. So we're looking at a real solution to say, let's quit. I'm personally, as a rural Lane County resident, I'm sick of the half-baked things that we keep getting out of the county so far. I want something that I can pay for that is really, really 24/7 service. And that's what we're offering people. And, you know, they'll get to vote yes or no on that. And I understand $1.67 is $1.67, and $300 a year or $250 is $250 more a year. I think we all have to look at what's important.
I know that early on you were looking at even a little bit more than this. It was $1.80 something. Does this $1.67 also include the jail bed aspect of it, or does that negate that?
We took the jail beds out of our proposal because people came to us. We went out in the community and said, what do you think of our plan? And the things that kept coming back were people saying,
we're already paying
for jail beds. And we started going, you know what? They're right. So let's use the jail beds that we already have. And then we went back and said, okay, to cut that back, let's cut that district attorney back to a half-time. We still have 1 resource officer for the schools because that's really important to a lot of the parents out there. And then that provides us with 10 deputies, the resource officer, plus you have to have a sergeant because you have to have a boss to manage the people. And that's really the proposal in a nutshell. So it's
are they going to have a small satellite office out there too? Is that
yeah, there will be, and that has not been determined. There's kind of rumors going around about that too. We don't. What we're going to do as a district is contract with the sheriff's department. Where the sheriff's department locates is up to the sheriff's department because we're contracting with them. So there's talk that the city of Veneta might build a new building, a new substation for them. That's the city of Veneta's business. That's between the district and the sheriff. He'll pick the best space that's going to be the most cost effective. So if he finds something in a shopping mall somewhere that's going to work for him, that's what he's going to do. It'll probably be located in Veneta or Elmira, a hub section of the city, so that you can then go from that direction to go out because most of the population is there. But it's going to be rural patrols throughout that whole entire district.
Okay. One person asked off the email here. They want to know about where the meeting is going to be, what time it's going to be, and whether they're going to have a chance to have anything to say.
Oh yeah, it's a public hearing. So you get there. It's going to start at 6. At
Deep Woods Event Center on Territorial, just north of Elmira, at 6 p.m. Tuesday night.
So people will come in and you sign up in an order, and they'll call your name. You don't have to give your address. A lot of people don't want to do that, and I understand that. I don't want to give my address either. Right. So you just have to tell what city, what part of the county you're from. You get to get up, make your points, and then everybody will have their say. That's what a public hearing is. It's a chance for people to get to voice their concerns.
All right. That said, and it's good. What, a 5-year? Is it a 5-year?
It's a 5-year, and then it'll have a disillusionment it'll go back to the county, and they can look at it with the advisory board. They'll look at this proposal, say, is it working or is it not? They can dissolve it at that time or continue it at that time.
Why not actually, after 5 years, send it back to the voters as opposed to let the Board of Commissioners, who darn good and well it will be an infinite thing. Why not take it? Why not send it back to the voters after 5?
Our understanding and the way that it works is with this disillusionment agreement that happens at the 10-year mark. So at 10 years it would go back. So if county commissioners and the advisory committee, citizens from inside the district, decide to renew, it's working, everybody likes it. At 5 years, at 10 years it would go back to a public vote. That's our understanding as of today.
And one thing
I would imagine that would be a sticking point with some folks.
One thing they're looking at, though, one of the reasons
they even do that with school levies.
One of the reasons, and this isn't a levy,
but it's not a levy.
I know it's not a levy, but what I'm saying is, with school levy, I mean, most folks know that every 3 to 5 years they're going to have a chance to go, okay, I'm not paying this anymore. I'm not getting my money's worth. 10 years, that's a decade.
But think about it. But think about it this way, Bill. You don't go back to a fire district and vote it up or down every 5 years, right? It's a permanent rate. A permanent rate's a permanent rate. Actually, if you look at Lane Rural Fire Authority, which Rick referred to, we have a $1.98 rate there.
Yeah.
That doesn't go to a public vote every 5 years. So what we're asking voters to do is to consider setting up a policing district similar to the way they have set up in the past fire districts.
But we want to have a way to look at it at the end of 5 years, because if it's not working,
then we want to know.
We don't want it. We don't want to continue it either if it's not working. And Bill, the other thing that it gives some hope for, and I hesitate to bring this up, but it does give the hope also. Like, what if at the end of 5 years, right now Cresswell's looking at doing the same thing. They know because of this study out of Portland State. I wish people would understand this. This is the most cost-effective way to have a police department, have police in rural areas. And so Cresswell did the study through Portland State, and that's what it said, which is why we're doing what we're doing. Junction City has come to us and said, would you come explain what we're doing? We think this might be an idea for us. Cresswell's looking at it. What if at the end of 5 years, Cresswell's ready to go, we take the district and form it into Cresswell? Maybe we can reduce that rate even more by bringing more people into the district, and pretty soon we have a way of funding rural patrol and rural policing forces, and that's the hope that could happen.
Okay, so we're just about out of time, but we've got a couple of things here, and I'm going to let you both respond to them. Okay. They're both about the same thing. Writes Eric off the email, I prefer to protect myself rather than to pay property tax or more property taxes for the sheriff. Another says, what part of no new taxes don't these folks get? My income hasn't gone up. All my taxes have. Live within your current means, people. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, for the first question, so what does Carol do? Someone who lives out there with us, she's in the group that we're talking about. Carol's in a wheelchair. She can't protect herself. What happened to communities when we do, not everybody can protect themselves. And I think as a community, we have to provide services for people. I've got neighbors that can't protect themselves. It's easy to say. It's easy to say when somebody comes to my door, I got a gun, I can take care of myself. But what about the people that can't? And that's not a community to me.
All right.
On the second question, local control. The beauty about setting up a special district or a service district is this puts decision-making into the hands of the citizens who live in that district, who live in that area. So local control. Look, nobody likes taxes. We get that. But there are a lot of people who do not like not having service. So, you kind of have to weigh and measure, what's possible and what's not possible.
It's a way of paying for what it really is, Bill, a local control issue to me too, because it's a way that if I want this police services, then I'm going to pay for it. People can't take it away. I think people are so distrustful of government, and I get that. I understand that. That's what we're hearing, so much frustration out there. But this is, and the only reason the Board of Commissioners is overseeing this is because state law says that's the way it has to be. We're going to have an advisory board of 7 people made up of that community, and the county commissioners know. Okay, I'll go fast. The county commissioners know that we're in charge, and I think they understand that politically it's going to be suicide if they change something that advisory board does not want to happen. So they know.
All right. One more time, recap where the meeting is going to be, what time it starts tomorrow in Elmira.
6 p.m. Elmira at
Deep Woods Event Center.
And get there early, a little bit early. I think the county is going to be out there at 5:30 to get people signed up. And we do want to hear your opinions, yes and no. We want to have factual information, and come with your questions, but with an open mind to kind of hear what's happening here.
All right. So this has to do again with if you're just tuning in, with the Fern Ridge Public Safety District, or proposed safety district. Steve Reister, Rick Dancer, thanks for having us on for coming on our show. We appreciate it, and good luck. And we'll follow up, after Tuesday and see what goes.
Can we stay for the Lane County breakfast? Because it's not really fair for us to sit here while they're cooking these ham sandwiches.
They're actually grilling cheese
and they're kicking us out the door. They're grilling cheese sandwiches under our nose.
Yeah, they're killing us. Thank you very much.
It was vicious.
Not fair.
Thanks, guys. 743 News Radio, 1120 KPNW.
With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are dropping as European markets are tumbling. Oil falling for a third day. European averages are down for a 6th straight session. Most of the Asian markets are closed today for the Lunar New Year holidays. Chobani has rejected an offer from PepsiCo to take a majority stake in the company. The main issue was how much of a stake PepsiCo would acquire. Chobani wanted to sell a minority stake, while PepsiCo wanted the majority of the company, and that's according to a person familiar with the negotiations. Companies paid $5 million for 30-second ads during Super Bowl 50. It took Peyton Manning about 2 seconds to accomplish the game's biggest plug. Manning told a CBS sideline reporter that his post-game plan was to, quote, drink a lot of Budweiser. The quarterback mentioned the beer again a few minutes later at the winner's podium. The two plugs created more than $3.2 million in media exposure for the Anheuser-Busch InBev brand, and that's according to calculations from Apex Marketing. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Did you know optimistic people are twice as likely to have ideal heart health? Now is a great time to feed your optimism. Reach out to someone who inspires you to stay healthy. Snap a picture together and share it on Facebook with the hashtag HeartHappy. For more tangible help to live heart healthy, let Peace Health be your partner. We offer screenings, expertise on healthy eating and exercise, tobacco cessation, and more. Visit peacehealth.org/heart to learn more.
Days are brighter, spring's coming. Time to get back on a bike. Try out the fun e-bike experience. Eugene Electric Bicycles has lots to choose from for all heights, weights, riding abilities, and budgets. With 55 e-bikes and 30 models to consider, there's one that's right for you. Cruisers, mountain and cargo bikes, hybrids, trikes, tandems, folders, fat bikes. Lots of possibilities, but one thing's for sure. You'll be on a bike that'll make it easy for you to keep up with friends and get up our hills. E-bikes at Eugene Electric Bicycles, across from the 5th Street Market. Try one.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
Wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, a crashing economy. Are you ready? At best, your local stores have a 3-day supply of food. Will your family have to fight over what's left? Are you willing to gamble your family's safety that it'll never happen to you? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Wise Food Storage provides affordable, ready-made gourmet meals with a super long 25-year shelf life. Meals like pasta Alfredo, cheesy lasagna, breakfast, dessert, drinks, and snacks. Just add water and your family is eating delicious food instead of fighting for scraps in a food riot. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal delivered right to your front door. And for a limited time, get a 10% discount and free shipping on all orders. Once done, you're set for 25 years. Be wise and be ready with Wise Food Storage. Call for your free sample now. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353.
I won't mention any names, but their initials are
Holloway in London. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, so last year was the first ever grilled cheese experience for Food for Lane County. Bi-Coastal are 4 radio stations, KPNW, one of them backing and getting behind people eating cheese to help people. 18 restaurants the second go around. And what if you're not familiar yet, each of the 18 is to come up with something special for the grilled cheese experience menu. Okay, then everyone that is sold, a portion goes to Food for Lane County. Don Marie, Food for Lane County. First week in the books, how are we looking? How are we doing? Are people getting out eating cheese?
I think so, yeah. Based on the buzz we've seen, the photos that are being put on Instagram, it seems to be out there and talking about it, and I've done my share.
And if you get 10 or more stamps on the passport, you're in for a GoPro camera.
Yeah.
We've got Paul Toko and Chef Jackson from Buster's. It's the Buster's Main Street Cafe. In fact, if you want to check out the website, bustersmainstreetcafe.com. Open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Cottage Grove. Paul, welcome to the studios.
Oh, thanks for having us.
We've been talking about you for a while. Dawn Marie, I don't know if she's on the payroll or not, but she is like probably your biggest fan and out there spreading the word.
We love it, and that's why we get so excited when we can help her and participate.
For somebody that's not been there yet, kind of talk about the menu. What's going on?
Well, I remember when we went to Cottage Grove, nobody served Eggs Benedict. There was one restaurant that served Eggs Benedict, but only on Sundays. And so my first chef that came in, he goes, we can do that. So we started serving Eggs Benedict every day. And so Eggs Benedict's a specialty of ours. We have smoked salmon Eggs Benedict. We have crab cakes Eggs Benedict. We make Eggs Benedict with 5-spice water buffalo sausage or rabbit or duck. We have a smoked duck, bacon and jalapeno sausage, and we had.
Are you making this up?
No, we had venison and blueberry Eggs Benedict, sausage Eggs Benedict this weekend, and then our other feature that we're really proud of is a stuffed French toast. So we've made over 50 different versions of our stuffed French toast since we started doing that, and so this weekend it was a 3-berry medley mascarpone stuffed French toast with lemon custard on top with candied bacon and candied lemon peels.
Now, who's coming up with all of these creations?
Well, that would be our
That's
chef.
me.
Chef Jackson. What?
Hey, man.
Talk about. I mean, where'd you come from?
I come from a roundabout of different places. The School of Hard Knocks, mostly. I've worked with some phenomenal chefs along I've been blessed with being able to come up in kitchens and. But mostly dinner until I came to Cottage Grove. I started a family and wanted to find something during the day, and I moved to Cottage Grove from Bandon. I worked at Bandon Dunes before I came up here, and then I came up here. I was working at the Black Rabbit down on South Willamette for Chef Gabe, and I called Paul one day or emailed him. I think I emailed him in the middle of the night, and he sent me an email back and said, "Hey, resume is not attached." And I was like, "Well, that was a quick response." And so I shipped in my resume and had an interview, and it's been a great time since then. It's been 3.5 years ago, and I haven't been anywhere longer, and I don't plan on going anywhere. So.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
For everybody, all the fans of Buster's. Now, talk about what your entry into the experience is.
So what we got going on here is croque monsieur. It's basically a traditional French-style grilled cheese. I've done several different versions of this with different chefs along the way, but it's one of my favorite sandwiches. Basically what it is 2 nice pieces of old-fashioned white bread with some Gruyere, nice pungent Gruyere cheese, some deli ham, and then we top it off with a nice bechamel sauce and torch the top of it so it's a nice gratin brown, golden brown on top. And then if you want, because we're a breakfast restaurant, we'll also do 2 eggs on top, which is known as the croque madame. So a croque monsieur as it is there, and then with a couple eggs on top, croque madame.
All I know is it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's incredible. And I'm thinking, okay, I needed I was trying to make sliders yesterday for the Super Bowl. I need the torch.
Yeah, the torch is a good sound effect.
And by the way, at first, because we usually do our setup over here on the left side, and we had it over today on the right amongst everybody. So the last segment when everybody was trying to talk taxes and be serious, their eyes, it was hard. It was a huge distraction. Which I guess is what you want to do. You want to create a little buzz out there.
Yeah, they're staring at it, looking at each other, and I'm smiling.
It's a hard life.
Business.
So as you look at the 18 restaurants, if you're looking for an excuse to maybe get down to Cottage Grove or go check out Buster's, this would be a great place to do it. A great week to do it too, through the 15th. So exactly 1 week, and this will be going for the weekend as well.
Oh yes, definitely.
Paul, I wanted to touch on something that we talked about this off the air, and as soon as I found out that you were a proponent and a fan of veterans in general, talk about your policy down there at the restaurant.
Well, in the middle of the week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we have we give a 20% discount to veterans and seniors. So we really try to. That help. It's twofold. It helps us build the middle of the week. That's always the hardest part for restaurants of our type, and then, but it gives all the ones that we love and have helped us get this far, give them some rewards. But my favorite day of the month is the 11th of every month, and that follows through on Veterans Day, being November 11th. And so what we do is veterans are free on that day. And we've done that since Veterans Day of 2013. And the reason that I started that was I saw all these ads. We'd had the restaurant for a couple of years, and I could do it I thought this would be something really cool to do, and I saw all the ads on TV with Chili's and Applebee's and stuff all offering free meals for veterans. And at the time, we didn't have a restaurant in Cottage Grove that was offering that. So I decided to, well, here we go. So I put the word out that it was going to be free for veterans on Veterans Day of 2013. And I remember our first day we had 26 came in, and oh my gosh, the interaction was so awesome for them as far as meeting other vets in that, you know, situation and being able to talk, but for me to be able to create a day for them. And they were so appreciative, and at the end of the day, it was like, wow, this is amazing. So I looked at Jackson and said, we're going to do that on the 11th of every month. We're just going to continue it.
So 26, the first time. In 3 days, how many do you expect to come through?
Well, in the middle of the week, they, you know, we serve about 350 people or whatever. But on the 11th, now we average about over 100 every time that come in. And so since we started on that Veterans Day in 2013, we've served over 1,900 veterans. And
That's
we
going to
just
feel great.
Oh, it's the most rewarding thing for me. And we have such a great crowd that comes in. And then my favorite times are when somebody like comes in off the highway and they just sit down for lunch. And are you a veteran today, sir? Yes. And, well, your meal's free. And I've had guys cry. I've had it's an amazing thing. It's
probably look around like they think they're on candid
yes.
camera.
Yeah, like you got to be kidding, right? And so then we even make up cards that say thank you for your service and as a reminder of that day. So like when I'm out and I'll go to Costco, you know, the guys, it's very something. They're very proud, and so a lot of times it's hard to get them to come in and have a meal because they don't. Most of the ones that come in, you know, from Cottage Grove or just randomly come in, they don't need my free meal. But so a lot of them are very, very proud, and sometimes they won't come. But I do notice that they all love to wear their hats. And so for me, that's great because then I can tell who the veterans in the crowd are. And so I'll just pop up to somebody in Costco and say, you know, sir, I want to thank you for your service, and give them the card. And I said, please come visit us on the 11th. And we'd love to buy you lunch or breakfast or whatever. And
That's
so
huge.
It gives us an opportunity to be able to give back to them because really without their sacrifices, I wouldn't even have the opportunity to have the restaurant. So I really look at it that way.
You're a big fan, too, of Honor Flight, too.
Oh, yes. I love the concept of Honor Flight, and every time they're on the show here, I love to listen to the experiences and how emotional the guys get, and to think of them that some of them are in their 90s, and this is maybe their first experience to be able to talk about what they went through with other people, or that they feel comfortable enough to do it, and then how everybody's so welcoming when they come home and so excited to see them when they get to Washington, D.C. And so I'm always looking for somebody that's coming into the restaurant because, you know, right now World War II vets are a rarity for us in the restaurant.
They're my favorite vets.
Yeah, oh my gosh. When they come in, it's always such an honor, and so I always make sure and tell them about the Honor Flight program because I want to make sure that if they can get there, that they do. And so, it's
all right, so
great day. For you.
We got a break real quick for the top of the hour news, but we're going to talk maybe on the other side just to get the 8 o'clock audience. But just to know, 8 to 2 today, 7 days a week. They're open 811 East Main Street. One of the 18 involved in the grilled cheese radio experience. It's coming up on 8 o'clock, 1120 KPNW. It's Buster's Main Street Cafe.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Chris with Home Comfort. When we say the one to call,
the one means no matter what the problem.
From security lighting, generator systems, panel changeouts, service upgrades, with technicians available 24/7.
Or HVAC, from routine cleanings to breakdowns. Home Comfort's an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. So our highly skilled technicians will ready your house for any season.
Make one call to 541-345-2838.
Home Comfort, the one to call.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Time's almost up in New Hampshire, where some voters are still undecided.
Probably be vacillating right until we walk in.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeb Bush keeps hammering away at Donald Trump.
He's not a conservative. He doesn't have the temperament to be president.
Trump fires back this morning.
He's like a child. He's like a spoiled child.
Fox's Gernal Scott looks at the GOP race live in Manchester.
Dave, Carly Fiorina rallied support here in Manchester this morning after being left off the weekend debate stage.
Despite the fact I've actually beaten a couple of the governors on that stage, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush and delegates.
One of those governors, Chris Christie, says predicting the result is impossible.
No one knows what's going to happen in this race. Nobody. It is completely up in the air, and all of you, the voters in New Hampshire, are going to decide it.
The wild card will be the weather. Snow is expected as the polls open, Dave.
Now, Gernal, Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton are also crisscrossing the state for votes. He's been leading in the Democratic polls before tomorrow's primary. Concern about the Zika virus has the White House asking Congress for nearly $2 billion in emergency funding. There are dozens of cases in the U.S. The concern is for pregnant women. Zika blamed for birth defects in Brazil. Chipotle restaurants are not opening for lunch right now on the East Coast, nor will they out west later, as the company still deals with fallout from health scares. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more live.
Dave, Chipotle says 1,900 restaurants will stay closed until 3 p.m. local time today as company execs at Denver headquarters hold a meeting over safety concerns, paid sick leave, new food prep protocols, and food testing. All new improvements amid several outbreaks of E. coli, salmonella, and norovirus that sickened hundreds of customers in over a dozen states late last year, forcing sales to plunge. But this says Chipotle is also about to unveil its biggest ever marketing campaign to try and get those customers back. Dave.
Jeff, another big sell-off on Wall Street this morning. The Dow is down 339 points. The Nasdaq's down more than 100. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This tip of the week brought to you by Neurospine Institute.
Most of us will experience some form of lower back pain in our lifetime. In fact, outside of the common cold, it's the most prevalent reason for missing work in the United States. Injuries and improper lifting can frequently cause lower back pain. But did you know that illness and infection can also cause moderate to severe discomfort? Many of the conditions can be diagnosed and treated with a visit to an orthopedic physician or pain management specialist. It's important to identify the cause of back pain before effectively treating the problem.
Are you living with chronic pain? The specialists at Neurospine Institute can diagnose the problem and develop a personalized treatment plan to address your symptoms. Their comprehensive services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Neurospine Institute's medical professionals will work closely with your primary care or referring physician to ensure that you receive the best care and treatment. They serve all of Western Oregon with 2 locations, the main campus in Eugene and their Roseburg clinic. Visit neurospinellc.com today and get your life back.
Well, Gernal mentioned in his report out of New Hampshire about the snow. Well, parts of southern New England are really getting snowed under.
I have tons of food, tons of candles, and tons of wine, so I'll be perfectly comfortable.
Well, some areas could get over a foot of snow around Cape Cod. There are blizzard warnings up. Schools are closed from Boston to Providence, and hundreds of flights are canceled, a lot of them in and out of Boston. Some people on a Royal Caribbean cruise may be a little seasick after their ship ran into rough seas and strong wind, forcing passengers to stay in their cabins. No one was hurt, but the Anthem of the Seas ship did suffer some damage. It's due to dock in Florida later today. As Russia claims to be targeting ISIS in Syria, Islamic militants have reportedly tried to infiltrate Moscow.
The Russian security service, the FSB, saying 7 ISIS militants have been charged with plotting bomb attacks in both Moscow and St. Petersburg. A statement saying investigators found a bomb-making lab as they searched the suspects' homes, also uncovering detonators, grenades, guns and extremist literature. Some of the suspects are said to be Russian citizens, others are from countries in Central Asia. Like many European countries, Russia says a number of its nationals have travelled to Syria to join ISIS, putting the figure at around 3,000. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
They're delighted in Denver.
I'm feeling amazing. Words can't describe. San Francisco's Bronco country now. We knew it.
The Broncos won Super Bowl 50, beating the Carolina Panthers 24-10 in what may be Peyton Manning's last game.
Peyton Manning was already the oldest quarterback to start a Super Bowl, so now at 39 years, 320 days, he's the oldest to ever win a Super Bowl. Not that it was his best outing. The Broncos' 194 total yards of offense are the fewest by a winning team in Super Bowl history. Manning and Cam Newton are also on the end of a historic beating. The teams combined for a record 12 sacks.
That's Fox's Chris Honig. Bronco defender Von Miller was the MVP. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
1120 KPNW, 8:05, 5 minutes after 8 o'clock. So we now see there's no mystery fog today. We got the fog down here by the radio station. Pretty present, too. It will be sharing time with the cloud cover. Then about 4 o'clock, maybe a little bit before, we're supposed to get some sunshine and a high of 54 degrees. A little bit of fog tonight, increasing clouds, overnight low down to 39 degrees. Pretty much kind of what happened today, a form of it tomorrow. Currently 45 degrees, 1120 KPNW. Now, I'm thinking of our 15, if you have not been to Buster's, you're probably going to, dread the day that you found out about Buster's on the show today, because you're like, oh my God, I'm going down to Cottage Grove 2-3 times a week. Make sure if you haven't had that initial discovery, you go this week, because they're part of our grilled cheese radio experience. I'm calling it the radio experience now.
That's okay.
And you brought up a good point. I mean, you got Don Marie, you're talking about a special day coming up that people are looking for romantic places to go to.
Oh, yeah. Valentine's Day is this coming Sunday, and the grilled cheese experience would be a perfect date opportunity. So I just can't think more. Love and cheese. What more do you want?
Love and cheese.
Yeah.
Or the love of cheese.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Paul, do you take reservations?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We have such a small restaurant. We only have 42 seats, and literally it can fill up in 10 minutes. And so it's first come, first serve, and just to let everybody know so we don't have any issues, your whole group has to be there. Don't send an advance scout to get on the list and then expect to be seated for a party of 8 when you're the only one there.
Scams, aren't you? BustersMainStreetCafe.com is the website, by the way, if you want to check it out. What's the affinity, what's the love for different kinds of sodas? Where did that come from?
Bacon soda, by the way.
Yes, and so
thank you.
We needed space for the restaurant. It was so small when I got it, and then as suites became available in the hotel, we rented those, and we needed the space really bad just for storage for food. We literally only had enough storage for one day's worth of food, and so I was shopping all the time. So the next suite we got had a little retail Main Street exposure, and so I go, well, we're going to bring root beers in here. Different kinds of root beers from all over the country, and serve root beer in the restaurant. And so I started bringing them in and setting up a shop to where it was going to be a root beer store. Well, then I brought in some other flavors, and people were so crazy about that now we have over 300 flavors of sodas from all over the United States, some from England and Australia.
Aside from the bacon, what is the most unusual flavor?
Oh, gosh, there's a Dr. Pepper one with black pepper in it. We have some that the kids really love, like dog drool and kitty piddle and zombie brain juice. Those are great.
Butterscotch.
Yeah, we have
Butterscotch is good.
butterscotch cream soda. It's called Flying Cauldron, and it's kind of designed after butterbeer.
I got you some of that one time, Rob.
That's our #1 seller, so that's a big one.
That's awesome.
We usually carry about 70 different root beers and then ginger ale. People like that plain or as a mixer, and we usually carry about 20 to 30 different ginger ales from all over the world. So that's a big category for us too.
Do you guys cater?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We did.
We did one.
Yes.
We've done a couple.
It's just space for us is really tough.
Specific people, we do some catering, but not all.
You have to have the secret handshake there.
Yeah, you have to have secret handshake.
We make our own sodas too.
Yes.
On occasion. We've been breaking it out, and Chef's Night Out, we brought the ginger hot pop, making a little bit of an adult soda for people that enjoy beer and the flavored hops, non-alcoholic version of different kinds of sodas. But yeah, we did a ginger hot pop, and then we just made a lemon basil with just a little bit of citra hops in it to kick it up a notch. But it's phenomenal. So.
Yeah, it's really good.
I have to ask, do you guys, like some places do, have the secret off menu that if you know to ask for it, you have it, but it's not necessarily on the menu?
Well, we have some people that have come in that have been there pretty regularly, and then we've made a specific dish for them, and then we've just haven't gone to the complete point of giving its name and putting it out there.
You got to say, then come on.
Yeah.
That's up.
I have several customers that are carte blanche. They just walk in and they want whatever I want to make them, and other people that are very specific about what they want. And so when they walk in the door, I know what they want. But there's no person, not like In and Out, you know. You got all the extra.
There was one dish that was with curry. What's the one that I'll call it the Romney? That's what we call it.
Special, yeah, just a curry vegetable. You know, she just wanted some curry in her vegetables, and you know, instead of omelet and mash, she just wanted it to scramble, and so it's just, you know, but yeah, specific. And then that spreads. You know, one person sees that and they want that, and then they just call it by the person who invented it.
What was it? What's the name of it?
We call it the Romney.
The Romney.
So it's,
okay.
to be honest, it should be on the menu. It's really good. Plus, it makes the restaurant smell just awesome every time we make it. So it was great when she came in.
The Romney, remember that.
And talk about, Paul, if you would, talk about where you are, because I think people probably have driven past you if they go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, that's very common. We have reps that are bringing us things that say they can't find us, and I go, well, did you look at the address? That'd be helpful. But anyway, we're right on Main Street, so when you're going, when you come off the 5 and get on the 99, as soon as you get to Main Street, make a right, and then we're right immediately on the left-hand side in the Cottage Grove Hotel. And so for most of you, maybe you see the mural at the end of the building and they go, oh, who's that scary guy at the end of the building? And that's Buster Keaton. And so that's who the restaurant was named after, was Buster Keaton, because he filmed a movie called The General in Cottage Grove in 1926. And the 6 months that he was filming the movie at that time, he lived in the hotel. So when I bought the restaurant, I just thought
I didn't know that there was rumors that he lived in the hotel.
Yeah, he stayed there, his crew and cast and stuff.
Did you guys ever, because I know you were open back then, did you guys ever bring him up?
He was great. We played baseball a little and stuff like that. Actually, the Cottage Grove Hotel, when it first opened, had a French-themed restaurant that specialized in wild game. All the servers were pressed uniforms, and the Bartel Hotel was very swanky when it first opened in 1920, and
much
served
like it
some
is
wonderful
now,
food.
right?
Yes. We don't quite have the press. You know, we have press T-shirts that we wear, but we serve food worthy of what they did back then.
Paul, thank you for being a part of the experience. Chef, thank you for coming in. Great to meet you in the studio. Now we'll have to see you do your thing down there at Buster's. 811 East Main Street, 8 to 2. They're open 7 days a week. They're open today. Little grilled cheese. And a reminder, they're open the 14th, which is Valentine's Day. Dawn Marie, anything? Any updates?
You know, just thank you to everybody who is out there doing the grilled cheese experience. We hope you're having a lot of fun, and thanks for supporting us, because $1 is 3 meals for us.
And get your passport, be in for a GoPro camera. Grilled cheese radio experience, grilled cheese experience. You can get a passport here too at the front desk right here. 1120 KPNW. Again, Buster's Cafe, Buster'sMainStreetCafe.com is the website down there in lovely Cottage Grove. News coming up.
In the morning, when you're on the run, stop and eat at Burrito Amigos. One of Burrito Amigos' little-known facts is that you can get the Burrito Amigos breakfast platter. Once you've ordered it, you need to start making decisions. Are you going to have bacon, link sausage, chorizo, or chili verde? And how are those eggs going to be cooked? Over easy, scrambled, kind of hard, sunny side up, or some other way? Then you wait a minute or so, and it's all served up with potatoes, cheese, beans, and corn tortillas. Once someone smiling delivers the Burrito Amigos platter, it's breakfast on. It's a quick, tasty, inexpensive sit-down meal. It's only $7.50, or do it meatless for $6.50 if you want to get all vegetarian first thing in the morning. Since their name is Burrito Amigos, a big old breakfast burrito isn't out of the question, with your choice of bacon, sausage, chorizo, machaca, or huevos rancheros in junior or adult size. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I vote adult, the large one. It holds more bacon. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene. Stop and eat breakfast. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos fan, and I approve this message.
When you think fishing or firearms or Valentine's Day, think Mazama.
Local family-owned Mazama is your Valentine's headquarters with brands like G. Loomis, St. Croix, Shimano, Daiwa, and a variety of locally made products. They make it easy to find something special for your sweetheart.
The Mazama staff is friendly and knowledgeable and will help you pick out just the right gift for the one you love. They also offer gift cards. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's, get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life. When you think fishing or firearms or Valentine's Day, think Mazama.
With River Road Health Mart Pharmacy and their MedSync service, they're able to help you save time and money by coordinating all your prescriptions into one easy monthly pickup.
Managing all my medications didn't fit into my busy schedule, so my River Road Health Mart pharmacist coordinated all my prescriptions into one convenient pickup. Now I only have to make one trip per month. They will even deliver them to my home or work.
Visit River Road Health Mart Pharmacy at 884 River Road in Eugene today. For more information or to transfer your current prescriptions, visit online at pharmacyeugene.com. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Now, this morning's wake-up call with the latest news from the Northwest and your neighborhood. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene. A cyclist spotted a body floating in the Amazon stream behind the 76 station on West 11th around 9 a.m. EPD patrol officers, the Eugene Springfield Fire Department, as well as detectives from the Violent Crimes Unit were on the scene investigating and trying to recover the body. Responders were finally able to pull the body out of the stream just before noon. They also found a backpack further down the stream. They're not sure whether that belonged to the deceased or not. Detectives say they don't know how the men ended up in the stream, nor at this point his identity. The investigation is ongoing. Eugene police say they'll begin a special driving enforcement to look for distracted, unbuckled, or speeding drivers. It starts this morning. The 2-week effort will look for drivers committing the 3 most common violations contributing to crash-related deaths: speeding, not using seatbelts, and talking on a cell phone while driving. The increased traffic patrols are part of a statewide safety campaign called 3 Flags. Chipotle is closing across the country today for 4 hours, including the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. It comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year.
In my view, Chipotle has had lost control of their food safety, in a way that I've never ever seen before.
Bill Marler is a food safety attorney and is representing some of those customers who were sickened in the E. coli outbreak. The company is going to talk about a new farm-to-fork food safety program allowing paid sick time so employees can stay home if they're sick. DNA testing on ingredients and new food preparation protocols will also be discussed. The meeting actually runs from 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. today. Lane County commissioners are edging toward favoring a Fern Ridge Community Policing District. They'll meet tomorrow night with residents in Elmira and surrounding areas, and they're expected to vote to put a tax measure on the May ballot. The measure would raise about $2.5 million a year and cost $250 for a home assessed at $150,000. That's $167 per $1,000 of assessed value. Backers are hoping other residents go along with the plan, saying that slow police response times and a growing drug problem requires more patrols and county police officers in the area. Backers of the proposal will did join us on the show this morning at 7:25. A shooting that left 1 man dead on Rice Valley Road has been ruled as justified force by the Douglas County grand jury. The grand jury unanimously concluded that Frank Hendrickson will not face criminal charges for the death of 24-year-old Ryan Skeevers. The jury heard testimonies from numerous witnesses regarding a shooting that took place on Saturday the 30th. Investigators said Skeevers entered Hendrickson's property, pulled a rifle from Hendrickson's pickup truck, and began firing at Hendrickson and his wife. The Hendrickson then returned fire and struck Skeevers. According to police, Skeevers was pronounced dead at the scene. An officer-involved shooting in Seaside left both the suspect and an officer dead. Brad Ford has that story.
2 police officers were in downtown Seaside Friday night when they saw 55-year-old Philip Ferry outside of a restaurant, and they knew he had a warrant for his arrest. Clatsop County District Attorney Josh Markey says Ferry refused to remove his hands from his pockets, and an officer used a taser on him.
He went down on the ground. Sergeant Gooding attempted to subdue him, and when that happened, Mr. Ferry produced a weapon and fired once.
39-year-old Officer Jason Gooding was shot by the suspect. The other officer fired 3 times, wounding Ferry. Officer Gooding was taken to a hospital in Seaside where he died. Ferry was taken to a hospital in Astoria where he died. Marquis says the investigation will take several days, but he says the shooting by the officer appears to be justified. Officer Gooding leaves behind a wife and 2 children. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
Cliven Bundy spoke against grazing contracts during a funeral for Lavoy Finicum. Bundy urged ranchers to disavow their contracts with the government. He said that the federal government didn't want Finicum to teach other ranchers that land stewardship gives them rights. Bundy is a Nevada rancher who's the center of a 2014 armed standoff with federal authorities over grazing rights on government land. His son Eamon was arrested after he and his armed followers occupied the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy said that ranchers who sign grazing contracts are sending the message that the federal government has unlimited power. A statewide tip line would be developed under a bill considered by Oregon lawmakers. Brad Ford reports it's aimed at school kids who could get help and report a variety of concerns.
The concept of the tip line came out of the Oregon Task Force on School Safety. Clackamas County Sheriff Craig Roberts heads the committee.
A statewide tip line that will allow students, families, and others to report potential threats, bullying, self-harm, and other concerns.
Ann Kirkwood, Suicide Prevention Coordinator for the Oregon Health Authority, says studies show these are incidents that can often be stopped.
A high percentage of threats to self or others are known by peers in advance of an event.
The line would be operated by Oregon State Police and cost $1 million a year. Kids could call, text, or use the internet to submit concerns. Their identity would be confidential. Similar hotlines in Michigan and Colorado have been successful. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, if you have Moda health insurance, here's a heads up for you. Scammers are trying to cash in on the company's financial trouble. They've been calling jittery policyholders, offering to help them. Essentially, what they're trying to do is rob you of your personal information and clean out your bank accounts.
That would include social security numbers. There also is a threat in at least one situation, that is that if people don't act quickly, then bad things will happen.
Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Consumer and Business Services says if you get a call, it's a scam. Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition. No decision has yet been made about whether Moda customers will need to find new plans.
If you're getting information about this situation, it's either going to come from the state of Oregon or Moda.
In the meantime, Moda customers can continue to access services and get claims paid. The state is now monitoring the company's financial transactions and their operations. It's 8:22, this look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Super Bowl 50 was a way that over 100 million people got to see how good the Denver Bronco defense was and how quarterback Peyton Manning is a shadow of his former self. Broncos held NFL MVP Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers just 10 points, while Manning threw for just 141 yards, no touchdowns, a fumble, and one interception while getting sacked 5 times. Denver's 194 total yards of offense, the lowest yardage accumulation by a Super Bowl winner ever. Super Bowl MVP Von Miller and the Denver D frustrated Newton much throughout the game, just like they did to Tom Brady during the AFC Championship. Former Duck TJ Ward, 7 tackles, a fumble recovery, an INT, but it was Von Miller, who was the 10th defensive player to grab the MVP award. Broncos upset the Panthers 24-10. At least former Oregon star Jonathan Stewart got a chance to score. Vegas, the majority of just about everybody calling for a Carolina win, except on this show, I'm calling it right here. Denver wins in an upset. Wake Up Call Sports on KP. In addition to Cam's MVP award, Jameis Winston, your NFL Rookie of the Year award. Before the Super Bowl, there was basketball at Matthew Knight with the Oregon Ducks running their win streak to 6, beating Utah 76-66. Dylan Brooks scored a career-high 30 points and 9 assists. Number 9, OSU. The women drilled down on Wazoo, 54-45. Sydney Weiss, 11 of her 16 in the fourth quarter. And Minnesota's Rachel Bonham tied a women's NC2A record yesterday when she chucked in 60 points in the double OT win over Northwestern, 112-106. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, news time 8:24.
Weather every 10 minutes during the Wake Up Call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Starting off your work week with mostly cloudy skies and areas of fog, expecting to stay dry through about Thursday, and on Friday a system moves onshore bringing light rain to the region. By the weekend, showers taper off, daytime highs in the mid to upper 50s, overnight lows in the low 40s. From the NBC 16 First Alert Weather Center, I'm Angelica Carrillo.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpinning Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030. or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
All direct hit, all direct fit. Office Furniture, Office Furniture Direct.
All right, it's Monday. You might not be thinking about sleep because you got, all the sleep that you could ever ask for during the weekend, right? Feel rested? If not, or even if you can foresee, I could make a change for the better, maybe a sleep train visit just to kind of see what is out there. We talk about Tesla's. The great thing about going down there and just checking out, kicking a mattress, they're not going to beat you over the head. The folks at Sleep Train, low pressure. They know the mattresses sell themselves, so they don't have to exert themselves. They'll be there to answer a question, and boy, you'll have questions because if it's been a while since you purchased, mattress and mattress technology has changed a little bit in the last couple of years. Maybe just a lot. Right now, the President's Day sale going on, but it's going to be ending soon where you can get some great deals like today and be sleeping on that new mattress tonight with the same-day delivery.
So head on in, Sleep Train. They're good folks, good people, and they know their mattresses. Sleep Train in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis, and tell them that Bill and Rob from the WakeUp Call sent you, please.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't invite them.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey, look who's joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. You know her as Ms. Linder, but we are on a first-name basis. We just call her Miss Mindy. She's joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning with the Eugene Concert Choir. And here she is, once again, back on the Wake Up Call this morning. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And
happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you, too. And very soon we're going to be joined by one Oliver Bacharach.
Indeed.
Does that last name sound familiar to anybody? Huh? Bacharach? Who could that be?
Think raindrops keep falling on my head. And
Wow.
just about every
Look at
other
you.
major American pop love song in the 20th century.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome back. So you guys have got some sort of big Burt Bacharach thing going, right?
Indeed, we do. On Saturday, February 27th at the Holt, we're going to do a Burt Bacharach tribute concert in honor of his music called Burt Bacharach Songbook. And we will have a special guest with us, which will be Oliver Bacharach, Burt's own son, who happens to be a current resident of Eugene, Oregon. Who knew?
Really?
Mhm.
And as a matter of fact, he's here now. Speaking of, welcome aboard, Oliver.
How are we today? Thank you.
Thanks for coming in
Of
this
course.
morning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and we'll let you have that.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anyway, well, it's fun to have you in the studio. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And so, what do you do over at U of O? What are you?
I am a journalism student.
Really?
Yes.
So
that's my major, and I do a little. I was a music minor, but that's kind of getting tough to finish. So I'm just a journalism-focused student.
So, my understanding is that you weren't always a musician.
I was not. I'm just telling my friends I'm up here.
Okay. Don't let us stop you twittering.
No, I don't.
Don't let us stop
I
the
don't have
tweet.
one of those. Anyhow, what was the question one more time? Why did-
I said my understanding is that you weren't always.
No, and I
doing
suppose
music.
that if I was pushed into it at a very young age, I probably wouldn't be doing it now.
Yeah.
But no, my dad never pushed it on me, and started very late, about 5 years ago. Started playing piano, and it just goes to show it's never too late to start something.
What got you started playing the piano 5 years ago?
I suppose I started going on tour with my father once upon a time, and just helping him out along the road. And I guess just seeing that kind of musical interaction and music appreciation from fans and with the band, that kind of got me into it. And then I moved out to Aspen, Colorado for a while, and I was playing drums I started playing drums when I was younger. So kind of had a little jam bandy thing in Aspen, which was really fun. And I guess that got me really going on the music run. Which was first playing drums with friends, and then switching over
to piano.
Yeah.
Piano. Was there anything in particular why you decided? Okay, I'm gonna go to the piano.
No, I was not very good for a long time.
You were not very good for a long time.
Yeah. No, I don't think there was anything in particular.
Yeah.
My father did a musical in San Diego, and that also got me into it. And we spent probably 2 months together, just him and I, as he was working on this musical. And he'd show me like a chord a day, kind of. And
Wow.
that was how I got started.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, just out of curiosity, I'm assuming that you want some sort of career in either journalism or PR. For folks that don't know, the journalism department is also the department that has the public relations degree. So when I asked that, I meant that very genuinely. So PR or journalism?
Probably J. I like it because it is, I guess you could say, broad. And I mean, I took like a documentary production class, so I got to make a short documentary. Actually, about Tori Newhart, who is a great local jazz musician here in Eugene. He is awesome. He actually just saw him play at the jazz station last night. So he's great. He taught me piano for a bit. I suppose I would go down the journalism route. I'm not sure if a music career is completely feasible. I'll definitely work with my dad as long as he can. So we get to actually do another tour this summer. We'll go to Europe and probably do another 12 shows, as we did last summer, and I just got back from Australia, so yeah.
Wow. Do you ever go into a club or a bar or a show and somebody's there playing your dad's music poorly?
Every so often.
Yeah?
I gotta love when it's butchered.
Yeah. Do you ever just say, have you ever walked up to somebody and just said, really, you shouldn't play that song?
I haven't done that.
Yeah. Well,
I kind of let it slide.
And that says a lot about you for not doing that, I think, and some good things. But do you cringe? Do you think, oh, I'm glad Dad's not here?
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, but imagine what it'd be like to be in his position, where he's sweated over a particular piece and somebody is just butchering.
He doesn't love when his music's butchered, I gotta say that, yeah.
So he has brought that up to you.
About people butchering his music?
Yeah.
That's been a subject.
Yeah. I'm sure it has. I can understand where that would just be grating and galling.
There's been a couple Broadway shows here and there that have tried to, I guess, recreate his songbook, and just it hasn't worked out, and that was always tough. I remember him, Mike Myers, and Elvis Costello sitting at the opening of one of these musicals, and it was just, I mean, I think he almost left at intermission.
Yikes.
Yeah, but it's okay.
So I'm going to assume that what you've heard so far, what the Eugene Concert Choir is doing, does not fall into that category.
I think we'll be all right.
Yeah.
We're going to be okay.
Yeah. What are we going to hear coming up? I mean, which songs?
It seems like they're doing the whole songbook, and I'll probably play on the kind of the same songs as I play on stage. Make It Easy on Yourself, On My Own. I think I'm playing like Don't Make Me Over.
Baby It's You.
Baby It's You, but and then we gotta leave some surprises.
Yeah. So what of your dad's songbook? Which is the song that you just really, really, really just latch onto? Which
Well,
one is the one that touches you probably the most?
Alfie always gets me.
Which one?
Alfie.
Yeah.
That one's always a good one. I think I like playing A House Is Not a Home the most. Yeah, on piano.
What about it?
I don't know. It's just a nice one. It goes to that dominant 7 after a regular 7. It's good.
Gives you chills.
Yeah, exactly.
Very fun. How did you guys even hook up for this? I mean, how did you even know that Oliver was over at the U of O? I mean, how did that even occur?
So during my first piano endeavors, when I was still just learning, it was my first year of school, and I started taking lessons with Barbara Baird, who is the classical piano teacher at the U of O. And Diane and Barbara know each other.
And
so
Diane's our executive and artistic
Yes.
director.
Ah,
exactly.
I knew a person who knew a person who knows a person.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically Barbara said, oh, you're doing the Bacharach songbook. You know his son goes to school here. And that's how it all unfolded.
Yeah, so Diane she'd grown up with this music and said that it was the soundscape of her youth. And she'd always wanted to work with the concert choir to bring the music on stage. Yeah, she'd always wanted to do this this music with the choir and with Bill Hewlings and Shirley Andress and Vicki Brabham, just a dream trio, and we've got them. And so it was all set in stone, and we'd already announced to the public, and then Barbara shared with Diane, well, you know, guess what? And she said, you're kidding. And then the rest is history. And
See,
so-
that to me would be daunting, knowing that Burt Bacharach's son is going to be there, is going to be a part of this. I mean, I would be so on game because you'd figure, oh God, if we don't do this right, he's going to tell Dad, and it's going to be horrible. And
much for a tribute.
It would be. I would find it daunting.
It won't go horrible.
Well, it's a good thing that Diane is never off her game.
Yeah.
And she always brings it, and she never. She has some pretty wild and eclectic creative ideas for shows, but she never. She always goes all the way. She goes big or goes home, and thankfully she never really has to go home. She always makes sure she brings it, and she wanted to wait for the right time to do this because she's been doing this with the choir for 30 years. So it just felt right this year. The stars aligned, and then Oliver was able to join us, which really, is going to give the audience a very special, unique sort of, personal magic and touch with the real, absolutely, with,
totally
the man himself.
I would,
so we're honored.
I would imagine it would be difficult to come up with a show like this and decide which songs to perform and which not, because I mean, your dad
Since there are
has
dozens
done,
and dozens and dozens.
done so many things.
We have the
that,
same problem with when we play our concerts. Same thing, There's
I'm
only
sure.
so much you can do.
Well, and they're all so well known that everyone has, any number of things that really mean something to them, and you can't possibly play them all.
Is there one that your dad in particular really, really, really likes that wasn't?
He's always been fond of Alfie as well. That's one of his favorites.
Took
him a while to write it, and that one, interestingly, Hal David gave him the lyric first, so he set it. Oftentimes is the opposite way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, Shirley Andress, who will be singing that in the show. That is one thing I'll give away. That and it's one of she said to Diane, it was like a match made in heaven when Diane said, "So, would you sing the song?" She said, "I have loved that song since the film first came out, and it just really struck her, and she's always wanted to let her inner torch singing diva out to sing that." Yeah, so she's very excited.
I'm sure that probably you've talked to your dad about his creative process. I mean, I would think.
Right.
I don't know.
No,
maybe I'm being presumptuous.
This is one of the connections that we now have with music, which is good, which we
Yeah.
didn't have prior, but yes, go on.
What kind of space does he have to get himself in to actually do something,
both
or does
of
it
us-
just happen?
I think the both of us, this is true, but at least go and be creative, whatever art form it is, music or writing or drawing, every day. And oftentimes you won't get anything, Some days it'll be good. But we just have a couple of grands in our house in Los Angeles, one in the living room, one in his music room, and oftentimes it'll be like me in the living room and him in the music room at the same time, just trying to do something. which is fun. It's a little music factory house sometimes.
That's kind of cool, though.
It's good, yeah, it's really cool.
That's really cool.
So, like I said, sometimes it's really good days, sometimes it's not. And this is speaking in terms of his process. And I guess that's kind of the scenario. Back in the day, it was always in the Brill building or in his apartment. But
did he ever talk much about that, the Brill building?
Yeah.
What was that? Again, talking about daunting, you've got all these really good songwriters, and there's
pretty
this
cool in there. I guess
competition.
I would suppose it's competitive, but you also feed off each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Carole King was in there, and I've been in a big Carole King phase these days. Really digging her.
Nice.
Yeah.
She's good.
She's great.
She's awesome.
Yeah, they don't make them like her anymore.
No.
She just won the Kennedy Center Awards. Yeah, which is pretty cool. So, I don't know. I suppose that it was a pretty cool place in there. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Oliver, at any
Yes, sir.
time during the show, are you going to have? Are you going to be riding a unicycle?
I hope so. Yeah. I could
With
do
parrots?
That. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Juggling.
Yes.
Yeah.
For
He's
folks
a man
that
of many talents.
I think I'm looking at your
Oh, yeah?
Instagram. Is that you riding the unicycle?
I think so.
Okay.
In my overalls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there any part of the world that you haven't been to?
Yeah. Well, I was just talking about this. I haven't been to Thailand. I'd like to go there. Yeah.
Why?
Well, there's
And
time.
is there
Why?
anything,
I don't know.
just
It's-
because you
it's supposed
haven't
to be
been, or is
pretty
there?
special. Indonesia and Bali. And
Yeah.
there. That was at. That was Burning Man. That was pretty fun. Unicycling and overalls juggling. It's pretty good.
Oh, you really are juggling?
Yeah. I think so.
Wow. Doing any
Well,
one
it's
of
either
those
that or
feats?
somebody's throwing something at him and he's caught one.
Exactly.
Wow, you are
Where would you guys
impressive.
like to go?
I would like to go to Antarctica.
You would?
That is it's kind of like one of those bucket things.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. What about you?
I think Thailand has
Yeah.
been on the list.
Haven't done that. Go take a surf trip in Bali. That's really on my bucket list too.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too bad.
No, it doesn't.
What about
sound
you,
bad
Mindy?
at all. Yeah.
We got everybody else in here. What's your bucket
Golly.
list place?
Australia. I have an Australian aunt who married into the family, and I grew up with her and that beautiful accent and her stories of her very extended family all over the continent, and I've just always wanted to go. So that's
Don't
that's on
just
my
do
bucket
the
list.
metro there. Go. I mean, if you just go to Sydney, go out
go
into
every-
the smaller towns. And
Oh, yeah.
I
because
want to go and buy. I want to go to New Zealand and just buy a van.
Yeah, no kidding.
The way to do it.
There's another place
sounds
down
fantastic.
there that I would like to see, Vanuatu, which is supposed to be the most, I guess, geologically active place on the planet. They're constantly having earthquakes, and the thing is, they're all
very active, too.
they're all used to it. I mean, and they have like huge 7-point earthquake, and they're all used to it, and everything's basically built to take it, and nobody freaks out about it. And it's always like,
Wow.
wow, a tropical island where they have lots of earthquakes and everybody's cool with it. I want to go there.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get out of here.
Why not? Let's do it. Let's all go. It sounds like fun. It's a pleasure having you in the studio. Thank you
Absolutely.
for coming
No,
in.
yeah.
And
Thanks for having me.
Mindy, go ahead. Where can you get tickets? When is the show? What do you need to do? What hoops do you have to jump through? What's the secret handshake?
Come join us.
Well, so yeah, we'd love. See, Oliver himself is inviting you to come join us
Well,
at
there
the
you
Holt
go. It's
Center
the ultimate invitation.
on Saturday, February 27th at the Holt Center. You can get tickets at eugeneconcertchoir.org. You can call the Holt Center at 682-5000. It's Burt Bacharach Songbook. And Valentine's Day is coming up. And what would make a better date night on the town than coming home with a pair of those tickets?
Nice.
I think so. So, it's Monday. You've got time.
Exactly. Mindy, Oliver, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call. It was a pleasure to meet
thank
you.
you. Absolutely.
Always nice to see you in the studio, Mindy.
Fantastic.
You all take care.
Thanks,
It is
guys.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Signs of distress in the financial markets are gathering force as concern over the state of the global economy deepens. Stocks are lower as investors are looking for the safest assets. The Dow down more than 350 points. Hasbro's quarterly profit topping estimates after demand for Star Wars and Jurassic World merchandise boosted sales. Jessica Alba's Honest Company is working with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley on an initial public offering, and that's according to people familiar with the matter. The recent rocky market for tech IPOs will be a factor in when Honest decides to go public. Spokespeople for all three firms declined to comment. Regulators are stepping up a probe over complaints that certain Fiat Chrysler vehicles can roll away when a driver thinks the transmission has been set to park. The probe affects about 856,000 vehicles. Most complaints involve the 2014 and 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee, as well as the 2012 and 2014 Chrysler 300 and Dodge Chargers with the 3.6-liter engine. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg.
Built for business. Comcast Business is offering 25 megabits per second internet from $69.95 a month. That means if you're still using slow DSL from the phone company, you have a decision to make. Do you switch to Comcast Business and get more speed for faster downloads, or stick with slow DSL and watch your business stutter from slow speeds? Do you get internet that stays fast when other people are online, or keep using slow DSL and have your employees struggle with lag time? The choice is yours. Switch to Comcast Business and get 25 megabits per second of fast, reliable internet from just $69.95 a month. Or stick with slow DSL and get slower speeds and more downtime at work. Make the smarter choice. Ditch slow DSL and switch today. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. 2-year contract and subscription to Comcast Business Voice and Business TV required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hi, it's Matt from Pressure Point Roofing. If you hire the cheapest contractor to do your roof, doesn't it make sense that you'll get the cheapest work too? When you trust Pressure Point to do your roof, you'll get only the highest quality work with the best warranty in the business. We are the longest standing Master Elite contractor in the state and take great pride in our work. We're clean, efficient, respectful, and professional. For roofing, windows, and siding, start at the top. Pressure Point Roofing.
Visit PressurePointRoofing.com today.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at FitzpatrickPainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Starting off your work week with mostly cloudy skies and areas of fog, expecting to stay dry through about Thursday, and on Friday a system moves onshore bringing light rain to the region. By the weekend, showers taper off, daytime highs in the mid to upper 50s, overnight lows in the low 40s. From the NBC 16 First Alert Weather Center, I'm Angelica Carrillo.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Hey, guess what's coming up? It's Affair of the Heart. That will be this Thursday at the Lane Events Center. Starts at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And, of course, we have a lot of folks that are joining us for this with keynote speakers and the like. One of those will be Pam Carlstad, Wellness Services Coordinator for the Oregon Heart and Vascular Institute. She'll be speaking on February 2nd. Oh, never mind. I'm reading the wrong thing. I don't know what I'm reading here. Misty Carlson is with us. I thought you were going to be speaking for her, and I have no idea. I just went off. I just went totally off. Anyway, a pediatric cardiologist. Mm-hmm. You first heard her on the Wake Up Call. I believe it was last year when we did our annual radiothon with Children's Miracle Network. So welcome back to the show in a totally different locale.
Yes, different location this time.
So, that said, what kind of things are you folks going to be doing for the Affair of the Heart?
Yeah, so Peace Health is proud to be helping sponsor it. So we're going to have a table set up with information about heart health, with a lot of people there to be able to have people come by, speak one-on-one with us. I'll be there most of the night. And then there is a silent auction that's going to be going on to help support our teen heart screening too.
Talk about the teen heart screening.
Mm-hmm.
What is that, and I guess secondarily, why is that important?
Yeah, so Dr. Munkenbach, who's one of the adult cardiologists at Oregon Heart and Vascular Institute, was the one who really got it started. We've done 2 screenings so far, and it's pretty simple. Basically, it's really open to any teen. Doesn't have to necessarily be an athlete, although it's kind of geared towards kids who are going to be participating in sports, but really any teenager. They come in, they get blood pressure, height and weight. They fill out a questionnaire with some personal history, and then also, very importantly, family history as well. They meet with one of the cardiologists. I've been participating in both screenings, so sometimes I'll be the one meeting with the patient and their family. We do an exam, and then also as part of it is a 12-lead EKG. And so that's basically the screening. We go over information with the family and the child and let them know if we feel like further workup is necessary, whether that's referring them back to their primary care physician or if they need more cardiac screening, such as an echocardiogram or a cardiology consultation.
What do you say to people that think, oh, here we go, it's just another way for doctors to try and suck some more money out of us? They're kids, and we're giving them heart tests? Come on.
Yeah, so this is completely free and it's completely voluntary, so it's not required to participate in sports. And really, we're doing it as more of a community service just because we care a lot about kids. If we can catch even one child who could potentially have a heart condition that could put them at risk, then that's a success to us. And honestly, most of the screening, what I found is a lot of times these kids aren't really, because they're healthy, they're not going in to see their pediatrician for regular checkups because they're kind of out of that age where they're getting immunizations, which is often one of the drivers to getting kids into their doctors. So we're finding kids that actually have high blood pressure, that are overweight, so we can provide some counseling just about lifelong heart health that is going to impact them probably more than, trying to screen them for this rare heart condition that could put them at risk. And then we get them back into seeing their primary care doctor, which is who should be continuing that follow-up care.
When you say high blood pressure, are you talking about just like marginal or kind of on the line, or are you talking about actual high blood pressure?
There's been a few kids, and usually these kids are overweight and have a family history of heart disease and high blood pressure that have had real high blood pressure. And because high blood pressure is a condition that most patients are completely asymptomatic, it could go on for years, but it's continuing to cause potentially long-term damage if it goes unchecked. So I'd say most of the time it's borderline, but there have been some of the kids that I've met during the screening that have looked like real high blood pressure that definitely need to get some kind of follow-up for that.
What about the screenings as far as advanced maladies or issues that they might be looking at down? Is there anything that kind of gives you an advanced preview, aside from the high blood pressure?
This EKG screening, we're kind of specifically looking for one type of heart condition or any other heart rhythm abnormalities that potentially could go undetected. Most patients who have congenital heart disease, they're being picked up during infancy or during childhood because of certain symptoms or physical exam findings, but occasionally those patients can slip through the cracks, and so this would be another opportunity to pick up those kind of conditions too.
Well, I'm just curious, from a personal standpoint, what was it that led you towards pediatric cardiology as opposed to adult cardiology or any other, branch of medicine? You could have probably gone a number of different ways.
Yeah.
Why pediatric cardiology?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I think ever since I was young, I've always enjoyed being around young children. When I was a teenager, going on to college, I just really had an affinity for, liking to be around young kids. I'd babysit or help out, and anytime they're, young kids were around. So I think I knew initially when I went to medical school I wanted to go into pediatrics, and I just found cardiology just very intellectually stimulating because congenital heart disease there's a wide variety of conditions with a lot of different physiology. And I think one of the other things I really liked about cardiology specifically is you still form lifelong relationships with some of your patients and families, similar to general pediatrics, where you're doing a lot of checkups and getting to know the family. So once in a while it's just a one-time consultation, but a lot of kids who do have serious heart conditions, I'm following them initially sometimes as much or more frequently than their general pediatrician, and then they are still going to need lifelong heart health. So they're still coming in for checkups, and it's nice to get to see them grow up to be, otherwise healthy adolescents. So it's really rewarding.
Most common cardiology problems that you deal with in kids is what?
I I mean, most are congenital heart defects that get picked up in infancy, so that could be a hole in the heart or a problem with the heart valve. I mean, there's some very serious heart conditions where some children are born with just one ventricle, so one pumping chamber, and they go through a series of surgeries to give them a close to normal circulation. We can never make them normal because we can't regrow a ventricle. But then there's often times where I get a lot of just single consultations for certain conditions that, the pediatrician just wants to rule out a heart condition. A majority of those don't have a heart condition. So in some ways that's rewarding too, seeing patients, and they're obviously, everybody's a little anxious if their kids being referred to the cardiologist, and I get to say, nope, it's not your heart, it's probably nothing, we've ruled it out, and then they get sent back to their primary care physician for any other workup that needs to be done. So.
All right, a little bit about the silent auction, some things that you guys are going to be auctioning off for the silent auction.
Yeah, so I've heard some really good items. I might try to put a bid in, maybe. I think there's some gift certificates for restaurants and car washes, flowers. There's some Beats headphones, apparently, that some teenagers might like to have. I know they're pretty popular. I think there's a lot of gifts for Valentine's Day, which is coming up. So those are the things I know about, but there's probably a lot of cool things out there.
All right. So again, that is going to be, the silent auction is going to be at the Fair of the Heart, which again, as we said, is at the Lane Event Center this coming Thursday. Starts at 4 o'clock. Goes until 9, right, Rob?
Yeah.
Okay. Goes until 9 o'clock, and we'll look forward to seeing you out there. Are you going to be at the Fair of the Heart?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm trying to be there most of the night, I think. So.
All right. So you're going to be at the booth that they have?
I'll be at the booth, probably walking around, looking at these cool silent auction items.
All right. Well, Doctor, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call. We appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me in.
Dr. Mindy Carlson joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning, pediatric cardiologist over at Riverbend. A big thank you to everyone that joined us on the show this morning. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow morning, Tuesday at 6 o'clock here on KPNW.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine powerboats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
With River Road Health Mart Pharmacy and their MedSync service, they're able to help you save time and money by coordinating all your prescriptions into one easy monthly pickup.
Managing all my medications didn't fit into my busy schedule, so my River Road Health Mart pharmacist coordinated all my prescriptions into one convenient pickup. Now I only have to make one trip per month. They will even deliver them to my home or work.
Visit River Road Health Mart Pharmacy at 884 River Road in Eugene today. For more information or to transfer your current prescriptions, visit online at pharmacyeugene.com. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Hi, this is Erin. Want to sneak away for a yummy lunch? How about sizzling fajitas? Maybe you need a place to meet with your clients where you can enjoy a great meal and be comfortable chatting. Chapala has a great lunch menu with 2 convenient locations, 29th of Willamette and Oakway Center. Lunch has never been so good. We also offer party platters to go, just the right selection to keep everyone in your office happy. Why not make Chapala's your next lunch date?
Chapala Mexican restaurant. So good.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings. Only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
Last night, Cheryl Loggy made her status. Any moms out there know a good stroller for twins? Help! It got 10 likes and 8 comments. Geico also has a comment, Cheryl. While we don't know which stroller you should go with, we do know that in as little as 15 minutes, you could save hundreds of dollars on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. And with that money, you can buy the swankiest of rides for your tiny duo to cruise around in. Right on down to Potty Training Town. Hashtag twins, hashtag savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's about time someone put the beer in root beer. Introducing Best Damn Root Beer. Aged over real vanilla beans, this easy drinking hard root beer delivers a timeless classic that's been reinvented for the 21 and over crowd. New Best Damn Root Beer from Best Damn Brewing Company. Brews you can swear by. Now that's Best Damn. Enjoy responsibly. Best Damn Root Beer Ale. Best Damn Brewing Company, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Chris with Home Comfort. When we say the one to call,
the one means no matter what the problem.
From security lighting, generator systems, panel changeouts, service upgrades, with technicians available 24/7.
Or HVAC, from routine cleanings to breakdowns. Home Comfort's an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. So our highly skilled technicians will ready your house for any season.
Make one call to 541-345-2838.
Home Comfort, the one to call.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. On the eve of the first primary of 2016.
You have the right to determine the future of America, not just a handful of billionaires.
Bernie Sanders is still the leading Democrat in New Hampshire polls as Republicans jockey for position behind their frontrunner. Fox News Radio's Gernal Scott is live in New Hampshire.
Lisa, the fate of several GOP candidates rests on what New Hampshireites decide tomorrow. Frontrunner Donald Trump is in no danger of bowing out. In fact, he targeted Jeb Bush and his political family on the trail today.
We have to get rid of the Bushes of the world. And, you know, guys like that will never straighten out this country. They're weak. They're ineffective.
The candidates will cover almost every corner of the Granite State with their final sales pitches at town halls and retail stops to win last-minute support, Lisa.
Thanks, Colonel. New Hampshire, one of the Northeast states getting hit with the second snowstorm since Friday. Blizzard conditions for some coastal areas. Parts of Massachusetts could get over a foot. Chipotle restaurants are opening 4 hours late today as employees get more information on the chain's recent health scares. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso with this live.
Lisa, it's a company-wide meeting over food safety that's got 1,900 Chipotle restaurants closed for lunch today as execs and thousands of employees take up Chipotle's new strategy to bounce back after a plunge in sales amid several outbreaks of E. coli, salmonella, and norovirus that sickened hundreds of customers late last year. A federal investigation into the E. coli outbreak is officially closed with no cause found, but with new safety measures now being implemented, including paid sick time, food prep procedures, even DNA-based testing of ingredients. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. An extended sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow's down 325 points after sharp declines in Europe. Global markets weighed down in part over concern about an economic slowdown. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Wow, look at these roses. They're gorgeous. You didn't have to get me these.
I couldn't let Valentine's Day come and go without surprising you with flowers.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, even though she says you don't have to get her flowers, lesson number 1 in relationships, send her flowers. She'll be so happy when you do. The pros at Pro Flowers will help you deliver at Valentine's Day. And right now, you can get her an incredible bouquet of 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Just go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. These gorgeous roses are guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. Plus, you pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. Hurry, you must order by this Friday to get 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Let the pros help you win this Valentine's Day. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. That's proflowers.com, secret code 82.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles,
Here's Deb Carson.
And breaking news in the NBA, the New York Knicks have fired coach Derek Fisher. New York has lost 5 in a row, 9 of their last 10, and has fallen to 23-31 this season. New York was 40-96 overall in Fisher's 2 seasons. Kurt Rambis will reportedly take over as interim head coach. In last night's Super Bowl 50, it was the Broncos defense manhandling the Panthers 24-10. The final score as Denver picks up its 3rd Super Bowl victory. Panthers fall to 0-2 in the big game. The Broncos defense recorded 7 sacks of Cam Newton, forced 4 turnovers, and recovered 1 fumble for a touchdown. Peyton Manning made it an even 200 career wins, including the regular season and playoffs combined. That is an NFL record. Manning now the oldest quarterback ever to start and win a Super Bowl. No word yet on whether or not he'll retire.
Once again, the Portland special interests and Salem politicians think they know what's best for the rest of Oregon. They haven't got a clue. This time, it's a massive minimum wage hike that will kill thousands of small business jobs. We need Representative John Lively to stand up for Springfield, not Portland, and oppose this bad deal. Independent economists say the wage hike could kill 62,700 Oregon jobs. And that's not all. Costs for food and childcare will increase for hardworking Oregon families. Some will lose food stamp assistance they need. And working college students could lose financial aid they rely on. Tell Representative Lively to oppose the massive wage hike. Visit defendoregonjobs.com and tell Representative Lively to vote no. Oregon needs more jobs, not more special deals for Portland.
Oregon Electric Station is your place for exceptional food and a welcoming atmosphere. For decades, OES has been an icon of the community. First, a railway station. Now, a classic and celebrated restaurant. A place for family, friends, colleagues, and dates. There really is no place like Oregon Electric Station in the Northwest. Drop in and enjoy the all-new bar and lounge. Savor a classic Manhattan on the new outdoor patio. Experience the fully remodeled restaurant. The train cars are still here. The food is still incredible. An updated menu features your OES favorites from start to finish. Fillets, ribeyes, king salmon, and the region's best prime rib. And there's a long list of new dishes to explore, from savory to sweet, timeless cocktails, and an exceptional wine list too. If you're a local, you know where to find us. If not, just ask around. The Oregon Electric Station. This is your place.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Weekend. What an awesome weekend, folks, and we are here to review everything that happened over the weekend that's of any consequence. And we're going to give you the real lowdown about what went on in the Republican debate on Saturday night and what it really probably might mean. How's that for certitude for you? And, of course, I want to get your thoughts on some of this as well. So the telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882, and the email address lrushbo@eibnet.com. Boy, I tell you, this on the Democrat side, this cratering of Hillary Clinton appears to be real. I may have to rethink my original theory about this, that the DNC would never allow Bernie Sanders to become the nominee. They may not have any hope or any involvement in it. Of course, Bernie's going to go nowhere after New Hampshire, but this collapse of Hillary Clinton's is real. And Bill Clinton, this is just so great. Bill Clinton's out there. He's younger than Bernie Sanders, looks older than Bernie Sanders. Everybody on the Democrat side on this is an aged white person. Grandma, grandpa, great-grandpa, and they're all out sliming each other. And Bill Clinton has gone out there and he has unleashed his most direct attacks on Crazy Bernie yet. And if I were Crazy Bernie, you know what I would do? It's real simple. If I were Bernie Sanders, and Bernie, you can steal this. And Bernie, I'll give an added benefit, added bonus. If you steal this, I'm not even going to tell anybody that I said this. I will not even come anywhere close to claiming credit. Bernie, you've got to do this. Not only do you have to do it, it will work, Bernie. You've got to. The next time Clinton hits you, or quote Clinton hitting you, you just say, no attack ever fed a hungry child. Or whatever matters. No attack ever helped a bedraggled union worker. Or no attack ever paid for a tax increase. Whatever you want to say, Bernie, but you've got to turn that back on old Schlickmeister. The Republican side, the Republican debate, this is fascinating. It is genuinely fascinating, and I've got a lot of analysis for you here in terms of not just analyzing what happened on stage, but analyzing the analysis after the debate. I think we are living in a remarkable time where stark contrasts are on display, and I think this disconnect that exists between politicians and elected officials in Washington for the rest of the country, I think it may also apply to media in Washington. Now, it always has, but I mean, this may be a little profound. We'll get to that in mere moments, but first, the Super Bowl. It is stunning. Here you have Beyonce. Did you happen to catch Beyonce's contribution to the halftime show? I want to give Beyonce the benefit of the doubt. After all, she's a woman, and as such, she's probably not that big a sports fan. Probably doesn't follow the NFL that closely. And when she saw that the two teams involved, she naturally thought one of them was the Black Panthers, particularly if she happens to read Salon.com, which had a story over the weekend that we talked about. I'm sorry, it was the Huffing and Puffington Post, which claimed that the Carolina Panthers were the first NFL team to be unapologetically black. So it's understandable that Beyonce might have thought the Black Panthers were playing in the game, and hence her tribute to the Black Panthers. This has everybody up in arms. She gets a police escort to the game. They sweep everybody off the highway so she can get Super Bowl on time. She didn't have to go hours early and wait. They parted the traffic for her so she could get there with not much downtime before she had to perform, and does that routine, ripping the cops, promoting Black Lives Matter. I'll tell you, the observation is this. You have in the Super Bowl, you have the pregame, which features the anthem with a giant American flag spread out over the entire field. You have military, uniformed military all over the place. You have an Air Force or Navy, not sure which, flyby. After the anthem, you have the national anthem sung, and it's always sung reverentially. It's always sung with great respect. Lady Gaga with the honors yesterday. So you have the traditional pro-America, patriotic, out-of-this-world pregame show. And then you get to the halftime of the Super Bowl. And what the halftime show of the Super Bowl is, to me anyway, is representative of the cultural decay and the political decay and the social rot that is befalling our country. And you see both in contrast with each other within an hour and a half for 2 hours of each other. The pregame show is amazing how patriotic it is. The pregame show, I think, is emblematic of why the left dislikes football so much, because it is so patriotic oriented and it promotes patriotism and Americana in ways that are frowned upon today in many quarters of the left, such as universities and schools and graduation ceremonies, where you're not allowed to show this kind of patriotism because it's uncool or politically incorrect or what have you. And then you get to halftime, and it's an entirely different country that's on the stage. It's an entirely different portrayal and exhibition, if you will, of American culture. Now, the Super Bowl commercials, I thought, frankly, I'm a big football fan, as you know, and yesterday was a defensive triumph for the Broncos. Exactly what I said, by the way. I know many of you probably remembering it. I thought the Panthers would win. There was always a caveat. There was a disclaimer. It said the Denver defense is going to have to win this game because the Denver offense cannot get in a shootout and keep up with the Panthers. The Denver defense won this game hands down. The Carolina Panthers hadn't seen anything like this before. And Cam Newton shows up as one of Obama's sons in the postgame show and lasts about 3 minutes mumbling through a bunch of answers and getting up and walking out. And I'm telling you right now, there's all kinds of criticism that has been aimed at Cam Newton, and it's only going to intensify. Deion Sanders, many people's minds, the conscience of the NFL. Excuse me. Deion Sanders, the conscience of the NFL, is saying, you don't do that. You do not do. You are the face of our league. You are the poster boy of our league, Cam. You do not do that. Brady wouldn't have done it. Manning wouldn't have done it. Kurt Warner wouldn't have done it. Carson Palmer wouldn't have. No other losing quarterback has ever shown up that way and walked out in a huff. And it's going to be commented upon. Plus, the fact that Cam didn't try to recover a fumble late in the game. It's not going to be pretty. But aside from that, because it's a defensive-dominated game, many people thought it was boring. And if you don't have any appreciation for defense, I mean in a fan sort of way, scheming and pursuit, the way they're able to rush the passer without blitzing. They blitzed the safeties a couple of times, but they just took away every rushing lane that Cam Newton has had wide open all season long. They just bottled everything up. They did to Cam Newton yesterday, the Broncos did, what the Seattle Seahawks did to Peyton Manning 2 years ago at the Super Bowl in New York. Well, let me just say, Brian, you think it's a pretty boring game? Ho-hummer? You liked it. Well, what about you, Snerdley? You really liked the game. Wait a second now. You liked the game. It must have been that your team was winning is why you liked the game. All right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's another thing. Snerdley said he's glad Peyton Manning did not have a good day. Peyton Manning had an almost identical day to John Elway 18 years ago when Elway won his first Super Bowl in San Diego against the Green Bay Packers. They were underdogs in that game. Elway was like 13 of 27 for 140 yards and an interception and no touchdowns, and Peyton was the same. There was one offensive touchdown yesterday. Peyton did not have a great Peyton Manning kind of game, but he was the winning quarterback, and that's what people remember, and everybody's happy. Peyton Manning is also a throwback in a sense. On the one hand, you have the Panthers who are showboating and braggadocio and all this pregame and calling themselves Superman, all of this. And on the other side, you've got the Broncos who are behaving in an entirely different way. They are not making a spectacle. They're not making wild predictions. And Peyton Manning is the poster boy of humility. Humility is a virtue, and humility won the Super Bowl yesterday. Humility won over a lot of people. I think, I'm just going to make a wild guess here, a lot of people who are happy the way the game turned out may not know why. They might say, I'm happy to see Peyton Manning get that final win on his way out of his retirement. I'm happy to see Denver win after losing 2 years. I'm happy for Pat Bowlen and his team to win since he's come down with Alzheimer's. I think there's a subconscious reason why a lot of people are happy Denver won. And Denver, in a loose way, the Broncos and the way they behave with humility as their guiding virtue, it was a triumph of good manners, solid behavior, solid citizenship over braggadocio and whatever other lack of virtue that you might think the Panthers exhibited or displayed. Not that they're bad guys, don't anybody misunderstand, but there are a number of people in the country worried about where we're heading culturally and socially, and I think there are subconscious reasons people are happy for various and certain outcomes. They may not even realize until somebody like me comes along and reminds them, and they're probably go, yeah, right on, dude, that's exactly right, that's exactly how I'm feeling. I just didn't know it till you came along, just like it was when you came along in 1988. Wade Phillips redeemed himself. Wade Phillips, a defensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos. What do you mean Wade Phillips redeemed himself? Well, I know, but I'm talking about fans and why they're. I don't think there's some people. Yes, I'm so happy the Broncos won. Wade Phillips redeemed himself, but I don't think that's a reason you're excited about it. And he's a fine guy, by the way. He's the son of Bum Phillips, who was also a fine guy. Love Bum Phillips, ex-coach of the Houston Oilers and the New Orleans Saints. I'm not trying to rain on your parade. I'm just trying to say why there's a lot of people probably happy Denver won, but they're not sure why. I'm trying to tell them why. And you throw Wade Phillips in there, cool, fine and dandy. The commercials, pretty boring as Super Bowl commercials go, and I think that is interesting as well. Some of the commercials were preachy. There was a lot of attempted humor that fell flat. One of the most controversial commercials, and it's interesting, your age will determine what it is about this commercial that bothered you, if anything did, and that's the Doritos commercial. Now, the pro-aborts and the nags are livid over this commercial. They are just fit to be tied. They are tweeting, they are Facebooking, they are guesting wherever they can. They have just gone livid. They've created a tweet storm over one thing. The Doritos commercial humanized a baby in the womb. And they cannot stand that, and they're admitting. They are admitting that this is what bothers them, because in the NAG world and in the NARAL world and in the pro-abort world, that's nothing but a potential illness, an unviable tissue mass. It is nothing. It's not there until the mother decides what to do with it. The Doritos commercial has a pregnant woman getting, she's getting, what do you call that? Sonogram, right? She's getting a sonogram. And the husband, typical lughead, uninterested, wishes he was somewhere else husband, is eating a bag of Doritos. And the husband notices that as he puts a Dorito in his mouth, the baby in the womb, as on the, what is it? Sonogram, reaches and attempts to reach out of the womb to grab a Dorito. So the dad says, wait, I didn't see that. So he starts moving Doritos around. He holds another Dorito in his hand, moves it around. The baby arm follows. And the father can't believe it. And, of course, the nurse can't believe it, and the mother can't believe it. And the NARAL people by this point are driven insane because the baby clearly wants a Dorito. And that's it for them. Now, if you are a certain age, there's something else about this commercial that will bother you. I guarantee you. Let's see if I nail this. How does that commercial end, Snerdly? You remember how the commercial ends? The Dorito, the bag, the what? The wife is angry at all this. She throws a Dorito. And the baby, you are led to believe, just springs right out of the womb to try to get the Dorito. Now, a lot of people have no problem with the humanization of the fetus. A lot of people think that's cute, clever. But my guess is you get somebody 65, 70, the idea of that baby propelling itself out, that's probably what bothered them and made them the most uncomfortable. I'll bet you that if we could survey that or focus group it, I'll bet you that would be true. Other than that, it was harmless, it was funny, it was great. Everybody's talking about Doritos today, and the nags are livid. It was a home run. Colgate got preachy about water and toothpaste. We'll be back. Don't go away, folks.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
Valentine's Day is this Sunday. Win her heart all over again with romantic, fresh, juicy strawberries dipped in incredible chocolate. I'm talking about Sherry's Berries. I love Sherry's Berries. You can get fresh dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries, a half dozen of them, for $19.99. And that is a 40% savings. Or you can double the amount to a dozen strawberries, just $10 more. Just go to berries.com, click on the microphone, and type in my name, Rush. Sherry's Berries are dipped in white milk and dark chocolatey goodness. They are topped with chocolate chips, chopped nuts, or decorated swizzles. Sherry's Berries makes these fresh every day, folks. Ships them overnight with packaging that keeps them fresh, and delivery is always guaranteed. Call 866-FRUIT-02 or visit berries.com. Click on the microphone in the top right corner. Enter the promo code RUSH. That's berries.com, promo code RUSH. Order now.
Batteries Plus bulbs will replace your watch or car key fob battery for one incredibly low price. Ask about their lifetime battery replacement program, where they'll replace the battery in that same device for free for as long as you own it.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're here for you. Gateway Medical Equipment. We're on your side from the start. Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Your mobility is everything. So when you're looking at power equipment, like wheelchairs or scooters, look to the family-owned local company. You have a choice of providers. Gateway Medical Equipment quickly gets you just what you need. We custom fit the equipment, and our accredited technicians repair your equipment after the sale. A champion for your independence. Gateway Medical Equipment.
Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
Do something special for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. A quartet from the Cascade Chorus will sing 2 barbershop love songs, present a bouquet of flowers, and a card, all for $40. Call today, 541-937-2992. Mention this ad and save $5. Singing Valentine's, a special gift for someone you love. 541-937-2992.
Sponsored by the Cascade Chorus and Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Rush Limbaugh now. Lars Larson today at noon. Only on 1120 KPNW.
It's just not a good weekend for the Nags. First, they had the Doritos commercial, or actually, second, they had the Doritos commercial. Before that, Gloria Steinem loses it over women, young women not voting for Hillary, complaining and whining that they're more interested in boys, and she had to go out and issue an apology. And then Madeleine Albright, who thinking wig. Madeleine Albright is out there saying there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women, and this is supposed to help Hillary. Meanwhile, Bill's out there looking older than Bernie Sanders, ripping Bernie Sanders for ripping into Hillary. It's great. It's great to see. On the Republican side, what do you think the most talked about aspect of the Republican debate Saturday night is. Without question, it is the exchanges between Governor Christie and Senator Rubio, and Senator Rubio's repeated contention that Barack Obama is not incompetent, that he is not bumbling around and screwing things up accidentally, that instead what Obama is doing is explicit by design and on purpose. And he repeated it 4 or 5 times in such a way that people said, led by Christie, look at this. There it is again. The guy, he doesn't know what to say. He's a robot. He's got his 25-second speech. He's got his canned answer followed by the 25-second campaign. There it is. There it is. You see it. And the media Saturday night all chimed in saying this is it for Rubio. Rubio has blown it. Even on Fox News, some were comparing it to Dan Quayle's moment with Lord Benson. And I said, wait just a second. It's nowhere near that. And I think this is what I was talking about earlier when I say I think some of these professional media analysts, God bless them, and they do hard work, and many of them, they're just fine people, but I don't know that they have the ability to see these debates the way people watching the debates on TV see them. Meaning, I don't know how big a faux pas this was for Rubio. Clearly, it was not a positive. Clearly, it was not his best. But I don't think it ruined his chances and wiped him out, like some in the media opined. We'll get into this in great detail, and polling data coming up too, so sit tight.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
When you think fishing or firearms or Valentine's Day, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your Valentine's headquarters. Your sweetheart will love a gift certificate so they can custom build their very own AR or pick up a concealed carry handgun. Mazama is Lane County's only CZ dealer, and they have a large selection of shotguns, rifles, handguns, and scopes with free bore sighting.
Ladies, Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable. They can help you pick out the right gift. And guys, your gal will be thrilled with a new gun. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's, get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life.
I can solve difficult problems for a Fortune 500 company.
I can run a successful business.
I can manage your home improvements.
I can publicize your message.
I can motivate your audience.
I can put my military experience to work for your company.
I can teach your children.
I can boost your bottom line.
I can add value to your workplace.
I could be a loyal and productive employee.
But I can't put my skills to work for your organization
if I'm not given the opportunity.
If you don't recognize my talents and ability.
If you don't hire me.
If you don't have an open mind and a workplace that's open to everyone.
If you don't realize that America works best when everybody works.
What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can remember that it worked.
It's what people can do.
It's what people can do that matters.
Nearly 50 million Americans have disabilities. Capitalize on their talents with employment practices that benefit everyone. Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
They say I'm a bad kid. A charity case. A troublemaker. Worthless. Just a stupid mistake. I don't think I'm a lost cause. I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause, not a single one, because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves it. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120, KPNW, Rush Limbaugh, and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Okay, let's get to the audio sound bites. I want to start with this. It's the fastest way to get into this. Because this is important, folks. This is really, really important. There are only two people that I'm aware of that are making a consistent point. And Rubio actually is at the top of it. Rubio and Cruz are the only two in the entire Republican field. Carly Fiorina may have said something like this occasionally. With Rubio, it's a theme. With Cruz, it's close to a theme. And the real question is, why do the other Republicans in the field disagree? Why do they not say it themselves? And that being that Obama is doing what he's doing on purpose and by design. That is a brilliantly conceived and flawlessly executed plan to transform America into something it was not founded to be. This is something crucially important to Republican voters. To people inside the Beltway, it's kind of a chuckle moment. There they go again, those right-wingers. To people inside the Beltway, to the elites, to the establishment, Obama's just the latest Democrat to come along. He's no different than any other Democrat, the same, just the Democrat Party. They have a president. They don't see the country in crisis in any way, not because of the economy, not because of immigration, not because of foreign policy. In no way are we in a crisis. And as such, they don't see what Obama's doing is anything maybe than something a young, inexperienced, this is Christie's point, incompetent boob. Well, that's not who Obama is. Christie's opponents are using it, or Rubio's opponents are using it to try to disqualify him. See, Obama doesn't know what he's doing, and Rubio's the same kind of guy. Just a few short years in the Senate running for president. We can't afford it. Meanwhile, the governors, we're the guys, we're the tough guys. We've had to make tough decisions, blah, 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 blah. The governors will not admit who Obama is. The governors will not admit, and Trump doesn't agree that Obama is purposely doing this. Trump thinks he's a blithering incompetent. This is crucially important. But let's get to the audio sound bites to set this up first. Here is Christie. By the way, I told you, and this is not a hard prediction, that Rubio was going to be the target of this debate on Friday. I told you Rubio was going to be in the crosshairs of all of these other guns because of the momentum he had coming out of Iowa. And have you noticed something else? Coming out of Iowa, the so-called Republican establishment seemed to gravitate almost immediately to Rubio. Rubio was where the donor class was going to go, and Rubio was where the establishment was going to go because it just doesn't look like Jeb's going to get there. And Kasich may have a decent showing in New Hampshire. We don't know, but beyond that, And now the establishment can't wait to dump Rubio over this debate performance Saturday night. The establishment can't wait. Now they're struggling to find somewhere to go. They thought it was going to be Rubio. Why did they drop Rubio like a hot potato? I don't think it's because of his debate performance. It may be a factor, but I don't think that's the number one reason why the establishment all of a sudden decided to jettison Rubio. I think there's another reason. But let's get to the audio sound bites just to replay what happened here. Here's Christie, Saturday night, Manchester, New Hampshire. The moderator at ABC, David Muir. And this is another thing, by the way. I saw Carly Fiorina on Fox complaining she wasn't in the on the main stage, and I saw some people upset that Martha Raddatz was trying to nail Ted Cruz on foreign policy, which she was. You know, Ted Cruz had a great night, and the evidence of that is that nobody wanted to talk about it. If Ted Cruz had had a bad night, folks, you would still be hearing about it everywhere. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS, but Cruz could barely even get a mention Saturday night. And the only mention he got was this back and forth with Ben Carson over the silliness, talking about Iowa and the supposed cheating and stealing of votes. But aside from that, Cruz got hardly any mention. Oh, yeah, when his name was brought up, solid, he was there, didn't hurt himself, didn't help himself. Given that none of the people we're talking about want to see Ted Cruz anywhere near the nomination, the fact is, had he done poorly, like some of the conventional wisdom was, that would have been their headline. But since he didn't bomb, and since he actually was pretty solid on everything that came his way, substantively, they ignored him. Best indication of the solid performance he turned in. But my point is, everybody complaining about the way Martha Raddatz went after Cruz. What if you're going to have ABC moderate your debate? What do you think is going to happen? George Stephanopoulos, a former, I actually think still an active Democrat operative. George Stephanopoulos from the Clinton War Room. What do you think you're going to get when you have ABC host a debate? Stop complaining about it. You're going to make the decision to go there. You have to realize that Martha Raddatz wants Hillary Clinton to be elected, and Hillary Clinton's weakness is foreign policy. If Ted Cruz comes along and happens to run rings around Hillary or anybody else in foreign policy, she's going to try to take him out, and she's not going to show any respect at all. And that's exactly what happened. You have to know what's going to happen when you put your debate on ABC or CNBC or NBC. You have to know. Anyway, David Muir, ABC. Governor Christie, you said, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, when it comes to electing a first-term senator. You heard Senator Rubio make the case that he does have the experience. What's your response?
You have not been involved in a consequential decision where you had to be held accountable. You just simply haven't. And the fact is, when you talk about Hezbollah Sanctions Act that you list as one of your accomplishments and just did, you weren't even there to vote for it. That's not leadership, that's truancy. He simply does not have the experience to be president of the United States and make these decisions.
Okay, so Christie gets that allegation in, and Christie decided to hit Rubio because he had to. Rubio's ahead of him. Rubio has the momentum coming out of Iowa, so Rubio is going to be the target. David Muir says, thank you, Governor Christie. Senator Rubio, what's your response to that?
I think the experience is not just what you did, but how it worked out. Under Chris Christie's governorship of New Jersey, they've been downgraded 9 times in their credit rating.
That's what Washington, D.C. does. The drive-by shot at the beginning with incorrect and incomplete information, and then the memorized 25-second speech.
Chris, your state got hit by a massive snowstorm 2 weeks ago. You didn't even want to go back. They had to shame you into going back. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just not true.
There it is.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
The memorized 25-second speech.
Okay, so there is Christie. This is the second or third time that Rubio's made the point that this notion that Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just, and Christie jumps in. There it is. See, the memorized 25-second canned speech, there it is. That's all he's got. And Rubio went back to it and went back to it and went back to it and kept repeating it and hasn't stopped, by the way, saying it. At appearances in New Hampshire all day yesterday and even this morning. He's still out saying it. Here we've put together a montage of Rubio repeating that Obama line 4 different times during the debate.
Let's dispel once and for all with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. Anyone who believes that Barack Obama isn't doing what he's doing on purpose doesn't understand what we're dealing with here.
He's one of 2 people saying it. Now, folks, you go out and talk to actual Republican primary voters. You go out outside of Washington, outside New York, go out to where these primaries and caucuses are being held, and you will find that this is exactly what has propelled Republicans to the polls in droves in 2010 and 2014. It's not the belief, it's not the theory, it is the knowledge that Obama's doing this on purpose, and there isn't and hasn't been any pushback. And Republican voters are livid. Obama has said he's doing it on purpose. He has said his purpose is to transform the nation. Everybody knows that Obama is an Alinskyite. The real question is, and I was talking about this over the weekend with my good buddy Andrew McCarthy, the real question is, why are these other guys not saying it? Why does Chris Christie make fun of it? Why does Donald Trump poo-poo it? Well, Trump I have to leave out of this theory. But Trump also, just for the record, said, hey, he thinks Obama's an incompetent boob, doesn't know what he's doing. Christie's point is Obama's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing because he's inexperienced, just like Rubio doesn't know what he's doing because he's inexperienced. It's Barack Obama, too, in that Rubio would be an inexperienced senator, elected president. We don't want to do that again. Rubio's point, no. Obama's not incompetent. He's not inexperienced. He's doing exactly what he wants to do. And none of these Republican moderates will go there. You want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why they cannot agree that Obama's doing this on purpose? Very simple. They cannot agree that Obama's doing it on purpose. They do not dare say that Obama's doing it on purpose because they have all worked with Barack Obama. In one way or another, every one of these governors, many of them, and even a lot of Republicans in the House and Senate have worked with Obama to advance certain elements of the agenda. We've worked with Obama on the spending bills. We have worked with Obama, or we want to, on amnesty and immigration. There are some in the Republican side who want to work with Obama when it comes to issues on the so-called war on women. But when you have worked with Obama, when you have asked Obama to come to your state, and when you have embraced Obama and done everything you can to get assistance from Obama, well, you can't turn around and then say Obama is purposely trying to transform the country because it makes you look like an idiot. So you have to fall back on the idea that it's unintentionally just incompetent, just a boob, and we can't elect anybody else that's as inexperienced as Obama was because they're going to have the same mess. And we will not have, there's not a single Republican running that wants to transform this country the way Obama is doing it. Not one. Not a single one. There's not a single Republican in this field who would, by virtue of inexperience, make the mistakes Obama is making. Because Obama is not making mistakes. Obama has an agenda. And I think the real important question here to ask and answer is, why won't anybody but Rubio and Cruz say it? Because that's essentially, if you had to encapsulate what the Republican primary is, it's about that. Like they keep harping on, I think Christie, or might have been Trump, I don't know who it was, jumped on Rubio. Maybe it was a moderator in the post-debate analysis. Why does he keep campaigning against Obama? Obama's not on the ballot. Obama's 7 years old. Obama's in his last year. Why does he keep running against Obama? Because Hillary and Bernie Sanders want to continue what Obama has started, and it is the transformation of America. And the Republican base is fully aware of it. The Republican primary voters have been begging the Republican Party to stop this since 2010, since 2009 when Obama took office. Anyway, I'm a little over the time here. The next segment's going to be shorter than it should be. Apologize in advance. We'll be back.
Rush. Make a commitment on the EIB network.
If you've had an ongoing tax problem, I have the solution for you. Tax Defense Partners. They will help stop the wage garnishments, the bank levies, and liens that you might be experiencing. Now, if you owe back taxes or if you have years of unfiled returns, call the experts at Tax Defense Partners now, 800-730-7777. They've been helping people and businesses for 20 years. They're the only firm I recommend to eliminate your tax problem. Find out how they can help. Call their quick reaction team of certified professionals for a free consultation. They got a special offer, by the way, if you hire them now. They will prepare 1 year of tax returns free of charge to start saving you money. So hop to it. Tax Defense Partners. Go into this year with total peace of mind. Tax Defense Partners to solve your IRS tax nightmare today. 800-730-7777. Tax Defense Partners. 800-730-7777.
Let John Maxwell help you rush faster towards success. A New York Times best-selling leadership success author of 90 books, John, with his team of coaches and speakers, has trained millions of leaders across the globe. Now he's ready to help you at johnmaxwellradio.com.
Hi, I'm John Maxwell. I believe that intentional living is the key to transformation. Whether you're seeking to improve your business, your leadership, or your community, transformation begins with you. You see, significance is not a destination thing. It's a daily thing. Join my free 7-day program to transform your life intentionally. One thing I know, you can change your life intentionally when you change something you do daily. Make 2016 your best year ever. Join me for my free 7-day intentional living program at johnmaxwellradio.com.
Get this special free program and free radio-only bonus from John Maxwell. Visit johnmaxwellradio.com today. That's johnmaxwellradio.com.
Hi, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. That includes lots of people to help with your taxes, insurance, or those pesky legal issues. You'll find places to fix your computer, store your stuff, or remodel your kitchen. You can even find a technician to fix your plumbing, or a doctor to, well, fix your plumbing. From brainy professionals to brawny contractors, find the help you need along West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go West, help seekers. Go West.
ALS is a tough disease to fight. Relentlessly progressive, we have no therapy for it. And virtually everyone who gets the disease ultimately succumbs to it. How do we stop this? How do we break through ALS? The ALS Therapy Alliance has been instrumental in discovery and treatment. The issue is being willing to take risks where we think there's a very high payback. We are a team of fighters. Randy is a fighter. Help us break through ALS.
Thank you.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
You people get mad at me all you want, but I'm going to tell you something else. Somebody asked them to define conservatism. Might have been Mary Catherine Ham. I don't know. Let me just ask you, who had the best definition of conservatism? In the Saturday night debate. I'm just going to ask it open-ended here. Was it Trump? Was it Cruz? Was it Rubio? Was it Christie? Was it Jeb? Was it Kasich? Am I leaving anybody? Carson. Who had the best definition of conservatism? You don't think that matters to people watching? See, the post-debate analysts who are either on site or in studios, television studio, this is not a criticism of them. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. I think when you start making fun of Rubio for repeating that Obama's doing it on purpose, you don't understand how important that is to the Republican base, which is what this primary is all about. It's fundamental. And by the same token, defining conservatism, being able to, fundamental. That's what this is all about. And if you can't do it, if your definition of conservatism is ignorant or wrong, I guarantee you're going to pay for it when it comes time to vote. Nobody in post-debate analysis talked about any of this. But I will guarantee you, Whether it shows up in exit poll data or not, those questions are going to be factors in how this whole thing ends up tomorrow night. Let me get started on the phones. We'll go to Radford, Virginia. Lee, great to have you. You're up first. Hello.
Hello, Rush. Thanks for taking the call.
You bet.
I've been through a lot with the Republican Party. I got to say, Saturday night, first time in my life I've ever been ashamed to be a Republican.
Why?
You know, the way Christie just went after Rubio and then bragging about it Sunday morning, it felt sickening. It felt wrong. Something's wrong here.
Oh, wait a minute. It's a primary. Rubio's ahead of him. Christie, we're getting down to the nip and tuck. If these guys don't start making moves now, it's going to be too late. You've got to expect this kind of thing. They're going to go after each other.
But Russ, if he attacks Hillary Clinton like that, they will have him on a cross. They'll have him in the hospital.
Well, it's a good point. Do you think he would hit Hillary Clinton that way?
Well, what else can he do? What else can he do but be who he is? What else can Jeb Bush do but be who he is? Stand there and shake his head and be ineffective. Jeb Bush is never going to be president of this country. Chris Christie is never going to be president. You know, Kasich and Jeb and Christie say, oh, we can reach across the aisle and work with Democrats, but then they attack Rubio for trying to do that. And, you know...
Well... They're attacking Rubio for being disingenuous. That's what they're trying to. They're trying to thread that. You got a good point. I'm not blowing your point up, but I'm being precise. They're trying to go after Rubio for being disingenuous, dishonest, saying he's conservative here and there, and then behind everybody's back, he's trying to secure amnesty. But you're right. He's working with Democrats, which is what these guys claim to be the experts at doing.
No Rush, and you'll know the truth on the EIB network.
When my cardiologist told me I needed to take a statin drug to lower my cholesterol, he also told me that it can lower my natural levels of CoQ10. He told me to take Cunol. It has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10, a very important nutrient for a healthy heart and healthy blood pressure levels. Cunol, with 3 times better absorption, has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Take Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
The engineer knows I am teasing him when I how can you be so mean to my staff? How can I? The engineer knew I was teasing. We have an understanding. Anyway, folks, you sit tight because we're just getting warmed up on this Republican debate stuff. There's much more that went on besides this, but we're not through with this. Then we got the Democrats to deal with as well, and other news that has nothing to do with any of this.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The Dow is down more than 300 points, and stock markets are falling around the world today as worries about the state of the global economy intensify. The Dow down 314 at 15,891, a loss of nearly 2%. The S&P 500 down nearly 2% as well, 36 points at 1843. The Nasdaq 103 points at 42.59. Oil prices falling for the third day in a row, trading around $30 a barrel. Investors are seeking the safest assets. Treasuries climbed, pushing 10-year yields to their lowest in 1 year. One analyst tells Bloomberg investors can't make up their minds about the global economy, but the risk of recession and deflation is rising. Hasbro's chief executive says the toy maker is open to merger deals. The comments coming after Bloomberg reported last week that Hasbro and rival Mattel held recent talks about a possible merger. I'm John Metaxas, Bloomberg Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. On a snowy day in New Hampshire, they're hot on the trail.
It's not strong to insult women. It's not strong to castigate Hispanics.
Jeb Bush taking aim at Donald Trump as the hours tick down to tomorrow's first primary. Trump still leading New Hampshire polls. One Monmouth survey has John Kasich number 2. Hillary Clinton still trailing Bernie Sanders. Whiteout conditions in parts of Massachusetts.
I would urge people to be very cautious and very careful if they're traveling or if they're outside.
Governor Charlie Baker at a storm briefing a short time ago. Fox News Radio's Bill Marcus live in Boston.
Lisa, here in the Boston area, it's coming down hard, 6 inches in the last couple of hours. But southern New England is expected to get off easy with just a foot. The storm is a monster, with an eye that formed last night a few hundred miles off the coast. The local utility company in the last hour robocalling, telling customers to prepare for a loss of power. Winds are the real hazard. On Saturday, 2 people were killed, a man and a little girl in Canton, Massachusetts, both struck by falling tree branches. There's a winter weather advisory in New Hampshire with light snow expected for primary day tomorrow. Lisa?
Thanks, Bill. Did federal workers get hacked? The Justice Department investigating a claim. Fox Radio's Steve Taylor live in Washington.
Federal officials say the apparently stolen data includes names, titles, email addresses, and telephone numbers of federal workers. A Justice Department spokesman says there's no indication at this time that more sensitive personal information has been breached. The online technology website Motherboard says an unnamed hacker is planning to reveal information on almost 30,000 FBI and DHS employees. The hacker also claims to have hundreds of gigabytes of data from a Justice Department computer. Lisa.
Thanks, Steve. A sell-off on Wall Street driven by global concerns. Right now, the Dow's down 323. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800
800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your future.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
That's proflowers.com, secret code 82.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The barn is shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
Every day, we go about our lives driven by routine, our vision clouded by the very normalcy we take for granted. Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible. It's time to open our eyes. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who combat human trafficking, whether it's forced labor, domestic servitude, or the sex trade. Learn what you can do to help by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
My dad came to live with us last month, and it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging. Help, but so far so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's 10:06 and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The views expressed by the host on this show make more sense than anything anybody else out there happens to be saying. You know why that is? Empathy, my friends, empathy. And an unstoppable, relentless pursuit of the truth as we meet and surpass all audience expectations every day. Telephone number 800-282-2882. The email address ilrushbo@eibnet.com. So again, best definition of conservatism. For those of you who didn't see the debate, I know this kind of leaves you in the dark because you don't know when you're relying on somebody to tell you. And I will at some point, but I want people in the audience to think about this. These are things that the post-debate analysis didn't even get into. And the post-debate, and I mean everywhere, the post-debate analysis on Rubio was that he made a fool of himself, that he exposed himself as unprepared, robotic, nervous, not worthy of the bump that he got coming out of Iowa, may have in fact been like the Dan Quayle moment. That was Britt Hume's take on Fox News. If you don't remember that, Dan Quayle was George H.W. Bush's vice presidential nominee and having a vice presidential debate. And Lloyd Bentsen, known here as Lord Bentsen because he's one of these left-wing Democrat aristocrats in Texas, was debating. Was it a vice president? It was a vice president. Yeah, that's right. It was. Would this have been? Well, I forget the year. Anyway, during a discussion of inexperience, I believe it was, Quayle happened to mention that JFK was not that experienced when he was elected president after serving just a short period of time in the Senate, and Lord Bentsen pounced. Lord Bentsen said, "I knew JFK. John Kennedy was a friend of mine, and you, Senator, are no John Kennedy." And the roof came off the place. It was total humiliation. It was one of the most, just devastating slams ever to have been witnessed in politics. And poor Mr. Quayle had the deer in the headlight eyes for a while before he tried to recover from it. That's what many said happened to Rubio Saturday night. Now, I'm here to tell you that it was nowhere near that, but it wasn't good. Rubio did seem to be unable to say anything else at certain times in the debate. But the question is, how did people who are going to vote in this thing see it versus how do the analysts see it? I am convinced, after so many years of doing this, that, and it's common. It happens. I've always been amazed. Sorry for the stutter around here. I'm looking for the best way to say this. The way debate performances are analyzed as though people waiting to vote actually have their votes so insecurely attached to themselves that they can watch a debate and see one slip up, and that can mean, oops, that's it. When I hear somebody, Rubio had a bad night, very bad night. Well, Rubio fans who are committed are not going to abandon him for this. Maybe people who are not, maybe leaning Rubio, yeah, but it takes more than this to talk committed supporters out of a candidate. This is just not the way that people make up their minds. In fact, there's even some good analysis that debates are not that big a factor in choosing a candidate. In presidential debates, I remember, not recently, but back in I forget the years, but it's not all that new that debates have taken on more importance than they used to. Snerdley's frowning at it. The old saw has always been that debates really don't change things much at the presidential level. Now, that's always been a rule of thumb based and backed up on polling data. But the way these things get analyzed afterwards, it's almost like analyze a football game, and you get mad at a wide receiver dropped a certain touchdown pass, and that's why the team lost. Well, when you're analyzing a football game, you already know who won, you already know who lost, and you can factor all these things in hindsight. But a debate takes place long before there's a result, and nobody really knows how any of these myriad number of things that happen in a debate are going to affect the outcome and individual votes. For example, the definition of conservatism question may not be as harmful to candidates in New Hampshire as it could be in other states, because the electorate in New Hampshire is made up a lot of moderates and independents. They have their share of conservatives, but it may not be as big a deal as if you fudge that question in South Carolina, for example. But there's some people that really got that question horribly bad wrong. I mean embarrassingly bad wrong Saturday night. Isn't it kind of fundamental? Define conservatism. There were some people that were embarrassingly bad on it. Not one comment post-debate. Also on the post-debate analysis of Rubio and Christie. Yeah, Rubio did not look good. There's no sense in you Rubio people trying to mask this. It was not his best. He did repeat it over and over again, and it did look at times like he had forgotten anything else to say. You have to admit it. But what nobody else talked about is how did Christie look on the attack? And did that help him? And then there's another question if you're going to go this route, and it's a serious question as well that nobody can answer. Okay, let's say you assume that Rubio's performance in the debate with this repetition of his claim that Obama is not incompetent and what he's doing is not accidental. If that's going to hurt Rubio, who's going to end up being helped? If that is going to cause people voting for Rubio to not vote for Rubio, where are they going to go? Does it mean they're going to go to Christie? Well, this is what you would be led to believe by post-debate analysis, that if in this confrontation, Christie, if this is the way you look at it, exposed Rubio, then isn't it natural Rubio would pick up the Christie vote, or Christie would pick up the Rubio votes that Rubio is going to lose? Because I don't think that's the way it works. I think if Rubio actually loses votes, you know where they're going to go? Ted Cruz. They're not going to go to John Kasich, and they're not going to go to Christie, and they're not going to go to Jeb. But depending on what you want to happen, if you're an analyst on television or radio after one of these debates, and you have a desired outcome, which they all do, silly for people to deny it, if indeed Rubio screwed up and lost his support, where does it go? Where does a disappointed Rubio voter go? And they make the automatic conclusion they're going to go to Christie, because Christie's the guy that exposed him. And I don't think there's any evidence of that at all. And I don't think there's any formula that would be predictive of something like that. I think if you want to answer that, you have to say, okay, why do Rubio's supporters support him, and who's closest to him if somebody gets soured on Rubio? And then you figure out where they go. Might they go Carson? No. I mean, how many people are going to knowingly vote for somebody they know is not going to win this thing? You realize 4 or 5 candidates are going to get votes from people who know they haven't got a prayer. There is an intricacy and a complexity to this that makes predicting it by virtue of what you think are missteps in a debate impossible to do. I am still not convinced that Trump had a problem in Iowa solely because he didn't go to the debate. It may be a factor, but it's not the sole factor. By the same token, Trump in this debate for Trump, he was awesome. When the subject of eminent domain came up, when something that Trump believes in passionately comes up, get out of the way. There isn't going to be anybody change his mind. There isn't anybody going to make him question what he believes, and he's going to destroy anybody who disagrees with him. And he firmly believes in eminent domain. Now, many people on the Republican conservative side immediately withdraw from eminent domain because they think it's nothing but big government times 10, stealing and taking people's property, not compensating them fairly. And here's the leading Republican candidate extolling the virtues of eminent domain in a way that most voters have never heard. Because most candidates would not dare promote, defend, advocate eminent domain. But Trump, as a builder and somebody who encounters the need for eminent domain throughout his business, has hands-on experience with it. Says, you want the pipeline? You couldn't get 10 feet of it without eminent domain. You want your highways, you want your roads, your bridges. I hear everybody talk about infrastructure rebuilding. You can't do it without eminent domain. If somebody, and here's the kicker, if somebody gets screwed in a deal, It's because they didn't do a good enough deal with the government when the government came in and wanted their property. If the government comes in and wants your property, make a killer deal. They've got an endless supply of money. You hold them up. You don't give it away, you hold them up. And he ends up blaming the people who get screwed by eminent domain for making lousy deals. Who does that? There's Trump out there being Trump, full and full, through and through. And Jeb Bush decided to get into it with him on this. Say, well, the difference is that, yes, Donald's right when you're talking about public sector and government eminent domain. But Donald Trump is not that. When Donald Trump wants your property to build a casino, or when Donald Trump wants your property to build a road or a bridge, that's when you're going to get shafted. And Trump's sitting there making faces and acting frustrated and poo-pooing Jeb away. And then shushes him up. Just be quiet. You don't even know what you're talking about. Jeb, he's trying to look big again. Jeb trying to look tough. It's not working, Jeb. It's not working. Here's another shining moment for Trump. Trump's getting booed throughout this whole thing. And after a while, he gets fed up with getting booed because he thinks he's making brilliant points. He's making points that normally bring the House down with standing ovations. He's getting booed. So he finally decides to give it up. And he tells everybody, the reason I'm getting booed in here is because the only people in the audience are a bunch of donors. I tried to get tickets for my supporters, and they said you can have 20. That's why I'm getting booed. You got people in here who don't like Trump. You've got the donors, you've got the lobbyists, you got the K Street people, you've got these people who want Jeb, you got these people who want all these moderates in here, and that's why I'm getting booed. My fans were not allowed in here. Place booed, but nobody denied what he said. They might have ripped him for blowing cover, but nobody denied what he said. So, I mean, it was filled with this debate was filled with great moments for many of the candidates. But if you rely solely on the post-debate analysis for your cues, you're going to miss because some of it doesn't register with them. Like when they were asked to define conservatism. I guarantee that question, that's when I would venture to say that if any of the professional political people in the audience at TV networks, moderators, analysts, that they might have taken a couple of minutes off during that answer because they don't think it's relevant. It doesn't matter. What do you mean define conservative? That's not it. But the viewing audience, that's everything to them. Who is and who isn't a conservative and who can and cannot explain why. And as I say, some of these candidates botched it big as possible. Some of them nailed it. Let's take a brief timeout. We will come back. We will continue here on the EIB network right after this.
Just how extensive is Rush 24/7, the subscriber side of Rush Limbaugh's website?
RushLimbaugh.com has duplicated by 20 or 30 times the Encyclopedia Britannica in terms of the data and information and, of course, informed opinion.
Be prepared this election season and bypass the drive-by media. Join Rush 24/7 now at RushLimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB network.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Hi, Chuck Woolery here. I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's real medicine that has no odor, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You use the whole jar. If you're not happy, you can get your money back. But I doubt that you'll send it back because the stuff really works. Get guaranteed arthritis relief. Find Australian Dream in the little red box at Walmart or wherever you shop.
If you're living with chronic pain, Neurospine Institute can help you get your life back. Services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Visit neurospinellc.com today and tune into KPNW every morning at 8 for the Neurospine Tip of the Week.
Valentine's Day is this week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 2 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 1515. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Imagine her delight when 2 dozen gorgeous assorted roses arrive. And for such an amazing price, it's a win-win. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 2 dozen stunning assorted roses, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $29.99. And will include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 1515. That's proflowers.com, secret code 1515.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
With news every 30 minutes, Bloomberg market reports every hour, and Rush Limbaugh Now. We are 1120 KPNW.
To the phones we return. Lee in Queens, it's great to have you with us. Greetings. Hello.
Rush, thank you for taking the call.
You bet.
Marco Rubio will absolutely ensure Obama's agenda will continue directly because of his support for amnesty. And amnesty is the one single umbrella issue under which the left will get whatever it wants because they have the votes.
Well, and if Obamacare isn't fully repealed, yep. Obamacare, health care, socialized medicine, single payer, whatever, and amnesty, those two things happen, and it's success for Obama's transformation.
It's over. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing, what I think is you're seeing in Rubio is the Limbaugh theory on display. He's going to claim to be against all of this stuff, but the moment he is for amnesty, that's it, because he knows that the left are going to get the votes.
Well, he's got a problem here. I mean, there's no question. He was part of the Gang of Eight, and he's got to explain that to the satisfaction of primary voters to whom it is everything. So that's part of his history he cannot erase.
It's true.
So you believe that whatever he's saying now is not true, that he secretly harbors amnesty, something he agrees with, and if elected president, will make it happen.
His history says so. I mean, he's extremely well-spoken. Obama's extremely well-spoken. But once you support amnesty, you're supporting the left. You're giving them the votes. And then after he supports amnesty, after he supports the agenda of the left, he can turn around and claim to be against these issues. He can even claim to fight them like the theater that we've been seeing all these years. But it's not going to mean anything because he gave them the votes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand you. You think that whatever he's saying about his role in the Gang of Eight right now to erase it is not true, that if he is nominated and if he is elected president, that he is going to make sure that all of the illegals in the country are granted amnesty. You think that that's what Rubio wants to do?
If I believe his actions over his words, yes. He supported the Gang of Eight, period.
So Rubio is out for you. There's nothing.
1,000,000%.
100 million. So who are you supporting?
I'm supporting Trump. Trump is the only guy that came out against immigration. We're talking about immigration.
All right, look, I'm not trying to light any explosions here, but have you heard what Trump has said that he plans to do?
What I heard is he's going to build a wall, and it's going to have a door, and he's going to stop the Muslims coming in from the countries who support terrorists.
Yeah, but he said that the people he deports can get back in if they
do it legally.
If they come
then
in,
then it's controlled.
Okay, all right. I'm just passing along things that I've heard.
I've heard that too. He hasn't said he was going to close the border. He said he was going to control the border.
Right. No, nobody said he's going to close. He's going to have Mexico build a wall.
Right.
Well, we don't want them to build. They're going to pay for it.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Through his trade agreements.
It'll have Trump watchtowers on it that you can probably rent as luxury suites overnight for a week or whatever, and see right over the wall, see right into Mexico, and see that there aren't any more illegals getting through. And you can pay $10,000 a night. Stay in a Trump suite high atop the Trump wall. Hey, don't laugh. And I'm not offering it as a criticism. I appreciate the call, Lee. Who's next? Joanne in Pennsylvania. Great to have you on the program. Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Rush, for taking my call.
You bet.
My comment goes to the definition of conservatism topic during the debate. I thought the debate was great. I vote for lots of them. But my comment is about John Kasich. And he really believes, and he's promoting himself as a conservative with exceptions. And the exceptions that he's pointing out is that he's a conservative, but he's a nice guy conservative who's running a positive campaign. Rush, I was yelling at my TV because none of the candidates disagreed with his premise that conservatism is synonymous with negative, mean, nasty people, which is just perpetuating the liberal narrative of conservatism.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure what your point is. I'm going to guess that she doesn't like Kasich. That's what I thought. And you're upset that nobody was exposing Kasich as being... That's because they all agree with him. Joanne, what he said about conservatism, it needs modifiers, it needs nice people, it needs compassion. They all agree with him in the Republican establishment on that. That's why. We'll be back.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Once again, the Portland special interests and Salem politicians think they know what's best for the rest of Oregon. They haven't got a clue. This time, it's a massive minimum wage hike that will kill thousands of small business jobs. We need Representative John Lively to stand up for Springfield, not Portland, and oppose this bad deal. Independent economists say the wage hike could kill 62,700 Oregon jobs. And that's not all. Costs for food and childcare will increase for hardworking Oregon families. Some will lose food stamp assistance they need. And working college students could lose financial aid they rely on. Tell Representative Lively to oppose the massive wage hike. Visit defendoregonjobs.com and tell Representative Lively to vote no. Oregon needs more jobs, not more special deals for Portland.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living. Turpinning Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Valentine's Day is this week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 2 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 5000. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Imagine her delight when 2 dozen gorgeous assorted roses arrive. And for such an amazing price, it's a win-win. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. 2 dozen stunning assorted roses guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $29.99. And we'll include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 5000. That's proflowers.com, secret code 5000.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
All right, we're going to get back to the audio soundbites here in just a jiffy, but I want to grab one more phone call. It's Jill in Alexandria, Virginia. By the way, Jill is one of my all-time top 10 favorite female names. It's great to have you here. Hi.
Hey, Russ, thank you so much. And I am a first-time caller. I'm very excited to get through. My first try. My comment is I wanted to agree with you that the base, the conservative base, doesn't really care about Rubio's so-called poor performance on Saturday night, because we know what he was trying to say. We believe what he was saying, and maybe he should have said it a little differently, or maybe he could say it differently going forward. That it's not so much about experience, it's about what you believe. Because look what Obama believes in, and he is using the power of the presidency to act on those beliefs. And so that's, I think that's what he was trying to say. I mean, I knew it instantly, felt it. I am not the least bit convinced that, Rubio is not going to work out as president. I'm not necessarily for him.
Well, this is my point, and Jill, I'm glad you said it the way you did, because what I've been trying to say is she's a committed Rubio supporter. So whatever happens Saturday night, it's not going to make her question her support. She's committed. It's no different if let's say you're a fan of Carolina Panthers. You're not going to abandon them next year because of what happened yesterday. You know that's a one-off, or you hope or think it is, that they're a better team than that. Now, I'm not trying to equate the importance of supporting a football team to a candidate, but I'm simply saying that the analysis of all this and the way voters make up their minds does not track with the way the professional class analyzes these things. It was not Rubio's best night. He came out of Iowa with roaring momentum, and every debate prior, he had been the epitome of in control and optimistic passion, great articulation. And in this debate, he seemed stuck. It wasn't that he repeated himself 4 times, it's that he seemed unable to come up with anything else. So said the critics. And then the critics say, that's going to cause a lot of voters to question their support for Rubio. And I don't think it does. Maybe some that may be on the fence, and maybe people that don't support Rubio obviously would not be inspired to after that. to have something like that be this major upheaval in the, I don't see it, because there are too many other factors. Who's to say that some people not mad at Christie for the way he went after Rubio? I mean, don't forget, even on our side, there are conservatives and other Republicans who think that Christie may have been too mean, might have been too oppressive. Who knows? There's just a whole bunch of factors that are involved in this that I think make it impossible to track voter support minute by minute in a debate. I don't think, let me put it this way, I don't think anybody goes into a debate and after the first 5 minutes, you know what, the opening statement's, best opening statement, Bush! I'm Bush's guy! And then the next 5 minutes, somebody says something that really, you know what, screw Bush, I'm with Carson. And then Carson fumbles around the next, that's it for Carson. You know what, I think I'll go to Trump. Trump looks good. I don't think it happens this way. Do you? It does not happen this way. So to analyze these debates that way, I think kind of misses the point. If voters actually change their minds as frequently as the analysts tell us candidates screwed up or did well, like I could make the case that Ted Cruz had a bang-up debate Saturday night. And I can offer you evidence that he got hardly any discussion in the post-debate analysis. Well, yeah, Rush, so how does that mean he did well? Well, let me tell you. Going in, you know that most Republican establishment types and moderates and centrists do not like the guy at all. You know it. I don't even have to tell you. Ergo, if Cruz had had an off night, or if Cruz really screwed something up, that would have been the main thing they were talking about. But Cruz didn't even get a mention until deep into the post-debate analysis. And the consensus analysis of Cruz was, he had a solid night. He didn't hurt himself. He didn't help himself. He maybe went a little long talking about his sister. Like, okay, there were people going to vote for Cruz. But at 25 minutes into an answer or 25 seconds into an answer on his sister, you know what? I don't like this. I'm not voting for Cruz. This doesn't happen that way. The way people vote or even acknowledge support or lack of support for candidates does not track with the way these things get analyzed, answer by answer, question by question. But they have to do something here to analyze it, and they have to do something here to illustrate their expertise. Let's go to the audio sound bites. I think maybe I can give you an idea what I'm talking about. This is a montage of a bunch of analysts from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday on Rubio somehow squandering whatever gravitas that he had going into the debate Saturday night.
Will Marco Rubio be painted now forever as a robotic candidate?
A robotic quality.
He's already been portrayed by a lot of us as a fairly robotic candidate.
It was like when a robot gets water poured in it.
Rubio is simply too programmed, too robotic.
He was shown to be too robotic.
That he's robotic.
This narrative that he's robotic
and repetitive. He looked robotic.
Robotic talking points.
He is some kind of over-rehearsed robot.
Now, I don't have anything other than anecdotal. I have seen a little videotape of voters talking about Rubio, and I have gone to comments sections of websites, and I haven't seen one voter talk about how Rubio was robotic. They've had other criticisms and they've had other praise, but I haven't seen this Rubio was robotic. The media consensus, and by that's a cross-section of every network that we have, at least one person on every network, Rubio was robotic. Now, I watched the debate. I never thought Rubio was robotic. I thought Rubio got stuck had brain freezes. I've had them. It's rare, but I've had them. I've had them in the middle of Rush to Excellence performances, and I've had to vamp for 2 minutes trying to remind myself where I was. It just happens to people that it is robotic. It's not that this is the only thing he knows to say. How do you say he's robotic when we've got how many debates that we've already had where every one of these people thought he was great. He was super. The guy was articulate. He was this. He was that. And now one debate, and all of a sudden he's become robotic. Sorry, it doesn't work that way, particularly in the minds of people who vote. Now, I'm not saying it's not insignificant with voters. I'm maybe threading the needle here too thin, but I'm just saying they don't look at this as robotic. They might have looked at it as they were nervous for him, or he seemed the opposite of robotic, just frozen, stuck. And then they might say, why? Why was he flustered? Was he really bothered by the Christie? That's what they're going to ask. Here's Christie and Jeb on Sunday echoing that Rubio was robotic. Christie's on Fox News Sunday, Chris Wallace. So this is going to go on for a while, these bumper cars with you and Rubio.
Last night, what they saw is instructive. It's instructive and needs to be seen, and my strong leadership needs to be seen, and Senator Rubio's robotic performance needs to be seen too.
Well, who can disagree with him in the drive-bys? They're all saying the same thing. Interesting, that. Fox News Sunday, Chris Wallace talking to Governor Bush. Say, Governor, how bad a night for your former protege, Marco Rubio?
Well, you know, he's so scripted. He's so gifted. He's a great speaker, but he came across as totally scripted and kind of robotic.
There it is again. He was robotic. Snurdly, you watch this. Don't mean to put you on the spot. Is robotic the way you reacted to this? I didn't either. And I don't have a dog in the fight yet, folks. If there's any number of these people, if they won, I'd be cool with it. But robotic is not how I saw this. Though that's in fact, Snurdly is reminded, the last half of the debate, Rubio was back to normal. He was doing a great job, like all the other previous debates. He was in command. He was articulating what he believed fine. It was the first half of the debate. You know, it could be nothing more complicated, and he knew everybody was going to be coming for him. And just nerves, I don't know what it is. And Rush, if it's that, my God, we can't elect somebody who's going to get nervous over something. I understand, folks, I'm not trying to tell you how to react to it. I'm just suggesting that the professionals here, I'm going to repeat this again. What Rubio said, forget how many times he said it. What Rubio said, he and Cruz are the only two saying it. I'm telling you, folks, this is fundamentally important. The characterization, the analysis of Obama. Most of the people, Trump, Jeb, Christie, don't know about Carson, Kasich, guaranteed, do not think that Obama has ill designs on America. Why, no, don't be so silly. He's just in over his head. He's just not qualified for this. And this is why we can't elect senators. This is precisely why we have to elect these brilliant, seasoned governors. Because these senators that haven't even served a full term, why they're so over their head that they just make a mess of everything. And Rubio's point is he's making a mess of nothing except the way this country was founded, and he's doing it on purpose. Ted Cruz, as I said, is the only other guy who consistently makes this point because it happens to be true, and most Republican primary voters believe it to be true. Hell, it's even beyond believe it to be true. They know it to be true. The real question is, why are the others not saying it? Why will Jeb not say? Why will Chris Christie not say that Obama is purposely undermining this country as founded? Why will John Kasich not say it? Why will Trump not say it? Trump is a unique answer here, but the other guys, I'll tell you why they won't say it. It's because they've all worked with him. Well, Jeb hasn't, but Jeb would have if he had been in position to. The Republican moderates, the Republican establishment, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, has announced that there will be no disagreement with the Obama agenda this year because he doesn't want any argument or disagreement with Obama to be a negative impact on the Republican presidential campaign. So the Senate Majority Leader has just said there will be no stopping Obama's agenda because to criticize Obama makes us look bad. What the hell is his campaign going to be about if not that? My point is that these guys that will not characterize Obama as doing this on purpose can't, because they've all worked with him one way or another. They've all sought his assistance, or they have joined him one issue to another. And they can't, therefore, say he's undermining the country as founded, because that would make them complicit. Since they've worked with him, the only thing they can say is he's a bumbling idiot and incompetent. And I'm telling you, that's not the case.
Say what needs to be said. Rush on the EIB network.
You may not know this, folks. Valentine's Day is coming up. Why not surprise your partner with something you can both benefit from? A great night's sleep at an affordable price with Boll and Branch bedding. Everything Boll and Branch makes is made from pure organic cotton, so you'll get $1,000 sheets for just a couple of $100. Boll and Branch bedding is so soft and luxurious that it'll be the new standard of comfort that you'll measure everything else by, or your money back. You get 20% off the entire order you make at bollandbranch.com when you use promo code RUSH. Now, Valentine's Day just around the corner. Get your Boll and Branch sheets today. Your relationship will really thank you for it. Shipping is always free, and you can return the sheets if you don't like them. You have absolutely nothing to lose here. That's Boll and Branch, B-O-L-L, and Branch, B-R-A-N-C-H, bollandbranch.com, and the promo code is RUSH. bollandbranch.com. Trust me, you've never felt anything like them.
Is another debt crisis about to strike? Here's Kevin Demerit with the story.
Larry, some shocking news has broken. Banks around the world are planning for another debt crisis, one that could be so big it would make the last crisis look like a bad day at the nickel slots.
What are they doing?
They call it a bail-in, and the plan is in place.
What's a bail-in?
Well, I can explain it in one word: Cyprus. When the next global crisis hits, it won't be taxpayers who bail out the banks.
Well, who then?
Depositors, just like what happened in Cyprus.
Well, how do you prepare for that?
It's all in our latest report titled Countdown to Meltdown, and our listeners can get it free just for calling.
Folks, call Lear Capital today at 1-800-957-GOLD for your free Countdown to Meltdown report and free Gold Investor Guide. The countdown is on. Banks are preparing, and you should too. Call now, 1-800-957-4653. Don't wait. The clock is ticking. 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-GOLD.
You've been trusting Bond Roof Care to handle all of your roofing needs, and they've always looked for ways to go above and beyond. Well, now they've found another way to do just that. Bond Roof Care is now equipped to make and install seamless gutters, which means you can get your gutters installed and your roof cared for at the same time. It's a one-stop shop. It's just another way for Bond Roof Care to serve you better. Check them out on Facebook for more info about a free estimate. Bond Roof Care, caring for your roof and now your gutters too.
My kids couldn't go outside and play. They couldn't go to the park. It just was a very bad situation.
It was brutal. It was a scary place to be.
I had always wanted to own my own home. I just didn't know how. Once we moved into this house, my children flourished.
Because of this house, I'm a better person.
Happiness, peace, stability are all the words that come to mind when I think of our home.
You can change the lives of families in your community and around the world. Join us. Habitat. We build.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
There's some companies out there that sell products or services online. They have whole departments of people set up to protect the data that you and everybody else shares. when you buy things from them. Sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not. There are so many expert computer hackers out there worldwide focused on getting personal data, focused on hacking major, huge databases. And what most of the hackers do is then sell those databases to the actual fraudsters. Sometimes it's the actual fraudsters who are the hackers. But it's why companies who do business online go to great lengths to keep their data safe. It's also why you need to make an effort yourself, because not everybody, you know how often these things get hacked. You hear about a hack seemingly every week now. So if the major database owner can't do it, what do? LifeLock. It's the answer, folks. Become a member of LifeLock in just minutes, and in the process, you'll have the benefit of the best resources out there. LifeLock's ability to monitor for identity theft and to help you should you need help in restoring your good name. This way, you're protecting yourself and you're able to act without hesitation wherever you go and whatever you buy. Plans start at $9.99 and go from there depending on the level of service that you want. Now, don't rely on a free credit service to protect your identity. They don't go far enough. Use LifeLock. That's the protection that you need. Sign up online, lifelock.com. Get 10% off your first year's plan when you use my name. You can also call them, 800-440-4833. LifeLock, nobody better. If you haven't done so, do it now. LifeLock at 800-440-4833 and use my name when you talk to them. Here's George in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Great to have you, sir. Hello.
Hi, Rush.
Hey.
There is a Trump voter that drives me nuts, and that is the guy that says, I'm for Trump because he's not under the influence of politicians. He doesn't have anything to gain by going into this. Wait a second. If Genghis Khan had all of Asia, did he stop there, or did he want to conquer Europe? If he had nothing to gain, why was he writing $100,000 checks to Democrats, the same Democrats that were advancing the garbage policies that have gotten us into this hole? Why was Trump writing checks to them?
See, here we go. If you're a Rubio supporter, you got people telling you you're making a mistake. The guy's for amnesty. If you're a Trump supporter, you better be careful. The guy's giving money to the Clintons. The Clintons were at his wedding. He's giving money to Schumer. He says he doesn't need money. He doesn't want donations because he's got enough money. Your theory, Genghis Khan had enough money, had a whole continent. Didn't stop him from wanting all kinds of power. So you distrust Trump. So any number of people will be coming at you, trying to make you question your support for any of these people, based on the fact that one or all of them is lying to you. What are you to do? What do you do in that circumstance? The answer is easy. Listen to me.
The wonder of Rush will continue on the EIB network.
Why do I support Ted Cruz? Because I trust Ted Cruz. Trust is everything.
You know, everyone here talks about the need to take on Washington. The natural next question is who actually has done so.
He really represents the people. He represents me.
He actually went to Washington, D.C. and did what he told the voters he was going to do.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
He's not afraid to say the honest truth, even from the Senate floor, even if it's unpopular.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
He has been consistent on every issue.
When millions of Americans rose up against Planned Parenthood, I was proud to lead that fight.
I feel as though he is a man of conviction.
I think he's what this country needs.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
With River Road Health Mart Pharmacy and their MedSync service, they're able to help you save time and money by coordinating all your prescriptions into one easy monthly pickup.
Managing all my medications didn't fit into my busy schedule, so my River Road Health Mart pharmacist coordinated all my prescriptions into one convenient pickup. Now I only have to make one trip per month. They will even deliver them to my home or work.
Visit River Road Health Mart Pharmacy at 884 River Road in Eugene today. For more information or to transfer your current prescriptions, visit online at pharmacyeugene.com. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Poaching is a major threat to our country's wildlife populations, but it's just one of the risks animals face. The best way to protect wildlife is to protect the land on which they live. The Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust works with private landowners to protect wildlife by preserving natural habitats and establishing permanent sanctuaries. To learn more or to work with the Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust to save your land, call 1-800-729-SAVE or visit wildlifelandtrust.org.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
You know, find out about Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. We'd have to ask John Kerry, the haughty John, who seems to be the expert in Genghis, whatever, Khan. And Jeb has worked with Obama on Common Core. Forgot that. Hang tough, folks. Coming right back.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are down amid deepening concerns over the health of the global economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average falling 339 points to 15,863. S&P 500 index down 45 points, the Nasdaq dropping 126. Apollo Global Management and other investors agreed to buy Apollo Education Group for $1.1 billion to take the education company private. Meanwhile, Jessica Alba's Honest Company is working with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley on an initial public offering, according to people familiar with the matter. And U.S. auto safety regulators are looking into electronic gear shifters in some newer Fiat Chrysler SUVs and cars. They say the shifters are so confusing that they've led drivers to get out of their vehicles while they're in gear. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady.
No one knows what's going to happen in this race. Nobody.
Chris Christie telling New Hampshire voters it's up to them tomorrow, not the polls. Donald Trump, still the Republican poll leader.
I'm not asking for your money, I'm asking for your vote.
Fox News Radio's John Decker is live in Manchester.
With primary day here less than 24 hours away, all of the Republican presidential candidates continue crisscrossing the state trying to win over undecided voters. Donald Trump continues to hold a dominant lead in most opinion polls. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio appeared to have momentum coming out of Iowa, but that may have been halted by a poor debate performance here on Saturday night. That has given new life to the struggling candidacies of New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, former Florida Governor Jeb Bush, and Ohio Governor John Kasich, all of whom are touting their executive experience. Lisa?
Thanks, John. Hillary Clinton still trailing Bernie Sanders by double digits in New Hampshire polls.
The real question is not, do we need big changes? Yes, the real question is, who's got the best ideas and who'd be the best change maker?
The former president and daughter Chelsea on the trail with Clinton today. A damaged cruise ship turns around in the Atlantic. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown live in Miami.
Lisa, Anthem of the Seas, one of Royal Caribbean's fleet, is headed back to Cape Liberty, New Jersey after a pretty rough day and night headed down the eastern seaboard. Rough surf and high winds caused the ship to rock pretty violently. Vacationers were told to stay in their cabins, but many say they could hear things crashing against walls. Nobody was hurt and the vessel only has minor damage, but the company says they'll head back just to be safe. Anthem of the Seas was headed to Port Canaveral here in Florida, Lisa.
Thanks, Evan. Stocks plunging amid fear in global markets of an economic slowdown. Right now, the Dow's down 387. Chipotle stock down nearly 5% as the chain delays today's opening for all restaurants so employees can get more information about recent E. coli and norovirus scares. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Wow, look at these roses. They're gorgeous. You didn't have to get me these.
I couldn't let Valentine's Day come and go without surprising you with flowers.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, even though she says you don't have to get her flowers, lesson number 1 in relationships, send her flowers. She'll be so happy when you do. The pros at Pro Flowers will help you deliver at Valentine's Day. And right now, you can get her an incredible bouquet of 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Just go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. These gorgeous roses are guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. Plus, you pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. Hurry, you must order by this Friday to get 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Let the pros help you win this Valentine's Day. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. That's proflowers.com, secret code 82.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Like to read? Then you should know that St. Vincent de Paul sells more books than anyone in Lane County. Yes, you heard me right. St. Vincent de Paul sells more books than anyone in Lane County. So if you're looking for a good book at a great price, visit one of our many locations today. We think you'll be pleasantly surprised. St. Vincent de Paul, where you can have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors. St. Vincent de Paul. We're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson. Coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Yeah, hang on here just a second, folks. Just a minute. Just a second. All right, greetings and welcome back. Rush Limbaugh having more fun than a human being should be allowed to have. Executing assigned host duties flawlessly, zero mistakes. And maybe I shouldn't speak so loud so as not to frighten the 24-year-old young women in the audience who are becoming socialists. It's a major problem. No, don't laugh. It's actually happening. All the millennials that are glomming onto Bernie Sanders, it's 42% of the Democrat Party now admits that they are socialist and they favor socialism. 17% of the Republican Party favors socialism now. Now, there's a reason for this. It's what's being taught. All this stuff going on campus for all of these years, it has a real-world result and application. And it's something that is almost, it's not exclusively, but boy, it's pretty close to exclusive to young people, millennials in general, who are finding an attraction to socialism because it's being lied about. I mean, the way it's being taught, it's being lied about. Fairness, equality, nobody ever left out. I mean, everybody has something. And, of course, the proof is all over the world. But one of the greatest examples, I saw it written about in a story today on the Super Bowl. A reporter, it doesn't matter who, folks, in the sports, I mean, they're all leftist drive-bys. It doesn't matter who, was talking about San Francisco. Oh, it's one of the most beautiful cities. It's one of the greatest cities in the world. Oh, my God, it's so beautiful. It's one of a kind. Went on and on extolling the virtues of San Francisco. And I knew it was going somewhere, and it was. This particular reporter was shocked and saddened at how much homelessness he saw just walking the city. He could not believe that in America in 2016, this problem exists to this degree. He said he's seen homeless before, but he hasn't seen 75 to 100 of them per block. Well, San Francisco's not exactly a conservative place. Safe to say San Francisco has never been a conservative place. Safe to say San Francisco is liberal Mecca. Culturally, especially, San Francisco is exactly what the socialist utopians think is socialist utopia. And yet they hate the cops there. They hate the, well, you know the drill. The homelessness is as bad there as it is anywhere in the country. Now, what this guy probably did not want to admit or reference, all this is happening during a Democrat presidency. I mean, it's one thing to have the homeless on the streets when a George W. Bush is in the White House, because obviously Republicans don't care. Republicans don't care if people are getting sick and dying in the streets. But we liberal Democrats, why, we care, and we have all the compassion, and we have raised taxes, and we have done everything we can to stop this. And yet it's worse no matter where you go in this country. Every problem the left loses their cookies over, every problem they wring their hands at, every so-called problem is worse by a factor of 5 in cities they run. Now, do you think these young kids coming out of college extolling the virtues of socialism are being taught any of this? No, they're being taught socialist theory. Socialist theory works every time you theorize about it. Socialism fails every time it's tried, but those instances are not referenced. So it is a problem. That's why it matters when Republican candidates characterize Obama and his motives. It's why it matters. This is Obama's America. He is responsible for this. He is seeing to it that this happens. He thinks there's a price to pay for our superpower status. It's illegitimate. All of our wealth, in Obama's view, is irrelevant. And it is unjust because we have stolen it from others. We have not genuinely produced it. So all of the wealth and all the superpower status and all of that, as far as Obama's concerned, it's illegitimate because it has been acquired by ill-gotten means and plundering resources from around the world, you name it. And so Obama's view is it's time we paid the price. And it's time we found out the kind of life we have brought to others in the world. It's time we found out the way other people have to live because of us. And so if there's a lot of homeless in San Francisco, sorry, price we have to pay. This is just the devil making his due. This is just whatever come and do. This is just everything being evened out. And so when Rubio or Cruz characterize this as purposeful, it damn well is. An internal poll conducted yesterday. This is from the Politico, by the way. Let me just read this to you. An internal poll conducted on Sunday suggested Marco Rubio's fumbled debate performance has damaged his prospects heading into the New Hampshire primary tomorrow. The poll was conducted by, you ready for this? The pro-John Kasich New Day for America Super PAC. Well, shazam! We have a John Kerry poll that says a Rubio stepped in it. That's big news. That's what's being reported right here. Right here in the Politico. A poll conducted by the pro-John Kasich New Day for America Super PAC shows that Rubio's plummeted to 4th place in the New Hampshire primary with 10% of the vote. Most of the polling conducted in the immediate days before the debate showed Rubio in 2nd place. The survey was based on 500 phone calls. Phone calls to 500 likely voters. The margin of error, according to Kasich's poll, is plus or minus 3%. It was conducted yesterday, the day following the Republican debate. Donald Trump leads big in the John Kasich poll, 35%. He doubles Kasich, who is in 2nd place in his own poll at 15%. Jeb Bush, 3rd place at 13%. Marco Rubio in 5th and 6th place. 4th place. Rubio in 4th place. And Christie and Ted Cruz are in 5th and 6th place at 8%. So Ted Cruz is at the bottom of the John Kasich poll. I'm sorry. Turn on the ditto cam. There it is. I'm sorry. I didn't have that off on purpose. Who asked you? Okay. I'm always curious when people notice, that it's not on. So in Kasich's own poll, Cruz is at the bottom, 8%. Kasich's in 2nd place, Trump at 35%, and Rubio has seen the bottom fall out. And right there it is in the Politico. Now, since they've got that, let's look at some polls that were published today, Real Clear Politics. And let's look at the UMass tracking poll. New Hampshire Republican primary, UMass Channel 7 News, Eyeball News tracking. Trump 34, Rubio 13, Cruz 13, Kasich 10, Bush 10, Christie 5, Fiorita 4, and Carson 3. So Cruz and Rubio tied for 2nd in this one. Democrats, same poll, Sanders 56, Clinton 40. In the ARG New Hampshire primary tracking poll, Trump 30, Rubio 16, Cruz 10, Kasich 16, tied with Rubio in 2nd place. Then Bush 9, Christie 6. It's apparent here Christie has not gained any ground. No matter what happened to Rubio, even in Kasich's poll, Christie has not gained any ground. Anyway, that's a summary here. It's impossible really to know Monmouth. And this is from yesterday, the Monmouth College tracking poll. Trump 30, Rubio 13, Kasich 14, Cruz 12, Bush 13. This tracks closer to Kasich's poll. Well, except Cruz is in fourth place here instead of last. Rubio and Bush are tied at 13 for third place, Kasich at 14. On the Democrat side, Sanders 52, Clinton 42. Trump has a 16-point lead in the Monmouth poll, Bernie Sanders 10 points. In the CNN WMUR poll, this is the one with a margin of error 7 points, so you almost have to throw it out, but it has, and this is Sunday, not today. Trump 33, Rubio 16, Kasich 11, Cruz 14, so he'd be in third place, Bush 7, Fiorina 6, Christie 4, and Carson 2. Trump with a 17-point lead there. On the Democrat side, Sanders up by 23, 58-35. Which I think makes sense now to move over to the Democrat side on this. Bill Clinton, as I said earlier, has unleashed his most direct attacks on Crazy Bernie as the New Hampshire primary voters begin to make up their minds before going to the polls tomorrow. Bill Clinton called Crazy Bernie a hypocrite for criticizing his wife for taking large speaking fees from Goldman Sachs and other. You know, about that, I'm sorry, I can't get through this without having to opine. I saw the number from, 2002 to the present, 2003, the Clintons combined. Are you ready for this, Rachel? The Clintons combined, just making speeches, for an income of around $115 to $120 million. Just making speeches. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment works in miraculous ways to keep itself in the money. And one of the ways it does it is with tricks like this. The big banks and Wall Street are heavily invested in the Democrat Party. So if you want to make sure that the Clintons are flush, by the way, one of the reasons for keeping people wealthy, I'm going to tell you a little inside story. Back in my second year doing this, no, it would have been my fourth year, so it would have been 1992. I met somebody whose name you would know, who is in the media business, pretty big in the media business, and is conservative, who took me aside and said, here's my hope for you. My hope for you is that you are able to acquire enough wealth so that you are able to really be who you are and say what you really think without fear of loss. He wasn't offering to do it. Don't misunderstand. He's just his point was, if you acquire enough wealth, then you're really, really free to be who you are. If your daily existence doesn't depend on not angering people, if you can go through your day without fearing ticking somebody off who can hurt you financially, then you are going to have a much more honest career. Now, he was not offering to make me rich. Don't misunderstand. It was to me, it was another one of these opportunities to learn things that I've had presented to me by virtue of my own success here. It's one of the perks. So when I see the banks propping up the Clintons, I mean, they're not being offered $250,000 to come speak because what they say is so unique and the banks can't get it anywhere else. And whoever the bank's audience for these speeches are, either other employees or investors, it's not that the Clintons come and offer things that they can't get anywhere else. It's not that the Clintons have insight that others don't have. It's not that the Clintons, it's just, this is how the people in that club keep the individual members wealthy. It's how the wealth is spread. In the case of the Clintons, it is also how they invest in the possibility of the Clintons once again returning to the White House and thus being able to return favors. So a lot of people paying the Clintons money for speeches are actually people donating to the Clintons on the come, hoping that if they get elected, there will be reciprocity in terms of favorable policy or maybe an ambassadorship or what have you. But this is the way the world works, and this is why money is the mother's milk of politics. The Clintons came out of the... Now, they were not dirt poor, but the Clintons were not wealthy. They had nowhere near the money they've got now. How did they get it? How did the Clintons end up having a fortune of $150 million when they had Clinton's salary of $400,000 as president and Hillary, whatever she had as Rose law firm lawyer? They didn't have any money compared to this. I'm not saying they were dirt poor, but how they end up having $150 million for doing speeches? Are you kidding me? Nobody gets paid that much to do speeches because nobody has that much to say to make it that worth it. There's something else going on here. That's why Mrs. Clinton won't reveal the transcripts of these speeches. Something in them would give away the game. Something in these either these speeches are filled with nothing but slathering, slavish, complimentary garbage about how great the banks are, how great Goldman Sachs is, and if that's in there, there is no way Mrs. Clinton wants her average voters to see that. As far as Democrat voters are concerned, Hillary and Bernie hate the banks. And if there's transcripts of speeches with Hillary out there praising the banks, talking about how wonderful the banks are, saving the world, the banks are protected, it would be a big problem. So there's no way you're ever going to see those transcripts. But I mean, $120 million are doing speeches. This is so phony, you can just... The Limbaugh letter has raised and enlightened a generation of high-information voters. It's pure substance with humor. We take on the left in print.
Subscribe now and get 1 extra issue and 2 bonus reports free. That's the Limbaugh letter at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we sell custom blinds and shades at affordable prices and provide the best customer service humanly possible. Since 2010, we've sold hundreds of thousands of blinds to satisfied customers across the country. Just check out our more than 10,000 customer reviews online. Blindster.com has easy-to-follow measuring and installation instructions on our website, as well as friendly and knowledgeable representatives available to help. And we take the fear out of ordering custom window coverings by offering free samples and a 60-day money-back satisfaction guarantee. In addition, we offer a fit-or-free guarantee, meaning your blinds will fit or we will remake them in a different size, even if you make a mistake in measuring, for free.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com. Blindster.com.
Once again, the Portland special interests and Salem politicians think they know what's best for the rest of Oregon. They haven't got a clue. This time, it's a massive minimum wage hike that will kill thousands of small business jobs. We need Representative John Lively to stand up for Springfield, not Portland, and oppose this bad deal. Independent economists say the wage hike could kill 62,700 Oregon jobs. And that's not all. Costs for food and childcare will increase for hardworking Oregon families. Some will lose food stamp assistance they need. And working college students could lose financial aid they rely on. Tell Representative Lively to oppose the massive wage hike. Visit defendoregonjobs.com and tell Representative Lively to vote no. Oregon needs more jobs, not more special deals for Portland.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Oregon Imaging Centers, Valley River Center, and Oakway Fitness.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
And this is David, I guess, in Battleground, Washington. Is that right?
That's correct, Rush. I'm a long-time listener, 30-plus years since I was a refugee prisoner of the University of California, Davis, and the People's Republic of Davis.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've been on that campus. I barely got out of there.
Absolutely. Hey, great points on Rubio. I'm a Cruz guy, but I could easily pull the trigger for Rubio. I think the one thing that he should have done in his debate with Christie is just to elaborate on the fact that he and Cruz, that Rubio and Cruz understand that Obama is nefarious, and it's not an issue of management. It's an issue of scope, the scope and the reach and the breadth and the role of the federal government. And Rubio should have elaborated on that, as opposed to just reverting to those talking points.
Yeah, I mean, well, we could all make some suggestions in that regard. Like, had it been me, I hate doing this because when people do.
Oh no, it's so difficult.
Well, no, but I
just think that it would have been a good differentiator if Rubio, which would have pointed out, hey, you guys think it's a management problem. No, I think it's a scope problem. That Obama thinks that the government should control everything, but we think that we should have a limited government. And Rubio did a great job of explaining, what conservatism really is, I think.
Yeah, he did. Well, you're jumping my gun a little bit there, but he did have a great definition. He and Cruz, once again, had the best definitions of conservatism. I'm not sure Cruz even got the question. I'm not sure Cruz did not get the question, but Rubio, of the people that got it, was hands down. Rubio, 1,000% best definition. But he could have also gone back at Christie and said, Chris, the reason you don't think Obama's doing it on purpose is because you've been working with him. He just, whatever, did not have the presence of mind to do it. Going back in hindsight, people did that to me on TV. We know what you should have said. Screw it, I'm quitting TV. To hell with this.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
With River Road Health Mart Pharmacy and their MedSync service, they're able to help you save time and money by coordinating all your prescriptions into one easy monthly pickup.
Managing all my medications didn't fit into my busy schedule, so my River Road Health Mart pharmacist coordinated all my prescriptions into one convenient pickup. Now I only have to make one trip per month. They will even deliver them to my home or work.
Visit River Road Health Mart Pharmacy at 884 River Road in Eugene today. For more information or to transfer your current prescriptions, visit online at pharmacyeugene.com. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwoofeugene.com.
Valentine's Day is this week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 2 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 5000. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Imagine her delight when 2 dozen gorgeous assorted roses arrive. And for such an amazing price, it's a win-win. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. 2 dozen stunning assorted roses, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $29.99. And we'll include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 5000. That's proflowers.com, secret code 5000.
Oh no, this can't be happening.
Sorry, it's happening. You took that curve way too fast.
Who are you?
I'm Regret. It's nice to meet you. Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Where are you?
In your head. And everywhere, really.
Why is everything in slow motion?
I'm not sure. A trick of the mind? You're not going to make it out of this one unscathed. I'm really sorry.
I'll go back and slow down. Can I do that?
I wish you could, but you were going so fast you had no reaction time. This isn't going to end well, Mark. The windshield is shattered. This might hurt.
Oh no, please don't leave me.
I won't. I'll be with you for a long time.
Your car may be built for speed, but the human body is not. It's simple. The faster you go, the harder you crash, and the greater the injury. So stick with the speed limit and avoid regret. Slow down. It's the way to go. A message from ODOT.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues.
The saga continues. A man, a legend, a way of life. I wish everybody had an opportunity to have a conversation with Larry Arnn. Larry Arnn is the Dr. Larry Arnn, president of Hillsdale College. He shows up here every now and again. Big supporter of the program. Huge fan. President Hillsdale College and author. Churchill, one of his idols. But the man's a walking encyclopedia. And the great thing about Dr. Arnn is he's not a hoarder. He does not do anything but share everything that he learns, tries to anyway. That's the point of Hillsdale College. One of the greatest liberal arts schools in this country, and the Constitution is first and foremost there. In order to graduate, no matter what else your major, you have to become proficient in the Constitution. It is a requirement. You don't get out. Well, you might get out, but you're not going to have any kind of a resume, any kind of a GPA that helps you. You have to excel at it. Now, Larry Arnn is like all of us. He listens to all the people out there that chat, leftists, progressives, and he listens to their philosophies, liberalism, socialism, progressivism, whatever. And he helps people put it into context and understand it in a way that they can refute it as well as anybody, almost as well as I do it. For example, he hears the same progressive voices you do in conversations, say, making a case for spreading the wealth around. The same people who talk about how to take away your property rights. He makes the argument there's a direct correlation between those efforts and the simultaneous onslaught against religious freedom. He ties it all together. He opens people's eyes to things. He made that argument in a recent speech that's now been produced in written form. It's in a new special issue of Imprimis, which is the publication that Hillsdale puts out. And its purpose is to capture great speeches, transcribe them, and make them available to people who otherwise wouldn't see them. And they want to give you this. Just like they give you these free college courses, Hillsdale wants to give you Imprimis. You can sign up to get a free copy of Imprimis online. It's the free monthly speech digest of Hillsdale College, features teachings from outstanding conservative leaders, is read by more than 2.9 million people nationwide. Just go to rushforhillsdale.com. It's free. Understand how all of these attacks on our rights and our freedom, how they all connect, how progressivism is actually assaulting every aspect of freedom and liberty with every singular attack that they make. Imprimis at rushforhillsdale.com. You see this dust up here with Gloria Steinem, the head nag. By the way, for those of you new to the show, nags is our pet name for the Now Gang. National organization for what we call a National Association of Gals, the Nags. And Gloria Steinem just stepped, she's so ticked off that women are abandoning Hillary. And so what is the natural thing for these women to do? They immediately become victims. Hillary's running around like a victim up in New Hampshire. Bill's running around like she's a victim of this mean dog Bernie Sanders. And Gloria Steinem's running around like Hillary's some poor victim of the right-wing conspiracy. And then Madeleine Albright goes out there and says there's a special place in hell for women that don't support each other. Grab soundbites 13 and 14. That's what I'm talking about. This is Steinem on Friday night, HBO, Real Time with Bill Maher. She has since tried to walk this back. But Maher said to her, young women really don't like Hillary. What do you think that's all about, Gloria?
She does have a huge gender gap and race gap. Women are more for her than men are. When you're young, you're thinking, you know, where are the boys? The boys are with Bernie.
After all of these years? Are you serious? Going back to the beginnings of the modern era of the feminazis, which would be 65, 67, 68, somewhere in there. I know because it happened to coincide when I was becoming an adult. It's been one of the worst damn things about being alive in this era is what the feminazis did to women. Just messed things up like you can't believe it. It's still screwed up. Anyway, after all of these years of Gloria Steinem and the feminazis trying to rewrite history for women, after all of these years, the reason women are abandoning Hillary is boys? Yeah, because, you know, these young girls, they're just going to go where the guys are. And whatever the guys are, that's what the young girls are going to say they're interested in because they want to have a guy. Isn't it interesting how human nature doesn't change? Where 1960, Connie Francis, where the boys are. And here after 55, whatever it is, years, Gloria Steinem is admitting zero progress. And I can tell you what set them back. I can tell you, and I will in a minute. But here's Madeleine Albright. Madeleine Albright was in Concord, New Hampshire during a Hillary Clinton event. And this is what she said about this aspect of women not supporting Hillary.
You have to help. Hillary Clinton will always be there for you. And just remember, there's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other.
And Hillary just started laughing. Oh, my, it's like she had a little drink with an umbrella in it, like she's so much fun when oh, man, she started laughing, and everybody started laughing, and mad a little. But then, so wait a minute. Is that really what women are supposed to do, just be in solidarity with each other? Now, why is all this happening? Here's Gloria Steinem. Young women support Bernie because they want attention from the boys. Now, she's got a new book that she's plugging. And you know who she, by the way, Gloria Steinem, you know who she's dedicating the book to? She's dedicating her book to the doctor who performed an abortion on her in London when she was 22. You know what we ought to do? We ought to just start sending Gloria Steinem bags and bags of Doritos. Don't do it, folks. Don't do it. Don't do it. But why is this happening? I'm going to give you a partial answer to that question. They have made their own bed. They made their own bed in the 90s. And they got in that bed, and they have been forever corrupted. And there's nothing they can do to change it as long as the Clintons are prominent on the public stage. It is Bill Clinton who well, Ted Kennedy too, but Bill Clinton, modern era, turned feminism on its head. He was a serial abuser of women, and the feminist leaders of the day, Gloria Steinem and the rest of them, excused it. They looked the other way. When Hillary Clinton was accusing women of being bimbos, when the Clinton machine was trying to destroy women that Bill Clinton was serially abusing, out the window went the credibility of feminism. When James Carville was able to discredit Paula Jones by running around saying this is what you get when you wave a dollar bill through a trailer park, Gloria Steinem and her gang had no chance. The very people they claimed to be representing and standing up for, women who were being raped, women being abused, women being mistreated, women being sexually used and discarded, Bill Clinton, the poster boy, and every woman who came forward or wanted to was threatened and intimidated into silence. Bill Clinton's private life, they said in the Oval Office, was none of our business. All that mattered was his policy position on abortion. So they sold their soul way back in the 1990s. They sold their soul to Bill Clinton in order to be true to liberalism. They sold their soul to Hillary Clinton. They allowed the very cause they claimed to be represented to be stomped all over and made a joke of by the two people they are trying to defend today, Bill and Hillary Clinton. Flash forward 20 years. Feminists are at war. Some, like Madame Albright, are shaming young women for not supporting Hillary. Others are shaming Hillary Clinton for being too moderate, for being in bed with Wall Street. Bill Clinton, sleeping around with dozens of women, was forgiven by the feminists, and the women who came forward were destroyed, mocked, laughed at, made fun of by the National Organization for Women. So we've got woman-on-woman fighting within the Democrat Party because Hillary Clinton's involved and because Bill Clinton is involved. Ms. Steinem wants to know why she's having these problems. She needs look no further than the people she is promoting yet to this day.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh.
The big voice on the right.
On the EIB Network.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
FHA, VA, 30-year, 15-year. Let's face it, unless you're a financial expert, the mortgage market can be confusing. That's where we come in. Hi, I'm Gabby Maldonado, co-founder of American Financing. American Financing was founded on a simple principle: help homeowners save money. We knew if we did that, everything else would fall into place. That's why our mortgage consultants are salary-based and not commissioned. We take the time to get to know your short and long-term goals, getting you into your dream home, even putting more money into your pocket. We will take the mystery out of home loans. With today's low rates, many of your neighbors are saving between $500 to $1,000 each month by spending just a few minutes with one of our experienced mortgage consultants. You have goals, we have solutions. You may even be able to skip 2 months of payments. We could pre-qualify you in as little as 10 minutes, and you could close in as fast as 10 days. Call today, 866-750-6551. That's 866-750-6551. Or learn more about us at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans. dreams.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com. You have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Do something special for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. A quartet from the Cascade Chorus will sing 2 barbershop love songs, present a bouquet of flowers, and a card, all for $40. Call today, 541-937-2992. Mention this ad and save $5. Singing Valentine's, a special gift for someone you love. 541-937-2992.
Sponsored by the Cascade Chorus and Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
Today, my new son and I threw a barbecue.
There were burgers and chicken.
I burnt everything. The burgers, the chicken, the salad.
They were delicious.
They were awful.
And then we had watermelon.
I'm allergic to watermelon.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window, Mrs. Wakeham's window, Mrs. Wakeham's windshield, and then somehow my hand. My hand!
And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Morning starts with a wake-up call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Every morning I come to work and I look forward to listening to your program every morning because I never know who you're going to have.
15 listeners can't be wrong.
Listen, I'm not even one of your 16 callers, and I don't even know really what that's all about.
Holloway and London.
And I just have so much respect for you guys.
The wake-up call. Morning 6 to 9 on News Radio.
You know, I don't know if you're going to be there forever, but I sure hope you are.
KPNW. When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
El Rushball back at it. Happy to be with you. Brand new week of broadcast excellence at 800-282-2882. You know, a week from today, folks, Valentine's Day gifts of flowers are going to be looked at and admired. They will have, if you're on time, they will have been delivered because, you know, Valentine's Day is Sunday. A week from today will be the week after. Now, 1 week from today, you could be in dire straits, and that is if you don't do anything, especially if you don't do flowers. You know, you have no excuse. Flowers work every time they try, no matter what you think they do, particularly on Valentine's Day when they are expected. And all you have to do is make a phone call. 1-800-FLOWERS can set you up the right way, and you will have it done, and it will be fabulous. For example, today, 2 dozen beautiful assorted roses, $29.99. That's over 50% off what they usually charge. $29.99 for 2 dozen beautiful assorted roses, and they deliver them for you. Now, you've thought about this. You've told yourself it's a gift you want to send and share, and you think they've got a lot of time, and it's just a phone call away, and all of that's true. But it's today now. This is your last week to do this. Just do it now, and it's going to be over with. You can look forward to Sunday with eager anticipation. 1-800-Flowers.com makes it easy. Log on, get to that website, look for the microphone in the upper right-hand corner, click on it, typing in my name after you do that. You'll find this arrangement at 2 dozen assorted roses, $29.99. You choose the day that you want the delivery to occur, and consider this part of Valentine's taken care of. If you want to go other things at the same time, you can, but this, flowers, it's a must. 1-800-Flowers.com. Don't forget to use my name when you order today. Here's Carla in St. Paul, Minnesota. Hi, Carla. Great to have you with us.
Hi, Rush. I hope I don't have a brain freeze because this is the first time I'm getting through, and it's because any other time I've tried to get through, you always say exactly what I'm thinking. So I really want to know what you think about this. You asked at the beginning of the show that the establishment all of a sudden is going after Rubio, and why is that? It's not because of his repeating the same line. I think it has something to do with abortion. I think because he's unapologetically pro-life with no exception, because George Stephanopoulos was going after him on Sunday about that, and Jeb Bush put out a comment that he doesn't support any exceptions other than the life of the mother. So I wondered what you thought about that. And also I was yelling at the TV saying, when he kept saying the same thing over again, he could have said it differently. He could have said, this is what Rush meant when he said, I hope he fails. Had he failed,
yes.
Had he failed, he would have been a...
Look, see, this is the point. This is the point. Look, she's a Rubio fan. She's not abandoning the guy. She was frustrated for him. She wanted him to do better. She was upset that he whatever is having a brain freeze or whatever it was. But she's not abandoning the guy. Now, if you're just tuning in, I asked a question at the top of the program. Up until yesterday, the establishment seemingly had turned to Rubio. And in fact, this was alarming a lot of people. You know, the establishment all in for Jeb, but it just wasn't working. All the donors and all this, and Jeb just couldn't seem to rise above 5, 6, or 7 points. They don't want Cruz, too conservative. They don't want Trump, obviously. But they were going to go with Trump. But then Trump skipped and Trump didn't, and they did make a swerve toward Rubio. And then the news came out anyway that they were abandoning Rubio and looking for somewhere else to go. Donors, lobbyists, the Republican establishment. I asked why. Her answer on this call is because of his stand on abortion. The establishment cannot support Rubio because of that. And I have to tell you, when it came to the definition of conservatism and Rubio's stated position on life on Saturday night, they were both flawless. If you happen to be a mainstream Republican primary voter, both those answers, I mean, and her point is there's no way the establishment could support Rubio because there's no exceptions. And she may be right. That's not what I was thinking, but she may have a point. Time will tell. We're getting closer. We're out of time here for this segment. Hang on, though.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh,
the soundtrack of your conservative life,
on the EIB network.
Are you hiring but not sure where to find the best candidates? As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. I can also tell you that posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with the dozens of different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Just post once, and within 24 hours, watch your candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. ZipRecruiter has been used by over 500,000 businesses, and you can try it right now for free. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Try ZipRecruiter and get your perfect candidate before they go to somebody else. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/rush. That's ZipRecruiter.com/rush. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/rush.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpinning Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Valentine's Day is this week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 2 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 1515. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Imagine her delight when 2 dozen gorgeous assorted roses arrive. And for such an amazing price, it's a win-win. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. 2 dozen stunning assorted roses, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $29.99. And will include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 1515. That's proflowers.com, secret code 1515.
It's not always easy being a dad.
When's the fairy princess coming?
Any minute now.
What? What do you mean she's not coming?
But it's always worth it.
It's the fairy princess!
It is I, Grooves Zinklebell. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
I know it's really you, Drew. I'm just pretending for the other kids.
Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
As is the usual case, we're out of time before I've gotten to everything. So I've got a stack I'm starting here, stuff I didn't get to today that I'll have tomorrow. Working hard to get it all in, folks. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Hang in there and be tough. 21 hours. Be here.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. There's no let-up in the selling pressure on Wall Street as stock markets around the world fall today amid worries about the state of the global economy. The Dow Industrial is now down 382 points, near session lows, down 2.33% at 15,821. The S&P is heading to a 22-month closing low, down 2.6%, 49 points at 1830. The Nasdaq, the big loser on the day, losing 3.33%, 146 points at 42.16. Shares of Facebook down more than 5%, pacing the losses. Oil prices falling for a third day in a row, trading around $30 a barrel. Big losses among energy companies today. Chesapeake Energy losing 33% after a report that it hired a restructuring law firm to deal with its nearly $10 billion in debt. Investors have been rushing into gold, which is up for a 7th day. Gold is near its highest level since October. I'm John Metaxas, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Hillary Clinton echoing Bernie Sanders.
I'm going after the millionaires, the multimillionaires, the corporate loopholes, the gimmicks, the money through the Bahamas, through Bermuda.
But Clinton says she'll do it without raising taxes on the middle class. She's trying to narrow the gap in New Hampshire polls, which on the Republican side shows a battle for second place behind Donald Trump. Fox News Radio's Gernal Scott, live in Manchester.
Lisa, the Republican field is taking aim at the New York billionaire, hoping to convince a large number of voters who haven't yet committed to one candidate. Jeb Bush, at a stop in Nashua, said Trump is playing politics the wrong way.
Donald Trump organizes his campaign around disparaging people as a sign of strength.
Bush sits well behind the leaders, but is one of a trio of current and former governors in the race who say their executive experience has prepared them to be president, Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. Parts of New England bearing the brunt of the second northeast snowstorm since Friday. A bus heading to a casino rolled over in Madison, Connecticut.
Upon their arrival, they did locate a tour bus that was on its side.
They assisted numerous riders.
State police say as many as 40 people injured. The Obama administration wants Congress to spend nearly $2 billion fighting the Zika virus. Fox News Radio's Steve Taylor, live in Washington.
Some of the money would be for controlling mosquitoes that can carry the virus, which has been found in 26 Latin American and Caribbean countries. Dr. Ann Schuchat of the Centers for Disease Control says Americans who are pregnant should think about traveling to those countries.
We're not canceling spring break. We're telling people who are pregnant, you may not want to go.
That's because the virus may be linked to a kind of birth defect. If Congress approves the administration's request, some of the money will go to research into inventing a vaccine. Lisa.
Thanks, Steve. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow down 347. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Wow, look at these roses. They're gorgeous. You didn't have to get me these.
I couldn't let Valentine's Day come and go without surprising you with flowers.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, even though she says you don't have to get her flowers, lesson number 1 in relationships, send her flowers. She'll be so happy when you do. The pros at ProFlowers will help you deliver at Valentine's Day. And right now, you can get her an incredible bouquet of 24 assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Just go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. These gorgeous roses are guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. Plus, you pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. Hurry, you must order by this Friday to get 24 assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Let the pros help you win this Valentine's Day. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. That's proflowers.com, secret code 8282.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Discount Windows. We do windows, doors, and installation for less.
There comes a time in each of our lives, a day that defines us. Will you be ordinary or extraordinary? Will you be humdrum or will you be a hero? That day is today. The day you choose to become an ODOT approved driver ed instructor. Hey folks, Driver Ed here, just practicing my recruitment speech because I want you to help me save lives. Did you know that teens who take Driver Ed go on to be much better drivers? That means fewer crashes and safer roads. But to reach everyone across the state, we need more instructors. So consider joining me, Driver Ed. You'll gain valuable teaching experience and earn some extra money. And with less than 9 weeks for training, including convenient online classes, you can be a ready-to-hire hero in no time. Allowing for cape fittings, of course. So choose to be extraordinary. Become an ODOT-approved Driver Ed instructor. Get started at whydrivewithed.com. See you down the road, heroes. A message from ODOT.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, and a happy Monday from the Radio Northwest Network, spanning the entire Northwest, Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. It's honestly provocative talk radio. You want to join the conversation? We'll give you a great opportunity. Hey, how about that Donnybrook of a debate on Saturday night? Did you see it? Did you see what Marco Rubio did? Did you see how he couldn't get off his pre-scripted robot-like message? Yeah, pretty sad. Did you see Donald Trump suggest that he'd not just do waterboarding, that he'd do things that were worse if it was necessary to protect this country? Now, I know a lot of folks like Jeb Bush, those of faint heart, are saying, oh, we're shocked, I tell you, that Donald Trump would say that he's in favor of waterboarding, or worse. Actually, I think an awful lot of Americans would say whatever it takes to keep the country safe. And yes, waterboarding is legal, and no, it's not torture. And did you see the football game? And what did you think of the result? And Cam Newton, what a crybaby. In any case, we've got a lot to talk about today. Our quick poll: should Washington State require attendants to pump gasoline for you? Now, Oregon is famous as one of only 2 states in the country where you still have to have somebody else pump your gas. But that means in the rest of the country, including in the Evergreen State, you don't even really have the option of having somebody come out and pump the gas for you. Now they're talking about a piece of legislation that would require that service stations actually have to provide service. And I want to know what you think of it, because if there's one thing that I've received more complaints about over the last 20 years, it would have to be the idea that Oregonians don't like the fact that they don't have the option of pumping their own gas. But would you like to have the option of letting somebody else do it? Let's say on one of those nights where it's cold and rainy and windy outside, would you like somebody at a service station to actually provide service? You can find the quick poll at larslarson.com, and it's brought to you by the Salem Spring RV Show, Oregon's favorite RV show and sale at the Oregon State Fairgrounds. Later on today, we'll have an opportunity for you to win tickets to that. I'm going to talk about the death of a police officer on Friday night. It happened not long after I got off the air, and it happened in Seaside, Oregon. But it's actually a lesson not just for the Northwest, but for the whole country. And I have a couple of thoughts in the commentary in just a moment. But it really, really does bear on the whole discussion we've been having since Ferguson, since South Carolina, since Baltimore, about what the police should do and whether or not they should try to use less lethal methods to take suspects into custody. It appears that that's exactly what happened Friday night. It did not end well for the police officer. It did not end well for the suspect either. We'll talk to Representative Mike Neerman about an idea that's being put forward in the legislature where they want to try to help all those young people with college debts to refinance their debt. And he's saying, hey, a college degree, if you get the right kind of college degree, can actually be a big cash cow. Why should the residents of Oregon, in this case, or Washington, or Idaho, 2/3 of whom have never sat in a college classroom, 2/3 of whom do not have a college degree, should your tax money go to try to refinance the debt of somebody who went out and got a college degree that, say, was in one of those subjects that does not lead to a legitimate job of some kind? And over the weekend, the news came, or late Friday, I should say, that the heads of 2 major departments in Washington State have effectively been fired. The head of the Department of Corrections, because DOC incorrectly released thousands of convicted criminals onto the streets of Washington State, and the head of WashDOT, because WashDOT has had its own problems, not just the problems involving the I-405 express lane, but we'll get into that as well. Washington State's Governor Jay Inslee says the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves for firing these 2 department heads. Well, if somebody wants to defend them, I'd be glad to talk to them. We'll talk about that as well, and whether or not those 2 department heads should have been fired. could it soon be illegal for your doctor to only believe in male and female and not the other categories that have sprung up recently? We'll talk about that as well. And Oregon counties are now lining up to sue the federal government to get loggers back into the woods, cutting trees down, and actually making some money for folks in the Northwest. And former New Hampshire Governor and Senator Judd Gregg is going to call us. We're going to talk about New Hampshire and where that appears to be heading. And we've got a few sound bites to play from Saturday night's debate. Oh, and Gloria Steinem, you know, the famous feminist, Gloria Steinem, who stands up for feminism all day long. She was asked by one of her fellow liberals, Bill Maher, why she thought all those young women voters in the polls are supporting Bernie Sanders. It does seem a little odd. A candidate who, if he became president, would be 83 years old when he finished his second term of office, if he got elected to 2 terms as president, has attracted amazing numbers of college-age voters. Now, the secret is that most college-age voters don't even bother to go to the polls and vote. But if you ask them who they're in favor of, they love Bernie. And if you are Bill Maher and you ask Gloria Steinem, the famous feminist, why are all those young ladies supporting Bernie Sanders? Her reply was, well, you're going to have to wait and hear it. But it was not the kind of words I'd expect to come out of the mouth of a feminist. We'll get to all of that and your phone calls and your emails. If you'd like to join the best conversation in talk journalism, it's right here at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com.
That makes a lot of sense, a lot of nonsense.
Right, you're bloody well right. You know you got a right to say.
This is the Northwest Nonsense, presented by the Ryan Group, where they guarantee to sell your house in 29 days or less, or they'll buy it. 29andgone.com.
How much longer do we have to sit for this nonsense?
No left-leaning, dead fish wrapper bias. No mega TV network liberal agenda. Just the cold, hard facts from Lars.
For the last couple of years, I've heard a drumbeat, mostly from the political left, that police officers need to back down and use less lethal methods when they take suspects into custody. Bernie Sanders, as recently as last Wednesday, said cops should reconsider their use of lethal force. Even some of those on the right have echoed this, wishing recently that Bundy boy Lavoy Finicum, who ended up dead, had been tasered instead on Highway 395. My response has always been, you can have those methods if you want them, but be prepared for officers and civilians to die. Friday night in Seaside, 2 officers, police officers from Seaside, tried to take convicted felon Philip Ferry into custody. He'd already been to jail 41 times, so I think I'm safe in saying he was definitely a bad actor. The Seaside officers tased Ferry, but as they tried to handcuff him, he pulled a gun and shot. The tasers don't always work, and that's one of the things people have to remember. Sergeant Jason Gooding's partner quickly fired back and ended Ferry's Clatsop County criminal career, and he ended it permanently. But Sergeant Gooding died from his wounds. He had served Seaside for 13 years. The next time somebody says police should try something less lethal first, please remember Sergeant Jason Gooding and his widow and his 2 children.
Insane.
Are you completely insane?
Ridiculous.
They get more and more ridiculous.
Flat out dumb.
You're even dumber than I thought.
Who deserves today's Lars Grill of the Day?
Maybe they're just really, really stupid.
Find out right now.
I want to give today's Daily Grill to the city of Portland, which has gone to the state legislature, and they have pleaded with lawmakers to allow what's called inclusionary zoning. Now, the whole state, actually the whole region, has a problem with the availability and the price of housing. So if you ask any politician out there, they will tell you, we want housing to be cheaper. So what do? They go to the Oregon legislature and they say, we want to allow inclusionary zoning in exchange for an expansion of urban growth boundaries. Here's what inclusionary zoning is a weasel word for. What it means is you can tell the developer, go ahead and build more housing, but you're going to have to sell some of it at below what the market price would ordinarily be. In other words, they want to be able to sell it in a way that has some of the homeowners who buy subsidizing other homeowners who buy. All that does is make housing more expensive. It's an absolutely lunatic thing to do, and for that, they're going to get the grill of the day. Jana writes in with today's best email, brought to you by Suburban Ford. Lars, the police officer in Seaside, did exactly what these idiots say to do when a police officer comes into a dangerous situation. He tried to taser him first, then tried to physically take him down. Now he's dead, meaning the officer. This scenario would have had the same outcome if the police in Burns had not shot Finicum. These idiots who keep saying, oh, the police need to tase and talk instead of shoot and save. They need to take a long, hard look at what just happened to this officer in Seaside. Instead, they say, oh, well, the officer got shot in the line of duty. That's his job. It just makes me madder than heck. I just want to take a stick and whack these people. On the other hand, on one hand, they complained about their safety, and on the other hand, they complained that they're being protected. I wish there was more we could do for these officers. Prayers and thoughts to the officer and all of those who are serving, signed Jana. Send those emails to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
Oh no, this can't be happening.
Sorry, it's happening. You took that curve way too fast.
Who are you?
I'm Regret. It's nice to meet you. Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Where are you?
In your head. And everywhere, really.
Why is everything in slow motion?
I'm not sure. A trick of the mind? You're not going to make it out of this one unscathed. I'm really sorry.
I'll go back and slow down. Can I do that?
I wish you could, but you were going so fast you had no reaction time. This isn't going to end well, Mark. The windshield is shattered. This might hurt.
Oh no, please don't leave me.
I won't. I'll be with you for a long time.
Your car may be built for speed, but the human body is not. It's simple. The faster you go, the harder you crash, and the greater the injury. So stick with the speed limit and avoid regret. Slow down. It's the way to go. A message from ODOT.
I've been telling you about Genucell with plant stem cell technology, the new treatment for bags and puffiness under the eyes. Did I say customers can't quite believe the results? Here's Susan from New Jersey. I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and the small lines have disappeared. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. In fact, with its instant effects, you'll see results in 12 hours, guaranteed, or your money back. From now till Valentine's Day. Take advantage of this special offer from Chamonix. Order Genucel right now and get the legendary Esotique Wrinkle Treatment absolutely free with your order. And to make this incredible deal even better, for this week only, express shipping is also yours free of charge. Call 800-525-6553. 800-525-6553. You've got nothing to lose but the bags under your eyes. 800-525-6553. That's 800-525-6553.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingle shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight, under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Do you own a timeshare? Have your maintenance fees gone up lately? Let me ask you this. How easy is it to book your week when you want to take a vacation? So how would you like to no longer own that timeshare? The consumer protection firm that will get you out is Timeshare Exit Team. Timeshare Exit Team is not a listing company. They don't buy, sell, or donate timeshares. They force the timeshare company to take your contract back. So if you want out of your timeshare, dump it now. Go to timeshareexitteam.com to set up a time to talk with your personal client advisor. They have a 100% guarantee that will get you out or you pay nothing, because if they can't get you out, they don't want your money. Period. I've vetted these guys and I trust them. So if you want out of your timeshare, there's only one answer. Timeshare Exit Team. That's timeshareexitteam.com. One word, timeshareexitteam.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to get your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Follow me on Twitter at Lars Larson Show, on Facebook at The Lars Larson Show. And, of course, you can send emails to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com. Les Wood writes in from Wilsonville. Lars, yes, I might like somebody to pump my gas if I want that, but I think the government should not mandate that a business must provide that service. Let the businesses and the free market decide that one. I think Oregon is beyond stupid to not allow people to pump their own gas. I think it would make sense to let people pump their own gas as well. And if I use the free market argument all the time, but if there's one place where I think the free market really has failed, if it's a failure, is this. There are people who would like to drive up to the gas pumps and have somebody pump the gas for them. They're even willing to pay for that service, as I think there are a lot of people out there who say, I want to have extra service. I'm willing to pay for it. If you go to a fast food drive-through, you're not getting the kind of service you get at a sit-down restaurant. Okay, you understand that, and you're willing to pay the difference. If somebody says, I want a full-service gas station, it's always kind of floored me that if you found the right location, I'm willing to bet you could find customers who would come by and patronize a full-service gas station. And yet, try to find a full-service gas station anywhere in the state of Washington. I've never actually seen one. I mean that. And if you know of one, let me know. But if you say it's my wife, for example, we live in Washington State, but I work in Oregon. Tina will literally make it a point to gas up in Oregon because she likes not getting out of the car and not messing with the gas pump, at least if she's dressed to go somewhere, as opposed to, say, Saturday morning. So if you want to have that option, it's great. It surprises me that in almost every other field of endeavor, you can find either great amounts of service, you can find fine dining restaurants, you can find middle-grade restaurants, you can find drive-through, here's your hamburger and a piece of paper that was slapped together by a minimum wage worker. You can find anything you want. But in gas stations, it doesn't matter whether it's an expensive neighborhood or a cheap neighborhood. Try to find a real old-fashioned service station. And it even surprises me that in the more expensive neighborhoods of Eugene and Medford and Portland and Seattle and Spokane, that there isn't at least one company that says, hey, why don't we provide real service? And we'll charge a little bit more for it. But for the people who want to have that kind of service, if you got charged another 10 cents a gallon, let's say, so a tank of 20 gallons of gas cost you an extra $2. If that would pay for the service, would you be willing to pay another 10 cents a gallon on some of those cold, wet, rainy evenings to have somebody come out and put the gas in your car for you? And I agree with Les that I don't think this is something the state should mandate. It should be the private sector that solves that problem. Now, I also mentioned Marco Rubio. And boy, did he get himself in some trouble on Saturday night, because what he decided to do was he decided to say the same thing over and over and over again. And Chris Christie decided to give him a real hard time about it. And I think Christie's right to some extent. Those in Washington, D.C., and especially candidates on the campaign trail, have a tendency to get a set of talking points. They stick to the talking points. And if your question does not include the talking points, their answer will still be the same no matter what.
And let's dispel once and for all with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Barack Obama is undertaking a systematic effort to change this country, to make America more like the rest of the world. That's why he passed Obamacare and the stimulus and Dodd-Frank and a deal with Iran. It is a systematic effort to change America.
All right, now that's what Rubio said. So Christie decided to challenge him.
But I would add this. Let's dispel with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Now, this is less than 1 minute after the first time he said it. It sounds like I'm playing the same soundbite again. It's not the same soundbite. Marco Rubio is on message. If anything, his staff is sitting backstage saying, hey, the candidate, we got him on message, and boy, you can't get him off of it, which is why he said the very same thing 4 times in a row. And Chris Christie, governor of New Jersey, decided to really give him a hard time.
He is trying to change this country. He wants America to become more like the rest of the world. We don't want to be like the rest of the world. We want to be the United States of America. And when I'm elected president, this will become once again the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
You see, everybody, I want the people at home to think about this. That's what Washington, D.C. does. The drive-by shot at the beginning with incorrect and incomplete information, and then the memorized 25-second speech that is exactly what his advisors gave him. See?
Now, you notice the audience knows exactly what Christie is talking about, and they're applauding his criticism of this stick to the message, don't care what the question is, I'm going to be on message.
See, Marco, the thing is this. When you're president of the United States, when you're a governor of a state, the memorized 30-second speech where you talk about how great America is at the end of it doesn't solve one problem for one person.
And Christie is absolutely right about that. And I love watching it. Now watch the next time he says.
See, those are the facts. Here's the bottom line. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just not true.
There it is.
He knows exactly
there it is,
what he's doing.
The memorized 25-second speech.
Well, that's the reason why this campaign is so important.
Now, you would think that a smart candidate says it once. If he says, maybe you didn't hear me, and says it a second time, but the third time you're inclined to say the same thing over again like a broken record, you might just find a different way of saying it or a different way of expressing it. But once again, this is what some of the candidates have turned into. And I applaud Chris Christie for knowing how to talk. And he is right. Marco Rubio has 0 executive experience. And if you want to know, should we try something like that? Take a look at our current commander-in-chief, Barack Obama, who also had 0 executive experience. And you can tell how well that has worked out for all of the rest of us. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Batteries Plus Bulbs has a message for anyone who breaks their smartphone, tablet, or other device. They fix them. Plus, they perform the service with a quick turnaround. Located in Eugene and now open in Corvallis on 9th Street next to the grocery outlet. Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030. or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Oregon Electric Station is your place for exceptional food and a welcoming atmosphere. For decades, OES has been an icon of the community. First, a railway station. Now, a classic and celebrated restaurant. A place for family, friends, colleagues, and dates. There really is no place like Oregon Electric Station in the Northwest. Drop in and enjoy the all-new bar and lounge. Savor a classic Manhattan on the new outdoor patio. Experience the fully remodeled restaurant. The train cars are still here. The food is still incredible. An updated menu features your OES favorites from start to finish. Fillets, ribeyes, king salmon, and the region's best prime rib. And there's a long list of new dishes to explore from savory to sweet, timeless cocktails, and an exceptional wine list too. If you're a local, you know where to find us. If not, just ask around. The Oregon Electric Station. This is your place.
Attention business owners, now's the time to save with the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Call 800-501-6000 now to get 30% off the regular price on the speed you need to download files faster, send large email attachments, process credit card transactions, and more. You'll get fast 25 megabits per second internet for just $69.95 per month when you add phone and TV, our lowest price of the year. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Afraid switching will disrupt your business? With our no-glitch switch, you can choose your installation time. Days, nights, even weekends. Plus, you get our 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't miss the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Get 30% off internet plus our no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 now. Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. Limited to one voice line and private view TV for new business customers with 2-year contract. Equipment, taxes, fees, including broadcast TV fee extra.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman to save money.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lacera. It's an all-out battle for voters in New Hampshire one day before the first-in-the-nation primary, where some Republicans are hoping to gain ground.
Jeb Bush today is again on the attack. He's not only shaking hands and trying to bring out all kinds of endorsements and get his crowds boosted, but he is going after Donald Trump as a major part of his theme. He's not been a big tweeter. That's been the purview and the venue that Donald Trump most uses. But today, Jeb Bush used Twitter to go after Donald Trump.
Fox's Carl Cameron. At least 30 people hurt when a charter bus crashes on a stretch of I-95 in Connecticut near New Haven during heavy snow.
Rescue teams reportedly had to cut through and remove the tour bus window to free some 55 people inside. 6 were reportedly hospitalized at Yale Trauma Center in New Haven. They are in critical condition.
Fox's Bill Marcus. Fox News. We report, you decide.
Lars Larson now and Rush Limbaugh tomorrow morning 9 a.m. to noon on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you and glad to take your phone calls and your emails live on the Radio Northwest Network at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. And on the phone with me right now, representing the Independence area, State Representative Mike Neerman. Mike, good to have you back.
Thanks, Lars. Thanks for having me on.
You know, there are times I feel awfully lonely behind this mic because I'm espousing points of view that I wonder, is there anybody out there who's actually making decisions who agrees with me? But when your note arrived that there's a bill before the Oregon legislature that talks about trying to refinance the debt of all these poor college students who've run up $1.3 trillion in debt nationwide, and you expressed the concern that we're asking the two-thirds of your constituents who've never sat in a college classroom or don't have a college degree in any case to help give a financial favor to young men and women who, if they've chosen the right degree, and they certainly have the capability to do that, they should be making enough money that paying the debt isn't any big deal.
Yep, and you know, you rang my bell right there. There's no attention whatsoever given to what degree you have, and you know, I'll give you an example of myself. I have 2 degrees. So early in life, I got a degree in philosophy, and I spent my time as a mover and working in call centers and all that. And a little bit later in life, I decided that I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life, so I went and got a degree in computer science. And that degree, at the time I got the degree in computer science, I was working as a supervisor in a call center, and when I finally got a job as a software engineer after getting a degree in computer science, after just the difference in pay for 6 months would have paid for my entire degree. Now, I was living at home, so there was no room and board in there, but that gives you kind of a little bit of a glimpse as to what the affordability is. A college degree is a cash cow if you get the right one. Why are we subsidizing cash cows, you know?
I agree with you. In fact, Mike, my wife and I are helping out one of our nieces who's right now she's out of high school. She's working a job almost full time, and she's going to school full time, and she's getting all the prerequisites. And I said, "Well, what do you plan to do?" And she said, "I want to get a degree. You know, I want to go through this program at OIT to do." What do they call it? Sonography is the technical name, but it's ultrasound, right? Oh, yeah. So you're the person who does the ultrasound and shows the new mom her baby and everything else. And I got curious about it, and I looked up what the total cost of tuition was, and it runs close to $30,000 over a 2-year program. So it's not an inexpensive program. And of course, you got to do room and board, but you'd have to do room and board even if you don't go to college. And then I looked up what she expects to make. And it turns out that straight out of school, in a field in which there's demand for people who know how to do it, the starting wage is close to $40,000, and the top end is close to $80,000. So
and that's for a 2-year degree, right?
For a 2-year degree. And so then I started doing some math because I wanted to reassure her. I said, listen, let's say you can only raise, you know, a couple of $1,000 each summer by working and going to school and all that. And you get, you know, mom and dad and your aunt and uncle, Tina and me, to help you out. Let's say you finish with $20,000 in debt, which I think is a little above what the American average is right now. Do you know what the payment is? I went to a college loan calculator that shows the current rates and everything else. The payment is $212 a month. And I thought, okay, if you're making 40 and you're 22 or 23 years old, you're making about $3,700 a month. You're taking home maybe $2,800 a month. If somebody made $2,800 a month take home and they had to pay $200 and change for their college loan, they'd still have $2,600 to live on. Now, in a bigger city, Seattle, Portland, place like that, you might pay, if you don't get a roommate, and that's your choice, you might pay $1,000, $1,200 a month for rent, but you'd be able to live comfortably on that. And the upside of that degree is as high as $80,000 a year, and there is demand. So I thought, God bless her, she's chosen a field in which it pencils out. It makes sense to go get the degree of the certificate. But so many people, and don't take this personally, Mike, but they get their philosophy degree, and I either want to say, "What's your day job?" or I'll take a latte today, as what I would say to you first, because what would the day job of somebody with a philosophy degree be?
Yeah, well, I had several of those day jobs, so I know how that is, and I don't take it personally. It was a big lesson for me, and that's fine. And I had a boatload of debt from that degree, and I struggled to pay it off. But again, that was the risk that I took when I did that, and so I own that. And when you socialize the risk, but you privatize the reward, you get what we had with the bank bailout thing, or it's socialism is what it really is.
I agree. So why do your Democrat colleagues say we have to help these young people out who've made, to be blunt, foolish decisions about where to put their education dollars?
Well, I try to bring that up as often as I can, and I don't think they've really thought it out, because I just don't think they value productivity and markets and things like that. So I don't know. I think part of the thing too that's going on here is I think Tobias Reed is running for treasurer. He's the chair of the House Higher Education Committee that heard this bill, and I think he's a little bit behind this, and I think this is just a glimpse into his agenda as treasurer, and I don't think it's just to balance the books and make sure that the state's investments go well. I think he has some other agenda items, and part of it is this, and this is worrisome. This state doesn't have any money. We don't have any money right now, and we're going to have even less than the money we don't have right now coming up. We're going to have, if you pass this minimum wage thing, that's going to drive up all state salaries. It's going to cost the state. That's not a good enough argument to not pass it. I mean, what it's going to do to the rest of the state. But anyway, the state just doesn't have any more money. We're going to have to pay a Cadillac tax coming up in, I think, 2018, and that's going to set us back a ways. So as a state, we're starting to really look at some very big deficits that we're going to have to fill.
And Mike, you know how from a distance we've all been looking at Flint, Michigan, and we hear about the lead in the water, and you'll see where this ties back. But we say, gosh, those people are in terrible shape. How could those evil people have made all these decisions to put lead in the water? You know how lead got in the water? Democrats and public debt. Because what happened was Flint by itself has a $1 billion unfunded pension liability. Now, I know you folks down in Salem are dealing with, 10 or 12 billion, but this is one city and one state. So they ran out of money. Then the folks they were getting their water from, the city of Detroit, they ran themselves into gigantic debt. Both cities run exclusively by Democrat mayors and Democrat city councils who just said yes every time the unions asked. So they ran themselves into so much debt, Detroit began to say, well, we got to find the money somewhere. Let's start charging Flint more for their water. So the folks in Flint said, we're out of money because we've got this giant pension debt. So where can we get cheap water? And they started pulling it out of the river. And they were warned by their own experts, if you don't treat it, it's going to leach the lead out of the pipes, and the lead's going to go into the residents of your city. To which apparently they said, we don't care, it's cheaper water. So, public debt and that kind of irresponsibility, at least in the case of Flint, has led to people literally being poisoned, because when they run out of money, they start to make desperate choices. And I'm going to suggest to you, ODOT is almost out of borrowing authority. The city of Portland has enough debt that its interest alone is $1 million a day that should be spent on something else. And here's one more idea, because apparently Tobias Reed has done the calculation. If I can help out some college kids who made, frankly, stupid decisions about what kind of training to get, and it didn't lead to a good job with the money to pay it back, if I help them out, their grandma and grandpas, their mom and dad, their sisters and brothers, et cetera, will all be grateful to me, and they'll vote for me as state treasurer. Doesn't it seem to you that that's the kind of calculation he's done?
That sounds like what he's up to, yeah.
And meanwhile, the people who, if you point it out to them, by the way, Tobias Reed wants to take money out of your pocket, you've never gone to college, and give it to somebody who went out and got a degree in left-handed French literature or something that leaves them at Starbucks serving coffee. Don't you want to help them out? That taxpayer should be livid about the idea that they're going to bail out the college kid who made dumb decisions with the money that comes from people who actually work real jobs.
Right. I agree. And at this point, the legislation is just to propose a study and the feasibility of it. So the actual implementation legislation isn't on the table yet. But I voted a courtesy vote to get it out of committee, but I'm set myself up to vote no on the floor. And I'm going to see if I can just make this an issue, because I think this is something that, we've got some tough choices to face coming up as a state. And I think we need to get everybody on board that we can't just go back to the trough and have the Bernie Sanders, everything's free and free college and all this kind of stuff. That we've got some tough choices to make, and we need to, when we pick what we're going to study in college, or if we go to college, that needs to be a hard choice, and we need to face that. And
you know what I'd like you to do, Mike? I'll throw an idea at you that I've been throwing out for about the last 10, 12 years. It has zero cost. I mean, it might take a couple of minutes, but here's what I'd like to see every young man and woman who wants to go to college have to do as part of the application process. And it's just what I did with you just a minute ago about my niece, Haley. If you sit and write down, I want to be a, and then blank. I want to be a blank. It takes the following degree, blank, bachelor's, master's, whatever. The cost of that degree in today's tuition is blank. And to do this, I plan to get blank from mom and dad, blank from grandma and grandpa, so much from scholarships and Pell Grants and all that, and raise so much by working during summers. So at the end of my college time, I will owe blank, and they need to put a number in there. And they say this will create a payment of blank. And the job I'm looking for is in a field, or the degree I'm looking for provides jobs in the field of blank, where there is demand for those jobs, and it pays approximately X to start or blank to start. If you had to fill that form out and make them do the math, and then when they get done and they say, well, I'm going to spend $100,000 to get a job that pays $5 an hour more than minimum wage, then maybe when people decide which degree they want to go after or who they want to loan money to out of these college loan programs, they'll say, you've got one that doesn't pencil out very well there, and maybe you should reconsider something that actually leads to a job that'll pay this money back. That one exercise, if done by everybody going to college, if every parent made their kids do that, it would probably make a difference in what fields they choose.
Yep, and I put, when kids are 17, 18 years old, it's kind of hard to make those decisions because those numbers don't really mean that much at that age in life. But we need to put some of this back on the colleges themselves. And I'd support having the kid fill out the form, though. But we need to put some of this back on the colleges. The same way when you go to buy a mortgage, they have these truth in lending things.
Yep.
You're buying this house. You just want to make sure you know that at the end of it, the cost of the house is this. And with all the interest at the very end of the lifetime of the loan, you will have paid this much for this house. And they have these kinds of things because we have all these evil lenders and stuff. We wouldn't want them to rip anybody off and all that. And it's the same with colleges. And the colleges have no responsibility. They're like,
well, think about it, Mike. What luck would you have if in Independence you went to the local bank and said, I'd like to buy a house that's worth $200,000, but I'm going to spend $400,000 for it? What would the bank immediately tell you?
Yep, they'd send me packing.
They should do the same thing on education. Mike, thanks very much.
Good. Thanks, Lars. Thanks for having me on.
State Representative Mike Neerman with us. Back in just a moment. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Does your home have cracked walls, sloping floors, sticking doors, or a leaning chimney? Ramjack West can fix that. Ramjack utilizes a state-of-the-art piering system backed by a lifetime warranty. Protect your investment and prevent future damage to your home. Call for your free in-home evaluation or check us out online at ramjackwest.com. Serving Oregon and Southern Washington. Get the job done right the first time. Choose Ramjack West.
CCB 146906.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you, and we're here to help you. expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the number one cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
This is a national healthcare alert from the Health Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one suffers from knee pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, we've got great news. You could qualify for a pain-relieving knee brace at little or no cost to you. Get free delivery, and all the paperwork is handled by our accredited suppliers at no charge to you. If you are on Medicare and have knee pain, don't wait. You may qualify to immediately receive a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost. Friendly agents are standing by 24/7 to help you. We also have other pain-relieving braces available for shoulder, ankle, and your back. You may be eligible to get these items and more at little or no cost to you as well. Our friendly representatives are standing by now to take your call. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Shop Restore. It's your redo go-to for up to 80% off retail prices on home improvement materials and decor.
Donate to Restore and turn your donations of building materials, tools, furniture, and appliances into support for Springfield Eugene Habitat for Humanity.
When you build with Restore, you keep Habitat building.
Visit sehabitat.org. Or stop by the Restore at 1210 Oak Patch Road in Eugene.
Shop, donate, build with the Restore.
Brought to you by the Restore and Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
With River Road Health Mart Pharmacy and their MedSync service, they're able to help you save time and money by coordinating all your prescriptions into one easy monthly pickup.
Managing all my medications didn't fit into my busy schedule, so my River Road Health Mart pharmacist coordinated all my prescriptions into one convenient pickup. Now I only have to make one trip per month. They will even deliver them to my home or work.
Visit River Road Health Mart Pharmacy at 884 River Road in Eugene today. For more information or to transfer your current prescriptions, visit online at pharmacyeugene.com. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open. Don't speak with your mouth full. Keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the program. Pleasure to be with you live on the Radio Northwest Network. Washington State Senator Michael Baumgartner joins me now. Senator, I guess the governor is a little upset at Republicans for effectively firing two of his department heads, head of DOC and head of WashDOT. What's your take on that?
Well, the governor is failing to lead, and so Senate Republicans are stepping forward to do it for him. It's unfortunate that rather than work with Senate Republicans, we're frankly just doing our constitutional duty to replace some ineffectual and incapable managers. It would be nice if you would work with us to fix things going forward, but instead we're kind of getting a political temper tantrum at the moment.
I didn't get a chance to go to his little dog and pony show, his press conference. I'd love to have been there, but I guess he says Republicans should be ashamed. Was there any good reason why the head of DOC or the head of WashDOT should have been kept on after some of the colossal mistakes both of those have made, most particularly DOC letting loose thousands of convicted criminals?
Well, it's outrageous that there's not more leadership and management and outrage from the governor when hundreds of millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, are wasted in the fact of the DOC. 2 people were killed by this early release fiasco. So Inslee has chosen to put political appointees who are incapable forward, and in the state's constitution, it's up to the Senate to confirm these people, and we finally took some action, and I think the public is very satisfied with us doing so.
One thing I was curious about, Senator, how is it that the young lady who was a train wreck in Oregon at the DOT goes to Washington State and isn't even confirmed but ends up in the job for 3 years? How does that happen?
Well, unlike Washington, D.C., the federal government, where you have to be confirmed to serve, here in Washington State, you serve until not confirmed. And Lynn Peterson was never qualified for the job. We should have, if we could have, we should have rejected her, on the first day that we took power in the Senate. Unfortunately, we made a decision in the name of bipartisanship to have a joint transportation committee so the Democrats could effectively block her from going to the floor to protect her. And, it's frankly not just a governor's issue here, but it's pretty sad that so many Senate Democrats, essentially said, no, she's doing a good job, let's keep her in there, despite the 405 tolling fiasco, despite the Birth of Big Dig tunnel fiasco, despite the hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars being wasted right now.
I don't know. My philosophy, Senator, is you never put whiskey and car keys in the hands of teenage boys, and you don't put power in the hands of Democrats. But that's just my take on it. Senator, thanks very much for the time.
Happy to be on. Thanks, Lars.
Senator Michael Baumgartner with us. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks fell sharply today on deepening concern about a slowdown in the worldwide economy. The Dow Jones Industrials is down 192 points. It had been down more than 300 points earlier in the session, but this is still a 1.1% loss at 16,013. The S&P 500 down 27 points, 1.5% at 1852. The Nasdaq down 85 points at 4277. Oil prices fell for a third day in a row. Oil traded below $30 a barrel. Shares of energy companies were hit hard. Chesapeake Energy plummeting after a report that it hired a restructuring law firm to deal with its nearly $10 billion in debt. Investors seeking the safest assets today. Treasuries rallied. Shares of Google down with the broader market, but the company's CEO is doing all right. Google's parent company Alphabet has awarded Sundar Pichai stock options worth $199 million. I'm John Metaxas, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. An estimated 40% of New Hampshire voters are independents who can vote for either party. And some voters say it'll be a difficult, last-minute decision.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah.
I think we'll probably be vacillating right until we walk in.
Yeah, absolutely.
The polls open 15 hours from now. Fox News Radio's John Decker is live in Manchester.
Polls show Bernie Sanders from neighboring Vermont easily beating Hillary Clinton in the nation's first presidential primary. Clinton has all but given up here and is hoping to rebound with wins in South Carolina and Nevada. For Republicans, Donald Trump is favored to handily win the New Hampshire primary after losing the Iowa caucus to Senator Ted Cruz. Second place, though, appears up for grabs, with Marco Rubio, Chris Christie, Jeb Bush, and John Kasich each hoping that the Granite State provides them with some momentum before the race shifts south to South Carolina. Lisa?
John, fear of a global slowdown comes roaring back on Wall Street. The Dow down 176 points at the closing bell, extending Friday's sell-off. Tech stocks getting hammered.
There's been a lot of questions now whether the tech bubble has burst, or if it hasn't burst, has it at least leaking a lot of air? Because these are the stocks that really carried the rest of the markets along on their back last year. They were the darlings, but this year, people perhaps taking their profits and running for the hills. The valuations are coming down to perhaps where some would say they should be.
Fox Business Network's Ashley Webster on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This sell-off could have been worse, though. The Dow was down nearly 400 points during the session. Again at the bell, down 177 and back over 16K. The Pentagon confirms North Korea did launch a satellite or other space device besides the rocket that went up over the weekend. Pyongyang says it's just part of its peaceful space program. The U.S. and the UN concerned about tests of ballistic missile technology. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Wow, look at these roses. They're gorgeous. You didn't have to get me these.
I couldn't let Valentine's Day come and go without surprising you with flowers.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, even though she says you don't have to get her flowers, lesson number 1 in relationships, send her flowers. She'll be so happy when you do. The pros at ProFlowers will help you deliver at Valentine's Day. And right now, you can get her an incredible bouquet of 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Just go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. These gorgeous roses are guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. Plus, you pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. Hurry, you must order by this Friday to get 2 dozen assorted roses with a free glass vase for just $29.99. Let the pros help you win this Valentine's Day. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to proflowers.com, click the blue microphone in the upper right corner, and enter secret code 8282. That's proflowers.com, secret code 82.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets, but Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories, and if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets, but from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
Oregon Electric Station is your place for exceptional food and a welcoming atmosphere. For decades, OES has been an icon of the community. First, a railway station, now a classic and celebrated restaurant. A place for family, friends, colleagues, and dates. There really is no place like Oregon Electric Station in the Northwest. Drop in and enjoy the all-new bar and lounge. Savor a classic Manhattan on the new outdoor patio. Experience the fully remodeled restaurant. The train cars are still here. The food is still incredible. An updated menu features your OES favorites from start to finish. Fillets, ribeyes, king salmon, and the region's best prime rib. And there's a long list of new dishes to explore, from savory to sweet, timeless cocktails, and an exceptional wine list too. If you're a local, you know where to find us. If not, just ask around. The Oregon Electric Station. This is your place.
Save big at Oregon E-Deals. Check out reduced prices on Fitzpatrick Painting, SM Gun Shop, Eugene Electric Bicycle, and Creative Clock. It's easy to save. Go to KPNW.com and click Oregon E-Deals.
I'm hooked on Oregon E-Deals.com. I'm saving big.
Lars Larson, sponsored by Island Fence on Highway 99 in Junction City. CCB 105556.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
The Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you, and glad to get your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. And our quick poll today, should Washington State require gas station attendants to pump your gas for you? They're suggesting now that support is growing in Washington, believe it or not, to require gas station attendants to pump it for you. While most drivers still oppose fully mandated service, that's 51% say no to that. 4 in 10, 40%, say they would lean toward or strongly favor required assistance at the pump. PEMCO Insurance did those polls. That's up from about 1/3 of Washington drivers that the company polled in a similar survey about 4 years ago. 60% said no to the idea. Well, now that's starting to soften up. Oregon and New Jersey, the only 2 states to ban self-service refueling, and now they're talking about requiring it in Washington State. I'm not in favor of requiring, but I would be in favor of allowing somebody the option of getting full service if they want full service. Let's go to Dan in Corbett. Hey, Dan, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hi, Lars. Hey, I don't normally call radio stations. In fact, fairly senior guy here, and this is the first time. But I heard the discussion about the the self-service on gas stations, and it just seems to me, I recall back in the 70s sometime, that we may have challenged that at the polls. And I've just been doing a little research on the internet while I was waiting for you, and doggone, I couldn't find it. But I seem to remember that huge discussion. I'm thinking mid-1970s, set to the voters, and they voted to keep it, to keep the gas the service and preclude self-service there.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd bring that up as a point.
Well, and I don't recall, because, I mean, obviously I didn't start voting until I turned 18, so that would have been 77. I don't recall that we've ever had a vote on whether or not to have it. The legislature has decided for us. And when we bring up the idea of allowing self-service, where Washington State is talking about going the other direction, requiring some kind of service if you want it, Oregonians have, well, the legislature at least has said no. But I'm kind of curious, if you put it to a vote today, how many people would vote to allow self-service and allow you to pump your own gas? I have a feeling you might get a majority in Oregon these days.
Yeah, I used to drive across country a lot, and I'd always fill up in Idaho or somewhere else before I entered Oregon, save myself a few bucks. And it just kind of aggravated me to think, now, I was an Oregonian way back then, but I spent a lot of time in the military, gone. And it just kind of aggravated me every time I came into Oregon that I had to pay for that service that I didn't want.
Although here's the thing.
Some referendum on it.
But I'm curious, Dan, when people say there's a difference, obviously you have to have somebody at the gas station, even if the customers are pumping their own gas, but you may not have to have as many people as you do. But in Washington State, I don't see a dramatic difference in the gas prices between the two states. As long as you take into account the tax differences between the two states, I don't see a gigantic difference in price. Do you?
No, not now. It used to be I'd see a difference as I was driving, as I'm leaving Idaho coming into Oregon. I'd see a difference right there at the border. It's probably at the border in rural areas that you might see a difference because the competition there would be not so. It's going to be pure, unless there's a tax situation that you're considering.
And I've never bought the idea that some people try to push that somehow this is a jobs bill. That somehow you create more jobs, because it would take more people to staff it. But for some reason, having make-work jobs pumping gas doesn't seem like the way to run a healthy economy. Thanks for the call, by the way. 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Let's go to Alan in Medford. Alan, thanks for listening on KMED. What's on your mind?
Sure. Thank you for letting me take my call.
Sure.
I had a question, and I'm not trying to get into any of the rhetoric of all the stuff that's going on. I feel really bad for the officer and his family. I pray for him. But most importantly, I've called in a few times in the past. I have had 3 family members in law enforcement. I myself are backup to first responders. The question I have, this should give you an idea, I'm not just off the cuff here. I've been involved and in the classes, in 4 different classes, one with the DEA, 2 in the military, and 1 with the local law enforcement on shooting scenarios. Mm-hmm. Class is about 4 hours long. A lot of people form an opinion. You got to walk the walk and when you're talking the talk, and it's a scary thing. And common sense is the first thing if you're doing any of this that's going to save you, keep you alive. And I just leave it at that.
Actually, I don't know if common sense will keep you alive. If you're talking,
if you see somebody running at you, you either hide behind something or you take them out if they're there.
But how would common sense have changed what happened in Seaside on Friday night, where a police officer?
I don't think it would have. I don't think that common sense was a very, very small part of it. The officer was put in a bad place. He acted. I didn't know that he had backup of any kind.
He did. He had a second officer right there. Yeah, and so what happened was the second officer filled Philip Ferry, the felon they were trying to take into custody. He filled him up with lead and killed him. But by that time, Jason Gooding was already dead.
Because he would already went over the boundaries the first 2 or 3 times he crossed the law.
See, I think part of the problem is and you hear it on this show, if you listen, Alan, there are people who say, well, why don't they use a taser first? Well, Jason Gooding's death is a good example of what happened. In that case, Philip Ferry resisted arrest. They were forced to tase him. People think that tasers are like a Star Trek stun gun, a phaser that you put on stun, that they knock you down and you're unconscious. It isn't always the case. And clearly what happened Friday night, after they had tased him, the taser knocked him to the ground, but it didn't incapacitate him enough that he couldn't reach in his pocket, pull a gun out, and shoot Sergeant Gooding and kill Sergeant Gooding. So people who think that tasers are always effective are missing the boat. They don't understand that a lot of times they're not nearly effective enough. And that's why in the last couple of weeks, as I've heard people say, why didn't the Oregon State Police tase Lavoy Finicum when he was running from them? As he was trying to avoid being taken into custody, and they shot him instead. The situation in Seaside Friday night shows why you don't give the guy the chance to get his hand on the gun he's carrying, because he'll kill you.
Well, I understand and I appreciate your show, and I've listened for quite a while, several years, and I appreciate it. A lot of excellent information. But I'm only sharing that about the classes, that when there's believers or non-believers, you go through 1 class, 2 classes, 3 and 4 classes, you're gonna look at it much deeper, and reaction is going to be much deeper.
Do you remember
it was over all the years for me?
Yeah. Do you remember last summer when there was a controversy about Ferguson, and there was a controversy about Black Lives Matter, and that police officers just shoot any black person they see? There was an experiment that was done down in Phoenix, Arizona, and we actually, our flagship station, KXL, replicated it, where they took some Black Lives Matter protesters and they said, come out and we'll run you through a real scenario. We're going to give you a police training gun that makes a sound, and the slide goes back and forth, but it doesn't have a bullet coming out of it. And what you have to do is walk up and confront somebody that you need to take into custody. And you can't shoot the good guy, so if there's a bystander there, you can't shoot them. And the bad guy is going to try whatever he can try. He may try to grab you or grab the gun and see how you do. They ran these Black Lives Matter jokers through this course a couple of times, and they either ended up dead, or they ended up shooting the wrong person, or they ended up with the suspect getting a hold of their gun. And after they'd gone through it a couple of times, their whole perspective on what the police should or shouldn't do changed dramatically, let me tell you. Thanks for the call. Back in a moment. Your call's welcome at 866-439-5277. And I want to ask you something. Do you think the police should be told to back down and use less lethal force? And Bernie Sanders seems to think, and he said this last week, that police officers immediately go to lethal force. It clearly shows that at least one of the people running for president of the United States right now doesn't have the first clue how police officers do their jobs. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This week, Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for 20 years, will be at the Pacific Northwest Sportsman Show. Northwest Armory features local manufacturers with products made right here in Oregon, including Leupold Optics. Leupold, America's optics authority, is a family business that's been making some of the best optics available right here in Oregon for almost 70 years. They offer a wide variety of hunting and tactical optics for rifles and handguns, as well as spotting scopes, binoculars, rangefinders, and scope rings and bases. And Leupold products come with a gold ring full lifetime guarantee. If your Leupold product doesn't perform as promised, Leupold will repair it or replace it for free forever, whether you're the original owner or not. Northwest Armory will have a full selection of Leupold optics at the Sportsman Show, and Leupold reps will be there to answer questions and show the latest Leupold products. I use them, so visit Northwest Armory, booth 1500, the Sportsman Show, for the best selection and pricing on Leupold optics. I've been telling you about GenuCell with plant stem cell technology, the new treatment for bags and puffiness under the eyes. Did I say customers can't quite believe the results? Here's Susan from New Jersey. I've been using GenuCell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and the small lines have disappeared. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. In fact, with its instant effects, you'll see results in 12 hours, guaranteed, or your money back. From now till Valentine's Day, take advantage of this special offer from Chamonix. Order GenuCell right now and get the legendary Esotique wrinkle treatment absolutely free with your order. And to make this incredible deal even better, for this week only, express shipping is also yours free of charge. Call 800-525-6553. 800-525-6553. You've got nothing to lose but the bags under your eyes. 800-525-6553. That's 800-525-6553.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingle shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight, under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
We have one of the finest pool and spa designers in America right here in our region. The Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, they all recognize it. I do as well. I'm talking about Anderson Pool Works. Natural pools, spas, rockery. I'll tell you what I told Oregon State and the University of Arizona when they asked me about Anderson Pool Works. These guys are the best. Dana and Brody Anderson have continued the outstanding design and construction that their parents started so many years ago. Whether it's a water feature you want or an in-ground installation of a pool or a spa or a swim spa like us, these guys are the designers and they have the best construction and the best people. If you need someone to just service and maintain your existing pool, do what we do. Go with Anderson Pool Works. They're my go-to. Sit down with Anderson Pool Works. Get busy dreaming on what your backyard can be. Like the Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, or the University of Arizona, and myself. It all starts the same way. Starts with a phone call to Anderson Pool Works. 503-625-5628. That's 503-625-5628. Or online at AndersonPoolWorks.com.
CCB 125440.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
For our troops and their families, the military is more than a career. It's a journey. And every step along the way, the USO is there.
It's an experience that soldier will never forget for the rest of his life. That's what the USO does.
From the time they join to the time they transition out of the military, the USO is there, offering programs and support along the way.
The USO has tons of programs, how to do a job interview, what to wear, what not to wear, knowing that there was going to be a life after the military.
For over 70 years, the USO has continued to meet the needs of our troops and their families, standing with them when it counts.
We all got to watch pretty much his last goodbye right before we were notified he was gone. Without the USO, it wouldn't be possible for me and my children to watch Jared tell us that he loves us. These are memories that we'll have forever.
Be a part of their journey. Learn more today at USO.org.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad you're listening on the Radio Northwest Network. Glad to take your calls to it, 866-439-5277. You know, the Salem Spring RV Show has been Oregon's favorite RV show and sale at the Oregon State Fairgrounds, February 11th through the 14th. Call right now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to the show. Dial me up at 503-733-4101. That's 503-733-4101. We'll get you that family 4-pack of tickets. I do stand corrected. I said I couldn't recall the last time it had been voted on. Well, that's because it was 1/3 of a century ago, 1982. It was last voted on, and apparently the voters asked whether or not they'd like to have self-service in Oregon. They rejected the idea by a 15-point margin, and ever since, lawmakers have been wary about bringing up the issue, particularly since opponents tend to be more vociferous in firing off missives to lawmakers when the issue comes up. So the next time somebody says, don't the people want self-service? The answer to that would be the last time they voted on it, and it was some time ago, they said no conclusively. Jim's on the line. Hey, Jim, welcome to the program. What's on your mind today?
Good afternoon, Lars.
Afternoon. What's up?
I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around this whole self-service thing. When I was up in, my father lives around Goose Lake up there in Northern California. And so they're back and forth between Oregon and California pretty much every day. And whenever I was up there, pulling into a gas station, I felt like I was, a rich man having someone pump my gas. and yes, I know. I'm sorry, but that's silly.
No, it's not. My wife loves, she will say during the week, she'll say, if I'm going into Oregon, because we live in Vancouver, Washington, right across the Columbia River, she makes it a point to get her gas pumped there because she really doesn't want to do it. And I wonder how many young men and women, or old men and women, would say, I'd rather have somebody else do it for me.
Well, it's a nice kind of thing to have to not get out of the car to pump your own gas. I know it's simple and silly, but it's kind of a luxury to me in my concept. I'm just wondering, how is it being politicized, though? I don't understand that.
Here's what's happening. The subject comes up from time to time, and it's weird because in the same way that Oregonians hate the sales tax and Washingtonians hate the idea of an income tax because Oregon has no sales tax and Washington has no income tax, there's also a similar feeling, I think, about self-service and not. Oregon does not have self-service. You're not allowed to pump your own gas. Washington State does, and I think both states like the arrangement they have. But now the Washington legislature is considering a bill that would say that if you, the customer, say, I would like to have somebody come pump my gas, they're thinking of making a law that would say a service station has to supply that kind of service. I'm not in favor of having the government mandate how services are provided. I don't want them getting involved in it. On the other hand, I kind of wish the private sector, and maybe they've figured this out already, that people don't want to pay a little bit extra to be able to get their gas pumped. Maybe that's true. But I'll tell you what, if you think it's not popular, ask yourself why Oregonians said no to self-service by a 15-point margin. It doesn't make any sense that it wasn't popular, and yet if you go and try and find in Seattle or Spokane a gas station where they'll pump your gas for you if you're not physically disabled, you can't find such a thing.
Well, I happen to be physically disabled. As a matter of fact, I'm blind, so yes, I kind of need help finding the spigot on the side of the machine, even though I don't drive. But I still am driven around, and I enjoy, and to each his own, Lars, and God bless you for having your show.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the call. Let's go to Anna. Hey, Anna, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Lars. I appreciate it.
You bet. What's on your mind?
Well, just wanted to let everybody know that there is a rally happening this afternoon at 3 o'clock at the State Capitol building on the south side, not the big steps, the other side. And we're going to be rallying against Senate Bill 1532 that passed last week that would raise the minimum wage in the state of Oregon on a crazy three-tiered system.
And the three-tiered system would have people paid differently depending on where they happen to live, rural versus urban?
Yeah, rural versus urban, but it's 18 counties versus 18 counties versus the Republic of Portland in those three tiers. And it creates a unfair and a fair, disproportionate competitive advantage in the state of Oregon for ag, small business, and lots of folks. Not to mention that it's really going to hurt the senior citizens who are going to end up paying higher prices and not have an adjusted income for them.
Let me ask you something. If it wasn't three-tiered, are you in favor of raising the minimum wage?
No, I'm absolutely not in favor of raising the minimum wage. I think that the state legislature has much better things to be working on right now, and forcing something down the voters' throats because the SEIU is continuing to threaten them that they'll back a 15 Now campaign is purely caving into bullying.
I agree with you. Here's the other thing I've heard, Anna, and I wish I had a state constitutional expert, because I've had at least a few people who are, like me, an amateur constitutional expert, which doesn't get you much. At Starbucks, the coffee still costs as much if you're an amateur constitutional expert. But they've said they believe that it violates the state constitution, which requires apparently that people be treated equally under the law. And they've suggested that you can't have a minimum wage that is applied to the whole state with regard to where you live, and say the law is different depending on where you live. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm with you. I think this would be a terrible detriment to farmers and to others, and of course, it's a real detriment to people who live in cities. As you point out, they raise the minimum wage like that. I've already heard from a bunch of folks who run home health care services where they'll put somebody in a home to help somebody out who's a little older or has some physical disabilities, and they said a lot of these people, the amount of money they have to spend on that home health care person, either from insurance or their own pocket or from the government, is limited. So if you raise the wage by 55%, that little old guy or little old gal who's getting 10 hours of help now may find themselves with 5 or 6 hours of help a week in the future, and that's going to really hurt some people. I don't think they've thought about that. But then again, the unions, thinking about other people. No, the unions are all about thinking about their membership and thinking about their dues-paying members and that sort of thing. But if somebody is a supporter of that three-tiered wage idea, by all means, call the show and tell me how it's legal, sensible, and constitutional. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey folks, it's Lars Larson. I'd like to tell you about my latest experience using discount windows. One thing is they're consistent. I needed some more doors and discount windows, and they didn't disappoint. From the quality of the doors they carry to their professional delivery and installation, the process was a breeze. The install experts from Discount Windows were a delight, and now we have new, beautiful doors in our home. I can't say enough good things about Discount Windows. They have a great variety of wood and fiberglass doors. Their vast selection of factory-first, overstock windows on site is impressive. And the stock windows they carry, including top brands like Plygem, are even eligible for a rebate from your utility company. When it comes to windows, doors, and installation, give the boys at Discount Windows in Junction City a holler. They're open 7 days a week for your convenience. They install statewide, and they deliver anywhere in the Northwest. Tell the folks at Discount Windows that Lars sent you. CCB number 180018.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you, and we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
When you think fishing or firearms or Valentine's Day, think Mazama.
Local family-owned Mazama is your Valentine's headquarters with brands like G. Loomis, St. Croix, Shimano, Daiwa, and a variety of locally made products. They make it easy to find something special for your sweetheart.
The Mazama staff is friendly and knowledgeable and will help you pick out just the right gift for the one you love. They also offer gift cards. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's, get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life. When you think fishing or firearms or Valentine's Day, think Mazama.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, co-host of Real Estate Today. Kurt Large and Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company if I need to understand a roofing system, how to maintain the roof, should it be replaced, and if it is to be replaced, what should be done. He is absolutely the expert's expert. Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company.
To find out more about Evergreen Roofing, just go to their website, evergreenroofing.com.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW. News, information 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio. I'm Lisa Lissera. The first votes in the New Hampshire primary will be cast in a matter of hours. Hart, Millsfield, and Dixfield Notch can hold midnight votes under New Hampshire law.
Polls show Bernie Sanders from neighboring Vermont easily beating Hillary Clinton in the nation's first presidential primary. Clinton has all but given up here and is hoping to rebound with wins in South Carolina and Nevada. For Republicans, Donald Trump is favored to handily win the New Hampshire primary after losing the Iowa caucus to Senator Ted Cruz.
Fox's John Decker in Manchester. Parts of New England dealing with heavy snow. Eastern Massachusetts under a blizzard warning. This woman on Cape Cod unfazed.
The snow is great. The look, the scenery.
The weather believed to be a factor in a tour bus crash near New Haven, Connecticut that injured 30 people, 6 critically. Fox News. We report, you decide.
Lars Larson and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you, and glad to take your calls, but it's my pleasure to welcome to the program Washington State Senator Steve O'Ban. Representative O'Ban, Senator O'Ban, thanks very much for joining me on the show today. I appreciate you taking the time.
Glad to be on.
So tell me this. Apparently, Governor Inslee is a little upset with Republicans for giving pink slips to 2 major department heads. He says you should be ashamed of yourself. Should you?
Well, I think the governor may have misunderstood what we did. If you talk to anyone in Washington State, you'll get the same answer, and that is they had no confidence in the DOT Secretary Peterson. Very nice woman, very likable, but she was over her head, frankly, in managing big projects. We just entrusted an additional $14 billion to her in critical road projects, and we just could not allow her to manage those projects. We were afraid of overruns and the kind of complications we've seen in the bid projects up to this state. As far as the DOC secretary, we didn't call for his removal. He did that on his own. What we were calling for was an investigation to get at the truth of the scandal that is the DOC and their early release of prisoners that have cost 2 lives so far.
And by the way, I endorse you in both moves. I think there should be an investigation. I mean, more than 3,000 inmates or convicted criminals released to the streets of Washington cities is outrageous. And frankly, I thought that Lynn Peterson may be a very nice lady to have as a next-door neighbor or whatever, but I thought she was a train wreck in Oregon, and I didn't think she had the capabilities when she moved to Washington State. So I guess this just confirms it, that the Washington legislature doesn't think so either.
She's had that position for 3 years, and it's been, frankly, a disappointment. I have my own personal stories of trying to get her help on critical projects in my district, but the more noteworthy ones, the Big Bertha debacle. We had the hot lanes that were instituted under her management on 405 that have caused terrible congestion, and ferry system that have ferries breaking down. It's just been very disappointing, and we frankly thought the governor on his own would make that change, but for some reason he thinks that she was competent, and he doubled down on her in the news conference today. And we just did not share his confidence.
Well, Senator O'Ban, don't cheat her of the credit/blame for the Columbia River crossing either, because I know that was toward the beginning of her tenure. But still in all, down here at the south end of the state, $200 million poured into a dry hole for a bridge over the Columbia River that never got built. I think she deserves at least a little piece of that one too.
Well, my colleagues that are from that part of the state, Senator Rivers, very fine senator, Senator Benton, yes, they had deep concerns about the management of that project, and of course that it should never have been started in the first place. It was a boondoggle, and we had in the Senate to end that thing. Otherwise, you're right, Secretary Peterson, the governor, would have built that thing. It's going to cost several $billions.
Yeah, and it was basically a light rail project wrapped in a thin film of bridge that almost, I got to tell you something. I have to drive across that thing every single morning and every single night. And the idea that they said, yeah, for the low price of $3.7 billion, you too can have a bridge, replace an old bridge of 3 lanes each way with a new bridge of 3 lanes each way. And I thought, gee, I'm not really excited about spending my money, my tax money, on something that replaces an old one with a new one that's just as small.
Yeah, we heard it was really a bailout of the transportation, the light rail system in Portland, and I really was not comfortable having the taxpayers of Washington State bail out Oregon.
Senator, what would you like to see in the way of having the governor replace these 2 people with folks who are... And by the way, before we leave Pacholke, Pacholke is the head, or was the head of DOC, and you're right, he tendered his resignation. He'd only been on the job 4 months, so I'm not sure how much of the blame you can lay to him for what happened over the last several years after we've now found out that they knew for a long time that they were releasing convicted criminals early, and they just kept on doing it. So a lot of that belongs to his predecessor. But what should happen to replace these 2 with 2 competent officials?
If I can just put one asterisk on what you said about Mr. Pacholke, he actually had been in upper management and with the DOC for 30 years.
I see. So he was only in the top job for 4 months. Right. So he owns a big piece of that one. So what do you do to replace them? And should we just bring up another person from the bowels of the management that had created this problem to begin with?
Well, my view is if I were governor, I would be looking for an outsider for DOC. I think there's a concern that I've seen initially of kind of a crony culture, frankly. And I think it would be really healthy to bring someone from the outside who didn't have loyalties to some of those that have been there forever. And that person, I think, would be in a much better position to make what are clearly going to be needed changes to that organization.
Senator, I used to run into people in business. I've not been in this situation, but and I'd say, what do you do for a living? And they say, well, I'm in the banking business. And I said, so you run a bank? And they said, no, they send me in to fix broken banks. Right. I mean, banks that are screwed up. And I said, and when they're fixed, you leave? And they said, yeah, because that's what I enjoy, is going in and fixing things. And the ones I've fixed them and they're running right, I hand them off to somebody who's more of a Calvin Coolidge, come in and run the thing and just don't turn the rudder too much. Just keep it on the pad on.
Yeah, and that's not a bad suggestion. Yeah, I think you definitely need someone who's a turnaround artist who will go in there and make tough decisions, isn't afraid of damaging relationships because he doesn't or she doesn't have those relationships, but somebody who will turn the place around, set it on the right course, and then perhaps pick somebody who can manage the ship that's going the right direction.
Senator, do you have any great confidence Governor Inslee will do something like that?
I've been asked that a couple of times. Look, I want to think charitably about the governor. I'm hoping he will have learned from the bad choices he's made, particularly with the DOT, and DOC for that matter. So I'm going to hope that he's going to learn from those errors and he's going to pick some solid people. That's what I'm hoping.
Now, Senator, I've had the experience of driving on the 405. I haven't actually, I avoided the other lanes because I don't have any of the Easy Pass and all the rest of that stuff, and I'm afraid of having them take my picture. Heck, crossing the 520 bridge is bad enough, where I know they're going to snap my picture because I don't have a pass, and they're going to send me a bill, and I'm just hoping I get it in the mail in time that I don't end up owning the value of my car to the state of Washington. But the other day I noticed that one of the fixes they've done is they've eliminated the fee at midnight on weeknights and on the weekends. And I thought, oh, you mean so when the freeway is as empty as it ever gets, you're going to forgive the fee for driving in the other 2 fast lanes? That does not even, that almost sounds like more of a joke than a fix. Is there any chance of getting some real fixes for that 405 problem of charging people up to $10 to save 10 minutes on their commute?
I wish I could tell you. I'm not on the Department of Transportation, nor do I live in that area, but I know that Senator Andy Hill has dropped a bill that would create a fix that I hope the governor will sign. I hope we can get it through the legislature and the governor will sign. So I think there's help on the way if the legislature will enact Senator Hill's bill and the governor doesn't veto it.
I mean, philosophically, should we be punishing people who actually own that road because they paid for it with their gas and diesel taxes? Punish them by saying you're only allowed to use the fast lane if you pay us a second time for the road you already own?
Yeah, I think that's philosophically and frankly democratically a really bad idea. That's got to change.
Hey, Senator, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate you make time in the middle of the day.
Glad to. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Washington State Senator Steve O'Bannon. Back in just a moment. Glad to get your calls at 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I'm here to tell you that Island Fence has done it again. Hey, folks, it's Lars Larson. Tina and I required further use of their fencing and custom gate services. Island Fence did not disappoint. I can't stress it enough. When a business comes out to my home and they're clean-cut, respectful, courteous, and well-skilled in their craft, I will confidently use them every time. Now, when it comes to fences, Island Fence only stocks premier-grade American cedar. It's even prepared at their cedar mill right out in Harrisburg. Island Fence's customized motorized gates really impressed me. They have deer, salmon, and, well, you name it, they can brand your front gate with it. Take it from me, folks, when you're looking for fencing supplies, ornamental iron, custom gates, and chain link, including dog kennels, put Island Fence at the top of your list. Statewide delivery and professional installation available. They're located on Highway 99, where Eugene meets Junction City. Island Fence for all your residential and commercial needs. CCB number 105556.
Built for business. Comcast Business is offering 25 megabits per second internet from $69.95 a month. That means if you're still using slow DSL from the phone company, you have a decision to make. Do you switch to Comcast Business and get more speed for faster downloads, or stick with slow DSL and watch your business stutter from slow speeds? Do you get internet that stays fast when other people are online, or keep using slow DSL and have your employees struggle with lag time? The choice is yours. Switch to Comcast Business and get 25 megabits per second of fast, reliable internet from just $69.95 a month. Or stick with slow DSL and get slower speeds and more downtime at work. Make the smarter choice. Ditch slow DSL and switch today. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. 2-year contract and subscription to Comcast Business Voice and Business TV required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Ever wish you could read her mind? Like when she texts you,
"Hey, we need to talk."
Wouldn't it be nice to know she really means,
"I'm going out with my friends Saturday. You should go grab pizza and beer and watch the game with the guys."
At ProFlowers, we can't help you read her mind. But with our expertly designed bouquets, guaranteed delivery, and customizable add-ons, we can ensure you deliver the perfect message this Valentine's Day. So when she texts you,
"Oh, the roses are beautiful. I love them."
you'll already know she means it. Let the pros at ProFlowers help you deliver the perfect message and win this Valentine's Day. Right now at ProFlowers, get 2 dozen stunning assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this deal is to go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter promo code 600. That's proflowers.com, code 600.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. seller. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center, River Road Health Mart Pharmacy, and Peace Health.
Eugene Police Department is accepting applications for police officer positions through Friday, February 12th. If you're someone who's calm under pressure and a good communicator who cares about people, you may have the skills to become a police officer for the Eugene Police Department. Eugene police officers come from a variety of backgrounds and prior vocations. You might be a college graduate, military veteran, or simply looking for a rewarding new career. Visit EugenePolice.com to learn more. Protect, serve, care. Brought to you by the Eugene Police Department and Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Lars Larson. Join me for the best in talk journalism during my national show, coming up tonight at 6:05 on KPNW. Welcome back to the program. Glad to get your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Let's go to Tom in Longview, Washington. Hey, Tom, welcome to the program.
Hello. I'm a truck driver. I'm not actually in Longview anymore, but I live in Yelm, Washington, and I just wanted to let you know, between Yelm and Olympia is a Red Wind Casino, which has two gas stations, actually, and they both will pump your gas. And that's the normal thing that they do, and actually you have to tell them, no thanks, I'll do it myself. Otherwise, they'll pump it for you. Far thing from the full service that we knew when I was a child, where they pump your gas, clean your windshield, check your oil and water, and put air in your tires. But they do pump your gas there. And there's several others around the state that usually in small towns.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to actually ask them to do it. And some of them actually have a buzzer when you push the buzzer and you want full service.
Yeah,
so
because
few and far between, but there are a few.
They do have to accommodate people who have physical limitations, don't they?
I believe that's the rule now, but you don't see that very often.
Well, leave it to the tribes to actually be willing to provide full service.
Yeah.
I mean,
they do a good job.
You know the irony to that, Tom? When you're in Oregon and you're not allowed to pump your own gas, I was driving to the Oregon coast probably a year ago, and I stopped at one of the casinos because they have a gas station at Spirit Mountain. So I pulled in there, and I stood next to my car for about 5 minutes. And finally, this lady sticks her head out the door of the little convenience store, which is part of the casino, and she said, "Go ahead, you can pump your own gas." And I said, "Oh, the gas station's on the reservation." She goes, yeah, you can pump your own gas here. So it sounds like the only place you get full service in Washington State is on the reservation. And the only place you can pump your own gas in Oregon is on the reservation. So it sounds like the Indians are way ahead of us.
Yeah.
No, thanks for the heads up on that. That's what kind of makes sense to me. I figured that the private marketplace would actually sort this out, but obviously they have not. Bill Williams writes in, Lars, I wish I could pump my own gas. I don't think they should force the attendants to do it. Question, though, will they have to have 3 price points? Self-service credit price, self-service cash price, full-service credit price, and full-service credit price as well. Yeah, they might have to do that. I'll tell you what, I've got a naysayer here. Let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob, you're a naysayer on this. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, you betcha. I was a voter when they tried to pass that law, and the reason I didn't vote for it because the oil companies was behind it, and
they were
the oil companies, you know.
The oil, which oil companies were coming all the way to Oregon to have a vote on something that seems like a fairly small issue?
They were backing money. They were putting money in and backing it.
And why?
As I remember, because they wanted it passed.
And why would an oil company? See, because the person
I don't know why they wanted to do it, but that was my understanding when I voted.
See, I think that's one of those conspiracy theories, and I'll tell you why. You know who pays the salary of the young man or woman who pumps the gas at a full service station is the gas station owner. And the oil company, frankly, doesn't care what the expenses are of the local station owner, unless it's actually a station owned by the oil company, which I think is relatively rare. I think most of the gas stations are franchisees of Shell and Texaco and all that. So, you know, do you think the guys who are running the big oil companies give a damn whether the station owner has higher costs because he has to hire extra people or lower costs? Because I don't think it makes any difference to them. They're going to sell to that gas station at their wholesale price regardless, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. I believe so. But no, that was my understanding. And like I said, maybe it was a big conspiracy theory. But
so tell me this:
I like pumping my own gas.
If it were up for a vote now, would you vote in favor?
It's really a iffy thing because that gives people work. You know, there's more people get work from it actually, but I don't know.
Do you ever see a street sweeper go down the street? You know, with the big brushes and they're sweeping the street.
Yeah.
You know, if we hired people to do that with push brooms, shop brooms, we could employ a lot of people doing that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a point there too. So.
We could probably put tens of thousands of people to work if you swept all the streets and highways in Oregon with a push broom. What do you think?
Well, you're just ruining my liberal thunder.
Well, I mean, isn't that what Bernie Sanders plans to do? Bernie Sanders is going to give everything away, and he's going to get somebody else to pay for it. So as long as we've got unlimited money from Uncle Bernie Sanders, we can. We can just hire people to do all that. In fact, President Obama says if we get rid of all the ATMs, we could hire a lot of people back at the banks.
Oh, my goodness, Lord. No.
Do you remember when he complained about that? Like ATMs were something brand new, and he said, well, you know, having ATMs has put a lot of people out of work. Yeah, Mr. President, maybe 25 years ago it put some people out of work, but do you think if you told people we're going to go back to tellers and standing in line in the bank lobby, that people would be in favor of it?
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, you know, like I say, I'm probably more conservative than you, so you probably know what my answer to that is.
I mean, I think we'd get more work if we could just get the legislature to stay out of Salem and Olympia for a little while.
That's a real good idea.
See, now
the government screws up everything.
I've got an idea for that. I think on the short session, which is supposed to be a short session, I think these jokers make about $25,000 a year. You tell them on the first day of a 25-day session, you have $25,000 coming to you this year. Every day that goes by, your salary goes down by $1,000. And if you stay for the whole 30 days, you owe the state of Oregon $5,000 back. I'll bet they'd get out of Salem right quick.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
For thousands of local foster children, the nights can feel long and lonely when you're away from familiar faces and places.
I miss my sister. I miss my old school. I miss my room.
Even something as simple as a pair of warm pajamas can make the nights a little easier.
Sometimes I get scared. I can't sleep.
To help, Sleep Train is collecting pajamas for foster children big and small. Bring your gift of new pajamas, packaged socks, and underwear to any sleep train, and they'll be given to a local foster child in need. You can also donate online at sleeptrain.com.
Pajamas are like a hug.
On behalf of the foster kids in your neighborhood, Sleep Train thanks you.
Not everyone can be a foster parent, but anyone can help a foster child.
Help a local foster child by bringing your gift of new pajamas to Sleep Train. Donate at any Sleep Train store or online at sleeptrain.com today.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks pared their losses ahead of the closing bell, but still finished in the red. The Dow Jones Industrial Average tumbled 177. The S&P 500 fell 26. The Nasdaq Composite dropped 79. Oil prices remained under pressure, falling 4% today to end under $30 a barrel. R.W. Baird's Bruce Biddle says earnings estimates for U.S. companies have been overblown.
Consensus estimates for 2014 for the S&P 500 were for earnings to be up 20%, and they were up 4%. And 2015, the consensus estimates were for the S&P earnings would be up 19%. They were down 3%.
The force is definitely with Hasbro. The toy maker saw profits that topped analyst estimates last quarter thanks to tie-ins Hasbro has with the Star Wars movie franchise. Toys from the Jurassic World film also helped to boost sales. Hasbro added 1.33% today. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Live from New York, the Fox Report.
I'm Lisa Brady. Who's just right for New Hampshire voters?
Hillary's too brittle, and Bernie's way out here on the extreme.
John Kasich calling himself the right porridge.
One of them is too hot, the other one's too cold, but I got the right temperature.
One Monmouth poll has Kasich surging to the top of a tight battle for second place behind Donald Trump, who moments ago called Jeb Bush unstable.
He's making a fool out of himself, and he says things that are just lies.
Candidates on both sides getting in their last full day of campaigning before the first primary.
To make my final push to convince as many Granite Staters as possible to come out and vote for me tomorrow.
Hillary Clinton still trailing Bernie Sanders, who's touting his grassroots support.
3.5 million individual contributions, more than any candidate in the history of the United States of America up to this point in election.
Donald Trump might end up being not the only billionaire in the race. Former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg tells the Financial Times he's looking at all the options. President Obama wants Congress to approve nearly $2 billion to help fight the Zika virus.
We're optimistic that we won't have large-scale local transmission, but we're not betting on it.
The CDC's Dr. Ann Schuchatz says given the suspected link to thousands of cases of birth defects in other countries, it's important to be ready for possible outbreaks to raise public awareness and to target the mosquitoes that carry it. In a snowstorm bringing blizzard conditions to parts of New England, a charter bus heading to a Connecticut casino rolls over. More than 24 people injured, 6 in critical condition. Could have been worse on Wall Street. The Dow down 178 points, but that was after a late rally back from the brink of a 400-point drop. This is the Fox Report, fair and balanced.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offered to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Fog today and some clouds, otherwise gradual sunshine, and high of about 55. Foggy, cloudy, 39 tonight, morning fog. Then some clouds for the day and 55 on Tuesday. Patchy fog, 41 Tuesday night. Wednesday, morning fog, partly sunny and 60 expected. Partly sunny and 60 on Thursday.
He burst onto the national scene while still in high school here in Oregon when he ran for 643 yards and 10 touchdowns. Later, as a five-star recruit, Thomas Tyner chose Oregon over Tennessee and USC. Fast forward to current day, and Tyner has announced that he has chosen to medically retire after missing the 2015 season with a shoulder injury. Thomas Tyner done with football. Oregon men's basketball team up to number 11, the highest ranking since January of 2014 when they were number 10. Dogs beat the Utes yesterday by 10. Dylan Brooks with a career-high 30. KPNW.
It's 2:06 and time to open a big old can of Lars. Lars Larson now and Glenn Beck at 3 on 1120 KPNW.
It's the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, and happy Monday from the Radio Northwest Network. You want to jump into the best conversation in talk journalism? It's 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. That's the Suburban Ford email box. The quick poll brought to you by the Spring RV Show, the favorite RV show for the state of Oregon. Should Washington State require attendants to pump your gas for you the way attendants have to do it in Oregon, and should it be just an option that you can either have it pumped for you or have the option of pumping your own gas, and should it be put to a vote of the public? It was put to a vote about 34 years ago, and folks at that time said no. Nope, we don't want it. We don't want self-service gas. Washington State is now saying maybe we'd like to have some self-service, although they don't want it to be universally self-service. Do you suppose some of that may be due to the fact that a few years ago the baby boomers started turning 65 and maybe getting out of your car at age 68 or 70 in the middle of the northwest wind and rain and cold weather is not as much fun as it used to be? Glad to get your calls and your emails. You can follow me on Twitter at Lars Larson Show. Let's go to Chris in Bend, listening on KPND. Hey, Chris, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Lars. Hey, I'd like to make a comment on the Arizona experiment that you talked about earlier with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
I'm an instructor with an organization located here in Bend called React Training Systems.
Yeah.
And we teach firearms and hand-to-hand personal defense. One of the classes that we teach is what we call ConSims. And these are live-action conflict simulations with law enforcement-grade airsoft guns that we use. And they're designed to put the student in real-life situations that they may encounter in the home or on the street or anywhere, depending on what the consim is. It's with the purpose is to teach you how to handle them and see all of the factors involved so that for that particular type of situation.
Sure.
And we intentionally slow down the progression of events in these classes because a lot of times, these are people that have never been in a particular type of situation. And so we constantly hear after these conflict simulation classes things like they can't believe how fast things happen, even though we slowed down the classes, or what they thought happened or experienced was completely different than what actually happened. And so people are, they're conditioned by TV and movies and all of these things that cause us to think that when you're put in a situation, you're going to do everything properly, you're going to do everything correctly, and you're going to perform like a superhero. And what actually happens is you wind up more often than not, especially in the beginning of these classes, doing something incorrectly or dangerously. But it illustrates that, the difficulties that the law enforcement community have to deal with and the things that they're put up against every day, they're required to make split-second decisions in life and death situations, and these situations they're put in can change dramatically and instantaneously.
Well, think about what happened Friday night where that Seaside police officer was shot. I mean, here he had tased the man. He and another officer go to handcuff and then search the man. And before they can even do that, the man somehow pulls a pistol out and aims it accurately enough to take the sergeant's life, Sergeant Jason Gooding. And I'd be willing to bet, if we had a video of it, I'll bet that whole process from the point where he reached for the gun to the point where the officer was shot was over in, I don't know, a couple of seconds maybe?
It could even have been faster than that. These things can happen and take place so quickly that you have almost no time to react. And Lars, the thing is that even in decent lighting, it can be very difficult, especially with the size of smaller handguns nowadays, to determine whether something that they're pulling out of their pocket is a cell phone or a handgun.
Exactly. And the thing I would assume is if you're a police officer, you should probably assume it is a gun, and that's what they've done with people like Lavoy Finicum. So for all the people who said, well, they should have waited till they could see what it was he was reaching for, at that point, it's probably too late. Let's go to Andrea in Lebanon. Hey, Andrea, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hey, Lars. First of all, this is a totally ridiculous topic for me, but the self-service gassing in Washington, back in the day they had self-service and they had full service. That's the only logical way, no more discussion. A court, you pay maybe a little bit more for full service. That's the only way to solve it. You go to one side, you want full service, go to one side, you pump your own gas.
Now, tell me this, though. When was the last time you saw in Washington State? Because I go to Seattle every once in a while, I go to Spokane every once in a while. I don't think I've ever seen, I don't think in the last 20 years I've seen any full-service gas. Have you?
Well, no, but that's what they need to do to solve this.
Well, when you say they, do you want to leave it up to the private sector, who could do it anytime they want, or should the state tell them they have to do it?
Oh, no. You shouldn't have to do it. You should have the option, Just do it. The people that are complaining about it, give them what they want. Have a full-service side, have a self-service side. You pay a little more for full service.
The only thing is, it requires that the people who are being served are the ones who want to make that choice, but the folks who decide whether or not they'll get that choice are the business owners. And I'm sure most business owners are not real crazy about the idea of adding another 2 or 3 employees to their payroll.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, most gas pumps that I go into, and the major ones, like off the highway, have 4 or 5 rows of pumps already.
Yeah.
Somebody's already working those pumps, and plus they're getting paid a little bit more for the gas,
Yeah.
Charging a quarter more a gallon, that's quite a bit of profit in the end.
But again, if you're going to have a kid who sits around to run the full-service pumps, he's going to have to be there whether there's somebody who wants the service or not. So the employer has to say, well, I need to add one more person to the payroll to provide that full service when a customer comes in and requests it.
Sure. So I guess in that situation, you'd have to figure in the end, what are you going to be in the red with the profit you're going to make off charging more compared to the wage? My guess is yes.
Yeah, and at that point, if you're going to be in the red, then you're probably not going to do it at all. Back in just a moment. Glad to get your calls. And former New Hampshire Governor and Senator Judd Gregg joins us to talk about New Hampshire. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This week, Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for 20 years, will be at the Pacific Northwest Sportsman Show. Northwest Armory features local manufacturers made right here in Oregon, including Crimson Trace laser sights. I use them. Crimson Trace laser sights offer instinctive activation with immediate targeting with a bright red or green laser when you hold your gun in a natural firing grip. They can be installed in minutes and are compatible with your favorite holster. Northwest Armory has a great selection of Crimson Trace laser sights at the Sportsman Show, and they'll have them at the year's lowest prices. Plus, you can take an additional $25 off with a coupon available at their booth and receive a free gift with purchase. If you've been thinking about purchasing Crimson Trace laser sights, now's the time with special low pricing at the show, plus an additional $25 off with coupon and a free gift with purchase. Visit Northwest Armory at booth 1500 at the Sportsman Show for the best selection and pricing on Crimson Trace laser sights.
We have one of the finest pool and spa designers in America right here in our region. The Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, they all recognize it. I do as well. I'm talking about Anderson Pool Works. Natural pools, spas, rockery. I'll tell you what I told Oregon State and the University of Arizona when they asked me about Anderson Pool Works. These guys are the best. Dana and Brody Anderson have continued the outstanding design and construction that their parents started so many years ago. Whether it's a water feature you want or an in-ground installation of a pool or a spa or a swim spa like us, these guys are the designers, and they have the best construction and the best people. If you need someone to just service and maintain your existing pool, do what we do. Go with Anderson Pool Works. They're my go-to. Sit down with Anderson Pool Works. Get busy dreaming on what your backyard can be. Like the Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, or the University of Arizona, and myself. It all starts the same way. It starts with a phone call to Anderson Pool Works. 503-625-5628. That's 503-625-5628. Or online at andersonpoolworks.com.
CCB 125440.
I've been telling you about Genucell with plant stem cell technology, the new treatment for bags and puffiness under the eyes. Did I say customers can't quite believe the results? Here's Susan from New Jersey. I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and the small lines have disappeared. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. In fact, with its instant effects, you'll see results in 12 hours, guaranteed, or your money back. From now till Valentine's Day, take advantage of this special offer from Chamonix. Order Genucell right now and get the legendary Esotique Wrinkle Treatment absolutely free with your order. And to make this incredible deal even better, for this week only, express shipping is also yours free of charge. Call 800-525-6553. 800-525-6553. You've got nothing to lose but the bags under your eyes. 800-525-6553. That's 800-525-6553.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingle shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you and glad to take your phone calls. Let's go to Victor in Applegate. How you doing, Victor?
Howdy, Lars. Basically, it's about the officer shooting.
You know what? I'm going to have to ask you to hold for a second, Victor. I appreciate that. It's good to have you back on the Lars Larson Show, and Senator Judd Gregg joins us now, former New Hampshire governor. Senator, it's good. Now, which title do I call you by? Which one is superior? Because you get them both for life.
Oh, call me Judd.
Judd. All right. Judd Gregg is with us. Tell me how you expect the election to go tomorrow.
Well, as I suspect your listeners may have heard, New Hampshire's a very unpredictable place, and people decide late, so it's always guesswork to know what's going to happen here. But my sense is this, that Donald Trump will underperform. He may win, but it'll be much less of a margin than people have been claiming. That a couple of the governors will overperform, specifically John Kasich and Jeb Bush, and that everybody else will pretty much tread water.
Do you think Marco Rubio did some damage to himself on Saturday night with the I guess ribbing you can call it, but I mean Governor Christie really laid into him and suggested he's not prepared to be president of the United States. Do you think a lot of folks in New Hampshire were watching that exchange or saw it on the news later?
Oh, yes. The debate was very highly watched, and people are late deciding, so it did have a distinct impact, I think. And Marco ran into a street fighter, and Chris Christie from New Jersey. And I don't know, I guess his staff had told him to repeat the message, and unfortunately he sort of stumbled on his shoelaces there. And I do think it hurt him. I think people look at that and say, well, maybe, and maybe move on to one of the other candidates who's equally strong. But Marco's a dynamic guy. He's a charismatic guy. He's good for the party. But I do think that had an impact.
Well, do you think, let's start with Rubio, first of all. His point is that he thinks that President Obama knows exactly what he's doing to the United States and that he's not incompetent, that he's, I guess if it's not incompetence, it's evil, that he's been systematically dismantling parts of the country, the military, the economy, etc., and our reputation with both our allies and our enemies. Or is Christie right in saying, no, he's just incompetent and he has incompetent people working with him, and that's why the country appears to be in some trouble?
Well, I don't think that was the issue, honestly. Marco's absolutely right. The president has an agenda, and the agenda is to turn the United States into France, where there's class warfare and a government domination of all functions of the private sector. Basically, Bernie Sanders may be the name socialist, but this presidency is hard left, to be kind. But I don't think that was the point that Christie was hitting on. Christie was hitting on the point that essentially Christie is saying that because Marco, as a first-term senator, has not been confronted with tough decisions under crisis situations, that he's not ready to be president, and that his repetition of his positions, in this case his view of the president, reflect the fact that he's working from a script and not from experience. And it was a telling attack, I thought. I like Marco. I think he's actually one of the talents in our party. He's coming up strong in our party, but I do think it was a telling attack, to be honest.
But that is a valid criticism of people who've never been in an executive position, like the governors of states have been in positions. And I guess it would apply as well to both Secretary Clinton and to Bernie Sanders, that neither one of them has ever been in an executive position.
Well, Bernie was governor of Burlington, Vermont, but
mayor.
That doesn't really count, in my opinion. Mayor,
Yeah.
But that doesn't count. Hillary, she's been in the government since 1992, and she was in the White House with her husband, and she was Secretary of State. So I don't really think you can make the case that she doesn't know crisis. I think you can make the case that she doesn't handle crisis well, that her term as Secretary of State was a failure. Other than winning the award for the most traveled Secretary of State, really the chaos that's been left in the wake of this administration is pretty significant. But I think with first-term senators, you don't get much authority in the Senate after 2 years. You don't get to decide much, and the Senate is I always described it, having been governor, I always described governors, for every action there's a reaction. And in the Senate, it's like Jell-O. You put your hand in it today, and you take your hand out, and it's the same as it was yesterday. The place doesn't change too much. The issues are the same. It's interesting. It's fascinating, and it's a great job, but it's not an action-oriented job.
Now, there are some polls that have Bernie Sanders finishing way ahead of Secretary Clinton tomorrow night. Should we believe them?
No, I don't think so. I think Bernie will probably win. But Hillary has been in this state off and on now since 1990, really, and her husband has been here, and the entire apparatus of the establishment, for lack of a better word, is with her. And this is a very small state in many ways, and people know people by their first name, and so. She has a very good organization here, which knows who's going to vote and how to get them to the polls. So I honestly will be surprised if she doesn't run pretty close to Bernie. In fact, I could see her beating him. Probably not, but it's a possibility.
Do you think at some point she's going to have to sit down and actually, be honest with the people about this whole email scandal? Because the fact is, it's not just a tempest in a teapot. She put American secret information in a place that we're told is almost certain to have been hacked, and she did all this, and she and her supporters try to make it sound like it's no big deal. It's just the usual Washington stuff, but it's not. She put secrets out where the bad guys could get to them.
No, it's a very, very serious thing that happened here. This is national security. Having been fairly close to this issue in the Senate, the fact that she did this is incomprehensible. You know that the Russians, the Chinese, and probably the Iranians were reading her private server because it would have been easy to get into. And some of these classified documents must have names on them, it would be my opinion, or else they wouldn't have reached the security level that has been presented on. 20 of them have been designated so sensitive that they won't even be released, which means there are probably names in there, names of operatives. So it is very serious, and why she did it, it's not clear. I think she has to explain to the American people why she did it. And I am very surprised that the Democratic hierarchy, for lack of a better word, the people who should be concerned about national security within the Senate and the House, are giving her a pass on this.
And by the way, back when you were in the Senate, you were the chair of the Budget Committee, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
What should Americans make? I mean, Bernie Sanders is amazingly popular among younger Americans. I guess it's easy to suggest that, well, that's because he's offering a lot of free stuff. But the numbers I've seen say that Bernie Sanders is offering $19 trillion in new programs over 10 years and only $6 trillion in new taxes, which is another bad idea, I think. Tell me what people should make of a guy who's amazingly popular after offering to spend us into another at least $13 trillion of debt.
It's startling, isn't it? I mean, the fact that a socialist, person who's an avowed socialist, and I give him credit for being honest about it at least, would have such attraction. And I don't know, maybe I fault the education system because somebody hasn't explained to young people and people in college what the impact of a socialist government is. And if you look at the 20th century, the impact of socialism was horrific. I mean, the Soviet Union was a socialist country. Nazi Germany was a socialist country. Mao Zedong ran a socialist country. These socialist countries not only do devastation to people, they also, of course, devastate economies. And one of the few things that came out of the 20th century that was positive was that market economies produce much more economic benefit for citizenry than socialism or collectivism does. And yet that doesn't seem to have been taught in our school system because otherwise a socialist would not be running so well. But I think he's caught the same sort of wave that Trump has, which is frustration, anger, disgust, and so he's outrageous and people are attracted to his outrage.
In the last 10 seconds, what are you doing these days, Senator?
Well, I teach at Dartmouth, and obviously not very well because a lot of the kids there are for Bernie. But I'm heading up a group called Fix the Debt. It's a pro bono exercise. Myself, Erskine Bowles, Alan Simpson, and Ed Rendell to try to get people to focus on the debt because, as you said, it's absolutely astronomical, and it is after a terrorist getting his hands on a weapon of mass destruction, an Islamic fundamentalist terrorist. It is the second biggest threat to our country is our debt.
Senator, it is a pleasure to have you on. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you, Lars.
Senator Judd Gregg, the former governor of the state of New Hampshire. You're listening to the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Satisfaction guaranteed, every repair, every time. You have my word on it.
I recommend Sun Automotive to anybody who's looking for a mechanic. And part of that is because I know that they're going to be honest and reliable. Part of it's because I know they can fix any vehicle type. And then on top of that, you can't beat their customer service. I just love the fact that you can go in and you know that they're going to do what they say they're going to do.
Sun Automotive Service Centers, where trust is a tradition.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Personal protection is an important issue. How do you make sure you and your family are safe? Out on a trail, taking a vacation, or just staying at home? There are options to give you a little extra level of security, and Oak Grove Guns in Santa Clara Square has them. They can help you figure out whether pepper spray, a stun gun device, or a personal handgun are right for you. They have all the best brands, including Ruger, Smith & Wesson, and Sig Sauer, but more important, they know what they're talking about without being intimidating. Oak Grove Guns, proud to supply products to responsible gun owners.
There have been recent news stories about homeowners getting ripped off by phony roofing companies. Don't let it happen to you. When you want your roof cleaned and treated for moss, call Bond Roof Care. For over a quarter century, Bond Roof Care has provided quality, trusted service. It all starts with a free estimate, so you know exactly what needs to be done and what costs are involved. Then the work will be done professionally and followed up with Bond's signature cleanup. Work beyond compare. Bond Roof Care.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the number one cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lucera. The start of voting in just hours in New Hampshire. On the Democrat side, polls indicate Senator Bernie Sanders will likely defeat Hillary Clinton. Her campaign already looking past tomorrow.
The Clinton camp, when you talk to them privately, is still confident that, look, she eked out that victory in Iowa. She's likely to lose here in New Hampshire. But when the map goes south, she has a lot more African-American support, and they think they can steady this ship.
Fox's Ed Henry. President Obama asking Congress for at least $1.8 billion to fight the Zika virus. That money would be focused on finding a vaccine, the virus known to cause birth defects.
We likely would be in phase 1 trial just to determine if it's safe and if it induces a good response, probably by the end of the summer, and get that going by the end of this year. And if it looks like it's safe, we'll go to the next stage.
Dr. Anthony Fauci with the National Institutes of Health. Fox News, we report, you decide.
No radio in the office? No problem. News Radio 1120 KPNW is streaming 24 hours a day. Turn us on at kpnw.com.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Well, that was a fast way to back down. Marco Rubio's not backing down on his comments about Barack Obama on Saturday night at the debate. But two other people who were making comments have backed down so fast to make your head spin. One is a young lady who publishes a tabloid newspaper in San Antonio, Texas, who indicated that her paper was planning to publish the names and addresses of local police officers, and the only intent for that would be to allow people to either harass or to assault cops. I mean, I don't see any other sensible reason for doing that. The plans were announced last night, and by this afternoon, she has quickly backed down and indicated we don't plan to follow through on those plans. So I guess you say we have a plan, but we don't plan to follow through on the plan. The second one who's backing down is Gloria Steinem. She was in a little conversation with the television host Bill Maher, who is on most things an unabashed liberal, but on protection of the country is has actually turned conservative in the last months or so. But on the subject of why Bernie Sanders is so popular among young people. He was talking to Gloria Steinem, a longtime feminist, who told him this.
When you're young, you're thinking, you know, where are the boys? The boys are with Bernie, or, you know.
Ooh. Now, if I said that.
No.
Yeah, they're for Bernie because that's where the boys are.
No,
You'd
it's
swat
not,
me. Come on.
Now, that was Bill Maher talking to Gloria Steinem, because she was suggesting, why is it that Bernie Sanders has so much support among younger voters? Well, she says the younger men are with Bernie, and I figure they're with Bernie because he's offering a lot of free stuff, like free college tuition, free medical care, and all the rest of that. And Gloria Steinem actually suggested, well, the young ladies who are Democrats who are planning to vote for Bernie Sanders are there because that's where the boys are. And again, as Maher said, if a conservative had said that, every major news organization in the country would be going after a conservative who said that. But when Gloria Steinem says it, she is now being allowed to quickly back down from that as well. Let's go to Victor in Applegate. And if you want to join me, it's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Victor, what's on your mind?
Yes, Lars. As a veteran, I'm saying this for the military and not against the police. But I would like to see the rules of engagement for the police tied to the rules of engagement for our military, because it seems like it's harder to fire on the enemy than it is a bad citizen, and sometimes that bad citizen is a distressed veteran.
Okay, let me unsort that. So you're suggesting that the military have different rules of engagement that are more similar to what local police do. And you're not suggesting local police operate under the rules of engagement of the military.
Exactly. I think it's too hard for the military, and at least to bring it closer so that citizens have at least the same rights as our enemies do.
Well, here's the problem, though. So what happens when you're in a situation, you have military on the ground somewhere, boots on the ground, and they see somebody that they perceive as threatening, and they shoot the man. You'd loosen it up. Yeah, I know they're not allowed to now. You're suggesting that those be the new rules of engagement. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but in some places, there are an awful lot of things that people do that are immediately threat, or they appear to be a threat, and they don't turn out to be. But you would loosen up the rules for the military. What would you do for local police who are now, it seems, constantly criticized when they make the decision to shoot someone? Most recently for Lavoy Finicum, part of the Bundy bunch, the Bundy boys that took over the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and Finicum was shot to death. And he was shot to death because he was reaching, the police believed, for a pistol. He didn't get to the pistol. He died instead. Friday night, there was a cop in Seaside who had tased a man. The man managed to get his hand on the pistol, and the police sergeant, Jason Gooding, was shot to death as a result. So what would you do for the rules of engagement for the police?
Well, that's the problem that we're trying to solve. I believe that for the citizens and for the police, I believe that community policing, where the community knows the police by name, is an added benefit to the police, because there are many of us.
Okay, but you haven't answered the question. Community police, I'm willing to bet that Jason Gooding, who was a sergeant, he was the man who, rest his soul, was shot.
My heart cries for him.
Okay, but here's the thing. Do you think after 13 years on the job in a small town like Seaside, a majority of people who lived in that community didn't know that officer by name?
Well, in small rural communities, I think they would. But
Seaside's a pretty small town.
Correct.
So, but how would knowing everybody's name, or most people's name in town, have changed the situation when a felon like this guy Philip?
It would not have. It would not have.
Didn't change the situation at all. So what would you do about the rules of engagement? Because right now we have Bernie Sanders, presidential candidate, who says that police should rethink the use of lethal force. I wish they'd shot this Philip Ferry, to death before he killed Sergeant Jason Gooding. But we've told the police, if you shoot somebody, even if you are absolutely right, like Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri, Darren Wilson now does not have a job in law enforcement and likely never will have a job again in law enforcement, even though he was judged not to have committed a crime, and he did the right thing. He shot somebody who was about to assault him, who had already assaulted him once. And yet that officer is out of a job. Sergeant Gooding is dead because he didn't shoot somebody fast enough. So how would you change things there?
It's a very difficult subject. I don't think we could change the training. The training is such. The gentleman that just died on the coast, he had a lot of experience. It only takes one error, and that's the problem. Is because more and more people don't believe that consequences apply to them, and so the cops are dealing with people that are more liable to pull a gun. And consequences start in the youth. Consequences start in school. We're not training our kids.
But that's why I'm asking you, the one thing, we can't change people at this point who've decided that they can tell the police, I will not be taken into custody, like Philip Ferry tried to and like Lavoy Finicum tried to. But what we can change is there are politicians right now who want the police to try other methods before they get to use of lethal force. And I think that's going to end up with more civilians and cops dead. So are you in favor of having the police be more restrained in their use of lethal force, knowing that it may end up with more dead cops and more dead citizens?
Under those circumstances, no. I am for more options for the police. I know they're working on that sound boom. I know they're working on other things that can incapacitate somebody, but right now the problem still exists, and the tools, I think they need more options to be able to use.
Well, but they right now they have tasers, they have pepper spray, they have batons, and they have pistols. Now,
as you just said, those do not incapacitate. The sound one, I understand. The sound one and the air one that they're working on will knock a person down and knock them out. So I think
if you have time to deploy it. But how many more tools do we hang off the average cop who's got to go? I mean, you see them now; they got tools hanging all over them.
Yes, and some of those are the ones that you're complaining that don't work, and I believe we should get rid of those and replace them.
So don't use the tasers anymore.
Well, if in certain circumstances, if you're in a school or if you're in a football stadium, I think those are viable. But when you're out on the beach and you're dealing with criminal elements, I think something else is needed. And I believe guns are needed also.
See, it just sounds like on one hand you're saying only use them here, don't use them there, and now we're going to
tell. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but then we're telling the officer, we want you to carry perhaps as many as 7 or 8 different tools. And then we want you to not use them in some circumstances and do use them in others. And you've got 1/10 of a second to make the decision. Which tool do I deploy? Am I in the right circumstance? If I deploy the wrong tool at the wrong time, the community is going to fire me and I'll never work again. I'm going to lose my pension and everything else. And maybe a citizen or a cop will end up dead about it. We're starting to put these guys on cockpit overload where you're going to tell them, make the right decision every single time. Choose from the right one of 5 or 6 different tools to use. And if you hesitate while you're thinking about it, you're probably dead.
I agree. And my idea wasn't to give them 5 tools, but to arm them according to where their beat is.
Well, except that, can you name me a community where you don't have a mix of those beats? Because you have police officers whose beat includes a residential neighborhood next to a commercial neighborhood, next to a school, next to a warehouse district, and they do all of them on their regular beat during a shift.
It is a problem. I don't have this solution, but I wanted to bring this in about the rules of engagement and trying to get them closer together. It's somewhere in between, and we don't have it yet. That's why we're on this conversation.
Very good. Victor, thanks for the call. Back in a moment. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty Big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings, only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
Last night, Cheryl Loggy made her status. Any moms out there know a good stroller for twins? Help! It got 10 likes and 8 comments. Geico also has a comment, Cheryl. While we don't know which stroller you should go with, we do know that in as little as 15 minutes, you could save hundreds of dollars on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. And with that money, you can buy the swankiest of rides for your tiny duo to cruise around in. Right on down to Potty Training Town. Hashtag twins, hashtag savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommmpcard.com.
Why buy new when reuse offers so much more to our community and our local economy? Conserving resources, creating jobs, and teaching skills that can last a lifetime. Next Step Recycling offers quality electronics at thrifty prices. Stop by their reuse store at 980 McKinley Avenue, just off West 11th. And remember, when shopping for electronics, make it your first step to check Next Step.
This message was brought to you by the Lane County Waste Management Division and Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
We all know those iconic words, spoken by Lou Gehrig 75 years ago. We all know the ball player, the durable Iron Horse, who played in 2,130 consecutive games. Lou ended his speech with a message of hope.
Been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
2 years later, the pride of the Yankees died of the terrible illness that bears his name, Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS. Although there is still no cure, the reason for hope is stronger than ever. Help bring us even closer to a research breakthrough for ALS. Join the team. Join the ALS Association in the fight to find treatments and a cure for ALS. Go to alsa.org/75 for more information.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to ditch the car and start rollerblading to work.
I look ridiculous.
You look ridiculous!
You don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your organs on the black market.
Lie back. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that hurts. You don't need to rent out your apartment to drifters.
I made a fire with the wood in your bedroom.
That's my dresser!
And your closet door.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Teach me another one.
Okay. A chick in a car and a car won't go. That's the way to spell Chicago.
Chicago.
That's right.
Dad, how about Mississippi?
You ready for Mississippi? Okay, let's go.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene student? Join the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program. Be a friend. Support a middle schooler this year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to get your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Let's go to Stephen in Medford. Hey, Stephen, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Hi, I just wanted to give my opinion that I believe the police officers have plenty of options to use, and they almost always use them correctly. It's the political correct attitude of society judging the police and not judging the bad guy that's the problem. You know, if the bad guy or the good citizen gets stopped, comply with the police commands, and if the police are wrong, solve it in the courts. Civilly solve it in the courts. You don't have the right to resist arrest. You have the right to seek damages later if you're falsely arrested.
Well, and for anybody who's worried about having a lawyer, the ability to do that, Stephen, I think, let's say you had somebody who was arrested by the police, and the citizen did everything that was asked of them, and the police, overreacted, and which, as you say, they don't do very often. But let's say they were wrong in a case. You walk into the police department the next day of whatever agency was involved, and you say, I'd like to file a complaint. I think your officers are out of line. And then you describe everything that happened, and they look at whatever videos available and everything else. And at some point, a responsible police department will say, yeah, you're right, they broke your arm, and you had done everything that they told you to do, and the officers are wrong. It's not going to happen very often, but it will occasionally. And in that case, you won't even have to bring a lawsuit because the department is you're going to get your apology or your medical bills or whatever. That's why most cities and counties have a thing called risk management departments that are designed to deal with when somebody working for a city or a county goes too far. But you're absolutely right. Get the citizens to start complying with the cops. And if the cops are wrong, solve it the next day. Let's go to Len, who's calling in from Amboy, Washington. Hey, Len, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Thank you, Lars. Yeah, I was calling about that guy a little while ago that talked about the rules of engagement for a police officer. I did 2 tours in Vietnam before I was 20, and let me tell you, the rules of engagement there were the pitch. You had to request permission to apprehend or even go after and sometimes even return fire.
Now, does that make sense for police here in this country to say, I better call the boss and see if he wants me to shoot this bad guy with a gun?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And I'll tell you another thing. Years ago, up in Federal Way, I pulled a gun on a county sheriff, and it was the way they approached me. And after all was said and done, they agreed that they were wrong, and they let me go. But what happened was I watched one of them kick this 20-year-old over on a bicycle while a friend of mine was getting coffee.
Yeah.
Who had problems with his .45. The sear wasn't going all the way to the rear when it fired. So I was looking at that, and we pulled around back, and we were drinking there, and this guy that kicked this kid over on the bicycle come walking up the car. And I told my buddy, I said, oh, here comes trouble. And this guy walked up, and he stuck his head in the door, or in the window, and he said, can I help you boys? And I knew no matter what I did, I was going to be wrong and end up getting hit. So I just picked up my .45 and stuck in his nose, and I said, you sure can by leaving. And he said, looked at me, and he stepped back, and he said, I'm not going for a gun. And he opened his jacket and pulled out a King County Sheriff badge. And he checked my license, my concealed permit, my buddy's concealed permit, our .45s, to make sure they weren't stolen. And they were mad because we blew their cover at this place.
Ah.
But I told the police officer that they had better change their way of coming up on vehicles or somebody's going to get killed someday. And he looked at me and he says, "We sure will."
Well, and that's a consideration, even for citizens. You know, Len, if I'm going to walk up to somebody in a car just to tell them something out of courtesy, like, hey, it looks like your right rear tire is going flat, you got to do it in a way. You know, when I used to do a lot more boating than I do now, there's a thing called signaling your intentions. So if you're in a sailboat and you've got another sailboat overtaking you, you stay in a straight line so he knows where you're going, and then the overtaking boat's job is to avoid you. Same way, if you're following a car in front of you, you're to follow at a safe distance. If you're not signaling your intentions, or if you're leaving some room for doubt, then you've got a problem. And when you walk up on somebody's car, if you're a law enforcement officer, you know, if you're walking up on somebody who may threaten you, I think it's not the worst idea in the world to say, police officers, I'd like to talk to you. And just walking straight up on somebody in a way that could be interpreted as threatening, you're right. That could set up a situation where either the officer gets shot or the citizens get shot or both. And all that's a bad idea. So unless you're trying to sneak up on somebody, you probably ought to signal your intentions in some way that makes it clear who you are and what you're up to. You've got the Lars.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism.
I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks fell sharply today on concern about a slowdown in the global economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 177, about 1.1%. The S&P 500 was down 26, about 1.4%. The Nasdaq, the biggest loser in percentage terms, down 79 for a loss of about 1.8%. Oil prices fell for a third day. Crude finished at $29.69 a barrel, down $1.20. Energy stocks took a beating. Chesapeake Energy plummeted 27% after a report that it had hired a restructuring law firm to deal with its nearly $10 billion in debt. Investors sought the safest assets. Treasuries rallied, pushing yields to the lowest level in a year. Shares of Google parent Alphabet fell 0.1%, but the company's CEO is doing all right. Alphabet has awarded Sundar Pichai stock options valued at about $199 million. I'm Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Jane Metzler. The presidential candidate still crisscrossing the state just hours before the first voters cast ballots in the New Hampshire primary. Although polls show clear frontrunners in both the Democratic and Republican races, independents and undecided still could make a difference. Fox's Gernal Scott live in Manchester.
Jane, both sides are still trying to sway voters. For the GOP, Donald Trump is setting the pace and telling voters how he hopes to improve the nation.
I love the end result, what's going to be. We're going to have a phenomenal, strong, powerful, rich country again.
And for the Democrats, Hillary Clinton says she has the experience to fix Washington.
I have been working to rein in powerful forces for many years.
I have the scars to prove that.
She still fights an uphill battle with Bernie Sanders. New Hampshire voters will have the final say starting tomorrow morning, Jane.
Thanks, Grinal. A winter storm could have an impact on turnout tomorrow, up to a foot of snow already on the ground in Connecticut, where 30 people were injured on I-95. They were on a bus heading from New York City to the Mohegan Sun Casino. Another billionaire jumping into the presidential race, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg tells the Financial Times he is looking at all the options. The Obama administration asking Congress for nearly $2 billion to combat the Zika virus.
We are hopeful that Congress will recognize the urgency of this request and act quickly on it.
White House spokesman Josh Earnest, the money would go toward controlling the mosquito population and funding research for a vaccine. At the close on Wall Street, the Dow down 178, the NASDAQ off 79, the S&P 500 off 27. And you're listening to Fox News Radio, Fair and Balanced.
Control, this is QL1. Side hatch is secure.
QL1, this is Control. We copy, showing normal cabin pressure. Over.
Control, this is QL1. Do you like mortgages?
That's a negative, QL1. Over.
Control, do you like rockets?
That's affirmative, QL1. Over.
Do you like rocket mortgages?
I'm listening. Over.
Of course you are, Control. Everyone likes rockets. Control, Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that turns the entire mortgage process into a fast, powerful, completely online experience.
Copy that, QL1. I'm going to go ahead and push this button in 3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Once again, the Portland special interests and Salem politicians think they know what's best for the rest of Oregon. They haven't got a clue. This time, it's a massive minimum wage hike that will kill thousands of small business jobs. We need Representative John Lively to stand up for Springfield, not Portland, and oppose this bad deal. Independent economists say the wage hike could kill 62,700 Oregon jobs. And that's not all. Costs for food and childcare will increase for hardworking Oregon families. Some will lose food stamp assistance they need. And working college students could lose financial aid they rely on. Tell Representative Lively to oppose the massive wage hike. Visit defendoregonjobs.com and tell Representative Lively to vote no. Oregon needs more jobs, not more special deals for Portland.
18 incredible restaurants, 18 cheesy choices as the Kendall Auto Group and 1120 KPNW present the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience, a benefit for Food for Lane County. From February 1st to the 15th, visit as many of our restaurants as you can and taste their respective takes on the grilled cheese sandwich. Places like the Cornbread Cafe, Fisherman's Market, and the Vintage. $1 to $2 from each item sold will benefit Food for Lane County. Get info on the Cheesy Passport, plus a list of all our restaurants by going to kpnw.com.
It's 3:06 and time for Hour 1 of Glenn Beck here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Crazy stuff today. Crazy stuff as we look at what we have to cover today. Remember the prediction I made 2 years ago where I said guys are going to start having virtual sex and they're going to start making virtual women that will be the perfect lover for these? It is now out. It is now in the, I think this was in the Telegraph in England, the sex toy of the future, high-tech dolls given a personality to create the perfect lover. Really a disturbing look at the future. Also, we have some reaction from the debates, Saturday Night Live, and Super Bowl, of course. We start there right now.
I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
I want to start with the Super Bowl. We were out in San Francisco over the weekend. We were the only ones that were leaving before the Super Bowl was even started, but we went out to do some work, and we went and covered the Super Bowl breakfast, which was absolutely amazing. I have zero interest in sports, as you know, if you listen to this program, but that was phenomenal, just phenomenal.
It was a really fun event. Everybody was funny. The stories were compelling.
Steve Young was there. Name the people that were there.
Roger Staubach, Mike Ditka, Steve Young, Tony Dungy,
Brent Jones,
Dilfer
Bart Starr's son.
Bart Starr's son.
Really amazing. And they did this panel, and they talked about what it was like to be in the NFL, their old stories, what it was like to try to struggle with your honor. It was really good. We covered it. It's the first time the Super Bowl breakfast, I think, has ever been covered, and we're going to cover it again next year. We're going to try to up our game just a little bit. We didn't really know what to expect this year, but it was really phenomenal. I went and I talked to several of the legends of football after, and it was a little uncomfortable, a little awkward. My son said at one point, Dad, you should stick to interviewing the candidates. Really? I thought that was very nice of him to say. Yeah. But that we'll air that tonight, some of the interviews. But I asked them, what does it mean to be a man of honor? How do you define a man? And I will tell you that I have the exact opposite to show you now on how to not be a man. If you saw, what's his name, Cam Newton, if you saw his press conference afterwards, after he lost the Super Bowl, this is the worst example of being a good loser I've ever seen. Listen to this.
No.
Can you put a finger on what Carolina got played the way it normally plays?
Got outplayed.
Is there a reason why?
Got outplayed, bro.
Was there anything Denver did defensively that, I mean, I know you'd seen them, studied them. Was it pretty much what you had seen on film? Was there anything different you think they put in for this game?
Nothing different.
I mean, he's just sitting here blankly pouting and answering basically in 2 words or less.
Any offense in this game?
Evan Mathis at podium 14.
No. He told us a lot of things.
I mean, this is not worth playing anymore. But
it's no respect for
no respect.
No respect. No respect.
And all you hear about this guy is, his over-the-top celebrations. Oh, that's just because of the joy of the game. He just loves the joy of the game. It's infectious.
Where's the joy?
That joy there? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to have that joy when you just lost and you won. I get that, but you don't have to act.
No,
like
you don't act like that. I mean, yes, it is hard to be joyful when you've lost, but this is being a baby.
Yeah, and the guy makes $13 million a year. You can at least answer a few questions.
It was an honor to play the game. It was an honor to be there.
And in what may have been Peyton Manning, who is a legend and a Hall of Famer, will be, in what may be his last game, you could maybe tip the hat to him.
Yeah, you can't say congratulations.
Yeah.
So this is what Cam Newton said, or this is what Cam Newton's mom wrote to him right before the Super Bowl began. I want you to understand hot and cold water comes out of different fountains. You're either hot or cold. You have a big platform. Which fountain are you, Cam? Don't let the devil win you over in your words or your speech that represent a dark world. Represent the awesome God you serve through your words. Don't confuse the devil and the enemy of what side you're on. So speak boldly to the nation that you represent. Speak boldly about Christ and the great things that he has done. Through your language and actions, speak words that uplift and don't tear down. Don't promote the devil's workshop. Death and life is in the power of the tongue. The devil doesn't like positive words. That's why he keeps attacking you, because he ain't happy. You win with your character and powerful words that you speak. Cam, you're highly favored. God is on your side. Why should you fear what man should say or do? Remember God. I love you more than you can imagine, and I'm so proud of you, Mom. That's obviously nice. He was raised properly. He's obviously raised by a good mom. How does he get that from his mother and then behave this way?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's hard after the Super Bowl loss, and he didn't even try to go after the fumble that he could have.
Now you're
and I'm sure
now
he's
you're going after him
disappointed
now.
with himself.
Disappointed. I'm sure he'll be lucky to be allowed back into Carolina's stadium.
Wow.
After that play.
In fairness, though, it is tough. Maybe they should allow these guys
on.
A little bit of time.
A little bit of time.
A little bit of
time.
A little bit of time.
They're getting paid.
Come on.
A little bit of time.
Just a little bit to soak in the loss. It's a big game. It's a big stage.
It is.
It's a big, and then they're expected to have that camera inches from their face.
We're just trying to give a little benefit of the doubt. On the other side, there's maybe we could give him a little bit of space for a little while.
Just a little bit.
Just to get his. I'll bet you he's better today. But and I'm not a Cam Newton fan.
I feel bad.
I'm not a Cam Newton.
I know. I feel bad. He's making millions, tens of millions of dollars.
Yes, he is.
And all he has to do is come out for 15 minutes and salute the hard work of his teammates and the people who won.
Yes,
it's part of the game.
It is.
Would you say that about your son? If your son was acting like a snot?
My gosh. No,
you'd get in the car and say, knock it off.
No. Absolutely, you would say that, and you would expect your son or anyone, if Cam Newton's your son,
to behave much differently.
You know better than that.
So then, why are you guys like?
We're just playing devil's advocate.
Trying to give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
You are playing devil's advocate. You are the advocate of the devil at this point.
Welcome, Pat.
Okay. So let's go into the debate. The other thing that happened over the weekend was the big debate. Can we play just the highlight reel of what happened in the debate, Pat? Mm-hmm. Here we go.
What Donald Trump did was use eminent domain to try to take the property of an elderly woman on the Strip in Atlantic City. To turn this into a limousine parking lot for his casinos is not a public use.
He wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well with
How tough is it to take a property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How tough
is it? A lot of times.
You have not been involved in a consequential decision where you had to be held accountable. You just simply haven't.
This country already has a debt problem. We don't need to add to it by electing someone who has experience at running up and destroying the credit rating of his state.
That's what Washington, D.C. does. The drive-by shot at the beginning with incorrect and incomplete information, and then the memorized 25-second speech that is exactly what his advisors gave.
To think that I would just walk away 10 minutes before the caucus and say, forget about you guys. I mean, who would do something like that? Washington ethics basically says, if it's legal, you do what you need to do in order to win.
Senator Cruz, is waterboarding torture?
Well, under the definition of torture, no, it's not.
Would you bring it back?
I would not bring it back in any sort of widespread use.
I would bring back waterboarding, and I'd bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding.
If I get elected president, head out tomorrow and buy a seatbelt, because there's going to be so much happening in the first 100 days, it's going to make your head spin.
You can't leave the White House, go to Hawaii and play golf for 3 weeks and be a real deal maker. It doesn't work that way. You have to get people in, grab them, hug them, kiss them, and get the deal done.
What can you say to law enforcement right now to convince them that you understand the severity of this problem?
She went to sleep one night, had taken too many pills, and Joey walked in and found her dead. This is an absolute epidemic. We need leadership to solve it. Solving it has to occur at the state and local level with programs like AA and counseling and churches and charities, but it also has to occur securing the borders.
Everyone out there knows this in New Hampshire. This is a disease. It's not a moral failing. It's a disease, and we need to give people the treatment they need. These are good, law-abiding, hard-working people. What they need is our cooperation and our understanding. They do not need just broadsides against them because of the religious faith they practice.
For me, the issue of life is not a political issue. And I want to be frank, I would rather lose an election than be wrong on the issue of life.
2 battleground states, but they face off tomorrow in the Super Bowl. Governor Kasich, who wins?
Carolina's going to win that one. Peyton Manning's supporting me, and I'm for Denver.
Well, I was going for Peyton Manning, but now I'm rooting for Carolina.
Carolina.
Either Denver or Carolina.
Yeah. Governor Christie, the last word.
Denver.
So Peyton Manning is for Jeb Bush? I hadn't heard that. Had you heard that?
No.
I didn't know that.
Can you look it up,
No,
Jeffy?
I haven't. Yes.
Look that up, see if that's true.
Huh. I mean, that he's in the Republican camp is good. So at least, I guess that part is good, that he's not for Hillary or Bernie Sanders.
Can you play the Cut 99, the memorized speech on America, Rubio's memorized speech? Here it is.
And let's dispel once and for all with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Barack Obama is undertaking a systematic effort to change this country, to make America more like the rest of the world. That's why he passed Obamacare and the stimulus and Dodd-Frank and a deal with Iran. It is a systematic effort to change America. When I'm president of the United States, we are going to re-embrace all the things that made America the greatest nation in the world, and we are going to leave our children what they deserve, the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
You know, I don't know if you saw this. This is the speech, I think it was Washington Post maybe, said that was taking, Rubio has taken Glenn Beck's script and was repeating Glenn Beck's script.
Really?
I didn't think that. I mean, at least everybody on the right agrees.
Yeah.
That they were trying to make it sound like
purpose.
he was, you know, bringing up the fundamental transformation of America thing. Well, yeah.
Well, why not?
That's what he said, and that's what he's done.
He brought it up initially, and he has carried it out since.
Carried it out.
I mean, Rubio's right on this. What he's getting hammered for is saying it over and over and over. Fox put together a montage where I guess he said it 8 times.
Under Chris Christie's governorship of New Jersey, they've been downgraded 9 times in their credit rating. This country already has a debt problem. We don't need to add to it by electing someone who has experience at running up and destroying the credit rating of his state.
That's what Washington, D.C. does. The drive-by shot at the beginning with incorrect and incomplete information, and then the memorized 25-second speech. When you're president of the United States, when you're a governor of a state, the memorized 30-second speech where you talk about how great America is at the end of it doesn't solve one problem for one person.
So your state got hit by a massive snowstorm 2 weeks ago. You didn't even want to go back. They had to shame you into going back. So here's the bottom line. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just not true.
There it is.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
The memorized 25-second speech.
Let's dispel once and for all with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just not not
There
true.
it is.
Let's dispel with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He is trying to change this country. He wants America to become more like the rest of the world. Anyone who believes that Barack Obama isn't doing what he's doing on purpose doesn't understand what we're dealing with here.
Then, of course,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot.
Wow.
That was a lot. And they make him look bad when they play it together like that. But obviously, he's decided that that's what he's going to go after.
But that's not a Glenn Beck speech.
No,
that's
no.
I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah.
I mean, the media doesn't, but everybody on the right agrees that that's what Barack Obama is doing.
Also on Saturday Night Live went after Ted Cruz. They've got somebody doing him now. I don't know which cast member this is, but they also happen to bring up with someone in this room.
Now, some of you may have already seen me in tonight's Republican debate in New Hampshire. And if you missed it, here's a quick recap. I won. I also won the Iowa caucus, thanks to endorsements from strong conservatives like Glenn Beck and God Almighty. Now, I'll admit, I'm an unconventional candidate. I'm not like other politicians. I didn't get where I am today because I was born wealthy, or handsome, or charismatic, or nice. I am not cool, or likable, or even fine. I'm not young and hip. I am not off the chain. I'm not energetic and healthy. Physically, I'm not doing well at all. From the side, I look like a Far Side cartoon. In other words, I have overcome perhaps the greatest political liability of all time, being Ted Cruz.
Yikes.
Wow.
Ouch.
Our sponsor this half hour is Sherry's Berries. Sherry's Berries, when your loved one gets a box from Sherry's Berries, the kids, the friends, the neighbors, Stu, Pat, Jeffy, are all going to come out of nowhere to taste Sherry's Berries. They are absolutely the best. Last Friday, we had Sherry's Berries in here. I had one. Jeffy, how many did you have out of the whole box?
Maybe half.
Okay.
Maybe half of
one? Half of one or half the box? Yeah. It was devoured. I went back to the box, and between these two, it was gone. Anyway, Sherry's Berries, they are absolutely the best. And Valentine's Day, is Sunday. Giant freshly dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries, starting at $19.99. That's over a 40% savings, and you can double the berries for just $10. Just go to berries.com, click on the microphone, and type in my code Glenn. That's berries.com, BERRIES.com, or you can call Fruit02 at 866-FRUIT02, 866-FRUIT02. Amazing Valentine's Day special. Giant juicy freshly dipped strawberries starting at $19.99, or double the berries for $10 more at berries.com. Click on the microphone, enter my code Glenn. Don't wait. Valentine's Day is Sunday. Order right now.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Sign up for the newsletter and get all the info you need to know at glennbeck.com. Mercury.
Why do I support Ted Cruz? Because I trust Ted Cruz.
Trust is everything.
You know, everyone here talks about the need to take on Washington. The natural next question is who actually has done so.
He really represents the people. He represents me.
He actually went to Washington, D.C. and did what he told the voters he was going to do.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
He's not afraid to say the honest truth, even from the Senate floor, even if it's unpopular.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
He has been consistent on every issue.
When millions of Americans rose up against Planned Parenthood, I was proud to lead that fight.
I feel as though he is a man of conviction.
I think he's what this country needs.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine.
And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
It's about time someone put the beer in root beer. Introducing Best Damn Root Beer. Aged over real vanilla beans, this easy-drinking hard root beer delivers a timeless classic that's been reinvented for the 21 and over crowd. New Best Damn Root Beer from Best Damn Brewing Company. Brews you can swear by. Now that's Best Damn. Enjoy responsibly. Best Damn Root Beer Ale. Best Damn Brewing Company, St. Louis, Missouri.
For thousands of local foster children, the nights can feel long and lonely when you're away from familiar faces and places.
I miss my sister. I miss my old school. I miss my room.
Even something as simple as a pair of warm pajamas can make the nights a little easier.
Sometimes I get scared. I can't sleep.
To help, Sleep Train is collecting pajamas for foster children big and small. Bring your gift of new pajamas, packaged socks, and underwear to any Sleep Train, and they'll be given to a local foster child in need. You can also donate online at sleeptrain.com.
Pajamas are like a hug.
On behalf of the foster kids in your neighborhood, Sleep Train thanks you.
Not everyone can be a foster parent, but anyone can help a foster child.
Help a local foster child by bringing your gift of new pajamas to Sleep Train. Donate at any Sleep Train store or online at sleeptrain.com today.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Triple 727 back.
This is
The Glenn Beck Program.
How much did they pay Peyton Manning to say?
Oh, I got millions.
I'm going home. I'm going to drink a lot of Budweiser.
I mean, what a brilliant strategy too. I don't know if they signed something ahead of time and said, "Hey, when you do your
when you win,
interview, mention us and we'll give you $5 million." What's it worth? That's worth a lot.
I mean, he couldn't have just said
because it's
that
not
off
a
the top of
commercial.
his head,
I mean, well, but think of this though.
It's not a commercial.
We have gone from I'm going to Disney World to I'm going home and I'm drinking a lot of Budweiser.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I mean, it's
$5 million is your guess?
That'd be my guess. Yeah, because it's not worth it to him for any less than that. I don't think.
I wouldn't do it for $2.
You would do it for $1.50.
You'd do
it for a bottle of Bud.
Yeah. Wait. Do you guys supply the Budweiser when I get home?
Good. Yeah, good. We're good. Bud.
But he's good enough too. He's good enough an actor to pull that off.
Yes.
It sounded very natural.
Yes, it did.
I'm gonna go home, kiss my wife, say a prayer, and then Tracy, I'm gonna drink a lot of Budweiser. I can tell you that. It was just really well delivered. Really nice.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Best commercial?
I really liked the Willem Dafoe, Marilyn Monroe
that was
Snickers
good.
thing. That was good.
That
was
came
really
out
well
last
done.
week, though.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, it came out last week.
Yeah, so did the car tracker one with the dad. He's following.
And that was, I think that was at the top of the list
really good.
of the audience.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name? He's a pretty big movie star now.
And it was enjoyable. I mean,
I like the Amazon.
The Amazon one with Alec Baldwin was good.
Yeah, that was really good.
Really good.
I was freaked out by the technology. I don't like that technology per se.
It can even order socks for you.
Right.
Did you see that one? He wakes up the next morning. It's kind of a sequel to the original. And he wakes up and he realizes he's got a hole in his sock from the night before. And so he tells the thing to order these cashmere socks for him. Amazing.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, that's what I want. Something listening to everything in my house.
I know.
Yeah.
You'll have one,
connected to online.
Yes,
You'll have one.
No, I won't.
Yes,
no,
you will.
I will not.
Yes, every bit of technology.
I will not.
Oh my God.
I don't even know how to use Siri, and I'm proud of it.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Mercury.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Portland 2016, the most prestigious sporting event ever to be hosted in the state of Oregon. The IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships are coming to Portland March 17th through 20th, 2016. More than 600 of the world's greatest track and field athletes from as many as 200 countries will compete over 4 days. 26 world champions will be crowned, and you can be a part of history. Tickets are on sale now at portland2016.com.
Sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to the Un-carrier today. T-Mobile.
This is a guided meditation on parenting. Take this time to breathe deeply and close your eyes. Right now, you're completely in control. Unlike the time you and your son played basketball and you attempted to slam dunk. Or when you tried removing those raccoons from the basement. Concentrate on the soothing sound of my voice. Release the memory of when you wrestled with that beehive in your son's treehouse. Let go of the time you thought that skunk was a cat, or when you pulled into the garage with your son's bike on top of the car. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Mom calls us her VIPs. She says it stands for Very Important Passengers. So when my little bro and I ride in the car, we always ride in the back seat. Simon gets a special booster seat because he's still kind of short. And I'm right there next to him. Mom says it's because it's not safe up front till I'm 13 years old. She heard that if we got in a crash, I'm safer in the back seat by a whole 37%. That's her reason. But I like to pretend I'm a huge humongous rock star on my way to perform at a big concert. And instead of a minivan, I'm in a limo. And tons of fans are waiting for me, so I have to get there safely. There's a red carpet and... oh, Haley and Madison are my backup dancers! Mom even got me these rad sunglasses. Hey, a girl's got a dream, right? So parents, be like my mom and keep your kids safe in the back seat until they're 13. And buckle up, it's the way to go. A message from me and ODOT.
We will never fully understand what we've asked of you, or your families. Asking you to put yourself in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep you secure for the rest of your life. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
It's Glenn Beck Now and the Lars Larson National Show starting at 6 tonight here on 1120 KPNW.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Sign up for the newsletter and get all the info you need to know at glennbeck.com.
I have to tell you, I love the new Colonel Sanders.
Yeah.
Jim Gaffigan.
He's good.
He is
Good.
great. Norm Macdonald was weird as Colonel Sanders.
I didn't like him at all.
Didn't connect with Colonel Sanders at all. And now Jim Gaffigan, they premiered him last night as the new Colonel Sanders, which I think is great.
Yeah, we have that KFC ad. It's
Introducing KFC's delicious new Nashville hot chicken, only
that's
available
Norm
for a limited
Macdonald,
time by
Same dream. Some fake colonel pretending to be me, but I'm me. So only I can introduce KFC's delicious new Nashville hot chicken.
With a spicy, smoky flavor, only available for a limited time by me, Colonel Sanders.
I know, dear.
It's finger licking good!
If they let him go and let him be himself, he's going to be that'll be
good.
Huge.
That'll be
huge,
good.
absolutely huge. You see the spot for Colonial Williamsburg there's two controversial spots. The first one is Colonial Williamsburg.
Yep.
Do you have the audio of it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, here it is.
We, the people. We've come a long way in a few hundred years. When you consider the barriers we've broken, the leaps we've made, and the courage we've shown. When you reflect upon our sacrifices,
or flopped,
our breakthroughs, and yes, our heartbreaks. So how is it possible that an entire country came to believe anything is possible?
Impossible.
Where did our fight come from? Our strength? Our heart? Where did our spirit first take shape and put us on the path to becoming a nation of we the people?
Football. It all starts here, Colonial Williamsburg. Now, the reason why that is that's controversial is because it showed the Trade Center coming down in reverse.
Yeah.
Everything, all of the film was in reverse. Where did it all begin? It began in Colonial Williamsburg. Why that's controversial, I don't know.
I guess because you can't remind people of when that came down in an ad for, trying to make money from it. I think people are pissed because they're profiting from showing the footage, right? It's one thing if it's news footage. It's another thing if
you could have one of
Colonial Williamsburg for the love of it. It's not KFC. It's Colonial Williamsburg. They're telling the story of America.
Right.
Yeah.
That is part of the story of America.
We can have one of our presidential candidates mention that I remember the smell for months on the streets of Manhattan.
I know, and that's not
that's
okay.
That's
That's
okay.
not a problem.
That's okay.
Yeah.
The other one is the Doritos ad. The Doritos ad is also being called controversial today.
Is it? Why? Because now this is the baby that shoots out.
Oh, you don't know?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, this is going to make you happy. This is going to make you so happy. I can't wait to tell you. Okay,
right.
So the deal is a woman is in. She's having an ultrasound.
Yeah.
And the dad is sitting there eating Doritos, and she looks and she's like, "Really? Are you kidding me? You're really?" And and then during the ultrasound, he moves the Dorito by her stomach.
And the baby tries to grab it.
You see the baby try to grab, and then the nurse takes the bag, throws it across the room, and the baby shoots out. Okay, starts to go into labor. Okay, Two reasons. I'm going to give you the first one is actually the secondary reason, but the first reason they gave is just fantastic. They make women look bitchy. And men look stupid.
Right.
What?
Yeah. During the pregnancy. Okay with that?
All right.
Women are bitchy when they're giving birth. I don't know if anybody's ever seen a woman when she's giving birth.
I know. I know.
And I'm pretty sure that every man has been called stupid during a birth.
Before I give you what they said, let me say who said this. They have started a campaign against Doritos. They're very upset. NARAL.
Oh man.
For quote, the humanizing of a fetus. Now, I don't know how many people have gotten pregnant and had
Oh, my God.
I don't know how many people got pregnant and had a cat.
Or a spoon. I mean, how often have we said, what are you going to give birth to, a Volkswagen, a Buick? What is that in there?
It's a human. So they are upset, and that's a quote, for humanizing the fetus.
Wow.
Is that amazing?
If Doritos pulls because of that,
they might too.
There's no saving America.
They might.
What do you mean they might?
I don't know. All those companies.
Yeah, they usually
all bow
cave.
down and kowtow. They kowtow to it all. Oh, you're right. We're sorry.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to offend anybody.
You know what it is? Is they got their bang for their buck.
Yep.
And they'll let it run and then they'll pull it and say, we just wanted people to eat Doritos.
Wow.
Want to create a conversation.
The humanizing.
Yes, thank you, Starbucks. We just really wanted to have a conversation with the American people.
Over a bag of chips.
What's the difference between that and I want to talk to you about race over a cup of coffee?
Nothing. I mean, I'm willing. Let's have that discussion about the humanizing of a fetus. Because that's absurd. Maybe the people of America will finally realize how absurd that is. Is it possible?
No, they're not.
It's possible.
It's not. You're talking about the American people. I used to believe in the American people.
That's not a Brussels sprout in there.
Stu has steered me, I think, right on the American people.
But there's just no.
Logic left. Here's why. At 4 out of every 10 Democrats, 4 out of every 10 Democrats, 40%, say they have a favorable opinion of socialism.
Yes. Yeah.
40% of Democrats now say, yeah, that's the way to go. 40%.
Yeah. But the Republican Party is the one that's extreme.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a lot higher than that, as we've discussed with the youth. From 18 to 44, it's 68% among Democrats. Among the Democrat youth, it's something like 68% have a favorable opinion or think it's okay for a socialist to be a president.
In this particular poll, 18 to 29 is 49%.
49. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a little better than the other one.
And favorable opinion of socialism among Republicans, 71% say no.
Does that mean 29% say yes, it's okay?
It doesn't say it that way. So
there's
maybe
probably some undecided.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Are you talking about when I socialize with people, when I converse with them? That's pretty good.
Tell me if you're thinking about socialism like, when we build roads, because I'm really for that.
Or is that when I tweet to somebody? I think that's really good.
The socialization of media is really good. I really like the social.
71% among Republicans don't think it's okay. That is way too low. You would expect that number to be in the 90s with the GOP, right? I mean,
Why?
Because they should know better.
Nobody's being taught what it is. We have to do a series on socialism, communism, and then a series on socialism, and let people know exactly what it is. Something that you can give your kids. We also want to do something on the scandals of Hillary Clinton. That's coming up on the serials that we're doing. The series that we do at the top of hour number 2 every day. We do a new series, and this week is
Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump. The history of Donald Trump. By the way, have you seen his language and how it is decayed?
Yeah.
Since do you have it edited?
Yes.
Here's how it has decayed since he left Iowa.
But I am so tired of this politically correct crap. Somebody said, oh, Trump's a great entertainer. That's a lot of bullshit. They asked me what I do, and I said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. So if you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. Now, by the way, I don't like this mic. Whoever the hell brought this mic system, don't the son of a bitch to put it in. You know, I believe in paying. But when somebody does a bad job, like this stupid mic, you shouldn't pay the bastard. Even a race to Obama, she was going to beat Obama. I don't know who'd be worse. I don't know. How does it get worse? But she was going to beat, she was favored to win, and she got schlocked. She lost.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. The possible next president of the United States. Sponsor this half hour is My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply, I can't stress enough of the importance of being prepared. World is burning down all around us, and it is critical that you act right now. My Patriot Supply has an amazing deal to help you get better prepared. For a limited time, you can buy a 1-week emergency food supply for just $67, and you get the free shipping, and there's a limit for 2 per caller. That's 7 days of hearty emergency food storage for just $67 plus free shipping. Tell them that I sent you, and they're also going to include their breakthrough water filtration bottle, the Alexa Pure Go, absolutely free. It's a $30 value. Having the peace of mind that you have access to food and water, you can't put a price on that in tough times. Call 1-888-579-6617. Get the exclusive package. It is available today and not available online. 888-579-6617. Call that number while supplies last. 888-579-6617.
Glenn Beck.
Mercury.
Institutions like the International Monetary Fund are warning investors the world economy is racing towards a new financial crisis, a view shared by a number of economists and financial analysts. Were you prepared for the Great Recession? Are you prepared for whatever comes next? Physical gold is a traditional safe haven asset investors turn to during times of economic crisis. It's the only currency which has survived wars, economic collapse, and currency wars throughout the centuries. Call the only gold company I trust now and see how easy it is to add gold to your portfolio or IRA. Goldline, 1-866-GOLDLINE. That's 1-866-465-3546. Goldline is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau and has helped thousands of people own gold for more than half a century. And in these tumultuous times, you can buy with confidence with Goldline's price guarantee programs. Read Goldline's important risk information and see if buying gold or silver is right for you. 1-866-GOLDLINE.
Hi, I'm Eric Harpel with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harpel Real Estate, countywide, 541-286-3030. or harpelhomes.com. Thank you.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
I'm home, honey.
In the den.
Are you sick?
No. I'm rehearsing.
What?
It's almost flu season. We need a flu drill. I'm going first.
Oh, you are something.
Could you rub my feet, change the TV channel, and bring me some pistachios and a beer?
Jerry.
Use the ice-cold mug in the freezer.
There is no need for a flu drill.
This is going to be a bad flu season.
Yeah, but we're not going to get the flu.
Like you can prevent that. The goddess of good health, huh?
No, I'm the one who scheduled flu shots for all of us.
You nuts. If we get the actual flu shot, we'll get the flu.
That is an old wives' tale. They no longer use the live virus. It's synthetic. We get the shot, and we remember to wash our hands and take other precautions. And we stay healthy and help stop the spread of germs.
Well, you and the kids do it. I'm not getting any shots.
Okay, then you just stay by yourself in the treehouse.
Treehouse?
Yeah, until flu season's over.
Okay, just don't hide the ladder this year.
We'll see.
This message is brought to you by Ears, because the Eugene area radio stations believe that supporting a healthy community makes a strong community.
Catch the Wake Up Call with Holloway in London, weekdays at 6 a.m. Now back to Glenn Beck on KPNW.
This is
The Glenn Beck Program.
The debate, I'm sorry, not the debate, the election is tomorrow. When is New Hampshire? I mean, South Carolina. Is that in 2 weeks?
Yeah, because I think Nevada is in there in between. So
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Is it?
Is it?
No, I thought South Carolina.
Maybe Nevada's fourth, yeah.
Yeah. No,
I don't know. I've lost track.
Absolutely, and it's like the debates never end.
I know.
Well,
no, they don't.
Was that 8 last night? Was that the 8th?
I think so.
Either 7th or 8th, and I think it was 8. And yeah, it was not last night, but the night before. But I'm kind of tired of them now. I think we've seen enough. I think I know who I'm going to vote for.
I don't know. A lot of people are still undecided.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Really hard to believe. Really hard to believe, especially on the Democratic side. Of course, you're choosing between those two. I mean,
yeah, they've got.
You don't like socialism.
You've got nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
But the Republican Party, if you don't like socialism, you need to change your party affiliation now.
Just horrible. Just horrible.
Did you see what O'Reilly said? We didn't get to this on Friday, and we should have. Thursday night, Bill talked about the Daily Beast article about you. Did you happen to see that? This is really good. Here's Bill defending you.
The tip of the day is a real danger if you're consuming news on the net. For example, I recently changed my news service from Yahoo to Google because Yahoo uses the hate website Salon in its news pages. That's unacceptable to me. Now, Google may do the same thing. If it does, I'll fire them. I mean, this has reached critical mass. Let me give you an example. This week, a vicious article about Glenn Beck came out on a website called The Daily Beast. It's written by the gutter snipe Lloyd Grove, a despicable person. Let me just quote you from the article. Colleagues and underlings of Beck interviewed by the Daily Beast on condition of anonymity. I stopped right there. It's just garbage. Can't identify anyone on the record, and you use cowards to trash another human being. And there's the kicker. The editor of the Daily Beast, John Avlon, has written a book that trashes Beck, and nowhere is that mentioned in the article. Not acceptable. Blatantly dishonest. In fact, a tip of the day, walk away.
Nice.
Really nice.
Which is so great.
Really nice of him.
Yeah. Really appreciate that because it's so true. I mean, that I didn't even know that about the editor of the Daily Beast. Did you?
Know that either. No, people.
Nobody bought the book.
No, everybody's been trying to write books about me, and they never sell. They sell about 4 copies. I think I could write a book about me, and it would sell about 4 copies.
I think Jeffy participated in one of them.
I did.
Yeah, not that book. There was another.
Not that one, but a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he finally hunted me down. I was still working in Tampa. He hunted me down in the lobby of the radio station to talk to me. And, of course, I told him, the truth.
What did you tell him? What stories did you tell him?
Some of it he wanted to know, obviously he wants to know the story. So we talked about, Gasparilla Parade that we did, and how that all got started. And then he talked about, he said, well, he's talked a lot about his mom. And yeah, I know he doesn't like, what he says on the air is
not true. She's alive and living in she's living in Argentina
he doesn't
today.
Talk about it because he had a lot to do with her death.
Did you really say that?
That is so funny.
He had a lot to do with her death, and he doesn't like it.
Did any of it? Did any of it get printed?
I never saw that in the book.
Okay, that's too bad.
Very disappointing.
That would have been really good.
Too bad.
Jeff Fisher said that Glenn Beck had a lot to do with her death.
Did you explain that in detail, or like what he had to do with it?
I said that he only talked about it once with me, and that he and his sister had killed her.
That's so great.
No, you would think, Jeffy, that maybe you would start a little smaller than murder.
Yeah, you would think.
But
no.
Why would I do that? I mean, you've only talked to me about it once. I remember it.
And he implicated
So
one of your
shocking.
sisters in it, too. That was nice.
You're welcome.
That's nice.
Well, they're very happy.
But that never made it. Apparently, he didn't.
That's too bad. That's too bad. By the way, did you see that Hillary Clinton was asked by the media for her transcripts? Do you know that you have to, if you give a speech, you have to pay for a stenographer to be there? And she makes a transcript of every one of her speeches, but they're only for her.
This is her deal?
This is her deal. So the press has asked, can we get a transcript of all the speeches that you made, like Goldman Sachs? Oh, I'll look into that. I don't know the status of that.
What?
Status of what? Status of what? You have a transcript of the speech. Can we have it? Man. What's that over there? Is that somebody getting stabbed?
Glenn Beck.
Mercury.
If you've ever wanted to generate your own supply of off-grid electricity, this may be the most important message that you hear today. And here's why. President Obama is anti-coal, anti-electricity. He has got the policies that are not only pushing electrical rates to an all-time high, but they're actually threatening America's already vulnerable power grid. That means there's never been a better time to protect your family with a solar generator backup system in the event of an emergency. This new off-the-grid backup technology provides life-saving electrical power when you need it most. And unlike the gas generators or diesel generators, a solar generator runs quietly, emits no fumes, and produces an endless supply of free electricity from the sun. You can run your sump pump, your shortwave radio, computer, even keeping the food in your refrigerator or freezer from spoiling. You'll never have to suffer through painful power outages again. Go to myendlesspower.com and use the promo code Beck and get a solar generator for half off. myendlesspower.com. And do it now.
Valentine's Day is this week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 1 dozen red roses plus a free glass vase and chocolates for just $29.99. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 5656. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 1 dozen stunning red roses sent fresh from the field, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days, plus gourmet chocolates for only $29.99, and will include a free vase with every order. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is this week, and this incredible offer expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 5656. That's proflowers.com, secret code 5656.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks fell sharply on signs of distress in worldwide financial markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 177. The S&P 500 lost 26. The Nasdaq Composite fell 79. Facebook fell nearly 6%. It's been given 3 months by France's privacy watchdog to stop storing data on people who don't have an account with the social network, as the company continues to draw objections from regulators throughout Europe. Shares of Amazon.com were down nearly 5%, also helping to drag the tech sector lower. Oil prices fell for a third day in a row, trading below $30 a barrel. Gold rose for a seventh day to its highest level since June, nearly $1,200 an ounce. Chipotle Mexican Grill lost 4% today. The company is offering customers a coupon for a free burrito to try to make up for several outbreaks of foodborne illnesses at its stores. I'm Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Jane Metzler. 5 hours from now, the first voters cast their ballots in the New Hampshire primary. They're about 20 miles from the Canadian border in the tiny town of Dixville, Knox, population 12, according to the last census. There and throughout New Hampshire, independent voters could tip the scales.
That's because they can vote in either the Democratic or Republican primary. And almost to a person, the folks that we talked to were undecided who to vote for.
We'll probably be vacillating right until we walk in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, many voters haven't decided which candidate to vote for. Some we talked to haven't even decided which party to vote for. One man was torn between the two Democratic candidates and 3 on the Republican side. Glenn McFarland at least has decided he's going to vote Republican. For whom? He doesn't know.
What is it that will change your mind one way or the other?
Just thinking it over. Who's going to be the best to be commander-in-chief?
Polls suggest Donald Trump will do the best among independent voters. A recent poll showed him with 34% support. Next, John Kasich, well back, but still strong at 16%.
Fox's John Roberts in Manchester. A winter storm could have an impact on turnout. It's already dumped more than a foot of snow on parts of Connecticut. An accident on Interstate 95 there, causing a serious bus crash. 30 of 70 people on board hurt. Some are in critical condition. The 25-year-old widow of a dead ISIS leader facing charges in the U.S. in the death of American aid worker Kayla Mueller. Nisreen Bahar, also known as Sayyaf, is accused of holding Mueller and other women hostage and was said to be personally responsible for Mueller. Kayla Mueller and ISIS leader Abu Sayyaf killed during a Delta Force raid on a compound in Syria. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
QL1, this is Control. Does Rocket Mortgage require me to fill out a bunch of paperwork? That's negative, Control. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that quickly and seamlessly imports your financial data. You can go through the entire mortgage process on your own and completely online. Copy that, QL1, but if I wanted to speak to someone, do you think they're out there? They're out there, all right. I've made contact before. In fact, according to J.D. Power, they've provided award-winning client service for 6 years in a row. Roger that, QL1. It's nice to know they're out there, wherever they are. Detroit Control. They're in Detroit. Over. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button. Get mortgage.
Rocket. Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down, oh that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
Priority One Heating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Fog today and some clouds, otherwise gradual sunshine and high of about 55. Foggy, cloudy, 39 tonight, morning fog. Then some clouds for the day and 55 on Tuesday. Patchy fog, 41 Tuesday night. Wednesday, morning fog, partly sunny and 60 expected. Partly sunny and 60 on Thursday.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's 4:06, and we're back with more Glenn Beck on 1120 KPNW.
Who is it that we are going to find that is going to occupy the Oval Office? Who will sit behind the resolute desk? Because this man is not just here to win, but to show America how to play the game. That's what matters. It's our principles and our values. But what are our principles and values? Donald Trump said over the weekend this about torture.
Back waterboarding, and I'd bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding.
I'll bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding. Is that who we are? Is that what we want? This week, at this time, a series on the history of Donald Trump, and we begin with the tabloid years right now.
I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Donald J. Trump, born June 14th, 1946, Queens, New York. Donald grew up in the family of a successful real estate developer. He didn't exactly start in the mailroom of his father, Fred's company. He started at the top of the family business, which in 1974 was already worth $200 million. In today's dollars, that translates to a $1 billion business. But Trump claims he didn't have it easy. After all, when he launched his own real estate business,
It has not been easy for me. And, I started off in Brooklyn. My father gave me a small loan of $1 million. I came into Manhattan, and I had to pay him back, and I had to pay him back with interest. But I came into Manhattan, I started buying up properties, and I did great. And then I built the Grand Hyatt, and I got involved with the convention. So I did a good job. But I was always told that would never work. Even my father, he said, "You don't want to go to Manhattan."
Donald Trump was not content to do what everyone else was doing. And he set out to make sure the rest of his life would be memorable. And he succeeded. His life became crazy and entertaining enough to Americans to wind up on the tabloids a lot. In 1977, he married Czechoslovakian skier and model Ivana Selenkova, who claimed to have been an alternate on the 1968 Czech Olympic ski team. When contacted, however, the head of the Czechoslovakian Olympic ski team said they had searched many times and had no record of an Ivana ever being part of their team. And so it seemed then a perfect match, made in PR heaven. In 1980, Tom Brokaw did a segment on this up-and-coming developer on NBC News.
This is Donald Trump, 33 years old, and some people think that he wants to buy the World Trade Center, the 110-story, Manhattan skyscraper that anyone can pick up if they've got the coins.
Clearly, Donald Trump had big ambitions even then. By 1980, he wanted to buy the World Trade Center. He wanted to buy the Empire State Building. He was building the Trump Tower, and he had married his first trophy wife. Coupling that with all of the massive wealth his father had accrued, along with the wealth Donald added onto, the world was paying close attention to Donald J. Trump. And there were rumors, circulating often, that there were women in his life. A lot of them. Women other than his wife, Ivana. The fact is, Trump openly bragged about sleeping with many women, both single and married, during that time period. During the 1980s, Trump closed enough deals in real estate and with women that he had written his best-selling book, The Art of the Deal, which he calls the best-selling business book of all time. It isn't. But Donald J. Trump had gained enough notoriety that Milton Bradley developed and released a board game bearing his name.
My new game is Trump, the game. Trump, the game where you deal for everything you've ever wanted to own. Because it's not whether you win or lose, it's whether you win.
Yes!
Play Trump, the game from Milton Bradley. I think you'll like it.
Due to dismal sales, the game was discontinued the next year. In 1990, rumors of affairs turned into facts about affairs. Although in an interview with Barbara Walters, Trump called former Georgia beauty queen Marla Maples just a friend.
Marla Maples is a friend. I have a lot of friends. Did it hasten the breakup? Absolutely. In my opinion, absolutely not. The breakup was going to occur. And I'm not going to disparage Ivana. You'll never hear me disparage Ivana for one reason. She's the mother of my children. I'm not disparaging. But you grow apart.
Ivana apparently felt the friendship was a little too friendly. And when she ran into Maples in Colorado during a family Christmas vacation, it turned into a nasty and highly publicized confrontation on the ski slopes of Aspen in 1991. After 14 years and 3 children together, the couple divorced in 1992. Meanwhile, the two friends, Donald and Marla, had a baby together in October 1993 and were married December of that year. The 90s were a turbulent time for Trump. Business deals soured, his debt grew to massive proportions, more on that later, and his romance and marriage to Marla became very rocky. In fact, according to singer Michael Bolton, at one point, the Donald and Marla had apparently broken up, so Bolton began dating her. When Trump got wind of it, he became outraged and for a short time took her back, so Bolton couldn't have her. The reunion didn't last long. In the meantime, legendary British television personality Selena Scott came to New York to do a documentary on him. He was apparently quite taken with her at first. Scott wrote, "We were at 30,000 feet on Trump's private jet flying to Florida when he showed me his white leather double bed. I like beautiful things," he purred seductively. "That is why I like you so much." Scott wasn't interested in Trump's advances, and the documentary she produced wasn't as glowing as Donald had hoped. She immediately paid the price. Quote, "Basically, he lost control, and I think that because he realized he couldn't charm me into portraying him the way he wanted to be portrayed, he called me a loser. He said I was sleazy, that I had come on to him, asking him for dates." It seems that everyone who doesn't flatter Donald Trump has, at one time or another, either been in his office begging him for money or stalking him wherever he goes, begging for dates and sex. Scott wound up paying a huge price for her rebuff on Trump for the next 20 years.
What kind of approaches did he make to you? Well, it started off with letters. I mean, letters which repeated, really kind of childish things. He started off rubbishing my looks. Then he started questioning my morality. Then he went into my career. And I used to have a big file and drop them into the kind of a Trump box. That was my way of kind of dealing with him. The letters started tailing off. And then he began sending me press cuttings of himself, Trump riding high, and then written across it, scrawled across it, "Dear Selena, you're a loser."
Does any of this sound familiar? It should, because the Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly said she had a very similar experience with Trump. First, he was a huge fan that sent her clippings and told her how great and beautiful she was. Then, after the first debate, she was a loser with no talent.
You could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
Trump eventually went on to the Howard Stern Show to discuss other exploits.
I want to explore the various women you're dating. I have pictures.
Explore them in what sense?
Because I want to look at pictures of them. I have exercise videos of Marla Maples.
The originals?
I have great stuff. I've got all different pictures of the models. Then we'll evaluate the different models.
And we'll choose the best.
And we will choose the best ones.
Trump and Marla Maples separated in 1997, divorced in 99. The same year he met his current wife, Melania. The two were married in 2004. The Donald's profile continued to grow in 2003 when NBC put his show The Apprentice on the air. During an episode of The Celebrity Apprentice, Trump, never known for being overly respectful to women, created quite a stir with this comment.
Brandy came in here, she got down on her knees and said, I passionately want to do this. I, at this point, am the team chooser, not the team leader yet.
Excuse me, you dropped to your knees.
Yes. Begged to do this. And I said, I'm looking around the room, and we had even LaToya, who sat beside me, thought maybe Brandy was right.
Must be a pretty picture you dropped into
John
your
and
knees.
Dennis.
His excuse for being so crass, disrespectful, and sexist was that the comment was taken out of context. There does seem to be a pattern with Donald Trump attacking women. In 2006, Trump and Rosie O'Donnell became entangled in a highly publicized battle over the internet and talk shows, during which Trump referred to her as, quote, a fat pig, and slob, end quote, and a host of other unflattering adjectives.
Well, Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both inside and out. You take a look at her, she's a slob. Rosie failed. I'm happy about it.
That feud continues to this day. He also has a rather disturbing habit of saying bizarre and, some would say, rather creepy things in public about his own daughter, Ivanka.
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird.
Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Legendary British television personality Selena Scott said of Trump, everything you need to know about Donald Trump can be found in the way he treats women. But there are also other disturbing patterns that repeat itself time and time again in Donald Trump's life. For instance, in 2011, not long after the conspiracy talk of President Obama and his birth certificate had died down, Trump brought it back up, saying that he had his doubts about whether Obama was born in the United States. After months and years of back and forth conspiratorial nonsense that did not hurt the president, but instead tainted the credibility of those who opposed him, the president released his birth certificate, to which Trump remained unmoved, referring to it as the so-called birth certificate, or whatever it was, end quote. Nowadays, Donald Trump refuses to address this issue.
So I knew you were going to ask that question.
Well, because
and
he's
you know what I'll say?
President
I don't talk about that anymore. I don't want to answer the question.
But in just a few short months later, he found another issue with another birth certificate. How much of a winner is Donald Trump? Does he, in fact, always win? That on Part 2, tomorrow.
Glenn Beck.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hey, but our sponsor this half hour is Simply Safe. Telemarketers, door-to-door salespeople, a flyer in the mail saying you get free home alarm systems if you just put a sign in your front yard. So how does the company make money giving away free alarm systems? Well, they don't make any money giving away stuff, but they do make a lot of money by charging you a, quote, small monthly monitoring fee, end quote, which isn't actually small. It's about $55 a month, and then you have to sign a long-term contract. Plus, they get the advertising there in your front yard. Simply Safe sells you a system that you own, and then for $14.99 a month, a trained professional will be watching over your house 24/7, ready to call the police in an emergency. There's no hidden fees, there's no commitments, there's no contract. It's your choice. So, do you want to be a complicated, long-term, expensive, non-cancelable contract safe? Or do you want to be Simply Safe? Me and my family, we have chosen Simply Safe. Protect what you love most. Do it now with simplysafebeck.com. Go there now. Save 10%. simplysafebeck.com. That's simplysafebeck.com.
This is
The Glenn Beck Program. Mercury.
Control, do you like mortgages? Negative. Over. Do you like rockets? Affirmative. Over. Do you like rocket mortgages? I'm listening. Over. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that turns the entire mortgage process into a fast, powerful, completely online experience. Copy that, QL1. I'm going to go ahead and push this button in. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
To get a good night's sleep, you need a great mattress. Do what I did. Get a Casper. Named one of the best inventions of 2015 by Time Magazine. Engineered for supportive comfort just like their new sheets and pillow. Try them in your home for 100 nights risk-free. Casper will come pick up the mattress and refund everything if you don't love it. Go to Casper.com and use the promo code BECK. Get $50 off the purchase of your mattress. Try them in your home for 100 nights risk-free. Get a Casper. That's Casper.com, code BECK. Terms and conditions do apply.
Hi, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. You'll find stores galore to spruce up your home. From cabinets to carpeting, furniture to flooring, lighting to landscaping. Maybe it's time to splurge on a comfy new mattress or a soothing hot tub. Perk up your place with new paint or pillows. Treat yourself and your home by heading over to West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go West, home improvers. Go West.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
18 incredible restaurants, 18 cheesy choices, as the Kendall Auto Group and 1120 KPNW present the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience, a benefit for Food for Lane County. From February 1st to the 15th, visit as many of our restaurants as you can and taste their respective takes on the grilled cheese sandwich. Places like the Cornbread Cafe, Fisherman's Market, and the Vintage. $1 to $2 from each item sold will benefit Food for Lane County. Get info on the Cheesy Passport, plus a list of all our restaurants by going to kpnw.com.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Welcome back to the program. Today we just focused on the tabloid years and Donald Trump, and we left a lot out of those tabloid years.
Oh yeah, you could spend a week just on that period.
Really creepy, some creepy stuff. The stuff with Selena, what's her face, out of England.
Selena Scott.
Yeah, she's kind of like the Diane Sawyer, if you will, of England. And what she said in the documentary, which we still don't have our hands on, NBC bought this documentary about Donald Trump just recently, and they're holding it for some reason. Why they are holding it is not a mystery. They're holding it until he becomes the nominee, and that's when they'll release it this summer.
Really believable.
Really credible.
Believable.
Oh, you
really
know,
credible.
Oh my God!
When you watch it and listen to her, you know it happened to her. You know it did. You know he said that. Oh, look at my beautiful white leather bed. I like beautiful things. That's why I like you so
especially
much.
The same wrap-up story as some of what Meghan was saying.
Yeah,
happened to her.
Well, look at Carly.
Exactly the same.
Look at Carly. I mean, first he attacks your looks. He went right after her looks. I mean, he's got a pattern of doing this over and over and over again. The one part that I can't get my arms around is what he says about his daughter.
So weird. So weird. This one is really weird.
You answer first, and then Dad, you answer also.
This is tough.
Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
I don't even understand that.
What?
Can you guys? I mean, can you come up with a way that works?
Well, it doesn't really work, but if he's not talking about having sex with her,
I don't think he is.
and I don't think he is. That would be a really bizarre thing to say on national.
Well,
television.
that was on The View, and one of the ladies on The View said, "Oh, that's like Woody Allen territory."
Yeah.
So that's the way they took it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what he
and
means.
that was on the even more tame one when he said, "If she weren't my daughter, I'd be dating her." That's when what's her face, Phyllis Diller said, or the Phyllis Diller of today,
Joy Behar.
Yes, that's,
Do not badmouth Phyllis Diller.
Yeah, do not put
Joy
Phyllis Diller
Behar.
into
I'll
that
tell you that.
category.
Well, you and I will fight over that.
Yeah, Phyllis Diller.
Oh
there
my
was a
God.
time that she was funny.
Phyllis was talent.
Yeah. Joy Behar is no Phyllis Diller.
Not even close.
you know
to
Phyllis Diller, and
I know Phyllis Diller, and she's no Phyllis
No,
Diller.
she is not.
so the only thing I can make out of it that you could even they both enjoy sex,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I'm kind of.
But do you say that about your daughter?
No, not even my married daughters would I. First of all, how would you even know that? Do you talk to your daughters about having sex?
Sure.
No. Not now. I mean, in the beginning, you talk to them when they're growing up, and you tell them, the way that you expect them to act and themselves.
I am having some of the greatest sex of my life. How about you? No.
Ivanka, you enjoy sex? Oh, yes, Father, I love it. And so that's what you're talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
who has that conversation?
He also called her hot, right? Too at another time.
Oh yeah, he's called her hot. She's got a
Once
great
done.
body.
Yeah.
It's just creepy what he says and apparently the way he thinks about her. Because
Well, no,
That's
but I
the way
mean,
he thinks
but
about
wait,
women,
he doesn't
right?
necessarily. If he looks at women as objects, then he's not being creepy per se. It's just a work of art. She's just an object. She's just pretty. She's got a great body. She's a knockout. She's hot.
you don't think that stuff about your daughter. It's
No,
different.
I think that's horrible.
Yeah.
But I'm doing
if
what
she-
you were trying
that's
to
the way
do,
he-
trying
Yeah.
to give
There's-
him
there's-
some reasonable
that's
doubt
the way
here.
he
There's
thinks
no
about
reasonable
women.
doubt there.
That's
That's
the way he
just-
thinks about
Well,
women.
that's why
It
we
doesn't matter
started-
whether that's
Right,
your
but
daughter.
not your daughter.
That's why we started with this in the tabloids, because of what Selena said was, if you want to understand Donald Trump, you have to understand the way he treats women.
Yeah.
That's the baseline of where he's at.
She also said something pretty interesting. She started the association with him in 1990, and she said she knew full well he would run for president then. She just didn't think the American people would ever accept him as president, and that's why in these later interviews now, she's so blown away because she can't believe how well he's doing.
They won't. When this documentary drops, when they use the Scottish documentary, have you guys watched that yet?
No.
Yeah, it's something else.
When-
I mean,
And what did he do? What did he do? He went there and first he embraced them.
Yeah.
He was trying to build this golf course on the Scottish coastline. And so at first he goes in and he embraces them. And he says, oh, you're so great, and let me just buy your house from you, blah, blah. Well, they don't want to. And it's this little teeny farming village that, like, the people who have lived there since World War II. And there were these sweet old ladies.
And they show the homes.
Yeah,
and
they
they're
show them.
beautiful.
Yeah,
they're fine.
they're quaint.
They're nice.
They're quaint.
But they're nice. They're not run down.
No, they're not at all.
Dumps.
So he starts calling these people filthy, calls them pigs.
Says they live like pigs.
They live like pigs, and these little old ladies are in this documentary, and they're like, we don't live like pigs. And they're really sweet and nice and kind. And then you see Donald saying awful things about them, and he didn't get the golf course because the country turned against him. But I have to tell you, when that stuff when the press decides to run that stuff,
yeah.
instead of giving him a pass on eminent domain,
Right.
when they actually start to run that stuff, he's doomed.
It's over.
He's absolutely doomed.
knocked over. Yeah, he's sitting there in a Jeep at one point looking at the house, and the guys in the car are saying something like, you know that you're going to have to take their houses and people aren't going to like that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about that at all. It's pretty amazing stuff.
Back in a minute.
The Glenn Beck Program. Mercury.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you, and we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
For thousands of local foster children, the nights can feel long and lonely when you're away from familiar faces and places.
I miss my sister. I miss my old school. I miss my room.
Even something as simple as a pair of warm pajamas can make the nights a little easier.
Sometimes I get scared. I can't sleep.
To help, Sleep Train is collecting pajamas for foster children big and small. Bring your gift of new pajamas, packaged socks, and underwear to any Sleep Train, and they'll be given to a local foster child in need. You can also donate online at sleeptrain.com.
Pajamas are like a hug.
On behalf of the foster kids in your neighborhood, Sleep Train thanks you.
Not everyone can be a foster parent, but anyone can help a foster child.
Help a local foster child by bringing your gift of new pajamas to Sleep Train. Donate at any Sleep Train store or online at sleeptrain.com today.
Portland 2016, the most prestigious sporting event ever to be hosted in the state of Oregon. The IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships are coming to Portland March 17th through 20th, 2016. More than 600 of the world's greatest track and field athletes from as many as 200 countries will compete over 4 days. 26 world champions will be crowned, and you can be a part of history. Tickets are on sale now at portland2016.com.
Sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to the Un-carrier today. T-Mobile.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998, 503-362-7998, or visit OregonPVA.org.
With news every half hour, traffic in the afternoons and evenings, and Glenn Beck Now. We're 1120 KPNW.
The Glenn Beck Program. 888-727-BECK.
On Facebook for comments that she made with Bill Maher, cut 542. Here she is talking about why people are supporting Bernie Sanders.
It's kind of not fair to measure most women by the standard of most men, because they're going to get more activist as they grow older. And when you're young, you're thinking, where are the boys? The boys are with Bernie, or,
Ooh. Now, if I said that...
No.
Yeah, they're for Bernie, because that's where the boys are.
But it's
swap
not...
me, come on.
No, I wouldn't.
No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. Saying that women are just helpless sexual rubes that are just going where the boys are. No, Gloria Steinem wouldn't come out. The National Organization of Women, she's absolutely right. She wouldn't come after Bill Maher. But she would come after any political foe.
That's right.
Because the National Organization of Women is a sham. Let's go with Madeleine Albright now. Something else totally outrageous. Cut 494.
We can tell our story about how we climbed the ladder, and a lot of you younger women don't think you have to. It's been done. It's not done, and you have to help. Hillary Clinton will always be there for you, and just remember, there's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other.
Wow. So essentially, she's telling women that if you don't vote for Hillary Clinton, you're going to hell. To a special place
a special place in hell, which is called heaven. Which
for people who don't vote?
Yeah, people who don't vote for Hillary Clinton go to heaven. I think. I'm not sure.
I don't think that's what she's saying.
She is, and she's dead serious about it.
Oh, yeah.
And Hillary Clinton then confirms how serious she is about it.
The implication is that somehow, if you're a Democratic woman and you're not supporting you, what's wrong with you? Do you want the vote to be decided on gender lines like this?
Look, as you remember, Madeleine has been saying this for many, many years.
Starbucks cups.
So that makes it okay. If she's saying something stupid and offensive for many years, that makes it better. It's like the people who've been breaking our law here for 20 and 30 years. Oh, if they've been doing it a long time, let's leave them alone.
Don't worry about it.
They're fine.
I think I get that.
She believes it firmly, and in part because she knows what a struggle it has been, and she understands the struggle is not over. So,
what a struggle it's been for Hillary Clinton. Oh, she went to Yale. That was so hard. Then she was First Lady of Arkansas. That was hard. And then First Lady of the United States, as she had to live in that 52,000 square foot house for 8 years. That was hard.
That was hard, yeah.
Then she became a U.S. Senator, and that was hard. And then she made $150 million, and that was hard.
That was really hard.
And then she was Secretary of State, and that was so hard.
That was hard. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's hard.
I don't want people to be offended by what she is expressing as her very...
You understand why some might have been offended by it?
Well, good grief, we're getting offended about everything these days. Honest to goodness.
I can't take it.
Oh, my.
Oh, I can't take it.
There's a lot there.
Oh, I can't take it. Now, listen. So, listen what Gloria Steinem said. Gloria Steinem said, no, I mean, look, it's not that. I wouldn't... Can we relax a little bit? Glorious item. Can we relax a little bit?
These are the people who created this.
This atmosphere where you can't say anything. And you know what?
And now they're getting stung by their own creation.
They're being eaten by their own. And I say, gobble them up.
Yes.
Gobble them up.
Indeed. Yes.
Say anything without offending somebody. She has a life experience that I respect. I admire her greatly. And I think what she was trying to do, which she's done in every setting I've ever seen her in, going back 20 plus years, was to remind young women particularly that, you know,
they
this
need to vote for you
struggle,
or they go to
which
hell.
many of us have been part of, is not over. And don't be in any way lulled by the progress we've made. And
that's not. She didn't say don't be in any way lulled. She said there's a special place in hell for you if you don't do what I'm telling you to do. I can't take.
Well, but the good news is they don't. None of them believe in hell.
Yes, that's true.
So,
that's true. So
it's not as hefty as when we say, "I'm not judging her soul, but I think Hillary Clinton's going to hell,
burn in the fires of hell, for all time." So
without being consumed, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're just continually burned, but are never consumed. So the burning never stops.
That doesn't sound that good.
Great. No, it doesn't sound great.
No, it really doesn't.
No, it's not pleasant.
And
It's not supposed to be pleasant.
A special place in hell.
Yeah.
I don't know how you.
It's like
make that
South
even,
hell, where it's even hotter.
I
and
don't
you
know
burn
how you
even
make
longer.
it more special, but okay. So we're gonna play a quick game. Tell me who said this. We already know how tough and passionate Trump is about winning for America. Nobody argues that.
Right.
Unknown, however, to some, is despite his critics' characterization, he is also an extremely gracious man.
Oh, jeez. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
No. He's an extremely gracious man.
That is unknown to me.
And it's evidenced in humble ways. Almost like he dreads getting caught showing his virtues of generosity and compassion.
Exactly.
Those of us who witness him, this in him, are anxious for all Americans to see the more of the measure of this man. Who said that?
Does it start in J and end in Airy Falwell?
No, it does not.
Good.
No, it does not.
I don't want to know.
Good.
I don't want to
Good.
Yeah, you do. Come on.
No, I don't. These people they're all going to...
Are they driving you out of your mind?
Is there a special place
Every
in hell
time you
for
turn
them?
around.
I know.
Every time you turn around.
I know.
Every time you turn around, what?
Somebody else. I think Donald Trump.
I know, and it blows you away every time because it's like, you two? Really? You've been duped by this guy? How is it possible? I don't know. I don't know.
Sarah Palin.
Oh, good golly.
That's
Sarah Palin.
We already knew. Yeah, that is better.
Unknown to some.
She'd already crossed over the line.
Right.
Unknown to some is, despite critics' characterization, is he is also an extremely gracious man, you fat pig. Evidenced in humble ways. I always win. Almost like he dreads getting caught showing his virtues.
Wow.
Is this like one of her Facebook posts?
Yeah, it's her Facebook post. It came out, I think, yesterday, and I was like, oh wow, that is
powerful.
That is reason right there to unfollow.
No, I have to try to remember to like her page so I get those feeds.
Yeah,
won't you?
I did up until that one, and I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, come on.
I wonder if, I haven't read her Facebook page. I've never visited her Facebook page. But are some of her Facebook followers expressing some dismay over this Trump thing? I mean, can you imagine everybody who thought she was, the Tea Party person, and now here she is with Donald Trump? How does that happen? And how are you okay with that?
I think people just want to win. They just, this is. We have so many scary comments from him. So many scary comments of rough him up. We take him out, rough him up. Take that coat from that guy. When they were in Iowa, and it's like 10 degrees outside, and he's like, you know what? He's giving us a hassle. Kick him out of here. And you know what? Take his coat. It's 10 degrees outside. That'll make him think a little bit.
Right.
What kind of guy says that?
Yeah.
And then in the debate, and I think there's a lot of people, play 688, I think there's a lot of people that actually think this is a good thing that he said. I don't in any way, shape, or form.
I would bring back waterboarding, and I'd bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding.
A hell of a lot worse than waterboarding. So he's talking about torture there, right?
Real torture.
Yeah.
He's
pulling
talking about
fingernails off or whatever it is.
No, that's not who we are.
No.
I mean, I don't happen to believe that waterboard is torture. We do it to our own soldiers. So it's not torture.
And we've done it to a total of 3 people. 3 people. And it worked in every...
A whole 3.
An entire 3, yes. Didn't do it just part of, like, 2. We did it to all 3.
Well, I haven't gone through all the comments on Sarah Palin's post about the great Donald Trump. But if this is any indication, I may stop. Won't it be nice when this country can have values again? Go Donald.
Values? That's your values candidate? Are you? Wow. Okay, values. Don't read anymore. I can't take it. I just can't take it.
I mean,
I could barely take his comments on eminent domain at the debate.
Look at his comments. Look at their comments. His supporters' comments on my page.
Oh, I know, and mine too.
Hatred.
Yeah, they hate.
Vitriol.
They hate.
I mean, it's frightening.
Yeah.
It is truly frightening how dangerous some of this is. And again, the media, if you don't think they're going to pick up on his supporters and what he says and say his rhetoric is dangerous, as soon as he's clinched as the guy, you think he's getting a pass for all of this.
No.
This is they're just holding all of this stuff. They're going to slaughter him.
Yeah, he's been called Teflon and more than that.
No, it's just because
the press has not gotten on board.
Right. The press
when they do, he won't be Teflon anymore.
Yep.
It'll be over for
right.
him.
And things like that are really important that are not matters of opinion. Eminent domain, as you were saying.
Yeah. Listen to his viewpoint on that again.
Eminent domain is an absolute necessity for a country, for our country. Without it, you wouldn't have roads, you wouldn't have hospitals, you wouldn't have anything. You wouldn't have schools.
Not true.
You wouldn't have bridges. You need eminent domain. And
okay, you do need eminent domain for certain things occasionally. You don't have to have eminent domain for every bridge, every hospital, every road.
How would those things
You
get
build
built,
them somewhere other than where private homes are.
You sure?
And that's what we try to do in America, and only when we're forced to, only when the public necessity calls for it, do they eminent domain people out of their homes.
So he's using a false narrative.
He's using a very...
Because
this is an
domain,
Obama tactic.
We all understand eminent domain. When you have to buy, you have to build the interstate.
Right.
And there's no other place to build the interstate. That's not the same as a casino.
It's not. And that's finally what Jeb Bush said. Jeb Bush was actually pretty good.
The difference between eminent domain for public purpose, as Donald said, roads and infrastructure, pipelines and all that, that's for public purpose. But what Donald Trump did was use eminent domain to try to take the property of an elderly woman on the Strip in Atlantic City.
He shook his head.
That is not public purpose. That is downright wrong.
And Jeb was the only one with the giblets to even take him on that, and he's dead right. And Trump's excuse was, I didn't take her home. You tried to take her home. That's the point. You went to court with the casino authority to take this poor widow's home from her. You lost, yes. But
you still would do it again.
And you'd do it again, and you've told us that.
If you could win, you'd do it again. He did it. He tried to do it in Scotland.
Tried to do it in Scotland. Tried to do it here. He loves eminent domain because it's good for him and his business.
No, it's good. It's good for
for America.
It's good for
He's
the
trying
area.
to build hospitals.
Yeah,
and
it's
bridges.
good for the area.
Jeez.
I remember. I remember when I first sent flowers to Tanya on Valentine's Day. And they didn't last long, and she told me, don't send me roses anymore.
I had that same experience with Jackie.
Did you?
Yeah.
Don't send roses anymore.
Just don't. They last 2 days, and then
they're dead.
And you spent $40 or $50 or whatever it is.
It's a waste.
Yeah.
It's a total waste. Valentine's Day is Sunday. The perfect gift is from Pro Flowers, a dozen red roses in a free glass vase and chocolates for $29.99. The reason why Pat and I can both send roses to our wives is because these actually, we counted the days when I didn't take on Pro Flowers. I turned them down as a client for a long, long time and said, I don't send my wife roses. And they said, no, these last longer. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. The secret is that they cut them at the field and then ship them directly to you. So there's not the middleman. So these are as fresh as they can be. And when they sent them, I said, okay, you send me some and I'll give them to my wife and we'll get. And we counted. and I think it was like 16 days or something like that before the pedals started to fall off. It's truly amazing, but it's because they are cut right at the very last minute and then shipped directly to your house. Send your sweetheart the perfect Valentine's gift from ProFlowers, a dozen red roses, plus a free glass vase and chocolates for $29.99. Or really do it right and upgrade to romantic long stem roses with a premium vase, chocolates, and a spa kit for $9.99 more. Go to proflowers.com and use the promo code Glenn. Don't wait. It's happening this weekend. The flowers are guaranteed to last 7 days. Get this amazing Valentine's Day deal with chocolates for this week only. It is 800-PRO-FLOWERS, or even better, go to proflowers.com, click on the blue microphone at the top of the right-hand corner, and type in my name, Glenn. It's proflowers.com, code name Glenn. proflowers.com.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Mercury.
Control, this is QL1. Side hatch is secure.
QL1, this is Control. We copy, showing normal cabin pressure. Over.
Control, this is QL1. Do you like mortgages?
That's a negative, QL1. Over.
Control, do you like rockets?
That's affirmative, QL1. Over.
Do you like rocket mortgages?
I'm listening. Over.
Of course you are, Control. Everyone likes rockets. Control, Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that turns the entire mortgage process into a fast, powerful, completely online experience.
Copy that, QL1. I'm going to go ahead and push this button in 3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Fog today and some clouds, otherwise gradual sunshine and high of about 55. Foggy, cloudy, 39 tonight, morning fog. Then some clouds for the day and 55 on Tuesday. Patchy fog, 41 Tuesday night. Wednesday, morning fog, partly sunny and 60 expected. Partly sunny and 60 on Thursday.
It's about time someone put the beer in root beer. Introducing Best Damn Root Beer. Aged over real vanilla beans, this easy-drinking hard root beer delivers a timeless classic that's been reinvented for the 21 and over crowd. New Best Damn Root Beer from Best Damn Brewing Company. Brews you can swear by. Now that's Best Damn. Enjoy responsibly. Best Damn Root Beer Ale. Best Damn Brewing Company, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our customers tell us that shopping at St. Vincent de Paul is an adventure. It's like going on a treasure hunt, and finding treasures at bargain prices make it even more fun. What's more, the money you spend at St. Vincent de Paul helps thousands of people right here in Lane County. So have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors. Shop St. Vincent de Paul, where you're likely to find just what you're looking for. St. Vincent de Paul, we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Hey, you, homeowner raking leaves.
What, is that my house?
You're doing a great job on keeping up the yard, but look up once in a while. What about me, the roof? I need regular maintenance too. Call Bond Roof Care. They specialize in maintaining roofs like me.
Bond Roof Care, specializing in complete roof care for over 25 years. When it comes to maintaining your roof, call Bond Roof Care in Springfield, 744-2578, and Eugene, 345-0703.
Attention, this is a special bulletin. The Children's Miracle Network needs your help right now. Oregon coach Dana Altman is still alive in the Infinity Coaches Challenge. He's playing for CMN Lane County. He's made it to the second round. If he gets to the third round, CMN is guaranteed $10,000. Help him get there by logging on to ESPN.com/infinity with an I and vote every day. Pass it on in Facebook and other social media. It's a chance to be a part of a $10,000 donation. ESPN.com/infinity.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene middle school student? Middle school can be challenging. Some students feel isolated. Many students come from low-income families, making it harder to fit in at school. You can make a difference. Be a part of the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program this school year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information. Kids are waiting.
Online at kpnw.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You're listening to the Glenn Beck Program.
Welcome to the program. Email just came in, Mr. Beck. Hopefully you'll see this in time. I'm a New Hampshire voter who will be voting tomorrow. I'm also a Ted Cruz fan. I don't think Mr. Cruz is going to win in New Hampshire. If you were in my situation, would you vote Cruz at this time?
Yes!
Or is there another situation like in Iowa where you said to vote for one just to keep the others in? I don't understand politics that well. No, actually, Tim, what that was because there was a chance to slow Donald Trump down. There's in New Hampshire. So you got to vote.
We've done that now.
You got to vote for your heart in New Hampshire. And whoever that is in your heart, but you have to vote for who's in your heart in New Hampshire. You know, I had a theory, because on Friday, we were talking about this really sad moment from Jeb Bush. Listen to this.
So here's my pledge to you. I will be a commander-in-chief that will have the back of the military. I won't trash talk. I won't be a divider-in-chief or an agitator-in-chief. I won't be out there blowharding, talking a big game without backing it up. I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Oh, my gosh, it just hurts your heart. Just hurts your heart. I'd like to hear from you, 888-727-BECK. We'll take your phone calls next hour, 888-727-BECK. Why is Jeb Bush staying in? Because he knows he can't win. It's obviously killing him. When you say please clap, it's obviously killing him. I have a new theory, and I think it's pretty valid. But I'd like to hear yours. 888-727-BECK. Why is he staying in at this point? Back in a minute.
Glenn Beck.
Mercury.
As a business owner, your company is only as good as the people you hire. And posting jobs in one place just isn't good enough to find quality candidates. Short staffing leaves little time to post on dozens of job sites, so what do? Well, now with ZipRecruiter, you have the solution. You can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click. Be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Plus, watch brand new candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface within 24 hours. It's been used by 400,000 businesses already in America, and I'm one of them. In fact, Scott wrote in and said the recruiting process used to be so painful. Before, I'd post several places, get 1 million resumes, but only a few responses from qualified candidates. It was torture. But with ZipRecruiter, we post once, get qualified candidates in one easy-to-review place. We've hired some of our best employees using ZipRecruiter, and I can say the same. ZipRecruiter.com/Beck. Try it out for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Beck.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-613-4510. That's 1-800-613-4510. 1-800-613-4510. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute.
Stocks pared their losses ahead of the closing bell, but still finished in the red. The Dow Jones Industrial Average tumbled 177. The S&P 500 fell 26. The Nasdaq Composite dropped 79. Oil prices remained under pressure, falling 4% today to end under $30 a barrel. R.W. Baird's Bruce Biddle says earnings estimates for U.S. companies have been overblown.
Consensus estimates for 2014 for the S&P 500 were for earnings to be up 20%, and they were up 4%. And 2015, the consensus estimates were for the S&P earnings would be up 19%. They were down 3%.
The force is definitely with Hasbro. The toy maker saw profits that topped analyst estimates last quarter thanks to tie-ins Hasbro has with the Star Wars movie franchise. Toys from the Jurassic World film also helped to boost sales. Hasbro added 1.33% today. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Jane Metzler. Some last-minute campaigning ahead of Tuesday's New Hampshire primary. 3 tiny towns, including the legendary Dixville Knox, start voting at midnight.
A pre-primary day snowstorm that lasted all day did sort of slow the pace a little bit for the candidates, but all that did was increase the urgency and the desperation with which they tried to meet as many voters as they possibly could. All the polls suggest that here on this final weekend and the last day before the polls, still as much as a third of the New Hampshire electorate has yet to make up its mind. That often happens, and exit polls usually show that an awful lot of the voters don't do it until they get into the booth tomorrow. Weather could still play a role, and don't believe any of the predictions. New Hampshire has a long history of breaking all the conventional wisdom.
Fox's Carl Cameron at a town hall in Manchester. Independents allowed to vote in the New Hampshire primary. He spent millions on a campaign to curb gun violence. Now former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg may launch an independent campaign for president. The billionaire telling the Financial Times he's looking at all the options. Fellow billionaire Republican Donald Trump, favored to win in New Hampshire tomorrow, had this response.
I'd love to see him run. I like Michael. You know, Michael, I've known him for a long time, and we've been friends, and I would love to see him run because I like the competition, and I think it would be a little bit hard for him to do very well, but you never know what's going to happen. It's called the world of politics.
The Justice Department now prosecuting the widow of a senior ISIS leader for contributing to the death of American aid worker Kayla Mueller. 25-year-old Nisreen Bahar, also known as Sayyaf, said to have been personally responsible for Mueller, who was taken hostage in August of 2013. Her death confirmed a year ago this month. And you're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your future.
Every child needs a place where they can grow up healthy and learn and be safe.
And be safe. Every child needs a place to call home.
A place where they can play
and dream.
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 And plan for their future.
Your support can help put a decent roof
over the heads of a family like mine.
Like mine.
Like mine.
Like mine. To learn how you can help, visit habitat.org.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of
Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Office Furniture Direct.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
And so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
We're all part of your community.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe. So protect your every day.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
It's 5:06, and you're driving home with Glenn Beck on KPNW.
Well, here's some great news. The Pentagon has announced that they have ordered commanders now to prioritize climate change in all military action.
Good.
Let's handcuff people even more. Super Bowl yesterday, 75 share, means 75% of all televisions in use in America were on the Super Bowl last night, one of the biggest ever. And I also have a theory on Jeb Bush, and I'd like to hear from you. Why is Jeb Bush still in the race? Especially after the humiliation that is going on with him. And I want to share that with you and then share my theory and hear what you think. 888-727-BECK. We start there right now.
I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
All right. Let me go. Let me start with the humiliation of Jeb Bush. This really bothered me over the weekend. We played this on Friday, and I don't know if you've heard it yet. It came out last week, and it's just so sad. Listen.
So here's my pledge to you. I will be a commander-in-chief that will have the back of the military. I won't trash talk. I won't be a divider-in-chief or an agitator-in-chief. I won't be out there blowharding, talking a big game without backing it up. I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Every time.
Might get worse every time you
hear it, it's just so sad and tragic, and you're just like, oh.
And when you see the video, it's even worse.
Takes that deep breath and it's
Please clap.
Oh, it's so sad.
Agonizing.
Okay, so I've been thinking, why is he in? And the answers are he's got a ton of money and it doesn't matter. But you have the Bush name, okay? You're soiling. There's no chance of you ever running for anything after just this roundhouse that you're getting, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's getting bludgeoned.
Yeah, you get out.
You don't want your name bludgeoned. You don't want to be considered a loser.
You don't want to be
from here
considered
on.
just a humiliation. It's just a humiliation, all right? And he knows at this point there's no math that will let him go on, right?
I would think so, yeah.
So help me out. There's no mathematical strategy that allows you to lose as badly as he has Iowa and New Hampshire, and then just go on.
Although he hasn't yet lost.
Right.
In New Hampshire.
Where is he in the polls? Fifth?
Yeah, I think he's fifth, yeah. I think he's polling fifth. Okay, yeah. So that's bad.
Fifth.
That's bad in New Hampshire.
That's bad in New Hampshire.
And he had
especially since New Hampshire is the place that he would probably do the best.
Yeah, and he had 3% in Iowa, so
right.
It was really bad.
Really bad. Okay. So I just don't believe it's the money thing because the name is too big. Listen to a speech he gave just this weekend.
It's a sign of weakness when you scare Muslims, law-abiding, peaceful Muslims that are as patriotic as anybody in this room, that are citizens of this country, by sending a signal that they're not worthy of being respected. It's a sign of deep weakness when you do that. And it's a sign of weakness when you make fun of the disabled. What kind of man would do that? You do not want that man as President of the United States. I can promise you that. And by the way, let me echo what Lindsay said. It is a sign of real weakness when you call John McCain or Leo Thorsness or anybody else that was a POW who served this country in a way that should be admired, American heroes, calling them losers. Donald Trump, you're the loser.
He gets a standing ovation on that line. Now, this came to me over the weekend when I saw Barbara Bush on television. Listen to this.
He doesn't give many answers to how he would solve problems. He sort of makes faces and says insulting things. I mean, he's said terrible things about women, terrible things about military. I don't understand why people are for him for that reason. I'm a woman. I'm not crazy about what he says about women.
Mrs. Bush, what do you think of Donald Trump? You are known for being blunt and plain spoken.
I don't think about him at all.
Really?
I think about Jeb and the qualified candidate.
You dodged me on Donald Trump. Do you want to?
No.
You want to go full New Jersey on Donald Trump?
No, I do not. I don't even think about him. I'm sick of him. That's very strong.
So I heard the disdain when she said, I don't think about him. That is the lowest insult you can give to somebody.
Especially Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't think about you at all. She knew what she was saying. I don't think about you at all. And then she said, I'm sick of him. What do you think about the theory this would make Jeb one of the most honorable men you could ever imagine? He's going through this humiliation because he and the family believe somebody has got to stand up and say these things about Donald Trump.
And try to bring Trump down?
Yeah. No chance of winning.
Well, he's the only one doing it. He's the only one doing it. So maybe. I don't know.
He's willing to take on, he's gone to the family and said, I can't take this beating. And the family has said, you've got to. You've got to. This guy cannot be president of the United States. Look at what he says about women. Look how he responds to the military. This guy cannot be president of the United States. And you know that, Jeb. You've got to stay in. You have to say it because nobody else is saying these things.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty honorable if that's what he's doing.
It sure is. Really honorable. Don't know if that's what he's doing, but Nick in New York. Nick, you're on the Glenn Beck program.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
Yeah, I think he's kind of waiting for one of those Rudy moments. You know what I mean? For everybody to be like, "Oh man, he's totally worth it." And they all come in and drop their jerseys down, and everyone gets this feeling of enlightenment and all that kind of stuff. And I think he's just kind of waiting for one of those things, but I don't really see it happening.
Yeah, when is that supposed to happen? Because I think that should have happened.
I don't know. I think he's kind of, his brother was a quarterback, and he's now coming up as some, third-string wide receiver, and he's waiting for that glory catch for that touchdown to win the championship, but he hasn't had more than 2 minutes of playing time, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. Thanks, Nick, for your phone call. And by the way, waiting for a Rudy Giuliani moment. The Rudy Giuliani moment he was waiting for happening in Florida, and it never happened. Let me go to Trish in Georgia. Hi, Trish.
Hi, Glenn.
Hi.
I think that he feels deeply and has a passion in his heart for our country, and he doesn't want to see it taken over by these people that would destroy us as he sees it. I can see it that way. People that comment against women and Muslims. All people should be treated equally, no matter who they are, until they prove that they're not worth it. But they shouldn't all be cast out because of their belief. That's what America was founded on, is what each individual believed on was had a right to come here. And it's almost like now we don't even want to let people in because of what they might believe or what they might do to us when they get here. It's a turning point.
Thanks, Trish. I agree with the last thing she said for sure, and that is we're at a turning point. We are big time at a turning point. The immigration thing from the debate, Cruz on immigration, 294, Pat.
In short, what we're going to do, we're going to build a wall. We're going to triple the Border Patrol. We're going to increase, and actually, since Donald enjoyed that.
And they laughed because Trump is making faces at this point, and gestures like, yeah, that's my plan. It's not Donald Trump's plan to build a fence between us and Mexico. It's the law, and it has been since 2006. We just haven't done it. But that doesn't mean it was his idea.
It'd be nice to have them remind him of that.
I wish somebody would and say, look, you didn't start the immigration debate.
I know you like to think that, Don.
That was going on when you were talking about partial birth abortion being the right of all women and health care, the birthright of every citizen.
You're claiming that he would recognize that. He'll never recognize
Well, the
that.
people hopefully would.
I don't think so.
It's got to be pointed out.
He continues
to try that.
He continues to say the things that, he's the kind of guy who says, if you just keep telling the people a lie long enough, they eventually believe it.
Yeah, and
they have. And I don't think he thinks it's a lie. I think I think he's got a lot of people around him that just tell him, "Oh, that's you, Don. Don, that's you.
Oh my gosh,
that's you."
yes.
But listen,
nobody's going to give him bad news.
Listen to the difference between between Ted Cruz's policy and the way Donald Trump explains things. We're going to have a wall. It's going to be a beautiful wall. It's going to have a big, nice, beautiful door in the wall so people can come through. And then I'm going to make Mexico pay for the wall, and they're going to pay for the wall because it's called We Have a Country. Listen to that.
It's called management, Pat.
Yeah,
management.
Compared to this.
I will simply say I've got somebody in mind to build it. We're going to increase fourfold the fixed wing and rotary wing aircraft so that you have technology monitoring an attempted incursion to direct the boots on the ground where they're occurring. We're going to put in place a strong E-Verify system in the workplace so you can't get a job without proving you're here legally. We'll put in place a biometric exit entry system on visas because 40% of illegal immigration comes not over the border illegally, but people coming on visas and overstaying. We will end sanctuary cities by cutting off taxpayer dollars to any jurisdiction that defies federal immigration law. and we will end welfare benefits for those here illegally.
I mean, he understands the problem. He outlines the problem. He tells us about the solutions. He gives you specifics.
He's got it.
A little bit different.
He's got it.
Yeah.
We were in a sanctuary city this weekend. We were in San Francisco.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
boy.
Whoa.
We
Was
haven't
that
talked
bad?
about that yet.
No, we have not.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Let me take a break, and then we're going to come back and tell you about our experience in a sanctuary city. It was. I love San Francisco. I think San Francisco is one of the most beautiful cities. I absolutely adore it. I'm not taking my family there again. I mean, it has changed in a year since I've been there. It has changed. We'll talk about it coming up in a second. Sponsor this half hour is Goldline. There was something in my show prep today about, basically an economic collapse.
No.
Yeah, no, believe it or not. Well, first of all, there was the anti-Islam groups rallying across Amsterdam. Did you see this? And they're the pro-Russia, pro-fascist groups. Guess whose candidate? Guess which candidate had people holding signs up saying he was right? At a pro-fascist group in Amsterdam. Yeah. Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And by the way, Tunisia is building a giant fence across their border because they say that bad guys are coming in. Anyway, we're not doing any of these things. And our economy is getting in more and more trouble. The president is talking about how this is the greatest jobs numbers since he's been in office at 4.9%. But he's absolutely dismissing the 95 million people who just gave up looking for a job. Goldline is there with the truth. When there's times of trouble, when a dollar or monetary system is on the rocks, when things start to be devalued, that's when gold is at its best, because it's something physical that you can hold in your hand. Every country eventually, after a crisis, returns to gold. They have to, because it makes sense. Call Goldline now, 1-866-GOLDLINE, 1-866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com, and find out if buying gold or silver is right for you. It's not right for everybody. Could be for you. It is for my family. 1-866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Mercury.
This time of year, it seems everyone's looking for a better, more affordable healthcare solution. But with costs rising and options limited, where do you turn? If you're a Christian, you turn to Medishare. It's not insurance. It's over 154,000 believers who share each other's medical bills. It's about half the cost of healthcare insurance programs. And it's fully acceptable under the law. Best of all, Medishare is based on the timeless principles found in God's Word. You never pay for things that go against your beliefs. Medishare is healthcare that fits your family and your faith.
Learn how thousands of Christians can help you save on your health care. For your free information guide, call 855-41-BIBLE. Not available in Montana. Medishare, affordable biblical health care. Call 855-41-BIBLE. That's 855-41-BIBLE.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you, and we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Save big at Oregon E-Deals. Check out reduced prices on Fitzpatrick Painting, SM Gun Shop, Eugene Electric Bicycle, and Creative Clock. It's easy to save. Go to KPNW.com and click Oregon E-Deals.
I'm hooked on Oregon on saving big.
The Eugene area radio stations will be presenting two $3,000 scholarships through Oregon Student Access and Completion. Each scholarship will go to one high school student and one college student who demonstrate a desire and aptitude for radio sales, engineering, news, or programming. Click on the Resources tab at eugeneradio.gov for details. Application deadline is February 15th, with final paperwork due at OregonStudentAid.gov by March 1st. The Eugene area radio stations, EARS, support students and education in our communities.
Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible until now. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who work to combat human trafficking. It's time to open our eyes. Learn what you can do by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
Glenn Beck has you covered now. Tonight it's Coast to Coast AM starting at 10 p.m. only on KPNW.
888-727-BECK.
This is
The Glenn Beck Program.
The new Tommy Show airs tonight at 8 o'clock, only on the Blaze TV. We were in San Francisco, not for the Super Bowl, but for the Super Bowl breakfast. Stu stayed for the Super Bowl. Us lowlifes, we didn't go.
We didn't get to. Again.
Right.
Stu's been to what, the last 10, 12
I don't
Super
know.
Bowls?
I don't
A
know,
lot.
just ask him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we don't want to go. We don't need that. No. We don't need him. Anyway, so
Perfectly
we were
fine in my living room
I tell you what,
last
my
night.
living room was a lot more comfortable than those people were.
So we're in San Francisco, Sanctuary City, and this is the greatest city. I love this city. Beautiful, spectacular. I mean, I'd live there in a heartbeat if I could and wouldn't be beaten to death by people. But the homeless situation is completely out of control.
And this is after they cleaned it up for the Super Bowl.
We didn't know that. We were
Correct.
talking about. We said, we thought that they would maybe do some sort of cleanup work
Prior to the Super Bowl.
And we found out they did.
They did. I mean, we were walking down the street, and this is no kidding. This is the same street where Bentleys are being sold. A $15 million house is on this road. You're just. It's a neighborhood, a block away from neighborhoods. We found, as we were walking, many times we were afraid of the gatherings of indigent people. Some of them were, I saw one woman I thought was full-fledged nuts, and I felt so bad for her. I'm like, well, she's got to be institutionalized. What is she doing? What are we doing as people?
How about walking down on Fisherman's Wharf? Down at the wharf with the piers and all of that was unbelievable.
So we're walking down the street this again on a street where Bentleys and Jaguars and Mercedes are all. This is a nice street. Literally dirty underwear.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, it was like we almost vomited. The place smells like urine. Like a good portion of the city.
Yeah, there's many
smells like.
places. We went. I mean, it's amazing how many places we went to that smelled like urine.
Yeah, and we were at one place, and we were driving away. We got in to the car, and I said, "This whole place smells like urine." As I was saying it, within a block, there was a guy peeing on the street, and I'm
It's
like,
not funny. It's just
no, it's just horrible. Horrible. They're letting that city just be run into the ground. Mm-hmm. Just horrible.
Well, that's what they get.
It is.
Again, it's 50 or 60 years of Democrat management. Same with Detroit, same with New York, same with Washington, D.C., same with Atlanta, same with New Orleans. But San Francisco's, I think, an especially bad case. And now they've got the Super Bowl in town. And so down on the wharf, you've got all of these people just massed there.
Yeah, well, it was Saturday when we went for the walk Saturday night along the pier there. I mean, that was where a lot of the events for the Super Bowl were taking place.
Let's redefine Saturday night. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right. 3 in the afternoon.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, we thought it was night because we hadn't eaten all day and we were dang hungry, but we're walking
we were
down.
getting hangry.
We were.
We were getting hangry.
And so we're walking down the wharf and looking for just anywhere to eat because nobody had anything open.
Well, there was
They
a
were all
lady that had
closed
a
for
couple
private
of
parties.
cupcakes, but she said no to me angrily.
That's right. There's this outdoor cafe. And we're walking by on the sidewalk, and Jeffy stops and asks this woman if she's going to eat the cupcakes that are there on the
He
table.
was just joking.
Just joking. She was so pissed.
Not happy.
Are you going to eat those?
You going to eat those?
But you imagine living in San Francisco. I bet that happens all the time there.
Probably does.
Oh,
I bet people are
probably
all
does.
the time there because
and they look a lot like Jeffy.
Yeah,
when they're
homeless.
asking. So it's understandable that she was pissed. But anyway, we're walking down the street, and the street preachers, the apocalyptic street preachers, with
You're
their
all going to
megaphones,
hell.
over and over, one after another. It was so reminiscent of that scene from Contact, where you go into that area with all the preachers, and the announcer, the news guy says, many have come to protest, many to pray, but most have come to participate in what has become the best show in town. And it's all these people with aliens. That was going on there too.
Well, let me tell you about the real alien protest that we saw that I didn't even understand when we come back.
That was really something.
When we come back.
The Glenn Beck Program. Mercury.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene police are investigating a body found in West Eugene floating in the Amazon stream. The body was discovered by a cyclist Sunday morning. Police don't know the cause of death, and they haven't released the deceased man's identity. Oregon legislators are considering a ban on sky lanterns.
These are pretty. There's no argument at all that these are beautiful things. They are pretty. I would argue also that they can be pretty dangerous.
State Representative David Gomberg says they can easily start fires. There have already been banned in Oregon state forests. The bill would ban them statewide. Chipotle is closing across the country for 4 hours today, including in the Eugene area. Every Chipotle will close to hold a company-wide staff meeting to discuss food safety. The meeting comes on the heels of an E. coli outbreak that sickened more than 500 people last year. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome to Real Estate Today with your hosts Marcia Edwards and Bob Nelson. Real Estate Today, bringing you the trends, opportunities, and solutions of today's residential and investment real estate markets. Brought to you by Megan McMahon and Cascade Escrow, Mark Brockett, Willamette Valley Bank, and Kurt Large, Evergreen Roofing.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcia Edwards, residential specialist with Windermere Real Estate, and joining me today is Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. Mark, thanks for joining me again.
You're welcome, Marcia.
I wanted to bring you in because we've kind of got the perfect storm that's challenging buyers. Well, I should say sellers and buyers being the same person. So a couple that wants to leave, I've got an example. I've got some clients who are going to be moving to Corvallis to get closer to their grandson, and they want to grab a home in Corvallis. Market's moving very fast up there like it is here, and in Eugene they still own a home. And I wanted to talk to you about how can we help buyers get the security, since we've got a tough low inventory marketplace, get the security of having found and located and tied down a home before they sell the one they're in.
Okay, Marcia, it is an issue, but one thing I would recommend is get into the office, get pre-approved. We can then look at the picture and kind of grasp which avenue to go, and that would be, do they have funds outside of the equity in their home that they currently have to be able to buy? Now, assuming that, let's say they qualify for a mortgage, and then when they sell their home, they can, put that equity towards paying the balance down further, or just whatever they want to do.
Okay, so let's talk about that. These folks, as an example, have a wonderful equity position, but don't keep much liquidity. Their checkbook does not have 20% down for their next home. Are they out of the game?
No, they're not. Here's probably the tailor-made solution for that. Take what they have, purchase the property, obviously get a mortgage. They're going to probably get a mortgage with a little more than minimum down payment, which could trigger what we call mortgage insurance.
All right.
Okay. Sell their home and then take either all or a portion of that equity and at least pay the mortgage down to 80% or under 78%, and then request a waiver of the mortgage insurance.
So the mortgage insurance is because they don't have enough skin in the game. They could walk and the margins are too tight for resale.
For a conventional financing, any loan to value above 80.01% triggers mortgage insurance.
Okay, so if you're in the situation where you can't find the house and you're afraid you'll be homeless if you sell the one out from under yourself, do call Mark Brockett at Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. I'm Marcia Edwards, Windermere Real Estate. Have a fantastic evening.
Real Estate Today is brought to you every weekday at 5:30 p.m. by Cascade Exchange Services, Willamette Valley Bank, and Evergreen Roofing. Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Oh, yeah. So, we're in San Francisco, and we're there for the Super Bowl festivities, and we're just a little overwhelmed by the city. At one point, we're walking down a street that's a very nice street, and we're just overwhelmed by the homeless situation, very uncomfortable because it seems dangerous at times.
Entire garbage cans had been dumped out on the street.
People going through the garbage to find things to eat. Just sad, tragic, and scary.
Yeah.
A woman who is just literally not in her right mind comes barreling down the street. And this is before we get out of the car, and I almost said to the driver, don't stop here. But she went barreling down the street, and she just accosted these two people coming out of a store, and it was truly frightening. We're walking down the street, we're stepping over dirty underwear, trash, awful, just awful. Pat's almost gagging at some point. The whole place smells like urine. And then we come across the protests. Now, as Pat said, these protests are down by the wharf, and they're in this area of town that all the Super Bowl activity is going on. What I just described is way from the Super Bowl activity. The Super Bowl activity, the town is just on fire, and you just feel like you're in some movie. It doesn't even seem real. And, on one side as you're walking down the street, Rafe is 11. He's not, he doesn't love holding Dad's hand that much anymore. He immediately goes for a hand like, hey, are we all together, right? We're all together. You're not going to leave me here. He's even sensing that this is out of control. The hip-hop gyration that's happening on the stage across the street, the preachers who are talking about, this sodomy is going to have you burn in the fires of hell. They're preaching to...
One after another, too.
One after another. And it was, Pat and I wanted to stop and say, really, dude? I mean, have you changed anybody's heart? Have you changed anybody's heart by screaming at this crowd about sodomy?
Even if there was one.
No, there's not one. What happens is the crowd turned against them and made everybody who has a religious...
And everybody who was walking by was turning against
Correct.
them. Yeah, just mocking
them, making fun of them. It was...
Okay, Mr. Amen.
Right,
Yeah.
and they were literally preaching to a line that was trying to get into a club that I guess you could call them cheerleaders. I would call them strippers. Were in on the... It was bad, okay? Just as we're going through the as I'm trying to say to myself, why is my son here? Why are we here? And then I see a sign that I have to read it like 4 times because I'm like, that I can't be what it's got to, what the hell?
And yet, it was what you thought it was.
Yes, and it said, it's a man's body, a man's choice. And I'm like, it's a man's body, it's a man's choice. What could that possibly be? And the woman turns around, and it's got a little rainbow on it. And I'm confused by the rainbow. And it says, circumcision must end.
How hard have we preached for that very thing on this program?
Right. And I think that it's just this...
over and over.
Right. I think that it's just this one lonely woman, right?
That's what I thought,
Yeah, just this one.
That's what I thought.
And we take about 4 more steps, and the street is loaded with...
There had to be 50 people with circumcision signs.
Foreskin is my skin.
Is fabulous.
Foreskin
is fabulous.
There's 16 different functions of foreskin. I'm like, I can't think
Stop
of
the
one.
foreskin lie. I mean, I'm not kidding you. Weren't some of their clothing or their signs like splattered in blood?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it was bizarre. I
So
mean,
weird.
I just
What
wanted to stop
weird cause to be protesting at Fisherman's Wharf about
during Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Guys, let's get together.
You may have put your finger.
I think it's anti-Semitism
on it.
I do. I think it's anti-Semitism.
It may be, because I can't think of any other reason for doing that.
No, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and this has been years and years since I've read this, but over in Europe, this kind of stuff started, and it was started by anti-Semites.
Wow.
And so it's just another attack on Jews.
And it's kind of weird because almost every Christian I've ever met or know of, I mean, I don't ask a lot, hey, have you been circumcised? You just assume they have
Well,
been.
you know what?
Because all Christians
it's his
get
body.
circumcised too.
Here it is. It's
right?
his body. It's his choice.
Thank you.
You can't make that choice as a baby, and that's kind of when you need to.
Well, yeah, but no. They say, because I looked it up, they say,
okay,
you wait.
You wait.
You wait.
Yeah.
And then if you want to make that choice later in life, nobody's making that choice later in life. Nobody's like, you know what? I got to have that trim back. Nobody.
Listen, I'll take a little bit off the back, and then you know what? Take a little bit off the top.
Off the top.
I mean, come on.
No.
Oh.
No, thanks.
So I didn't even understand it. We were living in a world, and what's weird is we're walking down the street, and right there, where the wharfs are, wharf or pier, what was it, 14? 14. I'm doing this shoot of this for this documentary that we're working on. And so I'm doing this walk and talk, and people are just being really obnoxious, which is wholly inappropriate if you knew what we were shooting. And and so I'm walking down this pier, and this guy comes up, and he's like, Glenn Beck. And I said, yes. Do you want to kill me, or are you good?
You don't know in San Francisco.
You don't know. And he's like, oh, I'm a huge fan. He said, we just moved here from Ohio. And I said, oh, how do you like it? And he said, and he had 3 kids with him. He's like, the schools here are killing us. I said, oh, I bet they're teaching them all kinds of new and exciting things. And he's like, oh, you don't even know the half of it. They're out of control. And he said, what are you doing down here? And I said, well, you remember the woman that was killed by the illegal alien last year? Yes. Yeah, it happened on this pier. And we're in a good section of town. You know, this is well lit, a good section of town. And he's like, what? Did that happen here? And I'm like, yep, right there on this pier. And he's like, I go jogging here. And I'm like, yeah. She was walking with her dad when an illegal came and shot her in the head.
Well, he was hunting seals.
Yeah, which is also illegal, and there was no way.
Hunting seals.
That particular pier has these iron bars that come in and fold in. There's no way any seal.
Oh, we did see little crabs coming in.
Did you?
By that seal, yeah.
Okay, but no seals?
Yeah, there was no seals going to squeeze through the concrete.
That's weird.
coming through there.
I was surprised then that he used that as because I was believing him
until
just now.
Until just now.
Yeah. Because a lot of people hunt seal.
Did you
on
ask?
Fisherman's
I'm
Wharf.
fascinated why the guy from Ohio moved. Did he forget to make a left and come to Texas?
No, he said he was transferred. He said he was transferred.
Did he
Company
forget to
transferred
make a
him out.
left and come to Texas?
That's what I told him. I said, move to Texas. It makes a whole lot more sense.
Yeah.
His wife was there, and she would,
It is a beautiful city, though, and
that's
it's
beautiful.
just, everything is so expensive.
The first time I was ever been there. The more we were there, the more you like it, right? I mean, it's beautiful.
Yes.
It's gorgeous.
It is.
My gosh, this
beautiful.
Sunrise and sunset. Every place looks beautiful, and then you get a nice big whiff of urine and decide, you know what, it might be time to go home.
No, this is sort of three guys who lived and worked in New York. I think that city smells worse.
Than
now,
New
this
York.
is new.
It does. That's
This
what I was
is-
telling my wife last
Yeah,
night.
this is new.
It's worse
I mean,
than New York is.
I was just in San Francisco a year ago. It wasn't this bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad, but not this bad. We were walking down the street, and all of us, I said to the guys, and there was 8 of us?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, anybody in this group, any of you, let your wife or your girlfriend walk down this street at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because it was 4 o'clock. And this was not a Super Bowl thing. This was just a regular street away from the Super Bowl.
Right.
I said, anybody, let your wife or your girlfriend or your daughter walk down the street at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Unanimously, all of us, no way.
And you're right that it was a regular street with $15 million homes on it. And we wouldn't let our wives walk down that street. It
was crazy.
Yeah,
Maybe if we lived there longer, got to know some people, you might let her walk a block or two. Maybe.
No,
I don't think so.
No, I don't.
Mm-mm.
No, it was just
No.
there's just too many sketchy
And
people
on that
around.
street, how many you walk to the corner and there's a homeless guy or woman, I'm sorry,
Or
laying
both.
in a door like a door jamb area, and then you go around the corner. There's 3 more all within 10 feet of each other. I mean, they're all camped out there, and it was it 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're all staking out their places
Yes,
for
they
that
are.
night.
That's what they're doing too.
Already.
They're staking their areas, man.
I can't even listen. I can't
So
answer that
sad.
question because I couldn't get past a homeless person or homeless woman or homeless man
in that area.
It's a home challenged human.
Oh,
wow! Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for that reminder.
I mean, I don't know if I can. Seriously,
wow!
I don't know if I can continue doing the show with such a.
I don't think you should.
Such a bad
Not after about 15 minutes from now.
I'm going to stop in about 15 minutes. I am stopping. By the way, Courage Boys is coming up next with an amazing story of a World War II sniper that you've never heard the story. Coming up next. A sponsor this half hour is Casper Sleep. After spending a few nights again in San Francisco on so comfortable beds.
Did you notice that too?
Oh my gosh, those
that was
beds
almost
are...
too comfortable,
It was
wasn't it?
almost too comfortable.
It was almost.
I went to bed last night at 7:30. I couldn't sleep for the last 3 nights. I went to bed at 7:30 last night. I was just I got to get into my Casper.
And it just felt so good.
Casper mattress, the sheets, the pillows, everything about a Casper mattress. Time magazine said this is the invention of the year. It's truly, truly a remarkable mattress, and you can get it now, and you don't have to go, be at a stupid store and lay down on the bed. You can actually try it in your home for 100 nights, risk-free. And if you don't love the mattress, the sheets, and the pillow, they pick them up and they refund absolutely every dollar. You can get it now by going to CasperMattress.com. Use the promo code BECK towards the $50 purchase of your mattress. The reason why they can make this mattress so unbelievably well and then so affordable is because they've cut out the middleman. So you don't have to go into the store. Because of this, they can make a great mattress at a fraction of a cost. Go to Casper.com, promo code BECK. It's Casper.com, promo code BECK.
Glenn Beck program.
888-727-BECK.
Mercury.
As you know, my family is a Liberty family. Let me tell you why I trust the protection of our valuables and the protection of our kids to Liberty Safe. With Liberty, I know my safe or handgun vault will do exactly what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it, and there's never a question in my mind. The last thing you want is to have to second guess whether a product will do what it says it's supposed to do. I'm not willing to compromise the safety of my family to an inferior product, and neither should you. Liberty safes are built with the highest quality, and they build 100% of their big gun safes right here in America. Everybody has a reason to get a safe, and a Liberty safe or a Liberty vault is the best way to protect your valuables, your guns, and your family. It stays closed when you want it closed, and it opens when you need it open. I'm not willing to compromise the safety of my family to an inferior product, and neither should you. Go to LibertySafe.com and get free curbside delivery. That's LibertySafe.com. Made in the USA. LibertySafe.com.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
18 incredible restaurants, 18 cheesy choices as the Kendall Auto Group and 1120 KPNW present the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience, a benefit for Food for Lane County. From February 1st to the 15th, visit as many of our restaurants as you can and taste their respective takes on the grilled cheese sandwich. Places like the Cornbread Cafe, Fisherman's Market, and the Vintage. $1 to $2 from each item sold will benefit Food for Lane County. Get info on the Cheesy Passport, plus a list of all our restaurants by going to kpnw.com.
This is a national healthcare alert from the Health Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one suffers from knee pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, we've got great news. You could qualify for a pain-relieving knee brace at little or no cost to you. Get free delivery, and all the paperwork is handled by our accredited suppliers at no charge to you. If you are on Medicare and have knee pain, don't wait. You may qualify to immediately receive a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost. Friendly agents are standing by 24/7 to help you. We also have other pain-relieving braces available for shoulder, ankle, and your back. You may be eligible to get these items and more at little or no cost to you as well. Our friendly representatives are standing by now to take your call. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Confessions of a Potentially Perfect Parent, brought to you by AdoptUsKids.org.
I might look like an adult, like a person who could possibly be a parent, but I have no idea how to talk like one. And everyone knows that if you want to be a parent, you have to sound good when you say things like, "Don't make me turn this car around," or "because I said so," or "Don't make me come back there." I don't even really know what those things mean, but I know that I actually believed my parents when they said them to me. How did they manage to sound so convincing? Here we go. "Don't make me come back there." Ugh, no, that's not tough enough at all. Kids can sense weakness. "Don't make me come back there." Ooh, yeah, that's better. In fact, that kind of sounded like my dad. Weird.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to listen to you practice your dad voice. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit AdoptUsKids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Lars Larson here. Stay tuned for my national radio show coming up in 15 minutes on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Glenn Beck Program.
What do you do when your P-47 is loaded with enough juice to take out a whole fleet of Panzers? When the same tanks that killed thousands of your buddies just a week ago at Normandy are parked just beneath you, and you've got the drop on them? What do you do when there is a young French mom dressed in bright yellow, just so you can see her from 1,000 feet, laying across that middle tank, covering her 3 kids, looking up at you, pleading that you love mercy more than you hate Germans? What do?
The Germans were masters of psychological warfare. They knew that a 22-year-old with a wife and a baby at home would never shoot. And they were right. The pilot, Jack Tuller, looking down at the Panzers all covered in women and children, pulled up and kept flying. He radioed the situation and the answer came back.
"Turn around and take out the target, Tuller,"
said the voice on the radio. Jack paused.
"That's an order."
It finished. Jack was angry at the unfairness, at the injustice of it all. He was sick. But, as it goes in war, the fleet of planes turned around and unleashed their metal on the Panzers and on all of the innocent people that covered them, mercilessly. When the adrenaline of battle fades, it can leave a soldier lower than he was high. And that was Jack tonight. But there are always ways to deal with the guilt. Usually it had to do with drinking it away. But Jack wasn't a drinker. No, that night when they returned to the base, he went for the trumpet. He blew a soulful note, followed by another. His pent-up pain would be released in jazz. He blew it into the sky, out over an apple orchard next to a base. But the solo was cut off by his commander. "There's a sniper out there, Private, a German. You keep playing that shiny trumpet and he's gonna pick you out right away." Jack paused again. He thought to himself, that sniper is as homesick and as scared as I am. He doesn't want to be here any more than I do. What's his song? The commander took cover as Jack started back at his trumpet, playing Little Marlene. He wailed out over the grove. A voice came from the base, an American voice, somewhere from the dark.
"Play one for us!"
So Jack played "Oh Danny Boy" and other love songs. He played and played far into the night. In the morning, news traveled that a group of Germans was captured in the grove. They were being held down on the beach, and one of them was asking in broken English for the trumpet player. Jack headed toward the beach, where he met the would-be enemy sniper, a 19-year-old newlywed soldier who danced at his wedding to the song Little Marlene. I couldn't fire, he repeated with tears in his eyes and an outstretched hand. For a moment, the bomber and the sniper were more than soldiers. They were both men. And so, courage, boys. Because most people are just as scared and lonely as you are. And sometimes, maybe more.
This is the Glenn Beck Program. Mercury.
How traumatizing was it when you were a little kid and that towering bully came up and took your lunch money? You ever feel like your timeshare company is like that schoolyard bully, raising your maintenance fees, slapping you with special assessments, limiting the access that you were promised when they sold it to you? If your timeshare is bullying you around, Timeshare Exit Team is the consumer advocate that will stand up for you and force the resort to dissolve your contract. I have to tell you, I didn't want to do business with anything timeshare related until I sat down with these people. My team has vetted them, I have personally vetted them, and they have given me their word, which I respect, that they will treat you with the utmost respect and straightforwardness. If you need to get out of your timeshare, Timeshare Exit Team. They have the highest success rate in the industry and a 100% money-back guarantee that they will get you out or give every penny back. Because if they can't get you out, they haven't earned your money. TimeshareExitTeam.com.
Are you a professional crastinator? I've been known to procrastinate as well. See what I did there? Valentine's Day is coming up, and have no fear because Sherry's Berries is here to help. Giant freshly dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries starting at $19.99. That's over a 40% savings. And you can double the berries for just $5 more. Go to berries.com. You click on the microphone and you type in my code Glenn. Tanya and the whole family love Sherry's Berries. The strawberries are picked at the peak of freshness, dipped in chocolatey goodness, and delivery is always guaranteed, even on Sunday. To get this amazing Valentine's Day deal, giant, juicy, freshly dipped strawberries starting at $19.99, or double the berries for just $5 more. Call 1-866-FRUIT-02, or even better, visit berries, BERRIES.com. Click on the microphone on the top of the right-hand corner and type in my name, Glenn. It's berries.com. Click on the microphone, enter my code Glenn. You have to order today. The offer expires at midnight tonight.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks fell sharply today on concern about a slowdown in the global economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 177, about 1.1%. The S&P 500 was down 26, about 1.4%. The Nasdaq, the biggest loser in percentage terms, down 79 for a loss of about 1.8%. Oil prices fell for a third day. Crude finished at $29.69 a barrel, down $1.20. Energy stocks took a beating. Chesapeake Energy plummeted 27% after a report that it had hired a restructuring law firm to deal with its nearly $10 billion in debt. Investors sought the safest assets. Treasuries rallied, pushing yields to the lowest level in a year. Shares of Google parent Alphabet fell 0.1%, but the company's CEO is doing all right. Alphabet has awarded Sundar Pichai stock options valued at about $199 million. I'm Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Jane Metzler.
It's a movement, folks. It's a movement.
Republican Donald Trump addressing a rally tonight in Manchester, hours before the first votes are cast in the New Hampshire primary. 3 small communities, the best known Dixville, Knox, population 12, voting first. That voting starts at midnight. Trump still holds a double-digit lead in the latest polls there. Bernie Sanders leads Hillary Clinton by double digits in the Democratic race.
Politico is reporting that Bill and Hillary Clinton are upset about her campaign's confusing messaging and may force a change in course after New Hampshire. A Clinton spokesman told Fox no staff shakeup is coming.
Fox's Ed Henry at a rally in Durham. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg looking at his options and says he may run as an independent. She's been in custody in Iraq. The widow of a senior ISIS leader now facing criminal charges in the U.S.
American aid worker Kayla Mueller was kidnapped in Syria and held captive by ISIS beginning in August of 2013. About a year later, she was handed over to the custody of Abu Sayyaf, the ISIS oil and gas minister, and his young wife, Nisreen Assad Ibrahim Bahar, a.k.a. Sayyaf. Mueller, along with 2 captive Kurdish women, were repeatedly sexually assaulted by ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. In February of 2015, in a U.S.-led military operation, Abu Sayyaf was killed, his wife captured. But Kayla Mueller was also killed during that raid. On Monday, the Justice Department announced that Sayyaf was charged with conspiracy for her role in Mueller's death.
Fox's Karen McHugh. The state of Texas keeps fighting the federal government's plans to resettle Syrian refugees there. Officials losing another round in U.S. District Court in Austin, where the judge said it would be foolish to deny the Syrians pose some risk. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Control, this is QL1. Side hatch is secure.
QL1, this is Control. We copy, showing normal cabin pressure. Over.
Control, this is QL1. Do you like mortgages?
That's a negative, QL1. Over.
Control, do you like rockets?
That's affirmative, QL1. Over.
Do you like rocket mortgages?
I'm listening. Over.
Of course you are, Control. Everyone likes rockets. Control, Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that turns the entire mortgage process into a fast, powerful, completely online experience.
Copy that, QL1. I'm going to go ahead and push this button in 3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A memorial service has been scheduled for Sergeant Jason Gooding, the Seaside police officer killed trying to make an arrest on Friday. The service will be held this Friday at 1 p.m. at the Seaside Convention Center. The public is invited to attend. Residents have also been paying their respects at memorials in downtown Seaside and at the police station. Gooding was fatally shot Friday by Philip Ferry, who was being arrested on a warrant for felony assault. Another Seaside officer returned fire, killing Ferry. State officials are warning nervous customers of Moda Health to beware of calls from scammers wanting to cash in on the company's financial problems. Aaron Corvin with the State Department of Business and Consumer Services says some have gotten calls from people offering to help if they can just get personal information.
Listen to that sixth sense and take a step back and don't provide that personal information.
They may try to intimidate you. In at least one case, they threatened to cut off the health coverage if a customer didn't act immediately. Corwin says Moda and the state are working to improve Moda's financial condition, but no decision has been made about whether customers will need to find new plans. Authorities are investigating the identity of a dead body found on Baker Beach, 7 miles north of Florence. The body was found washed ashore shortly before 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Ever wish you could read her mind? Like when she texts you,
"Hey, we need to talk."
Wouldn't it be nice to know she really means,
"I'm going out with my friends Saturday. You should go grab pizza and beer and watch the game with the guys."
At ProFlowers, we can't help you read her mind. But with our expertly designed bouquets, guaranteed delivery, and customizable add-ons, we can ensure you deliver the perfect message this Valentine's Day. So when she texts you,
"The roses are beautiful. I love them,"
you'll already know she means it. Let the pros at ProFlowers help you deliver the perfect message and win this Valentine's Day. Right now at ProFlowers, get 2 dozen stunning assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $29.99. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this deal is to go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter promo code 600. That's proflowers.com, code 600.
Hey, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. That includes lots of places to help you express yourself. Maybe you're ready for your first tattoo, or adding to your tat sleeve. Or perhaps cool nail designs are more your thing.
Ooh.
For you crafty types, get supplies for your scrapbooking and leatherwork. And if you'd rather sit back and relax, there's live theater. Express yourself along West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go West, creative people. Go West.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, make for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
He's nationwide. It's the Lars Larson National Show on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Lars.
Together, we can forge a new beginning for America.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
When Lars talks, he talks for me. Our president lies.
Broadcasting to the entire country from the left coast of America.
If there's someone with a grenade launcher outside the Capitol today, I want him shot in the head.
Now, honestly provocative talk with Lars Larson.
We want to be the United States of America, and when I'm elected president, this will become once again the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
You see, everybody, I want the people at home to think about this. That's what Washington, D.C. does. The drive-by shot at the beginning with incorrect and incomplete information, and then the memorized 25-second speech.
That's Governor Chris Christie giving it to Marco Rubio, senator, and Marco Rubio took his lumps on Saturday night at the Republican debate in New Hampshire. Tomorrow is the vote, and I guess it's anybody's guess. The polls are not necessarily going to be right on, although right now they show that Donald Trump is going to win New Hampshire, even though he came in second place in Iowa. Welcome to the program. There's a lot to talk about, including that debate on Saturday night where Marco Rubio just kept going back to the script. He went back to it 4 different times, as though he couldn't get off that talking point message that he clearly had memorized. And he gave a real opening to New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who had decided to give him no end of grief about the fact that he sounded like somebody from Washington, D.C. And the question is whether or not Marco Rubio is ready to be president of the United States. Now, of course, Donald Trump got a chance to take a little bit of a bye on Saturday night. He did actually very, very well. His demeanor was a little bit different than some of the previous debates. But he just had to sit back and watch Chris Christie just pound Marco Rubio for some of the things that he said. And the fact that he couldn't get off that one talking point. Welcome to the program. If you want to join the conversation, that's easy enough to do. Just dial me up at 866-439-5277. You can email to talk@larslarson.com. Our quick poll: should an American company accommodate a Saudi rule that would forbid the presence of women at Starbucks? Now, I think this is being explained by a lot of reporters as, well, isn't that interesting? They do things differently in Starbucks when they're located in Saudi Arabia. My question, though, is how far should an American company go? Should an American company accommodate the kind of rules that would never be allowed in this country? You say, well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yeah, you could say that. But then, is that company effectively endorsing Saudi Arabia's rules? In other words, if you took, imagine if Starbucks had existed in the 1940s. If the company had existed in the 40s, they likely would have been told, sure, you can open up your coffee shops in Alabama as long as you don't let black people patronize them. Now you'd say, well, that would never happen here. Well, it might have happened back in the day. And the question now is that as there are more and more international companies, and Starbucks is certainly an international company, how far should an American company go that is run by Americans and has American values and makes a lot of money in America? How far should a company like Starbucks go in accommodating the rules that are in existence in places like Saudi Arabia? Can you imagine a rule that would say, yes, we'll let you set up your Starbucks location here in our Muslim country, as long as you don't let women come in, as long as you don't serve Jews. And we would say, is it appropriate for an American company to effectively endorse that rule by doing that? Here's the way CNN is reporting it. To the Western world, it is a surprising thing to see. One Starbucks in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, has a sign with the phrase, "Please, no entrance for ladies." The sign went up on the wall segregating families and single people when entering the coffee shop fell down. The temporary solution has been to ban women from entering the Starbucks. The full sign says, "Please, no entry for ladies only. Send your driver to order. Thank you very, very much." Now, if you're willing to say that an American company should endorse those kinds of rules by accommodating them, you know, it could be the other way around. Starbucks could say to a company or a country like Saudi Arabia, we're glad to put one of our shops in your country, but we will only do it if we can operate by the rules that are present at home. And if they don't do that, well, I guess the question comes up like the question that came up a few years ago when American internet companies began locating in China and the Chinese government said, we want the ability to control the flow of information. If an American company does not run by those standards at home, should it agree to run by those standards when it's doing business in a foreign location? I would say no. I think an American company should stand up for American values. And if they don't stand up for American values, is Starbucks saying it's okay to discriminate as long as you're doing it according to the local rules? That doesn't fly very far either. Our quick poll can be found at larslarson.com, and it's brought to you by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It has conservative values, and that's why I'm a member of the group. Just go to amac.us, not .com. You can call and join as well. 888-262-2006. Join AMAC now and tear up that old AARP card. That's amac.us. AMAC is better. Better for you and better for America. So, Chris Christie was suggesting during that debate on Saturday night that senators like Marco Rubio, who has only 5 years or so in the United States Senate, are simply not prepared to be the chief executive of the United States of America. He suggests instead that it's people like governors who've had the experience as an executive, as somebody who is held accountable for everything they do. You and I both know that there are plenty of senators out there who will take a position this week or this year, and a year or two later say, well, that was the wrong position, so I'm going to change my position. I'm going to go to something else. That doesn't work too well for presidents. Presidents are generally held to the positions that they take. Is somebody like a U.S. Senator prepared to be the chief executive officer of the United States of America? And was Chris Christie right to give the business to Marco Rubio on Saturday night and say, you're not ready, and not only that, you're stuck on your script? Bernie Sanders is a sexist. We'll talk about what some female supporters have done to slap him back. And guess who's accusing Bernie Sanders of being a sexist? None other than the unindicted rapist, Bill Clinton. Now, is Bill Clinton in any position to be accusing anybody else of being a sexist? Donald Trump keeps bringing up the idea of a border wall and who should pay for it, but at least one Mexican politician doesn't want anything to do with what he calls that stupid wall. We'll get to your calls and your emails. You're welcome to follow me on Twitter at Lars Larson Show, on Facebook at The Lars Larson Show. If you want to email, it's talk@larslarson.com. And if you'd like to dial into the conversation, it's easy. 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I'll bet you've heard me talking about getting a great night's sleep because I work a long day just like you work a long day. And to make that happen, you have to get a great night's sleep. Well, the Sleep Number bed is a big part of that. I've been sleeping on a Sleep Number bed now for 15 and a half years. I'm proud of it because I like the bed, and if I didn't like it, I'd get rid of it. My Sleep Number setting is 65, and my Sleep IQ score last night, 85. I got a great night's sleep. I'll tell you what, right now during the Ultimate Sleep Number event, you can save 50% on a limited edition bed. Sleep Number beds let you choose your ideal comfort on either side, so it's the perfect bed for couples. My Sleep Number is 65. Tina's is a 35. Very different, but it's the same bed. You're only going to find Sleep Number beds at a Sleep Number store. Come in during their Ultimate Sleep Number event where you can save 50% on the limited edition bed. Plus, Queen C2 mattresses are now just $599.99. Know a better night's sleep with Sleep Number. Find your Sleep Number setting today at any of the 450 Sleep Number stores nationwide. Find one near you by going to sleepnumber.com. That's sleepnumber.com. And be sure to tell them Lars sent you. Ed Klein says the FBI is zeroing in on Hillary Clinton should her cohort, her aides, and her immediate circle of friends face some questions and some charges as well. Ed Klein is coming up next.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Control, this is QL1. Side hatch is secure.
QL1, this is Control. We copy, showing normal cabin pressure. Over.
Control, this is QL1. Do you like mortgages?
That's a negative, QL1. Over.
Control, do you like rockets?
That's affirmative, QL1. Over.
Do you like rocket mortgages?
I'm listening. Over.
Of course you are, Control. Everyone likes rockets. Control, Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that turns the entire mortgage process into a fast, powerful, completely online experience.
Copy that, QL1. I'm going to go ahead and push this button in. 3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Ah, fresh powder. I'll get the skis.
Ugh, I can't.
Winter nasal congestion. Is it A, cold, B, sinus pressure, C, allergies?
I'm not sure.
For all of the above, the answer is D, Allegra D, a maximum strength decongestant plus a powerful non-drowsy antihistamine for 24 hours of relief. Feel better?
Yep. Feel like racing?
Hey, wait! This winter, the answer is Allegra D. Look for Allegra D at the pharmacy counter. Use as directed.
If you're a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes, $500,000 of term life insurance is about $100 a month. Everyone needs affordable term insurance regardless of health. Call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, overweight, or have high blood pressure. For affordable term life for you, call Big Lou at 800-480 800-480-4694. 800-480-4694.
If you are considering buying an annuity, I have some urgent news for you. Don't even think about buying an annuity until you review our free annuity comparison report. This free report compares over 1,400 annuities from America's largest annuity database. Do you need retirement income? The report shows over 100 income annuities and highlights the safest companies that provide the most guaranteed retirement income. Looking for the highest guaranteed returns? The report reveals the annuities that have the highest rates and lowest fees. You'll also discover which annuities offer the highest potential returns with no market risk. Grab a pen right now to receive your free annuity comparison report. To receive your free no-obligation annuity comparison report, simply call 1-800-92